to Seattle. It has been 4 TIs since we have been here, but we are back in beautiful Seattle, and I am ready to see these 20 teams battle it out in their road to the international here. It's going to be a month-long affair, a lot of Dota to carry us over, so much to talk about, so many storylines, and I cannot wait. It will be one of the best that we've had for so long. I am going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me through this group stage to begin our road to the international is going to be Gods and Lizard. Lizard, I've seen you all year, right? I'm kind of done talking to you right now. I got to start with Gods. How have you been? You're here at Road to TI in Seattle yet again.
Yeah, it's honestly beautiful to be back in Seattle. It's, been some time. We've got the Climate Pledge Arena back, and this is, to me, kind of like a spiritual home for Dota, so it just feels only fitting that TI finally returns.
Yeah, there's been a lot of emotion, so much dramatic music, obviously a gorgeous theme as well so far that we've had for TI and the road to TI. But Lizard, what are you most excited about?
About Gods? What do you mean?
Okay, you're the same with me.
We unlocked Gods, like he's that one locked character in the compendium.
This is the face reveal.
Exactly, the face reveal. Look, it's always it's every player's dream to be here, so I'm happy to be a part of it. And it's in Seattle again, like I've never been here before. I was walking down the road yesterday with Snare. We went past the Benaroya Hall.
Yeah.
A lot of history here.
Yeah, we get to see it all, get to experience it for ourselves. But if you guys aren't here and you do still want to stay up to date, then you can follow all of the social media for Dota 2 right there below us. You can read it, and no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, no matter what time zone you are in, you can get all of your information, all the updates there. But we got to talk about our group stages, everything that will be unfolding, because guys, we got 4 teams from SA. We've only got 2 from China. Like, these regions are all mismatched. I would never think that we were here from what we saw last year at TI11.
Oh, definitely. Like, things have been changing in Dota for a while now. A lot of these regions that have been considered weaker back in the day got a lot of coaches infiltrating those regions, building up the scene, and now you can see the results. Like, SA owning 4 teams here. China, on the other hand, not looking so tough at TI, but with only 2 teams. At the same time, those 2 teams could do a lot.
Yeah, and people used to talk about, the alternating years. That was between China and Europe. That applied when Seattle was the home of TI. So maybe now we're back in Seattle, it could continue.
You're right. Maybe that was the change-up. It was all location dependent, so we could potentially see the cream of the crop of that China region coming back. But you guys might be surprised that there's 4 groups. Maybe you're not up to date with how all of the road to international is going to be playing out. And so to make sure you get all that information, we have a little bit of a video explaining it.
This year, we are introducing the newly formatted group stage on the road to the international. In this new format, 20 teams are divided into 4 groups, with each team playing each other twice and the last place teams being eliminated at the end of the second day. Of the remaining 16 teams, the winner of each group chooses their next opponent from the 3rd or 4th place team in another group, whilst the remaining teams of those groups get matched together. With the matchups for days 3 and 4 decided, these best of 3 series determine who begins in the upper or lower bracket at the playoff stage on the road to the international. Having now arrived at the playoffs, we begin our 16-team double elimination bracket to continue the road to the international. The 4 winners in the upper bracket will advance directly to the upper bracket of the international, whilst the losing teams battle it out in the lower bracket to claim the remaining 4 spots. With the 8 teams decided, the stage is set for a double elimination bracket, which will determine who will lift the Aegis and become the International 2023 champion.
This new format does put a lot on the line for group stages. The fact that it's 4 groups with 5 teams, we are going to be seeing 4 teams going home in 2 days' time. That's going to be their end to their road to the international, and that's putting a lot on how many games are going to be played today too. Yeah,
I think I really like this new format. I think it's great how you have these teams divided up and then the kind of seeing matches afterwards. But definitely the big highlight is that one team eliminated from the groups. It kind of changes things up where you can't have that slow start. I look back at Team Spirit, who won the international a couple of years ago, and they started the group stage really poorly. They went 2 wins, 6 losses before winning their next 8 games. You can't really have that slow start. You got to come out guns blazing, because otherwise you could get eliminated.
Yeah, and outside of being eliminated, it feels like coming first is where a lot of that importance and that priority is, Lizard, and kind of second, third, fourth is this you don't really mind too much where you place it because it really comes down to first in that opposing group.
Yeah, I can see that because you're choosing your opponent, right? And then it might be a little bit easier for you to go through the rest of the bracket. At the same time, I look at these groups, like everyone is strong. Like maybe you have that one team that looks like they're going to go home in about 24, 30 hours. But if you get to choose between third and fourth, the choice is really difficult. Like you might be paralyzed by the choice actually. Like you're just looking at, do I play versus these guys or these that are even stronger?
That's come the meta for some teams. They're like, we're just going to let fate decide because if you know, I think it was one of the things Blitz said on Twitter. It's like if you care about who's in your group, you're not going to go far. It's kind of the same when picking your opponent. If you're a team who wants to win TI and is a real top contender, at some point you just can't care who you're facing.
Yeah, so many choices. In fact, some of our audience might be paralyzed for choice because we've got 5 streams going on. Each stream is going to be having 5 BO2s. So this is your schedule. Keep a close eye on what teams you want to be following. Here on Stream A, we will mostly be looking at Tundra and VP. Those teams will be playing 2 best of 2s here on this one each. But obviously we have other streams. Stream B, if you guys want to follow that one, if you're a Liquid fan, if you're an EG fan, then you can kind of just have your eyes glued to that one, Lizard.
Yeah, like on Stream B, Liquid dominating with 2 games, EG as well. It's going to be an interesting one. We're going to be sticking to Stream A, right? Like that's going to be ours. But some of these streams, like Stream C, this looks like completely my zone. Eastern Europe, you get Team Spirit.
You actually started a petition. You're like, can we rename this? Rename this one to Stream
exactly.
A?
Can we? This should be Stream E. Anyways, like
Eastern Europe.
Even that first match, Spirit versus 9 Pandas, is just so juicy. The inter-region rivalry is so good. Then you go to Group D. This is the one for the NA viewers. You've got NA represented heavily here with nouns, TSM, Gaimin Gladiators.
all the 100 viewers on this stream.
They're gonna absolutely love it. All their points to Stream E. That one's for all of our SA fans. Thunder, Awaken, and Keedstar is gonna be our main shining ones there. But there are teams that are gonna be flip-flopping around. So I feel like if you're a BetBoom or a Quest fan, that one's gonna be a lot hard to keep track of. They're all over each stream there, but that's great for them because we're gonna be seeing a lot of them as well. A little bit of them here. But the team that we joked about being over on that other stream, I already forgot what team it was, so it doesn't matter. Instead, we're going to talk about our tournament schedule. We talked about the format, and format's all well and good, but if you guys don't know where they are going to be taking place, what dates it's going to be, it's every weekend. So we're obviously starting off here on the 12th, then it's going to be the playoffs. The road to the international is continuing on the 20th, but TI, the finals, the weekend that everyone's paying attention to, 27th to the 29th over there. And our first matchup, this is what I wanted to talk about. Tundra TSM, that's what we're going to be seeing. So we're going to be having our NA fans over here too. You know, everyone in the NA time zone for Seattle. Might be a little bit more than 100 viewers, Lizard.
It might be, at least for this match. Like Tundra and TSM, it's going to be an interesting one. Like TSM so far, internationally, they haven't really done a lot. But speaking of international, like that team is filled with like international players. They're not true. They are NA, but when you look at them, they even have a Brit. It's not going to be easy for them to play versus 8 Aegises.
Not many teams can say they have a Brit. That's often underrepresented region.
Is it the first British player on TI? It might be.
I think it might be actually. Yeah.
I feel he is. Yeah, Ari. Like, good job.
Yeah, TSM did go through that really big roster shuffle from when we saw them at TI11. Obviously, 3 of their roles changing. We got Kasana coming in for the offlane for them. Ari, you already talked about coming in too. And then they also picked up Whitemon themselves and Moon going to coach for them. So they've done great when it came to NA DPC, but internationally, they've fallen that little bit short. Kind of 13th, 14th is where we've seen them mostly place.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because they have stuck together. A lot of teams, once you get those kind of international results, because that's where you're going to value those results more than just playing within your region. But the fact they've stuck together means they think they can, figure something out. And I don't think they're going to be pushovers when it comes to, actually playing here in the road to the international and then, hopefully at the international itself, because they've had kind of that past success. So, that TSM team with Moon has had good results when it comes to the big stage. So even though it's not been the best year for them, I would definitely not count them out by any means.
Yeah, I mean, they directly qualified, right? They had enough points. They were able to make it. They didn't have to go through those qualifiers at all. But we look at Tundra, and they've had a very weird year. They've had great results, but, with Suxa coming out, we've got 9 going down to pose 4, and then we're seeing Topson coming in and substituting for themselves. So they've had a lot of different substitutes throughout the year, some good results. They came 3rd in Bali with Aoi standing in as well. So now they've had more time to gel with Topson. Do you see a lot for this team? You know, could they be a slow starter as well, Gods?
They definitely could be. I feel like they're almost like this just wild card where it's like anything can happen, then they could just come out and dominate everyone, or it could be a little bit like, oh, they're got to explore themselves, figure out how things are going to work. Even though they've had Topson around them for a bit, being obviously scrimming and getting used to playing with him, it still could be a bit of an adjustment. But I think the nice thing going for them is that Topson at least I think has a kind of similar playstyle in some ways to what Nine did. So I think they're going to be able to at least adjust fairly quickly. It's probably a harder adjustment for Nine than it is for Topson.
And he might actually have some pressure, Topson that is, because right now you have this position 4 that's actually a mid player, used to be a mid player. What does a position 4 do? You just run around the map and you look at your mid laner and what he's doing when you need to help. So now Topson knows that Nine is watching him. There might be a little bit of pressure there as well.
I feel like Topson is the type that doesn't succumb to pressure. He's like,
he definitely doesn't. He's proven that so many times before, right? But now you're actually kicking someone away from his position, more or less, right? Like you're taking that position from Nine, and Nine is an amazing mid laner. So it's going to be interesting to see the two of them actually work, because they are going to be working a lot together in that mid lane.
Yeah, I do want to talk more on the expectations as well. Do you feel that TSM might have that advantage because there isn't this expectation that other people are placing on them? They're like, hey, let's make it out of groups, like this is it. Like, we can show that we can go a little bit of the distance, whereas Tundra, they're trying to defend that title from last year.
Yeah. It always can be good to go a bit overlooked, but I think what teams have learned when it comes to TI is you got to prepare for everyone. You can't take anyone lightly. I think over the years there were times where people looked at certain teams or even regions. If you look at South America, where it's like, oh, these teams are not going to compete on the same level as others. But then time and time again, you get proven wrong. Like, wait a second, we've got to treat everyone seriously, no matter even if they were a qualifier team coming out of some underrepresented region. So I think that's going to be the approach to anyone playing against TSM as well. For Tundra, though, there is going to be a target on them because returning champions every year. Returning champions, it's just like it's a big deal.
Yeah, and what, a week, 10 days ago, there was a new patch.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about that yet.
It's kind of hard to prepare for every single team, but you have to. So you can't really let your guard down. You might go home in 30 hours if you make a mistake or two.
Do you feel like this patch is big enough that you could see a certain team being favored more towards it? Or what we saw in Dream League Season 21 leading into this is probably similar to playstyles?
From all the talk with coaches and players.
You've been doing the rounds while at the hotel.
Yeah, a little bit. And from my own pub experience, I feel like it's going to be very interesting. Like, we might see some heroes that you don't necessarily expect at certain roles.
I also, just having a bit of a chit chat too. TSM picking up another coach for themselves. Do you think this is going to be something extra for them? What do you think Moon might have been lacking when it came to coaching that could now be elevated by having a second coach for themselves?
I think often it's just about having more eyes, like just having a fresh perspective, especially when some of their international results haven't been quite what they would have hoped. So having a second coach, whether who could maybe focus more on, let's say, analyzing certain movements, warding positions, just the more people you have to study the data, because especially during the group stage, there's all these games going at once. It's almost impossible for even one coach to just track everything, and they're trying to focus. I just hone in on their current game being played. You can't watch the other games, but it's kind of important to take in all the other data. If one team's dominating with a certain hero or strategy, you need to kind of pick up on that quickly. So multiple coaches at TI, I think, is just important.
Just bring 5 coaches.
Let's
go. The more the merrier. But when I imagine Moonmeander, like, I always remember those streams and him sitting in his chair screaming, motivating his teammates. Like, let him focus on that. Get someone else for all the stats.
You want him to be like more the morale and
there you go.
Okay, so Moon maybe taking a bit more of a morale approach. We'll see if it does work for them. When it comes to this matchup, it's a BO2. Do you want to quickly put out some predictions? 1-1, 2-1, very quickly.
Are we going to be 1-1? Just feels like the safe call here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 2-0 for Tundra. Like, I have faith in them. Actually, no matter what happens, we all know it's going to be a very interesting matchup just because of Topson on mid as well in Tundra. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, no matter what's going to be happening, it is going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm excited for it. It is TSM up against Tundra. And so you're both just going to go for the safe 1-1.
Oh, you said
no.
I'm playing it safe.
You're just like, I haven't been around for a little bit. I just want to be nice to everyone.
Yeah.
100%.
I'm not making any. 2-0 TSM.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I tried to bully him
Let's
into
go any
it.
Dota.
We've heard it from Lizard and Gods here, so let's hear from our casters, Vikov and Lacoste.
Welcome to the road to the international. It's going to be fun. I am B-Cop, joined here by Lacoste. Going to be a fun Group D matchup. Tundra, TSM, Lacoste. How are you feeling right now? First game's coming in, and seems like it's going to be an exciting one to start.
Feeling good, feeling great. It's going to be great Dota ahead of us. Every single year TI happens, I'm like, I can't believe this is happening, this anticipation coming into it with everything around. Like, you want to play as much Dota as you possibly can, watch as much Dota. And this is a good spot to be in, to watch some good Dota. Like, these are the best teams in the world for a good reason. And I think this matchup is going to be fairly interesting because if you look at how they played before, like TSM, you would expect maybe Tundra as also being a team that, is a defending champion from the last year. Riyadh Masters, Tundra did manage to beat them, but they also drew in the groups. Same goes with the Dream League. So pretty familiar. They played a decent amount of games because there was a lot of tournaments this year. And of course, everybody's going to be talking about Thompson, who's missing on camera. He's just chilling for now, somewhere in there. Oh, there he is. There he is. Needs to wash his face, but it's going to be good. I like the way they played during the Dream League because they're very unpredictable in terms of what they're going to pick. I've seen some really innovative picks coming out from him, and when you check Dota Pro Tracker, you know that he's going to be playing a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, it seems like mid has kind of found its availability to get a little bit weird. Things have definitely expanded. I know at the Asian Games, Earth Spirit was a very popular pick, and I know Thompson's definitely been one of those guys in the past who loves an Earth Spirit kind of player. But what are you expecting? What's different in the mid lane hero-wise? What's one or two of those heroes that you want to see come out in this first game?
I think we might see, maybe not in this game, but I think in this series, Thompson's going to bang out Ogre. Because a lot of these, people try to theory craft, mostly off-laners, going for this Blade Mail Heart, also some of the mid-laners like Kunkka. I think this is still super strong, even though, both of these items got slightly nerfed. It's still super popular. And the big one is TSM banning out Bristleback, because Bristol has been on the rise as well. 33, one of his most played heroes in the recent week. Just becomes super tanky. Vanguard, Aghanim, Scepter, Shard, and then you pick up the Bloodstone. You become super annoying. One of the better heroes to clear the stack. And we also know that Tundra is a team that stacks a lot. And also we've seen teams shifting away from these standard picks. You could see how meta changes, where people would immediately take one of these strong position 1 carries, Gyro, Sven as well.
Yeah, Sven was popular from Ame. He was one of those picks that I think he really went to in the Asian Games. And there's that Earth Spirit we already talked about, making its way into the first pick for Tundra. They went to the Treant on TSM. Nothing too out of the ordinary right now. One thing I do want to mention is that Muerta ban. I know a lot of people were talking about how this might be the carry of the tournament. But I'm interested to get your thoughts too on 5 seconds. Every TI there's a TI meta, right? But does it change when the groups are smaller and things are a little bit different? You're not going up against 8 other teams like we used to have the 9 2 groups of 9. So now you're not seeing everybody as much, and maybe different metas form from each different group, right?
That might happen. We've seen that at the previous TI. Team Secret, Team Liquid, forming their own meta because they had to go through this last chance qualifier tournament and they played more games, while other teams in the other group, they played different style of Dota, and you could see the big difference. So I think that's a really good point. And to go back to Muerta, this hero has been on the rise ever since the changes. Her also ulti before didn't go through BKB, but also since the changes to a BKB, her ulti does deal now damage, less damage, but overall one of those explosive heroes, a hero that can farm extremely fast and also just kill people. All you need to do is have someone to just lock them in place to be able to deal damage, because she kills you in 2 seconds pretty much.
So going into this next set of picks, and just to go and fall back to that Earth Spirit pick that was there for Tundra, item-wise, it seems like Blade Mail's on the rise too. It feels like so many heroes utilize that item all over the place, and it's just, what to you is just making this like a first item pick for a lot of heroes.
That makes you like, it's a cheap item, cheap components, allows you to tank up some of the damage, deal damage in the middle of the fight, especially for those heroes that run in. And also, again, we're going back to changes to BKB, where you, like most of the people don't want to buy BKB, especially early on, so people try to theory craft how to stay in fights for longer. This is where Blade Mail Heart is going to kick in. And Tundra will pick up Grimstroke. Also another hero that has been in a really bad place for a really long time. Like, I'm saying this because, like, I'm big on Grimstroke. This hero is amazing. Every single spell he has, like, I think the newly added heroes to the game in the past, like, 3-4 years, they've been amazing. Like, their spells are pretty unique. You know that when the hero comes out, it's going to be something super fun to play. Grimstroke.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the Grimstroke, you know, when I see Grimstroke come into these drafts, especially during TI, the first thing I think about is that introduction to Grimstroke that we had at TI8, right? Where they're announcing heroes, all of a sudden Grimstroke comes on the screen, has his introduction, and then that available now popped up, and I swear everybody was like, oh yeah, we're gonna go out after this day of TI. Everybody went home to their computers and spammed Grimstroke, and I've been a fan of this hero ever since. It was really quite the reaction, and it's cool to see it here, but I agree with you with the TSM lineup, Lone Druid, Treant, and Tusk, and we've seen some dirty Tusk plays come out during the entirety of the year from DPC. It was popular prior when it used to go in lane with Death Prophet early in the year.
Yeah, not the easiest Tusk game to play into. This is one of his arch nemesis, I would say. Grimstroke leash mechanic plus silence, like what you want to do. Like, even if you use like leash on one hero and you know the Tusk with Blink is coming in, try to save him with the snowball. He gets leashed, can't use the snowball. And also another hero that's going to be like super annoying in the lane. Warlock plus Naga Siren, not your like typical lane, I would say. But it's all about securing Skeeter's farm. And whoever watched previous TI knows that Skeeter, he's one of the best Naga Siren players out there. Like, he really utilized it during TI 2022.
5 seconds remaining.
And also another root mechanic against Tusk, so he's not going to be able to get those snowballs off. It feels like a really difficult Tusk game. One thing that they have on TSM is good tower defense in terms of Treant Protector, Lone Druid. Now they need to show like one more hero, and also good Roche taking potential.
So just one thing on the Naga. I know you're saying Skitter, it's one of his best heroes. I did see a little bit recently of offlane Naga Siren in competitive play. Is that a possible switch up here for Tundra if they don't like what they see?
Potentially, yes. Some of the teams do like to play it. Like Talon, they love to run Naga Siren as another core, but not sure other teams want to go with that. Most likely going to be position 1, also not the classic 33 hero.
Yeah, I agreed with that. So we'll see what TSM go to now as they see this Naga Siren as the last pick for this phase for Tundra. And Enigma, Phoenix were some of the bands. Dazzle is one of those bands that, a hero that we just weren't seeing any of throughout the year. For the most part, making its way into an early ban. And now they go into the late Pudge pick.
That's a position 1 Pudge, if I've ever seen one. This has been the counter for Naga Siren, where Pudge was really popular as position 1. You need a hero that deals well with the illusions, because they take more damage, and also once you pick up that Aghanim Scepter, AoE gets bigger. I like this. I like this approach. This is the first opening game of the road to the International, and we see Pudge. I could have asked for more. This is my heart is pumping real fast right now.
I know you're a big Pudge spammer. I know you love that hero so much. I was told you win most of your games on Pudge. You're a very, very good Pudge player.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but we'll have to see about that. When it comes down to professional players, these guys are really good. These are e-gamers we're talking about, and again, another hero that can set the tempo, not allow, because Tundra they want to farm, they want to get 2-3 items on Naga Siren and get stuff done. So Tundra's still banning out Invoker, thinking that could be potentially Kasane's hero, this lone druid. Kasane has been big, on these zoo heroes. Anything that does have any kind of micro, he's going to play it. Same goes for 33. I think 33 is the best one. Kasane is definitely up there.
I always think about that brood from 33. I was always so in awe of the way he moved his spiderlings around when you're talking about micro heroes and him just covering every single camp around, and it just, these offlaners with their micro heroes, like you said, it's just always exciting to watch.
Tundra, they also have insane amount of team fights, something that we haven't touched upon.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit plus Warlock, this has been the combo ever since Earth Spirit has been added to the game. Fatal Bonds, Magnetize, now add second Fatal Bonds with Grimstroke ulti. It's just going to be nuts. This. With these two abilities, you can pretty much, if you get double Fatal Bonds on heroes, everything's going to die.
In a heartbeat, too. It's not going to be pretty. We've seen Warlock just be very popular, not only in pubs, but in pro play. This hero, the Fatal Bonds are just so disgusting. And they banned out the Doom. They don't want to give him that extra bit of team fight, especially with the Soulbind available to them.
Yeah, double Doom. Heroes that they could play against this Pudge Train Protector lane, it's going to be a lot of slow. You get too close, Blood Grenade, you get Rot, maybe Leech Seed as well. There's just going to be so much slow in this lane. So 33, he does have the last pick. I think he also knows the matchup already. So some of the heroes that he did play in the past, let me just go through them real quickly. Most of these heroes are melee heroes. I wouldn't mind if they would need more synergy, if they feel like they need to have slightly. Ooh. Okay.
Zeus.
I think that's 5-3 and for Tusk, mid Zeus to even give more damage against these illusions, because Zeus melts them. Zeus is a really good counter to Terrorblade. A lot of the times you'll see Zeus being banned.
Right.
A bit of a different picks, just the opening game, Pudge plus Zeus in the same team, Lone Druid as well. Hero that doesn't need much farm. Lone Druid really scales well. He's also a hero that, as I mentioned, doesn't lose the lane. You have Bear, you have your Summon, which is a hero unit right now. Tundra, they don't have much time.
Dawnbreaker. Okay. I like this. It's more team fight. I think the Solar Guardian feels really nice in these fights, especially if they're long and drawn out. And TSM really tried to ban out team fight oriented heroes on the back end of their bans. They banned Phoenix, Enigma, Doom, and Tide. They were really trying to take the big team fight spell out of the hands of Tundra. They still get Dawnbreaker, which I know a lot of people have said is just one of the strongest offlaners right now.
Yeah, she feels really good to play. Puts a lot of pressure in the lane. They also have insane amount of heroes that can utilize this Inkspell from Grimstroke. Earth Spirit who rolls in, you can put it on Nagasar and any of the illusions, Dawnbreaker as well. Tundra, they have insane amount of damage. I also want to see how the lanes are gonna go. Preferring Tundra's draft because of the team fight that they have with this Warlock, Earth Spirit, Dawnbreaker. It's a ton of damage, but also you picked it into Pudge, you have some of this healing, Grimstroke with the Shard, Nagasarn builds into hard, Dawnbreaker heal. Aghanim Scepter Pudge, that's pretty much his first item. And Bryle, I think matchup to look for the most in this one is the mid one, because everybody talks about Thompson for a good reason. You now have 4 TI winners on one team and one guy that won 2 TIs, potentially going for the third one in this one.
He's the only potential 3-timer at the event, so I don't think after you win one, is there pressure to win a second? After you win 2, is there pressure to win a third?
He's
you're
probably
playing
the
so
most
common
chill
collected.
guy at this TI because he already won 2 TIs, doesn't have anything to prove, and seems like it is time to go.
Yeah, I've done this. I've done this 2 times before. I could do it a third, and I'll show you how with an Earth Spirit game number 1. I mean, that is definitely very exciting coming out first. It's almost so on brand for Topson to have an Earth Spirit in game 1, right?
Pretty much. I mean, this has been his hero, and he does have really good heroes to play with. Also, Pudge with the really nice cosmetic there. Of course, the toy Pudge, the Butcherino.
Ooh.
And
Prepare for battle.
See how this game goes. See how we can get our predictions right if you guys are in game and in client right now. But full 5-5 smokes coming out and just sending some illusions over mid. We'll see if they can spot any maybe wards being placed down, get that early advantage. The bounty rune fights are going to go every time there's a start to a game. And I know I've said this to you 1,000 times, but I think of that Coddle Ultra Kill pre-minute 1. And I always want to see a fight like that.
yeah, probably not gonna happen ever again. This is like Southeast Asian specialty where where Coddle killed 5 people pretty much. One thing that TSM do have in this one is tankiness. They do have a lot of tanks, a lot of good frontline. Lone Druid, I want to see what the item is going to be on him. I see Radiance queued up. Most of the like mid Lone Druids that I watched in high professional Dota and some of the, like, because he hasn't been picked much, but I also think this hero is going to be played a lot at this TI, has been this Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, Diffusal's been
Blade
popular on a couple of heroes, right?
Diffusal Blade, Echo Saber.
So we'll see if they fight. Tops in the one right on the bounty room, but there are 3 heroes here. All right, and Whitemon will pressure Tops in enough to push him away from the bounty. And TSM, well, they've got themselves 3 bounty runes to start, and then 1 will be picked up here by Tundra. So just taking a look across the board as they're going to be throwing this Lone Druid in the top lane with Ari.
Switching things up. One of the heroes like that can do really well against Warlock if he's caught out of position, because this hero, what he does is uses Fatal Bonds, pushes out the wave, then goes for the pool, uses Fatal Bonds again. It's Pudge, but because he can hook him out, like he can hook him out of the position, starting with Rot immediately level 1 in this bottom lane. I like what I see. He's gonna soak a lot of damage from both Fatal Bonds, some right clicks, but also wants to kill illusions immediately.
Yeah, can't get too comfortable in the lane right now. And, you know, level 1, you've got Treant Protector who's helping you or trying to help you with Nature's Grasp. But already feels like Tundra's putting some pressure on to Tomato. We only got 1 Tango remaining. You're saying mid's going to be very important. Right now, it's just pretty much even. Who do you think comes away ahead of this mid matchup between Bryle and Topson?
I think Brow's gonna do good. Like, he's playing Zeus into melee hero. Sure, you're playing into Earth Spirit, one of the heroes, like one of the easiest heroes you can close the gap with, but I could see Bryle doing good. You also have Heavenly Jump ever since this addition. Zeus feels much nicer to play.
Takes that Heavenly Jump up level 2. Working with that Arc Lightning. We'll see when Topson chooses to also rotate through these lanes, too. Like you said, Earth Spirit's definitely one of those heroes that has that long range initiation. He's sitting a little bit low here, needs to be careful as this Arc Lightning's starting to put big hurt on him over mid.
Bryle might pick up both water runes. He's putting in some pressure. Doesn't have much mana to work with, only Heavenly Jump. Topson's bottle is on the way, but Bryle, he wants to maybe put in slightly more pressure. There's the Inkswell top.
Yeah, they're going to get this first blood. 33 is going to get credit for it. Kasane is going to fall. They look over at Ari. He's able to sit under the tier 1 tower alive for a moment, but getting that first blood for Tundra. And you were talking about the upgrades to this Inkswell, being able to pop it off yourself. It just makes it so much easier to line things up, and they show it there by getting first blood. Easy does it in the top lane, and you can see that lane's already going well for Tundra, and bottom is looking pretty good too. 12-4 for Seattle.
Completely free farming in this lane. putting pressure on Pudge. Tomato, he's doing okay. Does have a Ring of Health, does have Ring of Protection to soak up some of that physical damage.
Playing again, and it looks like Nine's going to be the one who falls. That Inkswell not saving him that time. So Kasana gets a little bit of revenge onto the Grimstroke. As not only did he die, but now his courier finally respawns, but gets a little bit of gold back in his pocket. And you can see the power of the bear already. And Grimstroke not feeling like, you know, he can really stay nearby too well unless his positioning's kind of perfect against the bear, right? Snowball into tag team. It's a lot of damage coming through.
It is. Like, you have to be careful. For now, Ari saving a point, deciding whether he needs to block them off with the shard or if he wants to put another point in tag team. You get close tag team plus the bear. Let's see. He decided to put a second one in tag team.
Bottom lane, Snaking's in trouble, and they've got a net on a Tomato. Leech Seed here with right clicks coming in from Whitemon, who's got no more mana left. Fairy Fire, Blood Grenade, goes back towards the tree and ends up losing his life. They've got the Fatal Bonds on, but they just don't have the damage to get a kill on either Tomato or Whitemon at the moment, and maybe they can chase him down and land a net.
Maybe get a courier.
No courier there. Skitter in a little bit far. Tomato, no hook. It's on cooldown, so...
This is what we mentioned. You're playing into Warlock. If you reposition him with the hook, you might be able to get the kill, because he wants to keep the distance, stay like in the vicinity of a tower, and just secure the farm. For his safe laner, maybe get the pull off. Zeus, he's gonna be level 6 in the next minute, so I expect TSM to start playing much more aggressive as soon as Zeus gets that level 6.
Get anybody close to low, you can really help out with a nice Thunder God's Wrath. They're going in. They've got the roll. They have Thompson making the move over towards top. They look over at the bear, and it will be
plus 300
gold for Thompson. That's a hero kill in itself. Like 300 gold is no joke, especially when you're giving it over to the mid.
He's still gonna stick around, it seems. He's one of the heroes that
they
can...
still see him, though.
Yeah, he can still rotate. Like, there's 2 heroes in the game. Constant action. Can't even finish my thought.
Yeah, they go for Skitter. They get the kill. They land the hook. That Upheaval's not doing enough to save this Naga. Get some damage on it to Tomato as he's trying to run away. Ticking down, 50 health. Pops that stick. He has a shared tango. There's not much the Warlock can do once he's able to walk away. But top lane, they're going after Ari. They've got the Inkswell. They have the pressure on. They're looking for the Tusk. But here comes the Zeus. Bryle's in. Thompson with the roll, trying to get away. They get the kill on Ari. They'll finally take the Tusk, but Thompson in trouble. Gonna try and run away, but the Thunder God's Wrath is there, and Bryle will get the kill on the Earth Spirit trying to retreat.
This is something that we mentioned during the draft as well. TSM heroes are really difficult to kill, especially early on. They're super tanky. This is Twin Protector level 4 with 1,000 HP. 9.
Over mid, and Ari's in the mix as well. That Inkswell is never going to pop. Bryle's got another kill. So Bryle makes a move. He's the one who TP's top, gets 2 kills for his trouble. Now bottom lane again, a lot of action. Thompson's made his way over bottom, and they're going to get this Pudge.
Thompson, one of those players that doesn't care about his own levels or anything. Like, he wants to make a move, and now he might be able to go for the move, pick up enemy XP rune. This is going to be massive if he manages to do it. He does have Boulder Smash. He does have Rolling Boulder available as well. And also, 9 is going for his own XP rune.
So potential for double XP rune here for the side of Tundra after getting a couple kills, but also dying over top. They're bringing a lot of heroes here for TSM. Thompson's here with Snake King, and he drops down the Magnetize. The Upheaval will slow down Whitemon, but they've got the Snowball to stop that. So Snake King in a very vulnerable position with Pudge right behind.
These punches
Thompson's getting low, and can he at least get 1 kill? They'll get Whitemon. Thompson gets the Wisdom Rune. Now he's got the Boulder Smash, but here comes Bryle. Tomato gets Thompson, Bryle gets Snake King, and it's a 2-for-1, but they do end up getting the Wisdom Rune and a kill.
Not sure if that's like XP runes, definitely worth it, but they also just got like 1 kill on position 5 while losing Thompson. He did get those Urn of Shadow charges before he died, so that's a big benefit because sometimes you need that extra damage, and also relieving some of the pressure from Skitter. Very interesting build coming out from Bryle. This is like, I've seen this a couple of times in pub, just skipping mana boots completely. Going on Bryle. Speaking of Bryle, he's dead.
Whitemon trying to come over to help, but they're just no real way for him to do so. And now the Fatal Bonds hit Ahri and Whitemon, so they can't really defend too well anymore.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Both of these teams on point when it comes down to dewarding. I think they already killed like 3-4 observer wards total. Mato in the bottom, farming up, getting his level 6. Vanguard available.
They smoke right off picking up that double damage, so they want to go for more. The pressure's not stopping from Tundra. They really want to keep their pedal on the gas. You said TSM, they have a really good early game, and I think they're trying to counter right now from Tundra with pressure of their own, right?
33 is level 6, so that means Solar Guardian is available.
Inkswell is gonna be avoided with the snowball save from Ahri, but they've got the Magnetize to try and turn this. Damage coming in. Thunder God's Wrath. Thompson's dead. Ahri traded. Down goes Tomato. So 2 kills there for Tundra for the one of that Earth Spirit from the mid. And overall, it's okay for Tundra, but again, losing this Earth Spirit for the 3rd time.
Middle tower is under attack.
It just stops and things. He loves to be super active, wants to like break the game. This is how he won 2 TIs pretty much. Just constant aggression coming out from his team. And I've noticed like the slight change in the way Tundra plays, because like when people talk about Tundra, it's all about, you know, they choke you out. But Tundra is also like, even before Thompson joined, they were the team that could play extremely fast Dota when necessary. Now with the addition of Thompson, look at him go.
Yeah, they want to go for more, but they've got the snowball back over on a Thompson. Inkswell, it's going to pop. That stuns up Ahri. They use the Chaotic Offering. They've got themselves the hook as well as the Dismember on a Thompson. Overgrowth used by Whitemon. That's going to control the Warlock and the Grimstroke. Solar Guardian used by 33 to try and save the Earth Spirit. They get the trade onto Ahri. They look over at Tomato. The Golem trying to hit him down with the help of the Dawnbreaker. They kill off Tomato. Stroke of Fate's not going to be able to save 33. They lose Bryle. Whitemon's low. He'll fall to 9. And 4 heroes are dead on the side of TSM.
Yeah, this is the power of picking up 2 bounty runes. Both supports level 6 on side of Tundra pre 10 minutes coming into the fight. I don't think they executed the Soulbind plus Fatal Bonds. I think there was only 1 Fatal Bonds in that fight, but still, like both supports also surviving. 9, he's level 7, so is Snaking, and we're gonna see that again.
Yeah, the rolling to start on a Bryle. Ahri's been doing a really good job with these snowballs. But you can hold Inkswell for a long time.
1 Fatal Bonds. But still more than enough. And this Solar Guardian coming in clutch. Like, you know that you're not killing Golem in this fight. He's going to deal a ton of damage. Bryle needs to keep the distance. But again, you have heroes that can close the gap. He does what he can in this one. Trades, but they lose way too much.
Yeah, they're a little clumped up, and that's just allowing Zeus to output a lot of damage with that Arc Lightning, right?
Has Kaya, doesn't have neutral item yet. Maybe finds a fairy trinket.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Back
tower
into the game we go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's only a 1K net worth lead for Tundra at the moment,
Dire's bottom
but it's
tower
been
is
back
under
and forth.
attack.
It's 10 minutes in. We're averaging 2 kills a minute at the moment.
We said Fairy's Trinket. There it is on Zeus. Some extra spell amp coming out from him. Ooh, that ulti, it's gonna hurt.
Oh, yeah.
While all this is happening, both kind of real carries in this game are farming. Kasane already has Relic, only needs to find Talisman. And he's very close. This is gonna be like 11 and a half, 12-minute Radiance, which is gonna destroy Naga Siren and the Illusions. TSM will hit an earlier timing.
I mean, that's something you talked about in the draft, right? Like the timing that they have available to them compared to Tundra's, but is Tundra slowing down that timing enough?
They're doing a good job picking up like some of these earlier engagements.
Sane's already got the Sacred Relic. He's almost into the Talisman, 500 gold off of finishing off that Radiance. Let's see. Bryle leading the net worth at the
Dire's
moment.
bottom tower
Like you
is
said,
under attack.
has that Fairy's Trinket, has the Kaya going into a Yule's next. Things kind of,
Are scanning.
at least for this current minute, slowing down a little bit.
Dire's top tower
Not the
is under
constant
attack.
fighting we've been used to the last 5 minutes of the game.
21 kills, 11 minutes. I don't think you can ask for anything better. And
I say that, but they
he
found
made
the
a
lone
move.
druid.
True form.
They're gonna go. They've got the roll. Kasane's bear getting a little bit low. They've got the Spirit Vessel on Kasane. Whitemon coming over the Nature's Grasp. The Boulder Smash hits on Kasane. Trying to hide into these trees and will eventually drop to Topson. But here, coming around the bend, Solar Guardian up in the air. Now they look over. That's going to drop down. Hits on a Whitemon. They've got the Magnetize, and they will smash down both Ahri and Whitemon.
Even though the
hammer from
stun,
33.
yeah, even though Solar Guardian stun didn't connect, he still managed to like keep them inside and also just like eat them alive. This is a really nice move. They understood that Lone Druid might be getting closer to his radiance, so they smoke gank him. Like you see Naga Siren, like Skeeter getting involved early on as Naga Siren, trying to set things up with Song of the Siren.
Yeah, quick on and off with the song, dropping the Solar Guardian, but the Starbreaker hitting on both Whitemon and Ahri, who are just trying to help, and you end up losing 3 heroes in that situation.
This is a massive kill. Like, this delays their timing. All Tundra wants to do is like get some extra levels, get another item on Naga Siren, get involved, but they're also like not afraid to team fight because they have an insane amount of damage. Topson, Spirit Vessel available on him, and then you have Fatal Bonds maxed out. This is Warlock level 9, 13 minutes into the game. Like, this is pretty big.
A lot of experience going his way, and you can see the difference in net worths between the both supports from these teams. Is Grimstroke already has 4,300 gold. I mean, that's quite a bit, and he's going into an early pipe. So Arcane Boots into a pipe for 9.
This is something that Tundra always did really well. Understood like what they need to buy on their position 4 and 5s. When Saksa played, he was playing slightly more on the greedier side, but so was Snaking. I think like this change the map when it's 40% bigger does benefit teams like Tundra, because this is also a team that tends to farm a lot. Like a lot of the times you've seen Tundra in the past also getting like pipe mech on Snaking.
Rolling.
Haste. I'm gonna pick that up.
Ooh, Soulbind. Not the longest cooldown, so you use that as a bit of a deterrent from them going after Topson, right?
Yeah, they did not want to commit there.
You know, level 1, 70 seconds. I mean, level 3 for Grimstroke, 50 seconds on that cooldown is pretty much nothing at all 3 levels. You can see Warlock queuing up a Shard, queuing up a Glimmer Cape. You've got Topson trying to clear up a stack here. He's got himself that Midas with that Spirit Vessel. He's trying to get himself a little bit more comfortable if the game goes later. It's a 7,000 net worth lead, even though the game felt even on kills. They're going to go bottom for 33. A mass TP is already being shown here by Tundra. Snaking comes in with a Chaotic Offering. That's dropped down on top of Ahri. Whitemon gets a little bit of that hit on him. And the chase is on the Geomagnetic Grip. They've got the silence on to Ahri. They're making sure they've got this kill with the roll. And they at least take out the Tusk.
Tundra is so quick reacting with these moves, and also both supports on their side not afraid to use their ultimates to like zone them out for a second or two. Snaking immediately drops down the Golem, which does secure them tower. Might deal some extra damage, but also I feel like they want to take another fight. 33 does have ulti available, and they're gonna smoke. Roshan is on Dire's side. Kasane, he just showed himself.
To engage the top, and we're going to see if they can spot Kasane again, but immediately he wants to get out of dodge, and he goes over towards bot. Does Tomato get caught here, though? He's in his own jungle, but that's still a little bit too far out for comfort. They've got multiple silences on him, and there's no way for him to escape. Nine's there with the Phantom's Embrace. They have the Geomagnetic Grip for the other silence, and they're moving right towards mid. They have just made
they're so quick.
A, B, C. Like, they are just going from point to point with no break in between.
It was pretty much bottom, top, mid, and they might even move to the bottom. They found Bryle. That's big. That's massive.
Soulbind, and there's the Fatal Bonds. They go to the Solar Guardian that will drop down. Overgrowth's not going to do anything. Bryle's already dead. Ahri's going to extend his life with a snowball, but the roll lands on a Whitemon. They're still going to find this extra kill as Whitemon's in trouble. He's invis thanks to the Shard. But they've got 2. And, I mean, it's everything going their way. They just didn't have the detection ready to get this kill onto the tree, and he's a little bit lucky on that. fortunate to be alive.
They got the 2 big kills. I don't think they care too much about not killing Treant Protector there. Again, getting the tower and Fatal Bonds, Soulbind. Like, this is going to be good at every single stage of the game. 9 has Pipe Finish, not your traditional Grimstroke item, but they understand that most of the damage coming out from them right now is Magical Radiance, Zeus, Rod from Podge, which is not upgraded yet. Tomato needs another 1,500 gold to finish off his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and that Ag's timing just feels like it's off the mark a little bit. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to really turn everything around. Upheaval, Whitemon is going to have to try and get into the trees once again. I don't know if anybody... he's got a sentry on snaking, but he's holding the Upheaval. They're not going to go for Whitemon with the heroes around him. Well, potentially that, we could see them go in again and have him go invis and still have his life. He sits off to the side, roll through. A little bit short of Ari and a leech seed used by Whitemon, and that will, at least for now, be a deterrent where they can walk away.
Snaking's farming so aggressively in the enemy triangle, knows the team is going to be ready to back him up. Solar Guardian available in 10 seconds. And look at this item on 33. This is how they won TI. There's no Raid Pact meta right now, but he does have Mage Slayer available, something that he bought on Tide Pipe plus Mage Slayer, because it was Leshrac meta during the previous TI. This is how they reduced the damage, plus Raid Pact, so pretty much the same thinking, Tundra style.
So still on brand with the Mage Slayer, right?
Yeah, it's not your traditional item, but again, they know where the real damage is coming from.
Maybe close to mid. Bryle and Ari are nearby, but again, waiting on a couple of these items, wanting this Ags on Tomato. The bear for Kasane has the Radiance, and he's going into the Mjolnir next, but there's so much time needed for this, and Skitter's just going to walk up out of the high ground and find Kasane. Got Whitemon nearby. 33 is going to try and help with that Celestial Hammer. Overgrowth is used. Silence on a Kasane.
They're not taking damage.
Ooh, now they're going to find the roll. Tops and Chaotic Offering drop down onto both Ari as well as Whitemon. They've got the supports in some trouble. Roll's going to miss Kasane, but they've got themselves the ensnare coming out from Skitter. The Snowball to extend the life. Brown on the backlines with a Heavenly Jump to try and get away from Thompson, but Thompson's going to roll up into the high
He's
ground,
in.
and he wins. He's on the Bryle.
What a madman.
Behind the tier 3 while they go for Kasane over where the Tormentor would be if it was 20 minutes. But they're going to chase him all the way to the gate. They get the kill on a Bryle. They'll take out Ari. Kasane is looking next on the list with Thompson nearby.
He wants the big one.
Spirit Vessel on him, chasing him down. Boulder Smash on a Tomato to get the kill. Onto
what
Kasane.
a player. He goes in pretty much on his own. Rest of the team, some of them were still near the tier 2 tower, and that's just tops and things. What can you do?
No hesitation to roll up out of the high ground after the Heavenly Jump. He just wanted it, and he got it. If only all of life was that easy. I want it, I got it.
I wish.
You got it.
This also opens up Tormentors for them. I see Warlock buying Shard of his own. 9 has 1 queued up, needs another 300 gold. And again, this is how Tundra does it. Like, they know how to utilize the map. And speaking of itemization, Grimstroke, he does have Trusty Shovel, digging up some bounty runes. Of course, snaking with the Philosopher's Stone. Big Boy Philly providing him with some extra gold. Hand of Midas. This is where the difference is coming from. I think what changed the tempo of this game was this gang from Skeeter and the rest of the team on Lone Druid before he could get his Radiance off. Delaying the timing.
Stop, right?
They're going in. Dobson.
Soulbind. Bear connected to his master, and now they're going to go in. They've got the roll onto the backlines again. He's always looking for Bryle. These heroes are alive, but with a sliver of health, they get the kill to Bryle. They've got the Solar Guardian. That's going to drop down to the backlines. Kasane with a life being taken from his hands already. He dropped down as they get this Whitemon Tree Protector into some trouble.
No one's dying on their side. They might be able to get one kill. Snaking.
Tomato gone. Whitemon looking next. Geomagnetic Grip hits onto both of them. They'll even throw a blood grenade. They get the kill to Ari. Starbreaker was landing there and taking out this Tusk, and it's a full team wipe as Tundra lose nothing.
They just have way too much to stay now on their side. Shadow Word, despite it's insane pickup. Like, I think most of the players wouldn't pick it up on Grimstroke as a position 4, but they know that they're going to hit their own timing, delaying timing from TSM, and then they can go in and do what they're doing right now. 21 minutes, 22 minutes into the game, 22k gold lead. Like, you know what I say a lot of the times, like, this is officially over when it hits 1k per minute. This is also a fight where there was no fatal bonds on double soulbind. He went for the soup instead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You can see the Bears already out of the fight. Sane lasts a little bit longer, but 33's been perfect with these Solar Guardians, right? Dropping down behind the fight, knowing he's got the Celestial Hammer Starbreaker combo to follow it up. And yeah, the hook just into no man's land, not getting a kill or not finding a target. And then just the silences, he even keeps snaking alive.
And not losing a single hero. Roshan's available if they want to go for it and try to close the game, but considering how Tundra's playing right now, I'm not sure they even need Rosh. I think they can keep this pressure going.
It doesn't seem like they have to slow down at all, as Skitter's going to find Ari. Has that net. Snowball buying some time. Shards to try and block him out. Mid lane, meanwhile, they're going after this Pudge. So Thompson's going to be on a monster kill streak on a Tomato. Now Skitter takes out Ari solo over in the top part of the jungle, and they call GG. That is it. Tundra will take game 1 over TSM. And, I mean, they found a breaking point. The water started to flow through the dam, and that was all Tundra afterwards.
Pretty much. Wow. They understood like what the assignment was. Kill this bear before he can get the radiance off. Delay the timing.
Yep.
Thompson, he moved. Like his first move was while he was level 5. Moved to the top lane. They get kills. Like in terms of the trades that they got, most of the time they got better trades. And look at 33 immediately checking the graphs. He's the most farmed hero in the game throughout the whole game. This is something that he does. He tends to stay on top of the network throughout the most of the game.
Yeah, and you could see, like, they were very excited on the side of Tundra, and TSM maybe analyzing a little bit deeper as they're going to walk out of the room. They're going to take a little bit of a break, maybe clear their minds. It's BO2s, right? So, it's now second game. It doesn't force a game 3, but you need to get the splits. With the groups being so small, you need to make sure you're grabbing at least one of the games out of these two pretty much at all times. Right, Lacoste?
Yeah, most definitely. Tundra, like, I put them as one of my favorites to win the whole thing because, I've seen them play at Dream League. The result maybe doesn't show how good of a team they were because they lost against OG. But the team, like, I felt the vibes. Like, I felt the vibes of both Tundra and OG combined.
Yeah, and you could see it on their faces when they were drafting and getting into the first game. Tundra looked very relaxed. They looked like they had everything going their way, and they were smiling, and they still are smiling. Like, this game was pretty easy for them overall, and it made it feel like, from start to finish, they had everything going their way. And I mean, that's the best you can ask for when you're opening up TI in the first matchup of the group stage, right?
Yeah, this is something that they do so well. Itemization. We did mention this pipe spirit vessel that they had. Neutral items that they choose, like all these things combined, something that I've said multiple times whenever I cover one of Tundra's games is they're so like mathematically correct when it comes down to everything. They're so good at these small things. I think a lot of these things come from AUI because he's also like, they're the biggest nerds in Dota. And I'm saying that in a good way because they just like enjoy playing this game and they love what they're doing.
Yeah, so game 1 goes the way of Tundra over TSM. We're going to take a quick break and be back to you with game number 2. So see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the road to the International. We're here with the second game of Tundra against TSM, joined here by Lacoste. And I got one question for you. How do things change here for TSM to get a victory? Because game one, it looked rough after the breaking point hit.
Yeah, I mean, it did look good for TSM for the first 10, 12 minutes of the game in terms of how much they were able to get from the lanes, especially Kasane. They did make this switch, put the lone druid in the safe lane, which did secure the farm for him, and then this big kill on him, but turned everything around. I know that TSM can play much faster Dota. They also been on the rise when it comes down to their gameplay. I think the best Dota that I've seen them play throughout this whole year was at BetBoom Team tournament where they got second place. So they can really compete. There were always most of the time they were struggling when it comes down to international lands, these big events, but they can compete. This team has a lot of potential, young squad. Now playing against Tundra, I think they got into their heads, immediately playing against Thompson. This guy's a maniac and he's going to run at you. And they just gave him the best hero pretty much for him that he can do all of these things. We've seen him dive tier 3, almost close to tier 4, killing hero in near the fountain 22 minutes in the game.
Yeah, it was insane what Thompson was doing. And now you got to wonder, are they going to be banning his heroes first? Does he just become the main focus here of the draft in terms of those first phase bans from TSM? Because giving Earth Spirit, it feels like obviously there's a lot of options that Thompson can go to. He's just very versatile in what he plays over mid. But if you give him the Earth Spirit again, that's going to lead to what he did in game number 1, the pressure, the long range initiation, knowing he's got the confidence to kind of go in. And, he really didn't care for his own life too much.
No.
He had 3 deaths pretty early on, but as long as he was making something for the rest of the team, I think he was happy with the results, right?
He was playing it more for the team, as you said. In most of these trades, he was the one getting in, getting himself killed. The big one was them taking both XP runes, allowing 9 and Warlock to pick up that position, level 6 pre-10 minutes. Yeah. So both him and Snaking were able to just find this fight on their high ground near the tier 1 tower and just dismantle them.
Yeah, they were very high level very early on. Not only that, but the supports on the side of Tundra also had a hell of a lot of farm. I mean, it was just 2-3K between both supports and their opponents. And that's giving you those extra items like that early pipe that we saw from the Grimstroke, right? You said it. They knew how to really negotiate the damage that was coming from the Zeus. And, they picked up Mage Slayer. They had themselves a pipe. They tried to make Bryle feel less effective. And, the back half of that game, he really did. Not only is Thompson jumping him up on the tier 3s, but he's not really feeling too powerful at that point in the game.
Yeah, he you could have felt the amount of damage that Zeus deals in some of these fights, but after that pipe pickup, it was completely mitigated. I think something that I've said to you after this game ended, I'm I would not want to play Tusk in this game. I think they maybe messed it up a little bit. This was 15 Tusk after picking up Grimstroke on 13. I think this is where maybe they should have picked something different and then also responded with Naga Siren, these slows, leash, roots, silences. You're not going to be able to get anything off. It's a very difficult Tusk game to start with.
Do you think that maybe the draft in terms of the bans were a little bit too solo focused? Because the last 4 bans were all very team fighty. It was Tide, Doom, Phoenix. Is it just too much focusing on one aspect of the game and they kind of got lost in that, or maybe something a little bit else in terms of the draft, or just Tusk overall?
I think the bans are fine. Enigma, hero that is in a good spot again, his demonic conversion. They're not conversion anymore. What's the ability called now? We actually changed that in the patch notes because we're the greatest community on the planet in the whole universe. It came down from 60 on level 1. Now it's 40 seconds. And also they did not want to play against Tide because you do have Lone Druid, one of the heroes. And it's also one of 33's better heroes.
Right.
Plus you also wanted to remove Doom because of the double Doom synergy with Grimstroke ulti. TSM, I'm not like too worried about them. They've shown that they can play really good Dota and they can play like different styles of Dota. But it's also Tundra we're talking about. Like they managed to dismantle them in 10-15 minutes. So I want to see if TSM like makes a comeback in this one. It's going to be a long day for like every single team out there. You're going to be playing a lot of games. So there's no saving strategies anymore. Maybe some of the like teams coming in as favorites might save something. I would say teams like Team Spirit, Gaimin Gladiators, maybe Tundra, but they're also not afraid to like show their hand early at the tournament because they have variety of the heroes that they can play.
And you kind of can't fall back on a day one slow start. Like it's groups of 5 teams. You're at the bottom, you're out, you're done. Like that's it. You need to kind of come back into it now. You know, every loss is so much more impactful than it was before in previous TIs in this group stage. So, you know, this road to the international is way tougher with the way it's set up at the moment. So, game 2, still a lot of pressure on the side of TSM to get one back, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they're going to have to figure it out, how to match this space. I feel maybe they need to pick heroes that can match this aggression early on, not go with... Like, Tusk can be aggressive as a hero. Treant Protector, he secures the lane, but is a bit on the slower side. What you want to do with the hero. Also had the greedier offlane. Whoever you want to call offlaner in that game, whether that's Pudge or Lone Druid. Lone Druid from the mid lane, he gets a lot of farm early on. Also, because he went for Radiance, it's much more expensive than what mid Lone Druid does, going for this Diffusal Blade.
Do you think he should have gone to Fusel instead of the Radiance?
No, I can understand what he tried to do there. You are playing into Nagasar, and there's maybe you could have picked up the Diffusal Blade, join some of these earlier fights, and then shift towards Radiance, but I'm not a Lone Druid player myself. I'm not going to judge, just the theory crafting.
So he's just in theory.
Yeah, last time I played Lone Druid, played him without the bear. It was like in 2013.
That's so long ago. So going and looking at these bans, as we've got the draft up on your screen. First pick, Spirit Breaker for Tundra, but it's the Pango, Treant, Dazzle again showing up in that first phase of bans, Brewmaster, TA, Muerta again, and Nature's Prophet.
No matter what you do to Pango, he's still going to be first ban material. Like, doesn't matter. Like, something needs to be, because this hero has been top tier pick for a good year or so for now. It's insane what he does.
For a lot of its existence, it feels like Pango's always been a part of the meta, right?
Yeah, Pango is just, it's a cool concept. Again, we can go back to new heroes being like very cool when it comes down to playing. One of the reasons why everybody wants to play them. Spirit Breaker, a hero that received some loving from the Frog in the D patch. Movement speed as damage has been increased by 5% on all levels.
Ooh.
So he deals damage again. Like he's in a good spot, I would say.
5% is no joke, truthfully. Like, people see 5%, oh, small number, but you know, that little bit of an increase can always make the difference between in the meta and out of the meta, right?
Oh, yeah. Like, when you read the patch notes, you're like 5%. Nah, that's basically nothing.
+1 armor. That's nothing.
It's big. Some of these changes that look insignificant, they really do matter a lot. Especially like the laning stage, these 1 armor buffs that you just mentioned. And immediate response from TSM, picking up Shadow Demon, where you can ulti on top of him, remove his bulldoze, remove his movement speed, and then he doesn't feel as powerful. You also have save against him. Shadow Demon, like, he's been popular in the last couple of months for a good reason. Everybody wants to stack, like when we were in this like Sven PA Gyro meta, which I think these heroes are still strong. Gyro maybe not as much, but I feel like Sven is still super strong. One of the better heroes to stack the triangle, and one of the heroes that is anti-carry. When it comes down to like carry meta, you want to have someone that just completely nullifies the impact of the carry hero in the fight.
So Shadow Demon being picked up by TSM, it forces Tundra to also think about carries that are going to potentially be used in unison with this hero, right? Like you need to start thinking about anything that combos well with the disruption of Shadow Demon.
There's been a rise in popularity to Luna. This hero has been constantly buffed, so I could see it happening. She still has some of the issues where bad matchups, like you need to hit an earlier timing, but also TSM showed that they can play, like at least they're not afraid to go for early oriented lineup in the previous one. It's just that like execution was not there. Tundra, they knew how to break the full combo.
You know, we've seen Luna in the past get countered by like a Slark coming out, so just goes Grimstroke and Earth Spirit making a stand here again in both games, but this time Earth Spirit for TSM.
I love this combo in particular. Grimstroke ulti, Spirit Breaker splits in half, and I wish it worked that way. It's another hero that ruins Earth Spirit because you get leashed in a team fight. You can also like leash people onto illusions from Shadow Demon. Because if you use your ulti onto illusion, it's gonna like find the real one. It's not gonna latch onto another illusion. So that's another way of finding the real hero potentially. Like not so good against this, but against like the illusion-based heroes. And this time, Tidehunter is available, so they're gonna pick it up immediately.
Yeah, Tide got banned in that final phase of the last game by the side of TSM. Now they pick it up early for Tundra, and it does give them that team fight with the Ravage. Is it still just Tidehunter going into the early Meteor Hammer?
Most likely. What you want to do with it, because it synergizes so well with the hero. You buy into early ring. You can't be killed unless there's like 3 heroes rotating on top of you. Then you want to pressure the tower. Seeing Grimstroke plus Spirit Breaker, this means that you don't have enough tower damage early on. Tide doesn't provide you with anything, so he wants to buy into Meteor Hammer. And also, like, some of the heroes that they picked, Spirit Breaker, Grimstroke, these are really good heroes against Slark, which is, like, good counter to Tidehunter in the game, not so much in the lane. So they need to stay away from that one.
Time being taken here from TSM. Banning that Ogre, that's a hero that you talked about in the previous draft.
Yeah, that's a mid Ogre if I've seen one. This is just Thompson Classic. It's been popular because people wanted to make this Blade Mail Heart build viable on more heroes, and then someone thought of Ogre, because why not? You become unkillable. You also like get Hand of Midas, you get you have like 5,000 HP on level 20.
That's an insane amount of HP.
Plus Blade Mail and like regeneration, the amount of damage that you deal, you scale so well.
Right. A lot of time being taken by TSM. I'm kind of surprised at the thought, like how much is going into this third pick. But I guess, you know, you talked about it. Your Earth Spirit's not going to feel too comfortable against the leash of Grimstroke. Maybe they have to switch up how they're thinking about things. And now they pick up both heroes. They go into the Phoenix. They go into the Bristle. Bristle was a hero you talked about in the last game. It got banned in that second phase. And here it is now making its face show.
Yeah, they also picked like Phoenix. I think Ari is extremely good Phoenix player. I would say at this tournament, Kaori from Quest, he's the best Phoenix player. He's just insanely good on the hero, but he also plays Phoenix really well. It's going to be like the percentage-based damage, a lot of team fight. They don't have a hero that kills the egg. None of these heroes have any attack speed whatsoever. So now they need to start thinking about matchup against Bristleback, something that can kill Phoenix Egg, also something that could potentially survive some of these earlier Earth Spirit rotations. There's a lot of thinking to be done about this pick on side of Tundra.
Does Spirit Breaker naturally just go into Silver Edge? Like, isn't that one of the items that you can pick up on him and it's not really a turn to the build?
You can, but it's like not your early item, I would say. And they go for overwhelming damage. Like, this is going to be another way of disengaging a fight with Warcry. Sure, there is Shadow Demon ulti, but then you can also pick up the Shard of your own, so it's not dispellable. So you can protect your team against Bristleback and his physical damage, run away from Phoenix Egg if you can't kill it. And also another hero that has explosive damage, so you could kill Bristleback. And you talked about the Silver Edge buyer. This is where Sven's going to come in very handy.
And the Stormhammer with the Soulbind potentially, and Sven is one of those heroes. Who do you think of when you see Sven? Which player in the DPC right
Yatoro.
now? We've seen this Sven in a couple of different iterations of carries, and I know Watson was definitely one of them that I think about as well. Just getting that shard early for Sven is something that some of these Sven carries do, and see how this draft kind of rounds out. Now you've got Sven, Tidehunter, Spirit Breaker with Grimstroke for Tundra, and they banned the Ancient Apparition on the side of TSM in this final phase. And is Ancient Apparition feeling good enough in a spot where you're comfortable picking up this hero? Because it's been a hero that's been quite ignored for a long time.
He's been, I would say, relatively popular during Dream League because of some of these carries, like Gyro. He builds into Aghanim Scepter, gets Satanic as his like third, fourth item, and then you can't kill him, so you need to stop this Satanic from going off. Ancient Apparition is that guy. I can see the reasoning why in this game. Phoenix is Sunray. We did mention at the start of this series what Bristleback wants to do. He wants to pick up his Aghanim Scepter, get that shard, build into Bloodstone, wants to be unkillable, get all those heals. But Ancient Apparition could have been a good one, and also like the lane synergy, because they can like lane it differently. I want to see maybe there's some reasoning to put Spirit Breaker on the mid lane. And
Clinks.
And no, that stops and Clinks.
What a last pick. I mean, is Clinks even in your mind coming into that final pick?
No, I was just like theory crafting what they could do, but it's also a hero that has some attack speed, which could kill the egg, and also another annoying hero that's going to move around the map. But knowing how Thompson plays it, I believe he picked it once or twice during Dream League Season 21. Solar Crest becomes super active, Magic Wand goes into these early fights, gets Dragonlance, and then like whatever you want to buy. If you need like more damage, if you need a silence, picks up the Orchid. You could also get something like Diffusal Blade. There's a variety of the items that you can buy, and in the end, it's going to be Shadow Demon Luna. So going for the earlier base timing, Kasane will be playing that Bristleback on the off lane. I feel like TSM rounded up their draft better in this one. Still favoring Tundra because of the like team fight that they have, but I can see the strengths of TSM's lineup in this one.
Yeah, I think Luna became a lot more viable with the bans that actually came out from the side of Tundra with the Slark and the Ursa. We've seen Slark be a very good counter to some Lunas in the past, and now they pick it up. It's something we talked about early in the draft, that they had the option to go to this hero, especially with the Shadow Demon. And you see everybody picking up their heroes. Topson, of course, you said on that Clank. Skitter's going to be on the Sven with 33, picking up that Tide for the cores there on Tundra. And Brian on the Earth Spirit, so now trying to show up the guy who just outplayed with his own Earth Spirit, right? Anything you could do, I can hope to do better.
It's not a good. It's really bad for Earth Spirit. Like Clinks becomes super annoying early on. You want to max out your Death Pact. You want to get that HP. You can't die. Like that's the thing with the hero Earth Spirit. When you think about Clinks, he's like, oh, he's very squishy because there was a meta when Clinks was played as position 4. And then you get on top of him like one blood grenade, one slow, he's dead. This is not the same thing for mid Clinks. I think he's got to do really well in this lane because he puts a ton of pressure. You don't possess a kill threat early on. Level 5, you should have 2 points in that heal. Eat the creeps, summon the skeletons. You can like use it on your skellies as well, get that heal going. So I don't think Thompson should die in this one. And I've seen him play this during Dream League. He looked really, really good on the hero. Like we mentioned, Thompson, he loves to play these weird heroes from the mid lane, and already given us a treat. First one, Earth Spirit, and the second one, Clinks.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see what he does with this one. As Skitter the Selfless coming up on my screen. That's, meaning he, got some compendiums they gave to some friends. Well, let's see how this goes as we get into game number 2, and it should be a fun one. I'm wondering, who has to get off the jump line first, right? We talked about Earth Spirit in game number 1 from Thompson, was able to move around the map, you know, kind of be selfless in himself and getting kills for his team. But you've also you've got an Earth Spirit for TSM going up against Clinks. Both these heroes can kind of move around early on.
Tomato already scouting, wants to use this night vision from Luna to see if there's any wards, any heroes in the high ground. Tundra, they already made a move. Trying to wrap around. Their level 1 is really strong. Grimstroke, Blood Grenade, Stroke of Fate on multiple heroes, Stormhammer, but they're gonna fall back. Whitemon, he's pinging it. He knows that they blocked the big camp. They wanted to reduce the amount of gold that Kasane can get on this Bristleback. Because Luna, she can't farm Ancients this early on, but Bristleback can. Because first item that he goes for is Vanguard, and then you have just like all you need to have mana or turn your back. You choose.
Mana or turn your back. Either way, you got it. Just bristle things. And Bristles felt like a very strong hero in pub, so we've been seeing that hero a lot. Finally coming out here in this competitive matchup, and we'll see how it does. As this time it's not 3 bounty runes for the side of TSM to the 1 of Tundra, but at least Tundra get 2. And
Yeah,
they'll
when
get
I
3
first
themselves.
when this like when the patch dropped and they changed his Aghanim Scepter on Bristleback, I'm like, I have to test it out. After testing, I'm like, this is really not good. I don't like it because like the way it describes it, it's like you have to turn into 30 degree angle with the cone southwest to be able to build it. Like maybe that's why it looks like it sucks. And then I saw some guy carry me in a pub, and I'm like, man, this is really good. I like that a lot. And one of the reasons why this matchup in particular, I said that Brawl's going to get dumpstered is there's a couple of heroes that do really well against Earth Spirit in the mid lane, like Kunkka. He does okay-ish, even though I've seen matchup go like both ways. Earthshaker is the other one where you just enchant Totem, but you can't lane against Clinks. Like you're just gonna get harassed every single time you get close, and you can see him pushing the wave already in, securing 4 CS.
Gosh, this is not fun with the damage that he's taken already, but only a couple denies from both of them at the moment. But Thompson, he just does not want to let Bryle get comfortable in this lane. He knows what he can do with that hero of Earth Spirit, so definitely not going to want to let him do what he did to them.
Just right-click him. It's that easy. Use
so
your Tar Bomb and keep harassing him.
Gosh, Bryle down to 50 health, and I mean, there's a courier shipping out a bottle, but let's hope he's got the quick delivery, because it may not be fast enough. And you can see Bryle has to sit pretty far back. He's blocking these creeps, trying to get it into a equilibrium where he feels like he's safe enough to get this bottle, and there it is. All right, so now he's got a little bit of survivability for a second, though.
Eventually, like, Bryle will pick up one. Thompson goes to one side. Bryle, with roll, should be able to get one water rune, but it's still a lot of harassment coming out early on. Not like Bryle's doing okay in terms of CS, sitting at the 9. And we didn't talk too much about this bottom lane, double melee lane into Phoenix Luna. Tomato should feel pretty good. Luna has been used as a counter to Tidehunter for a relatively long time. People tried to go with, like, you know, some troll early on, something ranged that can pump in some damage. She does well, but Tidehunter, he also farms. Like, he doesn't care too much about her right clicks. The reason why she is considered to be good is mixed damage against Tide, having, you know, magical and physical.
Tide just kind of standing his ground at the moment. See mid is just forcing Bryle to roll away here. And also get Tomato's courier. And Tomato had a little bit of a struggling lane in the last one, as they swapped lanes in game number 1. This time they're going to keep it stationary and standard.
It's not fun. He's going for Bounty Rune. 3 minutes into the game. Look at the amount of denies that Thompson has. 17 and 9, while he's sitting at 13 only.
And over here to just disable this Watcher, but it's giving time to Thompson to just have this easy CS, and he's going to be the first one to hit himself on 20 CS. And I don't know if there's much Bryle can say about the farming that's coming in from Thompson, as he'll Boulder Smash to try and get a couple of creeps. But the lane does not get easier at the moment.
We really love to watch these lanes where one guy can't do anything. my favorite. That really is. It's just like thinking how he can come back into the game. Something that Thompson did in the first game was rotate while he was still level 5. Because if you can't lane, Earthbreak's one of the better heroes. I think him and Primal Beast, one of the few heroes who can make a rotation pre-level 6 and still make a successful gank.
Charge is coming through, but will be stopped early. 9 gonna help secure this water rune. That does leave 33 by himself for a moment.
Is under attack.
But like you said, he's kind of okay with soaking this damage. He's got level 2 in the Kraken shell.
Understands the matchup. I think he dropped maybe one, maybe even both branches there. And
that
then
was almost
used Magic
dangerous.
Stick. Yeah. I mean, it's not like he dropped his Midas.
Yeah, that could have been pretty bad. But the Icarus Stab was right on top of him. And you can see Bryle taking some damage, but bottom lane as well. They're trying to get the first blood onto 9 and will do so. So Tomato having a much better lane. Of course, you know, now getting a kill in this one. And Whitemon's going to be able to survive. Taking a look on your screen to the top right, you can see everything going on the other streams, B, C, D, and E. We've got Entity, EG, Spirit, 9 Pandas, Gaimin Gladiators, LGD, and BetBoom against Thunder Awaken. Some cool streams to check out. Or if you have 5 monitors, watch them all at one time with the volume at 100%.
Sounds like a great idea. They're going in bottom onto
Yeah,
Tomato
they've got
and
Ink
snaking,
well.
coming through the gates.
Whoa, thought about going and sticking on a Tomato to get the stun, and they get the kill on a 9, and it's now 2-0 TSM.
That's a ballsy move there.
Skitter's vulnerable in the top lane, so Kasane's on him with Ari, and Skitter's got to try and get through these trees and navigate the maze over here, but Kasane's got a kill, and they take out the Sven.
There's like bunch of numbers on Sven. Viscous Goo, Shadow Poison stacks. This also, like, Kasane can't die now. They need to bring Clinks, but Clinks is also like physical damage, so I feel like Kasane is gonna have a really good game. Like, all lanes in this one are going in favor of TSM, except for the mid lane. Like, he's still recovering. Has level 6, Brawl picks up another bounty rune, and has...
Found somebody. Got the roll.
Shield rune.
And Snaking has that Inkswell charging, snaps onto Bryle. Magnetized,
Even more
Icarus
numbers
dive.
on their
And there
head.
it is again.
That
Yeah, tiny
magnetized.
numbers, big numbers. Silences if eventually with geomagnetic grip. Like, it's not going to be easy to tell what's above the heads of some of these heroes. The strat is just numbers.
Tomato also putting a second point into Lucid Beam. Usually, like, Luna's just keep one, but it seems like he might want to be able to get the kill onto Tidehunter, which is not the easiest thing to do. And look at what 33 is doing. He's just being super annoying. Just 33 things. Stacks this camp and then drags the creep wave towards it to maximize his farm.
He sees Bryle coming over. He's got this ward down, and Boulder Smash will
Bryle
steal 3
4
of
of
those
them.
creeps. Yeah, 4 of them. Okay,
Make
gets
it
another.
5.
That feels pretty good, and you can see 33 trying to be cheeky and reach the roll. The Lucent Beam is here, and I don't know if he's going to be tanky enough to survive this. Sunray, Ravage even forced out, but they're still on him. They've got the roll. They'll get the kill anyway. So not only do they get the kill on a 33, but Ravage expended. That's their big team fight spell, and they should feel pretty safe going in the next minute or so.
Thompson still yet to make his first rotation. Try to make something happen on the top lane, but look at the amount of stacks that they made in the triangle. Thompson wants to steal a couple of those.
A couple, he'll take one for now. But Ari caught between a rock and a hard place, and he'll end up dead. It's the first kill there for Tundra. Kasane coming over. They've got 33, but they have no Ravage. Use that down bottom, so Bryle, he's trying to run with the shield rune, has the roll, and now picks up a haste. So do they even think about re-engaging here on the side of TSM?
Skeeter's going in. He
He's
wants
got
to steal some of
God
those
strength,
stacks.
Then he wants the stacks. They want to contest these stacks. They can't allow Kasane to just get all this gold. He's already having a good start to the game, and they're going to go for the Ancients.
Look at their positioning. They're covering every single angle. Bryle, he's thinking about jumping in. Does have that haste. And also shield rune, which is about to expire, but needs to
So
go
there's
in.
the roll. Magnetized, 9 in trouble. He'll fall. The rest of the team on the side of Tundra looking to escape. Inkswell and we've got everybody else out, at least for now, but Ryle, you might catch glimpses of snaking. Let's see if he can get anything going.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Was a
Getting
good
the
move
courier.
from Tundra, invading the enemy triangle. They knew that these stacks are gonna happen. Another jump
Silence
from
with the Phantom's
Bryle.
Embrace. Bryle was
dodge.
dodge. Mari's here with Whitemon, and now the roll lands. Bounty Rune's going to be picked up by Snaking, but it will cost him his life. Much better start here for TSM.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's courier
It,
has been
it just feels like Bryle's doing what Thompson did, right? He's recovering, finding himself spots to go forward in, and he finds the Sven. Like the rollover stops the TP. Stormhammer's not going to do anything. They've got Kasane and Bryle on him. They'll get another kill. They're cleaning them up as bottom lane now. 33. Ravage at 15. He uses that Tumbler Sword to get to the low ground. Tomato used the clips on this.
Luna's night vision.
Hard to run away from that.
Radiant's
There's the Lucent Beam. They had the Sunray on him. And it's a tanky death, but a death nonetheless.
Dire's top tower is under
Relieving
attack.
some of the pressure from
Radiant's
Tomato,
middle
who's
tower
on top of the network right now. Bristleback, he can't die. He can play like in their faces. Thompson needs to find some openings. Like he needs to go for these easier kills. Bristleback is not gonna die. Try to get a kill on Shadow Demon Phoenix maybe. They could also potentially kill
Dire's
Luna
top
if they get the
tower
first
is under
jump.
attack.
No Eclipse to work with. Charge's gonna come from behind. They've got the Phantom's Embrace for the silence. One grenade to slow him down, but there's Ari with the save. He's got the disruption. So now Tomato's gonna have some illusions to work with. The Lucid Beam, the roll from Bryle. They'll get the kill on a 9, and again, another attempt from Tundra, just coming up hands
Dire's
empty.
top tower has fallen.
9 was only level 5. Maybe with Nether Strike, they would be able to like knock him back away from Shadow Demon and Disruption, keep him inside the skeletons. Dobson scouting things out. He just saw Whitemon, and they also scouted him, but he's making a move. Without God Strength, Kasane is not dying.
Yeah. This is what we were praising Tundra in game 1 for. The aggression that never stopped after a certain point in the game, and it was about this time that they were able to pull that off. So they've got Solar Crest, but you can see the damage.
they
It
really got him.
tickles.
Radiant's courier.
It just, the courier dies, but Kasane is still sitting here with 1,300 health, and now here comes the turnaround once again. 9 still just level 5. That is a big difference from last game. We're 12 minutes into the game, and these supports do not have their level 6.
Completely different game than what happened in the previous one. Shadow Demon is level 6.
Thompson,
They catch him
dusted
with the Demonic Purge. He's dead.
Yeah, magnetized the roll, the Sunray. They have found Thompson, and they will turn those bones to dust. It is now 12-1 in favor of TSM.
Luna's massive. She's farming a lot. Also, I could see them invading enemy triangle, try to go and like secure the kill. I like that Tomato even put the point in Eclipse. Like, sure, you have only 2 points in Lucent Beam, so Eclipse is not going to deal as much damage, but also understands that he needs to be slightly more active so that they can take the tower during daytime at least, because during nighttime, Aura is global.
This is just showing, when you see a game swap like this from 1 to 2, these teams are close in skill. And you were saying it, don't count TSM out, even though they lost that first game pretty brutally. And they come back in game number 2, like, ready to go.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we praise them coming into the series is like different styles of Dota that they can play. Right now, I see like full aggression constantly running at them. It also comes down to like the draft that you have. Bryle feeling much more comfortable, I would say, on this Earth Spirit, even though he did well in the laning stage as Zeus. In this one, he definitely didn't. It depends on the matchup. He got counterpicked. This was Klings. They knew that Earth Spirit's going to go mid, but still managed to get a lot done without having, no farm whatsoever.
So just waiting on the quick pause here. So we've got a little bit of a disconnect from Skitter, who's got Mask of Madness. So he's working with that right now. He's level 9 compared to the Luna, who's about to hit 10. Also has Mask of Madness going into the Manta, of course. So Illusion's the name of the game. At least for the moment. we go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
On our way back at it. Tier 1 tower not looking long for this world, and you can see Bryle going to pick up the arcane rune, so the control of the map right now is all for TSM.
It's not fair. They brought in ZaiJ as well, double offlaner on their side. I think that, like, one of the reasons why Luna is going to be more popular is some of these heroes that were good against her got slightly nerfed. Let's see if Nine can get out of the trouble.
Oh,
Another roll.
Early Veil there for Whitemon, so he throws
still
that
level
down
5.
9. Yeah, he doesn't have level 6. He's just never going to find himself with that Nether Strike, and especially if he keeps dying. But maybe they're looking for the turnaround. Venom's Embrace, a Gush. They don't commit, but they do save the life of 9. Keep alive one of their heroes as he just needs a little bit more experience to get to that level 6. And finally, they do have Snake King, who does have Soulbind available.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Boy, did it
To go
take them
back-
a long time to 6.
To my Luna point, like, she's got buffed multiple times in a row with the addition of a new shard, which also got buffed in the patch. So self-damage reduction increased to like 25% from 20, so another 5% increase, another second added to it. Damage reduction on Glaze also. So like everything has been buffed on Luna, and she feels really nice to play. So if you jump her with like Sven, Clinks, I'm not sure if she's gonna die. And this Bristle is gonna soak up most of the damage. You have Sunray coming out, so it really feels like a good Luna game.
Bristle, I believe, is going to have this Ag soon. So he's getting close to picking that up. He's feel really nice to the farm. And
I love the name of that spell. Aghanim's upgrade, just Bristleback, his own name. He loves himself a lot.
heroes with spells of their own name.
Doom.
Doom.
Are scanning.
Technically, global silence, I would say. Silencer, silence, makes sense. But Bristleback,
Radiant's top
Bristleback,
tower is
very
under attack.
original name spell.
Radiant
Tundra has still
Fusion.
managed to like stack more in this game because again, you have Sven, you have Tidehunter. Tundra, they love to farm those stacks. They have good heroes to do so.
Radiant structures are falling.
There's that Meteor Hammer, so they fortify the tier 1 tower,
Radiant's
but
bottom tower is under attack.
could still grab it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant
Go up towards the top of the Twin Gate, but the scan, that connects, so they know where they're at. They know where they're coming from. Got Tomato and Bryle nearby, as well as also having Whitemon. We have yet to see a Supernova be used.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're looking to maybe get 9. They've got this long-range initiator in Bryle, so he can just roll in and go. Veil, charge, Sunray with a Lucent Beam. They're still trying to get onto 9. You run away as the Spirit Vessel's on him. They don't commit to the kill just yet. They have Skitter coming over maybe to find something. Ravage is used. That's on the Bristleback bottom while Supernova goes off top. So the chase is on to 33, but
anchored.
he's able to escape.
That's in the
Supernova will
water.
explode. Stormhammer is going to be thrown over onto Bryle. They'll get the kill there onto the Earth Spirits. They'll take away a 3-time spree that goes into the hands of Sven. And 9 doesn't have charge for 10 more seconds, so catching up to Whitemon's going to be pretty difficult unless they can get this Nether Strike, and he's just in the range of it. So that allows the follow-up with a Stormhammer, the damage with the God Strength, and another kill here for the Sven.
Bristleback was on a different side of the map. Kasane now
He's dead.
thinking about going through the gates. Can they find another one?
Under attack.
Ooh. Charge connecting on Tomato. But not going to follow that up with anything more. Skitter, he doesn't have God Strength remaining.
They need to be 5. I can understand what Kasane tried to do. Went for the solo kill on Tidehunter, but didn't get it in the end. Dead in the water, keeping him in place. It's such an annoying ability. Like, the cast range on it, it's like you have to be on top of the heroes to actually cast it, but once you do, it's also another item or shard upgrade that kills Earth Spirit. Like, he doesn't have attack speed to kill it, and then he's just leashed in the middle of a fight and Sven can eat you alive.
Sane does have Ags. You were saying that earlier, and he's trying to find anybody you can. They need a little bit more control if they're going to be wanting to work with Kasane here to put that damage out on them. And maybe they're looking at 33. Chargers come through into Tomato, though, top lane.
Good angle from 9.
The team is split away from him, and Tomato's going to die. They bring in 3 heroes, and it's an easy kill out of the Luna. Left alone and left to die.
These last 2 fights for TSM, like they needed Bristleback to be there. Now Tomato overstepping, going for an extra wave, paying with his life. Tundra, they're back into this game.
And they're going to come through the twin gates over towards bottom, looking for something that they can go for even more. I guess the question becomes, have the floodgates opened again here in game number 2, where Tundra can just move around the map and get these kills pretty easily? Still need a way to deal with the Bristleback, but what they've been doing right now is just staying away from him, right?
They have very limited amount of stuns on TSM. If they lock down or kill Earth Spirit, they're gonna have a hard time catching people.
Oh, Tomato just TP top. 9 was waiting with tops in.
Not again.
Oh, he's gonna be forced to use the Eclipse to run away. The team TP's over, but they're gone. They're already gone.
Just Tundra things, like they go in, they were very close to getting the. Oh, they're gonna get
they
it
got him anyway.
from a different angle. Rest of the team.
Oh my God, 9 has been on it with the angles. Skinner,
He got out.
but gets through the twin gate. Oh no, they're gonna come through, but it's not gonna be in time. He's able to just walk north.
They're getting outplayed so hard right now. These last like 3 minutes, it's all Tundra. First they killed him 2 times, then they managed to save Skeeter and also like find extra kills. Plus, they're gonna kill mid tower, maybe even kill the top tower. 9, he's playing a bit of a different game. Like, look where he's standing. He's near the enemy Tormentor, and then he's finding an angle to find like some good initiations onto Luna 2 times in a row. He was in a really bad spot, and now he's almost as farmed as Earth Spirit. Whoa.
But Bryle's game is slowed down, and 9 has just been finding the angles, using his math to find the right spot to come in onto these fights. And he's done it a couple times where he's coming in from the bottom angle and pushing these heroes towards the rest of his team, right? Like the charges are coming from pretty
You don't expect them.
angles.
Yeah.
He's got that, you know, he's got the ruler out, he's getting the angles down. That's what he's doing.
He also has extra 500 night vision, so
Mid
can match
again.
Luna's vision.
Charge coming in. Whitemon gets caught. Thompson gets the kill. Thompson quieter than last game, but he's 4-1-2, and he's doing a-okay as they've got the dust. They'll look for 9. They hit the roll. Now they've got the geomagnetic crit to get the silence. They've got everybody here to get this kill on a 9 and at least get a trade after losing that Phoenix. So get something out of him.
Ooh,
Goes the way of
he's
Kasane.
stuck.
33. Just TP.
Try to go with another play from Tumblr's toy, but got stuck and roll. Not enough range to actually cast it. While all this has been happening, Skeeter, he's farming, has 9-second BKB available. Going into Shadowblade next. They're gonna need to pick up some early gem. Like, there's a big issue in this patch where if you're playing against like 1, 2, maybe even 3 Invis heroes, because they're gonna have double Shadowblade plus Clinks, maybe a Glimmer Cape, you just don't have enough reveal. Like, you can't see them. And after you see them, they're already dead.
They're going to match up. They're going to join in. 9's going in. They hit the Ravage. That gets all the way on the edge on a Whitemon. They find Bryle. They've got the damage. God's Ray is going to be popped with the Eclipse being used. But Soulbind, that connects the 2. And Skitter's trying to go in, but the Eclipse doing a lot of damage with Kasane coming off from this tier 1. Skitter forced to run away, but Kasane still going forward and looking to find maybe 9 and or this Sven. The attention now on
it really
Spirit
hurts.
Breaker, and the damage is there to get the kill. They get 2, they take out Thompson pretty quickly, and they lose Brian. There's the turnaround that they've been hoping for the side of TSM. They almost got the kill on the Sven. They were able
This
to
is the
take
first
it.
fight
Great.
where they showed up with 5 heroes.
Yeah.
Like 5-man strong. And now you see the power of Bristleback. Kasane still yet to die in this game.
Is this one of those games where he just doesn't die at all, even if they lose.
He dies. Like, they get Silver Edge on Sven, he's gonna die.
Tormentor.
Without Sven, if they don't focus him with Sven, they just don't have enough damage.
Right.
Thompson picked up that shard from Tormentor. Burning Barrage, which is his old ability. You one-shot the creep wave with it, so that's pretty good.
You're in a rush. I like this play from TSM. Oh, they got scanned out.
They want to steal enemy Tormentor. That's the play. It feels like Tundra knows that they can't take a fight right now. So what they want to do is maybe steal enemy Tormentor. They have how many shards already? 3, plus snaking bot 1.
Right.
9 places Deep Observer Ward.
Radiant's top tower.
With the Deso, Solar Crest, they have more than enough damage to take it out.
And it's going to go to the way of 9. So the last one that they need or want is the one for Sven with the War Cry. But they get Cleaner Pocket.
Thinking like it's a really good ability against like Doom, where you have someone with instant lockdown. Something
33. Look at, oh my god, the dash.
He just disappears.
They melted him. They chopped the watermelon in half, Gallagher style.
There's a lot of stuff that he can't crack off, like Bristleback's Quill Sprays, these Shadow Poisons. Like even in the lane, they were hurting Thompson. I just like saying Thompson. I'm so glad that he's back to professional Dota. This Thompson guy.
This new face for the year, I would say. Charger's coming from another angle. I don't even think they need it. I mean, they might have wanted to save the charge for the second life here. Aegis already used. Tomato now going as Kasani's coming from the other side, but Thompson, he's invis, so they don't even focus their attention on him. They want to go and get the kill on the Sven. Ari coming over with the BKB pops. He'll go for the TP out, and there is nothing they can do about that.
Ari tried to go with Demonic Purge, remove his War Cry, and maybe they have enough physical damage, because you saw how fast Tidehunter died.
Yeah.
You have extra damage coming out from Luna, these hairballs, Bristlebacks, they're gonna hurt.
Tomato again, he's gonna drop the Eclipse, but he's dead. Magnetize is used, and maybe they get the kill there on the top team. He's surviving for the moment. They've got the Ravage. He stays alive. The Ravage
Skelly.
that landed onto Ori as well as Kasane. That means Thompson survives. Meteor Hammer down. Phantom's Embrace on both these heroes. Kasane and Ori.
Oh, white one.
Alive
Do they
for
have
now
another
is
charge?
Whitemon's
No mana.
9. Blood grenade. TP in front of his face, and he's out.
What a play from 9, but first, Tomato gets caught bottom with no team to back him up. Tundra, they're in their heads right now. And then killing him in the mid lane. Couple of unnecessary deaths on Luna, but also, like, pretty similar to the previous game where they kind of killed the timing with some really nice rotations. Seems like they're doing it again.
And they have found an opening to really push through. And
something that we did mention is TSM, they don't have enough lockdown. Like Bristleback, he needs to run in their faces, Viscous and Azulgu. By the way, for like good 15 years of playing Dota 1 and Dota 2, I realized a couple of years ago that it's Viscous nasal goo, not vicious nasal goo for some reason. Like I've read it, I don't know, like 20 years ago. Okay, vicious nasal goo sounds good, you know. It's not a bad not a bad name for a spell.
yeah, it definitely isn't a bad name if it was changed to vicious. I've never seen nasal goo to be vicious, but I've never had a cold that bad. But viscous is the thickness. Sonic.
And Bristleback definitely got that thickness. Again, didn't die a single time in this game.
He's still over, but 4-0 and 5. It looks really fun to be up against that Bristleback when he just activates it like that. But they are setting up, potentially looking to kill off Kasane. Roll all the way through, finds 9, Spirit Vessel on him. There's another roll. Some viscous nasal goo for him, and a kill there for Kasane.
This should reveal the board.
Mid lane,
He immediately jumped in.
33.
33. Getting melted by this Sun Ray.
They get that kill on 9, but I think they just need to be getting bigger objectives here than just that Spirit Breaker, right?
Next Roche, maybe, because Tundra, like, their movements are really, really good when it comes down to picking people off and then resetting without getting anyone killed on their side.
They write the line to go up top. Ari and Tomato are here as the other 3 on the side of TSM will group up together. And there's some updates for you from the BCDE stream as 31-9 for Entity over EG. 26 minutes into that game. 7-5 in favor of 9 Pandas, 11-8 in favor of LGD, and 14-8 in terms of kills.
Now I want to watch that game to see what happened. That's always the problem at the first couple of days of TI games, is like you want to watch so many, and then like last year I watched multi-streams, and then if you ask me 2 days after what happened, I couldn't say like what happened because I would just watch too much. Everything got mixed up in my head.
Information overflow.
Yeah, maybe I'm just stupid. And Silver Edge also on Spirit Breaker.
We'll just walk away and TP attempts. Ooh, the kick into the disruption.
Good
Stopping
play.
the TP, and now they've got the roll. But again, now running.
Another Silver Edge. Charge?
Charge? No
way, he's getting out.
All right, 9.
Hates the Lotus just in case he's gonna die from this Spirit Vessel. And on the other side, they're making a move.
Tomato, whoa, everybody's here. Sunray, I don't think that's going to be enough. BKB pop, Tomato's gone. They squash him into ketchup, and they look for Whitemon. They've got the Soulbind on a Kasane as well as Ari.
Ravage still available.
There's the charge, there's the Ravage. Kasane up into the air. He's got the Lotus Sword, but the damage coming in isn't going to be enough with another strike hitting it from 9. They got the kill to Ari. They'll take out Kasane for the first time, and that will be a full team wipe for Tundra.
Man, 9. The amount of stuff that he did in this game is just insane. First, finding the right angles to like charge Luna multiple times in a row, and now also surviving 3 heroes while the rest of the team is making a smoke move onto the mid lane, placing down this observer ward. Like, again, Luna, she just disappears. She gets broken. Her abilities are not working. Like, both of those are broken. And also, one of the issues that I have with Luna ever since the changes to BKB is you can't use ulti. Her ulti doesn't deal damage. It bounces onto these BKB targets, and they only receive a portion of it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Just again, it's one of those games. Tundra just hit that point of overwhelming TSM. For a while, TSM, they looked like they were okay. 15 minutes into the game, they had themselves like a 4,000 or 5,000 net worth lead. They were looking good, moving around the map. They've just hit this point of a hard stop that comes from Tundra. Charge onto Bryle. They've got Yankswell charging up. The Gush with that Axe. There's nowhere for Bryle to go. And eventually he dies. They've got the Nether Strike. 9 is in a little bit of a tough spot, but the Gush hits onto all 3 heroes, and they will kill off Ari. Down goes Whitemon. Looking at Kasane. He hadn't died for a while, but this might be back-to-back and belly-to-belly deaths for this Bristleback. And it will be. Skitter just runs him down. It's triple killing godlike for him.
Radiant structures are
Oof, maybe one more fight, and they might call it because of this overwhelming damage. I, again, want to point out the itemization from Tundra. Sven picking up early shard to give them even more armor, going into AC next, the Solar Crest immediately on Thompson. Tidehunter also picking up this early shard, Dead in the Water. We mentioned it that it ruins completely Earthspray. Like, you roll in, you're gonna die. And we just said, you know, maybe one more fight. Maybe not even one more fight. They could get like a pick-off into another pick-off, and then just like the game ends pretty much. Uh-oh, Tomato has Silver Edge, so might break Tidehunter.
Oh, break, but the Eclipse. Ooh, and the charge is coming out. Close to having
The pushback from Psychic Headband.
I don't think Psychic Headband does enough. Gosh, here comes Skitter. TP attempt. No way. No chance. hit him up with the Heinz as they're looking at
No
get this
reveal.
Luna, but they have no detection again.
Are scanning.
Let's see. They scan the other side. They should know. Let's see if 9 finds him. What a juking play from Tidehunter. First, he uses fog and then pushes him away with Psychic Headband. Manages to survive Tomato. Another Silver Edge.
Tomato.
Dust is now available. Let's see. 9. Oof.
No.
Not gonna get him.
Prime example for you and your pubs. You have Dust.
Always. Yep, exactly.
Break bottom on Kasane. Disruption to try and get the save. Inksfell charging up. Burning Barrage as well. The damage is in. The damage is there. And they will rip the bristles off his back and get a kill on Kasane as they will supernova. But they've got the right clicks to scramble an egg.
Yeah, he tried to buy a little bit of time
Hitting on Ahri.
to save him from that break. It's not enough. Disruption 2.75, break lasts for 4 seconds, and this overwhelming damage from Sven is more than enough. Also, Skeeter with Satanic, he doesn't care too much now about your goose, your quill sprays. Hits level 25, so God Strength damage. And now they're gonna go for Roche. TSM being kind of the victims of their play. They try to replicate what Tundra did in game 1. It was very successful for a good 15, 20 minutes, and then Tundra just did Tundra things. Outfarmed them, went for the pickoffs. I think word outplay describes this game pretty much perfectly.
Yeah. Definitely seems like it, right? It has just been the movements. You talked about it when they were moving around the map, finding Tomato, especially where he almost died back-to-back in the top lane. He TP'd in and almost died again after they had gotten the kill on him, and that was just outplaying and moving from A to B. Having the movements through the Twin Gates, the movements over mid, finding all these heroes out. Nine's movements have been just amazing overall.
Radiant are scanning.
As he charges and hits mid. Peter's on the front line here, but he's got an Aegis. Trying to find something as the BKB is caught by Bryle. Soulbind is in, and Kasane now on the run. The roll, and the Soulbind connects, and they're going to have this combo. They hit the Hex. Brittle's in some trouble. Bryle surviving, magnetized, Sunray. All right, they got the first life out of the hands here of this Sven. He's going to be back alive once more. They go to the Eclipse. Tomato not working with a lot of health here, but Nine's going to be able to Yules up into the air and survive for a moment. The Eclipse finally lands down and kills off the Spirit Breaker. Roll for more. That lands. Hits on a top scene. Ravage committed. That will take.
That's a defensive
Bryle
one.
and
Now they need to get more.
But, and they look for more. Thompson's got the Spirit Vessel on him. They're trying to connect. Boulder smash, roll, off the mark. Skeeter's still running. Thompson over through the mid lane, and just don't have the vision on these heroes to keep up.
Sven unable to get the damage done early on. They do kill him. Then he respawns, doesn't have God Strength available. Thompson, he's chasing. It's a lot of damage onto him. Has Hex available. Let's see, they need that to break
right here.
Yeah. They don't.
Ahri. He's up. Okay. He gets deleted.
So much minus armor as well coming out from them. Deso, Solar Crest, AC. Gosh, with the Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
24,000 net worth lead now for Tundra and TSM. Other than that Aegis that they took out, they haven't really gotten much. Dead in the water. Bryle trying to drag this anchor to safety. Does Nine commit to this all the way through? Yes, he does. He goes all the way in. He's not afraid of Tomato as he gets 2 shot. Skeeter knocks him out of the fight. He buys back,
Luna? She disappeared instantly. Like, she just can't deal with this insane amount of damage that they deal. One charge from Spirit Breaker, she gets broken, and then gets one-shotted by Sven.
There's the GG. Tundra will get the 2-0 over TSM to start this road to the international group stage. And they do it in some pretty unique but overwhelming fashion.
I was slightly worried considering how well TSM played for the good 15.
Yeah.
almost 20 minutes, but these angles that Nine found on Spirit Breaker, and like Tundra is just so good at choosing which fights they want to take. And that like the way he survived on Spirit Breaker and then charged onto Luna, rest of the team got a gank going. It was like a couple of those deaths from Tomato were unnecessary. They were never able to like go as 5. Maybe this like one fight near the tier 2 tower of their own, near their triangle, where they deleted these heroes. Like Tidehunter just disappears completely. Because they couldn't lock them down. Like, you need the Earth Spirit to hit those rolls, survive long enough. But if he doesn't, they just don't have enough catch. They don't have control.
And so game 2 going the way of Tundra. They take the series 2-0 over TSM to open up this group stage on the road to the International. And to put it all together to you guys with a nice bow, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
It's a beautiful BO2 there, going 2-0 for Tundra. And, I mean, it's tough for TSM now. TSM fans may be a bit worried too, because this game 2 especially, it was a phenomenal start for them. We kind of like, I want to ignore game 1 a bit. You know, Tundra looked fantastic, fast-paced, maybe not the style that a lot of people expect when you mention Tundra's name, but the fact that they're able to show the duality and come back in a game number 2 looks fantastic for Tundra in their beginning already, Lizard.
Yeah, the game plan from TSM was a little bit easier to execute early on. Like, you have these heroes that are just naturally too strong in lanes, so you can't really do a lot against them. But the moment the laning stage kind of ended, Tundra, they just picked them apart. They showed class. Like, you have the Spirit Breaker Clinks just hunting 24/7 on the map. They really demonstrated that they understand how the game should be played right now.
Yeah, and I don't feel like TSM completely lacked those heroes. I mean, there was a lot of pressure on Brow's Earth Spirit to be the one making those plays, and you have a Shadow Demon with a bit of catch, but definitely they struggled. Those times where they were just chasing 9 around the map, and then something on the other side of the map, you have Tomato getting picked off. It was definitely a game where there was just definitely a couple too many times where Tomato off farming alone, getting picked off, and just not having an easy time.
Do you feel there were certain movements that were lacking for TSM, or do you think it was just maybe this miscommunication on their timings for their team? Like, what exactly opened up for Tundra to be able to get away with the plays and map movements that they got?
I think it was a little bit too difficult for Earth Spirit to do everything on his own. Like, for Bryle, he's the playmaker, he's the one that's supposed to start the fights, he's the one that brings the most of the control for his teammates. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have, like, every single hero has a stun, and then you have some invisible clinks that's hunting people down, showing you vision info. So it was way more difficult, in my opinion, for TSM to play this game if they're not clumped up and playing as 5 constantly, which is just not the way the game's played at the moment.
Yeah, they almost need like outsmart Tundra, which is something that you just can't really do. But like, they need to set some traps where, like, you know, their Luna got picked off alone farming like at least 3 or 4 times.
Lost
like,
Aegis that way too.
Yeah, like, but if those are scenarios where they have like a smoke behind the Luna and you have the disruption save and then you kind of counterplay it, those kind of fights can look good. The problem is Tundra just, I think, had a really good read of when Luna was alone and when she wasn't, partly because of
all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd say 85% of it.
That's the thing. At some point, the Shadow Demon started following the Luna around, but that's not really a trap. That's just like, okay, if my Luna gets trapped, I can maybe save her. But I think they needed to, at least at 1 or 2 points in this game, try and like set up a full-on like teamfight bait behind their Luna, because every single time it felt like Luna was just alone dying.
Yep.
Yeah, I could see maybe what they were trying to do, get that Luna, separated and try and make those plays as a 4, but it unfortunately didn't work out. I believe we have some of the stats as well for game number 2, so maybe we could pull them up and have a look, because I do want to see at what point was it really that turning. You know, Thompson, obviously you've said it, this invisible Clinks running around goes 11-2, but Kasane is the other one. He was practically deathless for so much of this, and then unfortunately does end with this 6-4. It just all went this spiral downhill where even the Bristle, which felt like such a lane dominator, felt like was doing so much, even being able to almost run down the Tidehunter, couldn't stand against what Tundra had been able to farm.
Yeah, was it some sort of miscommunication? I'm not sure, because if you're having a really good Bristle game, like if he's dominating in the early game, you generally want to play around him. Because if you're playing around that Bristleback, he's just running down towers, running down heroes, which is something that he did try to do here and there, but the problem was every time he's doing it, he feels alone. Like, maybe there's one support with him, like Shadow Demon, doesn't really help out too much. So perhaps Bryle and Kasane could have played together a bit more post-laning stage. Maybe that's something that could have changed, but it's really difficult. Like we mentioned earlier, Tundra is playing on this huge-ass map, and you're playing with the Spirit Breaker. He sees you, he charges you. The info game is totally in their control.
And like I feel like if this is old Dota, you can kind of just like group up as 5 and death ball down a lane, but you can't really play that way anymore. Especially against a team like Tundra, they will just outgreed you, defend that push a little bit while just farming everything, and suddenly you're falling super far behind. But you can't just play Shadow Demon Luna and brute force.
Was that the meta when you stopped casting the last night?
Probably. Back in my old days. Yeah. Shadow Demon Luna, not quite what it once was.
It's rough. I do like to see a little bit of experimenting. I don't know if I want to call it that, but the fact that they had the Luna, pulled it out because we had the cost. B kept talking about it. She's had a lot of those buffs, but fortunately didn't come out with the win for her. Maybe we see in the future Luna picking up a game or two for herself. But it's not just this stream. There's obviously 5 streams going on, so we'll tune in. We'll have a look at what those standings are looking like at the moment. Some of the best of 2s are still going on over those other 4 streams. I do believe the EG Entity series that was happening on B stream has concluded, and as we can see, a 2-0 for Entity, so that's an amazing start for themselves. Unfortunately, EG might be that slower starting team that you briefly touched on earlier today, Gods.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a team who's been very, it feels like hit or miss when it comes to some of these big events throughout the year. And, any team who has a 0-2 start, we're looking at TSM here and EG in Group A, there's a lot of pressure to bounce back quickly because of that, 1 in 5 teams getting eliminated.
At the same time, there's 4 of them, right? 4 SA teams, it's fine. One of them can start.
It's a statistics thing, There's so many of you. One of them's bound to fall down. One of you is supposed to fall upwards.
Exactly.
If you're EG, you're not thinking about the other 3 SA teams. You're like, we don't want to be the one that falls down. Especially when you carry, the pressure of, being part of one of the bigger orgs of the region.
Yeah.
So
100%. At the same time, Entity and the way they played, I didn't really catch a lot of that game, but I did see a score a couple of times.
9-31, I think it was.
It looked really convincing.
Yeah, a bit of a convincing win for there. Obviously, the LGD Gaming series still going, and we can see LGD picking up that first win for themselves. So China region having a bit of a tumultuous time for themselves throughout this year. And when it comes to internationally, we haven't really seen them play for a little bit. Obviously, Azure Ray going through the qualifiers, but LGD getting the direct invite, the direct qualification here. So we're finally seeing potentially what they're made of and taking out Gaimin, at least in game 1.
I'm a big believer in this LGD team. I think any team with Zhao at TI, you can never underestimate them, even though there's some lesser known players on the LGD roster. That kind of Zhao factor is just huge. He's going to give you that experience. He's going to set you up for success with the draft. And obviously taking a game off basically the team who's been the best team in the world all year round to start off the road to TI is a fantastic way to kick things off.
I am looking over it, by the way, and I think LGD are potentially taking game 2. I have bad eyesight.
Yeah. Let me see.
It looks that way.
Yeah.
It looks that way.
Yeah.
I feel like China is doing right now what Eastern Europe has done a couple of years back. They're reshuffling. Last year they've done it, right? They reshuffled. They brought in a lot of fresh young faces. You have Shiro New as well on LGD, and it's just it took a little bit of time for that to start working.
Mm-hmm. And what was the final series? Oh, the Spirit 9 Pandas as well. That one's going on. So you kind of hyped that one up, Lizard. You're like this inter-regional showdown that's playing up. Spirit got that game 1. It was a 40-minute game, so a lot longer than the game 1 that we saw between Tundra and TSM here.
Yeah, and I didn't really see that game at all. Is it still playing? It's
game
not,
2.
Right?
The series is still going. Game 2 is still going. Yeah.
It's an interesting one. Even though I haven't seen the particular one right here, I've seen these 2 teams match up so many times in the last year, and it's interesting. Team Spirit in international tournaments, usually they do take the W. They do win against 9 Pandas, but when it comes to those regional tournaments, like BetBoom Dacha and whatnot, they don't tend to perform as well. Mm-hmm. However, on TI, I expect them to be taking it.
Yeah, we haven't seen every team play just yet, but from what we've seen, do you think there are going to be a lot of upsets in this group stage because of how condensed it is, how much needs to be played out in only the 2 days? And if so, who do you think are going to be those upsets?
I don't think we'll see a lot of upsets, but we'll see some. I mean, already LGD at 2-0 against Gaimin is a massive upset. But I definitely think there's always, I feel like that's just the way it is when it comes to the international. I mean, we're only at the road to the international, but there's always a couple teams that come out of nowhere. Very rarely does the favorites actually win the tournament. It's only really, I feel like TI3 is one of the few exceptions to that. So maybe Wings at TI6, but it's so often that there's this dark horse wildcard team, maybe a team who you thought was top 4, top 5, who just comes out and just blows everyone away.
You guys actually didn't even say your favorites at the start, so I feel like it's time now. You have to give us your favorite?
Like overall favorites?
Yeah, at least to make. They don't have to be your favorite to win, but favorite to make top 3.
Favorite for me to watch are definitely Tundra.
Okay.
I'm fanboying from the get-go. It's not even. It's not only about Topson, of course, and them. Like they are considered kind of boring, like back in the day, right? But I see nothing boring from them. At least not in the first series. Plus now you have Topson. He's constantly aggressive. You have 9 on position 4, seemingly feeding, but constantly making plays.
Yeah, his KDA is like 0.9, and then you're just like, okay, but that doesn't reflect how impactful he was on catching everyone out, distracting the whole team of TSM.
Yeah, so for me, Tundra are the team to look out for, maybe even taking it. Top 3, for sure, but team spirit are, like if you look at the games that they have played, the tournaments that they have been playing recently, like arguably they are the strongest team at the moment.
Yeah, I'd agree with Spirit. I think there's, a couple other dark horse teams out there. I mean, obviously, Gaimin Gladiators have had such a dominant year as well. It's hard to look past them, even with a 0-2 start. And I also think, Talon maybe going to catch some people by surprise.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I was going to ask about that because we are going to be seeing them playing up against Tundra. So we get another game of Tundra. We're going to be seeing another BO2 of theirs here on this stream. But yeah, they're going to be coming up against Talon. So give me some thoughts about these guys obviously having 2 great performances, 3rd in Lima, 3rd in Riyadh as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon have kind of become the new powerhouse of SEA. They had their last year before this kind of season, they had a disappointing TI. They did make it there, but after the kind of roster adjustments, they poached Sambi as well to bring in a very experienced coach. It just feels like this is a totally new team, but still built around that same foundation. I think Makoto is the best mid laner in the region, one of the best mid laners in the world, and it's just, I think in every single role, they've just got such talent.
As long as they don't stand up from their chairs way too soon. They got it.
Yeah.
Well, the first game, and you're already bringing it up, Lizard.
Look, you're glad that happened at,
but I completely agree about Makoto. Like the last tournament we did together, Singapore Major, he wasn't there, but Yopaj was there, right?
Yeah.
And in SCA, it was always between the two of them.
For sure. I feel like Yopaj, though, definitely had like the fan base, a lot of eyes always drawn to him. And now
what was it? Yopaj is my idol or something like that? Was that the spam? And Makoto always kind of felt, for me, he felt like he's the second in the region. He never felt the strongest back in the day. But right now, he's here on the TI. Meanwhile, Yopaj is back in his team in Boom and
down in Division 2.
Exactly. Things have changed.
Yeah, and Makoto's just like kind of a quieter guy, but he just gets the job done in game. Like you see, the way he plays is not quiet at all. It's dominant. He crushes his lane, and he's hyperactive, sometimes too aggressive. But I think that's kind of what you want out of your mid laner is players who are going to try force a way to impact the game, even if sometimes they go too far. Like that's a good quality to have in a mid laner.
A lot of growth for Makoto over that year from, like you said, the disappointing TI11 run that they had, but obviously some roster shuffles too. The one I want to talk about is KP going out, Jabs coming in for them after the dissolution of Fnatic. He ended up coming over here to Talon. So how are you guys liking his playstyle? What do you think he's going to bring or has been bringing throughout this year for Talon, and maybe part of his success too, not just Makoto's growth?
I think Jabs is first and foremost just a very quality offlaner. I wouldn't say he's like one of the top best offlaners at this tournament. He's not flashy for sure, but I think what he brought that was really needed, and what most SEA teams is just a voice. Like he's been the best captain, in my opinion, in the SEA region for a long time, and that's kind of he was a big part of Fnatic.
Right?
Yeah, he was a big part of Fnatic's success, and they continue. Fnatic used to just shuffle through different players, bring them in, and they would always be the top 1, top 2 in the region. And I think Jabs was always there as a captain, and so many SEA teams would bring in these 5 positions from Europe, from North America, because they felt like they didn't have good captains in the region. I think Jabs is the one exception.
I feel like they might even have too many voices right now in the team. Like
really intelligent.
At the moment, it's looking pretty damn strong. Like it's going well for them, right? But when you think about some of these players on IG coming back to the region, like also if you listen to the interviews of the players, and
I was gonna say, do you watch Talon content? Because I'm a bit of a Talon content fiend. I think they're like
not as much as you, I think.
Okay, because I think they're one of the teams with like some of the best content being put out there.
I completely agree.
Okay, good.
Yeah. That's where all my info is from.
Do you like that's why there's way too many personalities? They're all super talkative.
Just looking at Oli, right? Like he was in some really good teams before. He was captained more or less by Kaka when he played in IG, right? But still, I'm sure that he has a lot to say when it comes to the way the game should be played. And the teammates, the team themselves, the players, they do call out Q to be the smartest one in game anyway.
Okay. Well, I want to circle back to Makoto, right? Because we talked about Topson coming in for Tundra. We obviously got to see him play everything he's doing, the style that he's able to match for Tundra, or maybe even bring a new style. But how do you think this matchup is going to go for Topson and Makoto? Like, is this where Makoto proves himself? Is this just okay, get through laning phase and you guys as a team are going to be able to maybe dismantle Tundra?
Yeah. I mean, Dota is still so much a team game, but I think it's a fun matchup because Topson's kind of an SCA mid these days. You know,
that's true.
SCA is kind of his new home. So these two players.
Well, he was T1 last year, right? Tried to go through the qualifiers for TI11 that way.
Yep, and obviously he's been kind of somewhat living in SCA for a while. So obviously he's back on a European team, but he's been playing those SCA pubs for a while. He's well known in the SCA region, has a ton of SCA fans, has gone up against Makoto. So I'm sure they're both very familiar and with each other when it comes to that mid lane. I feel like it's actually a pretty even matchup too.
Yeah, but definitely even maybe you expect a little bit more aggression, a bit more flair from Topson, like some crazy heroes, maybe some Earth Spirit from him on the mid lane, which isn't really crazy anymore, but still something different, some Banes and whatnot. Not heroes that you expect from Mikoto. From Mikoto, I expect just stable mid lane performance.
Hawk, Void.
Exactly, but at the same time, I really think that that's what he shines on.
Right.
And yeah, he's here to prove himself and make a name for himself. And who better to play against than Topson to do that?
Yeah, and your first game as well when you rode to TI in the group stages, like, all right, we get to come up against the big dog Topson on Tundra. Their side lanes, though, how do you expect that one to pan out? Because you talked about Jazz being stable, right? And so it's like, are you going to be able to take advantage of that, try shut down Skitter, try and push him to have to farm a lot more and play the long con?
I feel like we never see Skitter have bad games, though. I don't think he's a player you can just shut down. He's a guy who maybe you can like try and draft around having a strong lane against him, but he'll just disappear and then suddenly pop up and he's like, oh, we didn't actually shut this guy down at all.
As long as he has these Svens and whatnot, like he's gonna come back. They're exactly. They're really good at creating some space for him, making a couple of stacks, or maybe even making him steal stacks like he did in that last game. Maybe they can focus on 9, shut him down, make him feed even more than he did in the last.
Oh, you reckon that's it? Try and bump up his death count?
It did look kind of scary in that last game. The man was feeding.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's a scary thing with Tundra is you can never go in with a game plan to shut down one player because I feel like they can just beat you from so many different roles. I mean, 33 often is like their most farmed core, having a huge impact on games. So you can't tunnel vision on one player like this is the guy that's going to beat us. Whereas I feel like there are some teams where there's a player where you look at it like, yeah, this is the guy to shut down. So you kind of have to take a more balanced approach, focus on yourselves, your drafts, how to kind of, look at the big picture more than just like, okay, we can counter them by killing this guy 10 times.
Would you say Talon's even in that way as well? Like you can't look at this team and go, oh, okay, we shut down Makoto, it's fine, or oh, we shut down 23. You think that even if one of them has a rough lane or a rough time, the other 4 are going to be able to make that space for them?
I think you can. If you're shutting down 23, I think is maybe more of something viable you can do. I think I feel like carries is just so important on this current patch, and 23 is amazing. He's a great carry player, but I think he doesn't recover. And Talon as a team don't create space for him the same way that Tundra do when it comes to Skitter. Like it just feels like Skitter has a bad game. The rest of the team know what to do to make the game plan still function. I don't think Talon can maybe do that quite as well.
It's always the question, do you shut down the carry directly by messing up his game? Or do you shut down everyone else that's supposed to create space for him in that mid game, and that way you are also messing with the carry, he won't be able to farm, right? So it's always interesting to see which way team goes. And Tundra, Lacoste called them the nerds of the game, right? I completely agree.
They are.
And they completely nerd out exactly what they should be doing. So every other team can watch this series and perhaps copy if it's successful for Tundra.
We'll have the game soon, but in the meantime, do you want to talk a little bit more about maybe some heroes that are cropping up or popping up? The Murata one is one that I wanted to talk about because there's been whisperings of how potent it is as a carry, but also the fact that you have that flex, it could go to a 4.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility right now from Muerta. Like she's dishing out way too much damage as a carry in the laning stage as well. It's difficult to play against her because not a lot of heroes that are good as carries are in the meta.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're so early in the group stage. There's so many heroes that can pop up.
Yeah, I mean, there was an Arc Warden first phase on one of the other streams too. I don't know if it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It did lose. It was it was
Good.
9 pandas.
No more
picked it up for themselves.
Okay, so it's not me. I've been losing as well with Arc. I've been testing.
Yeah, it's not you, Lizard Buddy. It's fine. It's just the hero.
Yeah.
It's just the hero.
Exactly. It's my teammates, the heroes. It's never me.
Quite a few Pudge picks. I know you were thrilled about those, Nat.
You can see the smile on my face from over there, huh?
What was it? It was Pudge and Zeus mid, right? Like in game 1.
Yeah.
Versus-
Yeah, that was the team. And then
It was a nice idea, but
it sounded like Watson was playing some Pudge and doing well on that too. So
he always was, right? Like even back in the day, the hero he became popular in Texas with was Pudge. I have a feeling like that's what he broke out with. It was your first major, Nat, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
From in 1 year from the major to here to TI.
Crazy, right? The Warlock and the Tree are the other two that I want to talk about because, looking at what all the players are picking in their pubs, the pub win rates, pub meta, they are two that kind of were thriving. They were looking great, but Tree so far in groups feels like it hasn't had that impact that we might have seen it have before. Is this a patch thing? Is this maybe a team coordination in how they're drafting the rest of the team around this five?
could be a bit of both even. Like I definitely the first game we saw it was I think picked up with the Tusk, so it felt like they had two supports that kind of overlapped in what they do. I don't like the Treant plus Tusk duo, like I didn't love, whereas you're going up against two ranged supports that just kind of won the lanes against Treant, which usually pick Treant, you want to win your lane, and that just wasn't happening. So I do think you need to still have a draft that works around the Treant, or at least the lanes that work around the Treant a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, like you said, and the hero has been picked up so many times in the last month, plus nerfed a bit.
So much.
Yeah, so much that every single team kind of figured out the best ways of dealing with him, and then he suffers some nerfs. Then those ways of dealing with him actually become viable. He's not broken any longer, so you can actually play against him if you pick those heroes.
All right. Do you guys want to quickly do another prediction for the Tundra Talon series here that's just about to start?
Yeah.
Very quickly.
I'm going to go 1-1.
Oh, okay. This time you're a little bit more than
I
me.
went 2-0 first game, yeah.
I'm going to go 2-0 Tundra.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now you're taking one.
This way, look,
You're convinced.
I'm convinced, yeah.
He's a Tundra believer. We'll see how this series does play out. It's another best of two. Tundra up against Talon with Beakoff and Lacoste.
Very much, Nat, as we're back at the Road to the International on this second series of the day here. It is Tundra against Talon. Should be a fun one. Back-to-back series with Tundra is, it's always a good time, right? Now they're up here against SEA. That's always exciting. We'll see if they bring the SEA prowess of just being in your face all the time and see what they've got going on in the draft that might differ a little bit from what we saw from TSM, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, Tundra is the type of a team that, can play pretty much anything. So always have to do some extra work. But they're playing against Talon. Talon, the best Southeast Asian team, without a doubt, a team that has secured themselves so many good placements throughout the whole year. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, because they met 6 times in 2023, but Talon never managed to beat them. They drew a couple of times, but when it comes down to some of the BO3s, they haven't managed to win against them. So also Talon is type of a team that is maybe on the greedier side, I would say, especially coming from the off lane. I'll go back to Dream League season 21 when they played the first opening series that they played instantly Naga Siren. They played from the off lane. They lost that one. And then they didn't go back to it, because Jabs, he loves to carry from the off lane. It's a specialty that they play, but I'm really glad that they're not sticking to it. And looking at some of the heroes that are already popular in pretty much every single game. There's this Spirit Breaker hero. We talked about the 5% increase, immediately banned out by Talon. They most definitely did their homework. Talon didn't play yet, which also means that they probably just watched the way Tundra played. And they're like, man, the Spirit Breaker, he has to go.
He needs to get out of here. I guess the question now is Earth Spirit? First pick, it's first pick for Tundra. Do they want to just go back to that if they don't ban it? Are they going to stay within the parameters of which they've already opened up with here in that first series, or are they going to break through the mold and go for something a little bit more?
Do you want to leave Pango? That's just my question. Even after all these nerfs, the hero still feels really good to play, does his own thing, one swashbuckle, minus 160 mana. Good luck with that.
Brimstroke.
And, okay, they have the first pick, so they're going to take it. Pango's just, too good.
Yeah.
And they also removed Grimstroke, which is a hero that has been on the rise.
That's what I was
and also one of the heroes that works really well. Okay, you say it.
No. You say it. You got it. I was like, Grimstroke.
No, I don't want it anymore.
All right, you know what? Guys, as my co-caster here was saying, Grimstroke with the Soulbind opens up the availability for Pangolier. With that not being available, that leash mechanic gone. Could have been Earth Spirit as well. There we go. All right, you know what? You were reading my mind. We have our brain cells on Wi-Fi. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I still am. You know what can you do?
Immediately, Talon takes Earthshaker.
Just kidding.
This is potentially a flex pick, but most likely going to be Mikoto's hero. Great matchup against Pango. I've seen like Pango's getting bodied level 1, level 2. You get close, enchant totem every single time in your face. So pretty difficult for Pango to play into this one. I also want to see if maybe they want to remove, Bloodseeker, but I think it's a bit of a stretch here. I think Pango players, they also understand what needs to be done. They build into Lincoln Sphere eventually. And I also don't consider Bloodseeker S-tier carrier right now. I would have even put him in A-tier category.
Yeah, A-tier's still good. You were talking about the Earthshaker in the last series and how it doesn't know a lot of these matchups. Specifically, I think you were talking about him against the Earth Spirit, right? So is it similar here against Pango?
I think it's even better than against Earth Spirit. It's just another melee hero, but Pango can't really rotate that easily pre-level 6. Also a hero that consumes a lot of mana, so if you have your supports rotating and taking the rune from Pango, he could struggle in this matchup.
So, ban of the Warlock, we've seen that. And, they banned the Warlock and the Grimstroke. Obviously, the Grimstroke would have given the availability to potentially go to the double Fatal Bonds and all that, and the Bane, which is even more control.
Another hero that can stop. Yeah.
Oh.
Not just that, but also strong laner. This has been played as a position 4 quite a lot recently. There's been some off-lane Banes, but as a position 4, this hero really shines. Super annoying to play into in the lane. Just 1 point and enfeeble. Carry sits at 20 damage. Can't really last hit.
Gonna need a buff of some base damage if you're gonna be getting enfeebled like that all the time. Feels horrible. I tried to play a mid once, heavy on the enfeeble. That made my life a lot easier. But that enfeeble level 1, it is very frustrating to have to deal with.
It's super annoying. You just can't. It's you try, but you can't do it. Imagine playing against Razor Bane lane. Okay, I'm up to something. Oh, bounty ban. Hero, they have information that we don't have because they've been screaming a lot. Some of the teams arrived in Seattle relatively early on.
Right.
Bounty Hunter, I've seen this hero being played on different roles. This was Tundra's specialty when they played with Saxa as well. They were really able to put in tons of pressure early on. This is also a hero that I think right now can be played at different roles. I feel there's some potential to play off-lane Bounty, maybe even carry with the latest addition to his attack speed.
Whoa.
But let's not get too crazy about it.
Nature's Prophet has been a very popular ban and/or pick. So, coming in here, not surprising. Where it's going to be played at is still, of course, up in the air. But this is a hero that early on can move around the map, even with the nerfs to Sprout. Feels like this hero is still very strong. He's been nerfed, twice in a row? Or even just that first nerf, you thought it might be enough, but he's still high priority. And they go Weaver.
How Gaimin Gladiators played against PSG LGD, and LGD, they won against them. They had Carry Weaver, which was a bit of a surprise. I managed to check in between the games what was going on. So a bit of a wild one, I would say. I'm not sure if this is going to become a trend. This could also be some position 5. So this is something that Snaking did play a lot when he transitioned from position 4 to 5. It's definitely not, 33 hero. He's not going to touch this hero.
I was going to say, Sinkyu played Weaver as well at some points when he was getting that hero into his hands, and he played it with definitely an interesting build, but that was also a game where I remember we were just he could have built anything and he would have been all right.
I don't know if you want to commit to this Carry Weaver anymore.
Yeah.
Against Faceless Void, it's one of the toughest matchups. You can't do anything. You have no saves inside the Chronosphere. Maybe there's some reasoning to pick a hero like Shadow Demon, but then again, you don't have any stuns other than Rolling Thunder if you want to have some kind of a save during the Chronosphere. And then you can run potentially Weaver as a position 1, but seems like a rough one.
They already banned the Invoker, so it's not going to be that Faceless Void Invoker combo. But let's see. They go to the Dark Willow, which is a hero that has felt very strong in a lot of different roles. Obviously, there's already a Faceless Void here, so they're not going like carry Dark Willow, which I've seen before. Team Mongolia played that against one of the teams at the Asian Games, and it did really well.
It's a very flexible hero. I've seen like some Dark Willow in high-level pubs, mostly position 4, some mids as well, but I think in this one, it's going to be Earthshaker. Time Dilation kills Weaver. It's not just the Chronosphere. It's also like you can't use Shikuchi, and then if you can't use that ability, you're going to die.
Yeah. So do you move the Weaver to 5, have the Nature's Prophet potentially go into a core and or 4 role?
If this was Talon, I would say yes, because they love to run Nature's Prophet as the offlane. Not sure how Tundra feels about offlane Nature's Prophet. They don't.
Could they? I mean, it's still flexible, right? Like, you NP1 maybe?
Maybe, but I feel like you shift this Weaver to position 4 and pick a different carry here. Tidehunter really good, like we've seen in the previous game, how 33 picked up early Shard. Leash mechanic, it's gonna destroy Faceless Void. There is some saving potential to it. You have Dark Willow with Terrorize, Vengeful Spirit with the swap.
Talon Esports.
And Dawnbreaker, there they go, getting rid of Skeeter's Naga Siren we've already seen once today.
Yeah, it would have been a good Naga game. It's been considered a great counter to Faceless Void, because if Faceless Void can kill a hero inside a Chrono alone, the rest of them gets asleep, and then I mean, like there's been one period of time in Dota where you could pick position 4/5 Naga Siren just to counter Faceless Void, but
10 seconds remaining.
that's out of the game right now, so they're gonna need to think of something different, something that is carry-to-carry matchup against this Faceless Void. I think some of these heroes that, like Phantom Assassin, that has been nerfed, and the hero that dies inside Chrono is definitely not an option. I could see them picking up some Sven again. I feel like it's a good Sven game, just to buff people up against the Earthshaker, have this explosive damage. Another layer of stun, because right now the amount of control that they have is very limited. But I've seen a lot of CK as well, I'll be honest. I feel like coming into this TI, especially into group stage, we're gonna experiment so much more compared like how we would play pre-patch. A hero that received a huge buff, I think he does like deal 30% more damage to creeps now compared to the previous game. And this is how Skeeter made the name for himself. This was like his best hero when he started to play professional Dota.
CK, another one of those versatile heroes, but the lineup is pretty much straightforward at you, coming from Tundra, it seems. And now Talon are into a last pick here that is presumably the offlaner, and banned out the Dawnbreaker and the Darkseer on the side of Tundra to finish off their draft before they got to that CK. So what do Talon want to line this up with in the offlane? It's, you know, maybe they're looking for options here. But let's see.
I'm down for some like Primal Beast, maybe even Omni-Knight, just to have like some kind of a damage early on. It's not the damage that you can throw inside a Chronosphere, but it's a lot of survivability. Primal Beast, like he received a slight nerf. And to go back to CK, it was not 30%, it was 0.3.
Oh.
Legion
And there's Legion.
That's also a good option. Something that's going to lock down Tidehunter, where you can actually burst him from 100 to 0 without him using the Ravage, can cracking that off. Plus, you also have Faceless Void, so not the easiest Tidehunter game. Like, also you have no saves whatsoever. Maybe later on, 9 can pick up Aghanim Scepter, which has been nerfed so many times, but might be the game for it.
Jabs on the Legion, Q on that Dark Willow, 23 Savage on the Faceless Void, Ollie on the Vengeful Spirit of Makoto on that Earthshaker going up against this Tundra lineup. As you can see on the bottom half of your screen, as it's Skeeter on the CK, 33 Tide again, and 9 on the Weaver, tops in on the Pango, and leaves Sneaking for the Nature's Prophet. And is there anything in particular that's standing out at you in terms of lanes early on before we jump into the match?
This mid lane, definitely the lane to watch out how Makoto is going to do on Earthshaker against Pangolier. It's going to be like so much damage, like so much random damage on the ground coming out from Tundra. You'll have like CK Illusions, Weaver with the bugs, some random Nature's Prophet ulti, Swashbuckle. So Tundra, they don't necessarily need to commit to a fight, while on side of Talon, what they want to do is use their abilities, instantly delete the hero with Legion Blink, Blade Mail Duel, Faceless Void with the Chronosphere, Echo Slam from Earthshaker. One of the reasons, like you talked about Dark Willow, how strong this hero feels right now, ever since the change to her ulti, where you can actually use it on different heroes and not go in the middle of a fight, makes this hero so much more viable.
Yeah, just being able to throw Bedouin on, say, the Legion Commander, or even Makoto, who's going to be jumping in here with that Enchant Totem, it makes the hero so strong. And even I've seen a couple times maybe Dark Willows that want to maybe migrate into being a little bit more of a core. They go into some like second item Midas, and they find themselves getting like an Ags a little bit later on, and all of a sudden they're also doing damage, and it makes it so difficult for you to even go up against that Dark Willow. And if you have that extra outside damage into a Chronosphere, like Dark Willow can really be putting a hurt on a Tundra if it gets to that point, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels that Talon in this game, they will never lack damage. You have Faceless Void, you have Legion Commander with the Blade Mail, mid Earthshaker who comes online early on, and also this Dark Willow with Bedlam damage that we just mentioned.
So definitely a lot to look forward to for Talon. But like we saw in that last matchup against TSM, Tundra, they've hit their timings pretty well so far, and they've hit that point of no return for the other team. So if you're Talon, you kind of got to keep Tundra from that marker, or you're really in trouble. Not end pretty when you're able to let Tundra get to their game plan, right?
Their decision making. I feel like, at least from what we've seen ever since Tundra formed, like the core squad, it's just they can like pause the game mentally and then have a 30-minute discussion. Oh, what's the best thing? Like, what's the perfect thing we can do right now? And they do that in a split second.
They do such a good job of it. It's very impressive, their decision-making, thought process, the line to A to B. For them, it's always very well laid out. And Snaking going into the early point of the teleportation, he's going to place a deep ward here by the tier 2 tower over in the bottom lane. And then enough.
So
over mid.
I don't think this ward gets devorded. It might get when, like, next time they play Nature's Prophet on Tundra, because other teams are going to study this. Smoke. It broke. Jabs will take the Watcher. But this also shows couriers coming into it, and then Nature's Prophet can kill them. 9. He's cutting out for Observer Ward.
We've seen it once or twice when you see Nature's Prophet. Just the straight TP into the base and going for couriers early on.
Someone pinged it because they just put the couriers back.
Up
Everyone
the steps,
except Dark Willow.
They were just at the bottom of the steps, and they were like, Nature's Prophet kind of existing. See, nobody moves their courier outside their base in my pub, so I can never get away with that. In the first minute.
Yeah, you gotta rank up. Let's see how many bounties Tundra's gonna be able to pick up. Thinking about the top one, but Talon, they have the numbers, so it's just gonna be 2 apiece.
23. He's taking a decent chunk of damage here from 9. down to half health, and will TP over toward the bot lane. So there he goes. We'll see how this matches out. These lanes are starting to get set. Snake King, he's going to show up over towards top and give that shared tango to the CK, who went no regen at the moment.
He's bringing some tangos. On Courier wants to have as much damage as possible early on. Know that there's going to be some early spam coming out from Legion Commander, especially at those early levels. You get close, overwhelming gods immediately.
So level 1 into the Shadow Realm for the Dark Will too. So no Bramble Maze early on, just trying to output some of that damage with the Shadow Realm. It's going to be nice to keep an eye on Q in terms of what he has going for him in his build. And I talked about the Midas and the potential for him to become a 4th core on this team.
Yeah, we have to see what he has queued up. Mid lane. This is the lane I want to watch for the first couple of levels to see how much Earthshaker is going to be able to do. Right now, sitting at 5 and 2. Pango, no denies whatsoever. Very difficult to last hit against Earthshaker. If he decides to go for one creep, either kill or deny, he's got to get it with Enchant Totem.
It makes it very difficult here for Thompson, but we'll see how he adjusts to his lane. He's done a very good job of adjusting at certain points throughout the first 2 games that they played already. Makoto already 10 and 2 and put the damage onto Thompson, and he's only got half the CS. And like you said, it's not easy for him to get anything more, as all 3 of those creeps get denied.
Denies.
Oh no. That just feels pretty awful. And another deny. Thompson will take what he gets. You force the Swashbuckler to get something. They're going after this Venge. They'll get the kill on the Ollie. So 9 getting first blood with the movement over from Snake King. They were able to accomplish that, and 23 Savage can't help him out really. Over
Tundra, they're so good at using like these twin gates, teleportations, just like outnumbering them. It's gonna be 9 who's gonna pick up that first blood.
With the Nature's Prophet in the game, you have to be very aware of the timing on the 7 minutes as well for the Wisdom runes. 7:14, of course, 21. You do the math. But, you start to fall behind. You start to give up both Wisdom runes at 7 and 14, and your supports start to fall behind pretty extensively. And that is an issue you can really find when you're up against a Nature's Prophet who top lane might just die with the Bramble Maze there, and they get the kill on a Snake King. So Q showing up and laying down the rule of the top lane and making sure this Nature's Prophet knows that the presence is felt.
At least his cooldown did reset, so teleportation will be available. Bottom lane again, putting some pressure onto 23. He's thinking about it.
Thinking about TPing again elsewhere, and it's going to be over towards Jabs. He's got that 1 level in. Sprout just taking a look across as most heroes have themselves a Quelling Blade. Everybody, I don't know, I think the bench got one. All right.
Have to buy it against Nature's Prophet. It's just way too much damage early on. Really glad that they made the change so that you can actually eat the tangos.
Bramble Maze post down, not grabbing Skeeter, but he's got that 1 point Reality Rift, pulls this Dark Will nearby, and I'm not going to get much out of that as they go into the Shadow Realm and throw a strikeout once again, only sitting level 2, but about to be 3. We had talked about mid, and mid still seems to be more or less the same, as Makoto's level 5 and Thompson's level 4.5.
Yeah, you get close. He's level 5, 3 points and Enchant Totem every single time he gets close. Aftershock damage, right click from Enchant Totem, maybe another right click. Very difficult lane for Pango to play into.
CS just seems to be easy here for Makoto, and that's no surprise. And you said this matchup was kind of lining up to go this way. Needing these swashbucklers to get any semblance of CS is a bit tough for you. Top lane, they're even looking to pressure coming through. They've got Ollie. They look at Snake King. There's the magic missile and a Shadow Realm strike to get 1. 9 TPs over. They look for Jabs. They go and throw the stun out of that Chaos Bolt. The swarm on Jabs as well, and there's the Reality Rift and a right click to kill off the Legion Commander. So it ends up being a trade that's kind of worth it there for the side of Tundra.
Tundra very quick with reacting to what's happening on the map. Instant TP from 9. They secure themselves a return kill, also leaving CK some of the solo XP, and also leaving Tidehunter solo XP in the bottom lane, because he can't die on Tidehunter. Early on, damage from Faceless Void is not enough. Earthshaker about to crack level 6 in the next creep wave with maybe one rotation. I could see Mikoto grabbing a kill.
So, take a look at the top right of your screen. You will see the rest of the games that are up on the B, C, D, and E stream. Azure Ray, 23-7, 21 minutes in over Liquid. Is back to our game. Bottom lane, Gush, 23 Savage is in trouble. They have a TP in from Snake King. Nine's also sitting low. They'll at least get the kill there on the Weaver, but they end up losing their Faceless Void. Charging up the Shadow Realm Strike, trying to get some power from Yugi's grandfather, but unable to get the kill there onto the Tidehunter as they don't have the vision.
Ooh, double bounty picked up by Snake King. No Quillo, no mana on Q, has Magic 1 charges if he wants to use it. Mikoto's coming through the river.
And the Wave of Terror, one more right click, Q's got himself a kill. So now on a killing spree for this Dark Willow.
Oh, gotta be very aware of those XP runes. I already see 9 sneaking in. Weaver, Nature's Prophet, these heroes are very good at stealing enemy runes. And it's being pinged out. Oli gonna camp there. Takes over the Watcher.
It's not easy. Ollie's not exactly sitting with a lot of health, and now the Swarm's on him. Forced to throw a magic missile. He does need that help. Mikoto comes over, and they'll secure the Wisdom Rune, which is massive.
What a player.
Ollie losing his courier, 9.
Where's
Puching
he
and
gonna go?
juking and taking Mikoto's time. There's the Wave of Terror. If they can get a kill, it's semi-worth and will be. So, kill for the Earthshaker, and they also get the Wisdom Rune.
It's so important that the mid laner TPs there, loses some of the farm, but that much of a value was lost in the meantime because Q's sitting in the mid lane collecting that XP while Earthshaker's making a move.
He's going into Yules. He's almost level 6, 8 minutes into the game. So they'll have that early Bedlam, which could lead to early duel victories when they get level 6 on jabs. Having that presence is going to be great. And Ravage on the edge, it lands, but he's already able to time walk and get that health back. So that Ravage is all for naught. Now that's on cooldown. Going to the Rolling Thunder. Echo Slam looking and getting the kill on a 9. At least that. Bouncing off the steps. Bouncing Mikoto up and down constantly. As now the turn is looking over at Ollie and Q, but the Brambles hold Thompson in place. They bring Skeeter over to, well, look for a kill, but instead, now his attention's going back to where he came from, top lane.
Yeah, when the stakes are high, you're gonna see much more of these rotations coming up from cores early on. Earthshaker TPing mid to secure the XP rune. Skeeter TPing in 8 minutes into the game without having ulti. Just wants to help out, get any kill that they can.
And that has to do with the fact that the group stage is different in the road to TI. You know, with it being 5 teams and the bottom team out. You don't have as many games to give. You can't be as relaxed. A lot more on the line with each and every game that we see here.
Now, I want to see if 23 goes through the gates and makes a move, maybe.
With Chrono?
Just tries to get a kill on enemy carry. This has been very popular with Faceless Void, Monkey King mostly as carry, which is not like the most popular hero right now, but he does it the best because you can easily set things up, jump onto the tree, and then go through the gates, jump off the tree, and you're there in no time.
So Q now level 6, he does have access to that Bedlam, and that's something that I thought maybe would come a little bit earlier, but he got pushed away from mid and spent some time stacking. So he wasn't getting any experience, but they can jump in, they can Ravage, and now they've got the Shadow Realm as well as the Bedlam. So they'll charge up the Shadow Realm, they've got the Bedlam, they'll have the duel, and they get the victory very easily. And we were just saying, you know, early Bedlam means early duel damage potential, and that's exactly what they get.
It's a great start. 9 minutes, you have 10 dual damage, immediately back to the top lane. Talon are really good at spell casting. Like 23 on Faceless Void, catching him on top of Observer Ward. While he's time walking, he gets Bedlam on top of him. And now they're making a move. Maybe even looking for more. Could potentially kill Snaking here. CK already in the jungle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So just like a little bit of the previous games, Tundra, they aren't leading at the moment, but we'll see if they can find that opening. It's been like those one fights that happen about 15 to the 20-minute mark that comes from Tundra because they don't take their foot off the gas, and I wonder where we could see that come from them. A big fight, maybe when Ravage is back up and CK finds an item or two. 23 is not really that comfortable against just this tied bottom. Like, it hasn't exactly been the easiest lane for him.
In terms of, last hits, sitting at 57. In terms of net worth, at the bottom of it, going into Hand of Midas. Just gonna get those levels up, but I think he's in an okay spot. Has Time Walk maxed out, which means that he understands, like, this is not a killer build by any means. It's more about survivability. You get close, Anchor Smash, and you immediately use Time Walk.
Nature. Coming through from the Nature's Prophet of Snake King, so that'll get him a little bit of gold as he goes to get that wand next. He's got Orchid Cuden on the mind.
Okay. I mean, if someone's gonna do it, that's gonna be Snake King. He's on the greedier. I don't think you're gonna get much greedier as position 5. Maybe Puppy is up there, but both of them, they love to take farm. They love to control the tempo of the game with their items. It's a great Orchid game against Faceless Void early on pre-BKB. Earthshaker, he jumps in, gets silenced. Blink Dagger available on Mikoto. They just smoked.
Dire are scanning.
Early Blink, let's see where they're going to go as they are mid for now, but now going up towards top, so maybe they find themselves snaking. They want something a little bit more juicier than that, and that would be Skeeter. They may not find him. They may just find Snaking. Smoke breaks. Wave of Terror is there. There's the blink. Fissure out. Magic Missile. Ollie will swipe that kill. So they get that kill on a Snaking. They're going to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower with this totem. They should be able to grab it, but they will glyph, and it doesn't look as though anybody's going to defend it at the moment, as 33 is fine with just farming over bottom. And so really is Thompson, who's taking a couple stacks at the moment.
Yeah, Thompson has been pretty silent playing into Earthshaker. Usually he's the madman going in like 10 minutes into the game, made 15 different rotations. Right now wants to farm up his Diffusal Blade. Did find himself a really good neutral item, holding on to Lance of Pursuit. Once you pick up that Diffusal Blade, the amount of damage you deal from behind is insane. Plus the extra slow, Orb of Corrosion. Needs to farm another 400 gold. This is going to be the big timing for them.
Radiant are scanning.
And that could be the timing that we've spoken about and that we've seen previously, where, 15 to 20 minutes where they hit that spot and go. Swap, Bedouin, Makota in, and that's a Ravage.
Get the duel.
And they don't get the duel just yet. Echo Slam committed. 33 is going to fall. Ollie ends up dead. Reality Rift to pull in Makoto. They go to the Terrorize. That's going to fear up 2 of these heroes. They go to the Chrono. That lands on a 3. It's lining up well for Talon, but they need the damage. He's alone by himself. There's the Chaos Bolt. They go to the Rolling Thunder. Shadow Realm Strike, Time Walk out of the low ground, jumping with a shield crash, needs to bump up on the high ground.
Might lose it
Set
to get the
himself up. They've got the dual victory on a Skeeter, and 23 is going to be able to escape. He put himself in the perfect spot to get bounced by that Rolling Thunder back up out of the high ground, and that kept him alive.
Ooh, could have been even a better fight for Talon if they immediately lock down this Tidehunter. He gets the Ravage off, no duel, but in the end, it's not too bad. They get the kill on CK and another dual damage for Legion Commander. They would definitely love to have that Diffusal Blade in the previous fight. Now it's finished without Ravage. I want to see if they still decide to go for another aggressive play.
That duel was teetering on the edge of going the other way.
He gets one Chaos Strike, Lifesteal, crit. Could have turned it around.
So now he's got 20 dual damage, and after a fight like that, Q, who was looking at a Yule early, switches it up. Midas
Wants to scale. Can't really blame him. We've seen so many times. I mean, you're playing one of the best Dark Willow players out there, from the Western European scene. Taiga and also Nine. He really loved to play the hero from the mid lane. And Hero has been on the rise as well in terms of carrying the games from position 4. Eventually, you'll get those talents. Another duel, another damage.
Oh boy, yeah. Q now unstoppable. He's 6-0-2. But the damage, Jabs is 38. Just 15 minutes into the game, he's gotten 3 dual victories. So he's in a good spot to continue to just get massive amounts of damage.
I see Tundra play, Tidehunter, Vlad's in his inventory. I'm like, oh, you're right, this is the raid pack game. Getting flashbacks from the previous TI. Gotta get tanky no matter what. Just a casual Vlad, synergizes well with his anchor smash, provides some extra armor, extra damage. I'm going into pipe next.
Still though, even though it's 12-5, even though the fights have been favoring Talon, the net worth is just a little bit towards Tundra. As they go towards top and looking to get Makoto, but he senses it, TPs and leaves.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's out of there. Jabs, by the way, close to this Blink Dagger, so that'll set up even more on these duels. And Ag's just 2,000 gold away here for the Earthshaker too, so Makoto's got a good amount of farm. He's going in to that Ags, and they're kind of lining up here in terms of net worth. And 23 Savage, who is behind on net worth, bottom of the cores, is now top of his team.
He recovered, died only once this game, has Hand of Midas, Spark of Courage. This is going to be a lot of farm coming his way.
Thunder, and yeah, lands, but Thompson leaves. Nothing doing at the moment. There's a stack here to be had for Makoto again. We'll give it a shot.
Oh,
He'll Echo Slam.
Echo Salami. I watched Bait in TI qualifiers, and this is something that they did for Dendi. Like they stacked gigantic stack of Ancients while he was playing Earthshaker mid, and then he just cleared it and got his Blink Dagger immediately. Because the game slowed down. Like Makoto wants to farm it immediately, realizes that his Aghanim Scepter is much more important than having Echo Slam.
Right. He's pretty safe overall, and they might have actually just jumped this. Nine's over to the side. Wrath of Nature comes in. Swashbuckle. Makoto kind of low. Ravage comes in and lands. They've got the Sprout. They get the kill on Makoto. They look over at Ali. Now they're looking for a duel. This is a very dangerous duel. Even with Bedlam on him, it's going to be winner, winner, chicken dinner there for Thompson, who's got 18 damage, and they get Q. Overplaying their hand. Talon fall apart, and here we are in that marker that I said, and Talon they give up the advantage that they had. Tundra's got it. 4K lead and a chrono over mid to try and at least get a kill on a 9, but he's able to time lapses. Oh, Thompson stops him from getting that kill.
Oof, these guys fighting against each other, both controlling time. Vivo in the end manages to survive. Double raid ban. Like, this is something that just like Tundra does. Like you'll see 33 playing Bristleback, picking up double, sometimes even triple raid ban. After 25 minutes, you'll see both supports having at least double raid ban on like Warlock, and Vivo picking it up in this one. But a good fight. Tundra, they're like the scariest team, I would say, when nothing's happening around the map, because you're gonna get out-farmed.
Yeah.
Or you might just be forced into one of these like good fights that look good on paper, and suddenly they just dismantle you. Jabs, he's being pinged out. Right now scouted by Treants. Blink is available though.
That duel felt so ambitious. Surrounded by 4 heroes.
It was a really risky move.
Jabs. Chikuchi, and there's the jump in from Snake King. Going to the duel again. Oh no, 9. He's got, well, count it up. Another duel victory.
It's double. It's 18.
Oh no. Q dies too. Snake King gets the credit. Oh boy.
Oh man, these are some, like, I know it. Well, might even get the courier.
Yeah, they got Makoto. They got Jabs. Everybody's dying on the side of town. This game was even just, what, a minute ago? 2 minutes ago in terms of net worth? Now it's almost a 10,000 net worth lead for Tundra. You got 18 damage on Pango. You got 18 damage on Weaver. Oh boy.
36 damage.
Radiant's middle tower.
Total. You did? Okay.
Carry the one.
Always carry the one.
This is 2 duels that just don't end up going the way of Talon, and things have fallen apart. So, what do you do here, Lacoste, to get back into the game? You had
What do I
decent
do? I'm
start,
casting
but
this game. Yeah, I'm watching how,
you
how
tag
good
in.
Tundra's playing. Because all of their moves have been really crisp. Post 10 minutes, like the amount of stuff that they do around the map. Now you have this almost unkillable Tidehunter who picked up Dead in the Water. So Anchor on Faceless Void, he gets leashed. Earthshaker gets leashed, can't use Enchant Totem with his Aghanim Scepter that he still needs to finish. And something that Tundra did is invade enemy Tormentor. Like the trade that they did in the previous series was they lose Roche, but they take enemy Tormentor. They really value this one.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Scan connects. They want to take their own Tormentor. Wrath of Nature, that's going to fly out. Thompson. He's got Ags. Ooh, blink duel by the Tormentor, and they get the victory. They've got the swap on a Snake King as well as the Magic Missile. They'll get themselves 2. They stop the Tormentor from being taken, and they escape. So not a bad exchange for Talon.
Talon, they give them a taste of their own medicine this time. Smoking into enemy Tormentor area, getting the kill, but not taking the Tormentor. And Jav is getting some extra dual damage from it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, now he's at 66. A decent amount, but still has given away 36. Which is very rough. Makoto gets this Ags, but the timing on that was supposed to be way better.
Most definitely. Like, we had a lot of interviews throughout the DPC season, other tournaments as well, where we talked to the players about, like, Tormentors, and most of the players I talked to, like, mentioned that these Tormentors, like, kind of feel weird. They kind of feel awkward. And Tundra proving us wrong, or at least how well they can play, just invading 21 minutes in, stealing enemy Tormentor, immediately keeping back with their Tormentor just to steal it, because they value their shards a lot.
Yeah, that's something that I think in an idea we might see expand as time goes on, where you value team lineups with their shards and everything more, and go to invade for the first Tormentor more than just take your own, right?
So I can understand why they decided to go for second Tormentor. They picked up, I mean, they were given 1 shard to Nature's Prophet. Tidehunter picked up shard of his own, and there was a high chance of your Pango picking up the shard. It went to Weaver in the end, but they would definitely prefer if it went to Pango. Because one of the heroes, usually on Tundra, they get it early on.
Dire's top tower.
Still sitting at this 8,000 net worth lead here, 23 Savage. We're still kind of waiting for the big damage to come from him, as well as the Chrono. We're not exactly feeling the presence of the Faceless Void right now, but you know, he did start from behind, and he's not terribly far behind when it comes to net worth now in the game, but still looking to get there with the Mjolnir and the eventual Manta pickup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see what he can get to as a 4-man smoke is used. Blink, Ravage, another Makoto going to the Shadow Realm. Swarm's thrown over. They've got
Can't use
the
that
anchor.
totem.
And now he's going to be trying to get away with this one as Q ends up dead to Snake King. Fissure lands, but there's nothing doing. Ollie with the swap just puts himself in harm's way, and it's a double kill for Thompson. 3 heroes dead on the side of Talon, and again, 23 just top lane farming, and it's kind of what he needs to do. But the rest of the team needs to hold on without giving too much over to Tundra.
That was such a beautiful Ravage. I mean, they were underneath the vision. This is really not the ward you see often. It's like in the middle of the river, scouting the rune, which gave him a really good jump. He gets silenced, BKB immediately.
And he's got it. This one he's got.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
At least get that dual victory. That pushes him up to 94. They're getting some of these pickoffs, and you just need to hold this game a little bit longer, right? They need to hit this point where you get a lot more out of your Faceless Void.
Yeah, Faceless Void probably is in like top 3 best carries when it comes down to late game. Might be even the best one. It really depends like on the scenario, which heroes they have. But if I had to choose like one level 30 hero with Refresher,
right,
you know, 6 slotted, 8 slotted, it's definitely Faceless Void.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
another one of those matchups where the team against Tundra, we'll see if they can get there. Almost connect, but
Radiant's bottom tower
they
is
won't
under
commit
attack.
to the jump in. So they're going to take this tier 2 tower over bottom. They are looking over towards mid, maybe. They've got 9 moving around. We haven't really talked about his item progression. He's got Ranabetos with the Solar Crest going for a Gleipnir.
He's super tanky. Wants to like this is you know what I like to call camouflage carry build from position 4. You buy this Rod of Atos and you're like, okay, I'm doing a support job, but what you actually want to do is carry, and then it's like, okay, I did it. You know, I showed that I'm actually playing support, and then you upgrade it to Gleipnir. Suddenly you're like, yo, what up, guys? I'm carry now.
So it looks like another tier 2 is going to drop. No contest coming in from the side of Talon. They do have this Aegis for another minute and 30.
Tower has fallen.
With the CK Blink, Echo Saber, Armlet, Heart going into the Manta. He feels very strong at this moment. Oh, looking for a duel again and press the attack. Ooh, Sprout, TP, and that's going to at least be the Dark Willow leaving. Jabs has the BKB TP out. They almost turned that around.
There's so much minus armor on Tundra. They have 4 heroes with minus armor. You have Neutral Item, Orb of Destruction, Reality Rift, Swarm, Solar Crest, Gush, Orb of Corrosion, Lucky Shot, you name it.
Ollie with the anchor on him. And dead in the water. He's dead in the jungle. Still just a massive lead here for Tundra. As you see those other games at the top right of your screen if you want to take a look at those. But Thompson, he falls to Q here, and Q had that Midas early on. He's gone into that Yules, has a Blink Dagger, going Shard next. If the game goes long enough, expect an Ags. We'll see if we get there. It's more dual damage for Jabs too, putting him at 122. BKB, Chrono. All right, maybe you can get something going here. Aegis expires, but 33's here. BKB TP out, Chrono and leave. He thought
Most of
for
their
a second.
BKBs have been used defensively.
Yeah.
So no Chrono, it's time to strike. I don't know if they can take this fight without deep observer placed behind.
Radiant's top tower
They see
is
3
under
of them.
attack.
33, he wants to go.
See if they can make the move. Makoto, meanwhile, he's trying to get a BKB of his own. He wants to be able to make something happen. Q, Jabs, Ollie, they smoke. As a trio, they've got the scan connecting, and they need to make
Dire are scanning.
kickoff happen, but these heroes are pretty close to each other on Tundra. I don't know if a duel early is going to work out for them. Skeeter shows himself over mid. But you think they need a +1, and it is Makoto who's going to be nearby. At least if they want to jump and get themselves a duel. But there's the Phantasm from Skeeter. We'll throw the illusions out there.
To scout things out. Finally, Makoto finished off his BKB. That also means that he cannot get leashed by this anchor from Tide. Snaking, he's in the outer ring. And something that we talked about, itemization. This team really loves raid bands. Double queued up right now on snaking. Double on your position 4 Weaver.
Wraith bands are value. Been some decent value for them. Scan, blink, 33, not seeing the Legion Commander. But there's the blink into the duel. And the BetBoom with the time walk in, they get the kill on a 33. Rafa Major comes out, they go forward. Skitter's gonna try and get a kill on Ollie. They've got the fissure that lands from Makoto. Looking for a terrorize. That connects, snaking on the back lines, but they've got the totem that lands on top of the Nature's Prophet. And they will take out Snaking. Gleipnir used from 9. Still trying to go in with the Rolling Thunder for Thompson. Reality rips on Makoto. They'll get the kill on the Earthshaker. And now Ollie will go to the TP out, but the Rolling Thunder at the end lands on the Venge. They'll get themselves a second, so it ends up being a 2 for 2.
Yeah, manages to get unstuck thanks to level 15 Talon. 33, he would definitely buy back in that previous fight if he had TP available, but he already TP'd, so still, rest of the team managing to salvage that fight.
2 for 2. Thompson hit with the Chrono. Is the damage there? The bash is available? Yes, they are. So he starts to get it done with the double damage, but 9 gets a kill on a Jabs.
That's a solo kill. He just got 800 gold from it.
And he just got more dual damage. He's got 56 on the Weaver. Oh, 23.
What's going on in this game? Like, some of these deaths, they should not be happening.
Oh, no.
56 damage on your position for Weaver, who's turning into carry. When we talk about, like, the amount of gold that is, Sacred Relic costs 3.4k, gives you 55 damage. So basically, he was given a free Sacred Relic.
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's great. They're just free. Oh. Free Sacred Relic. I love damage. Weaver going Ags next. But he gets caught up in a duel where maybe they get low.
Yeah, we did mention it, like the power of Aghanim Scepter when the draft ended, but he also wanted to like get something to farm that Aghanim Scepter with. Sitting at 2.2k gold now, so halfway there already. The thing is, cast range is really bad, so I want to see if he switches things up like after and gets a Blink Dagger. Like I've seen this build being like very strong against, but it also depends like how they place the Chronos here. I think it plays a good Chrono. Oh, Echo.
Oh boy, Fissure, does he have the damage? Snaking low, Blade Mail, duel, and victory. But a Rolling Thunder coming in from Thompson. Uses that defusal, slows him up, turns around, but he's gotten that totem to get a jump onto the low ground and away from this Pango and blinks into a position where he won't be caught and TP's out. But while that's going on, Nine's looking for another solo kill, spots Q, the damage is there, and he got him! Magic Missile, Gleipnir used, Jabs has to leave this fight because Ollie's already ripped apart as they get a second.
Throws a Blood Grenade, tries to cancel the Blink Dagger, doesn't hit. Nine also, like, because he does have Shard from that Tormentor, he started attacking creeps so that his Geminate attack, because it puts, like, the Shukuchi puts the mark on him,
right.
And then just to try to cancel the Blink Dagger. Nine, he's scaling. He's really up there. He almost has the same amount of farm as Ikoto.
Damn. He's really doing a lot here. He is, yeah, looking like he's got a little bit of the carry in him, but it's that extra 56 damage that lets him rip apart the Dark Willow in that situation.
So you have extra, like, 90 damage with 20 Geminate talent, plus you have extra damage coming out from Dual Victory, extra damage from Quiver. This hero hurts. Not just against supports, but also against cores. Right, Mel?
Thinks about it, and the BetBoom already used. But they saw, they had the Watcher. So give him the vision and allowed him to know where they're at. Using that Shukuchi, gets away from the potential duel. And while this is all going on, they're in rush. So second Aegis. Meet Skeeter's inventory. Cheese for time.
With this heart, like, they want to survive duel, they want to survive Chronosphere. What Tundra is doing is tanking up as much as they can. Defensive Lincoln's now on Thompson, so he can't get dueled.
What is here to break that Lincoln's?
Jabs, he picked up the Fusel Blade.
And he's going MKB next.
Interesting build from him.
Yeah, Butterfly MKB queued up for 23 as well.
They want to counter this Butterfly on CK. Not sure if that's like what he wants to do, because he's relatively easily bursted on Legion Commander. Not tanky at all.
Pressure over in the bottom lane, up almost 20,000
Radiant's bottom
net worth, and they're going to go up to the high ground. The tier 2s that they were able to take prior, they were down for free. There's that Phantasm.
Nice timing.
Fisher jabs, blinks in. Wrath of Nature coming through. Ooh, 23's off by himself. Time walks. That BKB's only going to last for so long. They go to the Ravage, and now they've got the Reality Rift. They get the kill. He's all by himself. He doesn't have buyback.
He timed it perfectly on 33, using that dead in the water, and then Ravage after BKB just finished. No buyback on your faces, Void. Just bought the Lincoln Sphere, sitting at 1,000 gold, needs another 700. This is going to be a very difficult fight for Talon.
70 seconds to hold without the Faceless Void. Tier 3. Oh, that's gone.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Curse Crown. And also got these Brambles down, trying to hold him up. Makoto thinking about making a move to jump in there and Echo Slam if he's got the damage, but they're still working with an Aegis. So it ain't easy. They're also using the Treants to push in these lanes. They're pushing in top with Treants. They're putting Treants over mid. So it's a three-pronged attack right now, whether or not the heroes are there.
Also,
got
CK
these
using
creeps and
his
treants.
illusions. Skeeter sending it on
the water.
Earthshaker so he can't blink
Swap.
in.
First Crown, Brambles locking him up for a second.
Aghanim Scepter available on 9. Even if they get the duel off, even if they land like a big Chronosphere, they still need to be careful about this Aghanim Scepter. You get one time lapse off on your ally, and it's going to change the thing. Like, it's just going to win them the game.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Instead of racks, those are going to be gone too. Again, Treants working on the top
Radiant's top
tier
tower
3.
is under attack.
We've got this Aegis for another 2 minutes. There's a long time with the second life. The Brambles making it a little bit difficult, but there's really nothing going on here in terms of a defense for Talon.
Still holding the Aegis for almost full 2 minutes. Ravage will come back online in 40.
Oh, quicker use, BKB, Chronosphere, that comes out. It's
Oh, time
on to
lapse
the
is
CK,
available.
as well as onto the time, but they've got the time lapse, and now they go to the Rolling Thunder. He's going to be bumped into the air with the Wrath of Nature. That's all the damage onto 23 that they need to get the kill.
And that's game. No
And
chrono means you
no
can't
buyback,
take
no
the fight.
nothing.
Echo Slam, they need to land it on like 5 heroes, but there's already Pipe, Cheese available, Heart on both of these cores on Tundra. I don't think they have enough damage.
Try to hold Makoto looking for his
for an angle.
opportunity. Waveneer used, doesn't land on a Makoto. He stops at Arax. In trouble, looking to potentially find Makoto there.
Radiant's top barracks.
So just using this totem, and it's going to be Mega Creeps. They're still holding on, though. They know how important every single game is. You can't
Now
just
you're
give it
playing
up.
against Mega Creeps. I mean, at least they have okay heroes against it. Faceless Void, but the Tundra, they're not done.
Oh, press the attack. 3-second stun, swarm on him. Falls off.
Long 30 seconds until Faceless Void respawns.
Does time up well with the Aegis expiring, but Tundra aren't even going to risk it. They just back up. They know they've got Mega Creeps. They don't need to put themselves in a position to give up anything, really. $30,000 net worth lead, and what can you do here if you're Talon except for spectate the creeps and watch as the base
They
starts to
lost.
fall?
So I think Talon picked up one XP rune. That was a 7-minute one. Other than that, it was all Tundra. They really prioritized this timing, prioritize picking up shards from Tormentors.
Oh, they
They
have
get
it!
it off.
The rune, the taunt, the kill, there it is. They at least get the damage. I mean, this is a Legion that does have a good amount of dual damage, but The rest of it is just not going Legion's way, or well, Talon's way.
I could see Tundra waiting it out until next Roshan is available. Pick it up. I'm gonna be on Radiant side, so that means Aghanim Scepter Blessing for someone. CK is sitting at 5,000 HP with Butterfly, has Havoc Hammer available.
I think Blink has the shard.
I think this Orchid pickup by Snaking has been crucial. Forcing the BKBs to be used early on by some of these stuns, dead in the water, and then using Orchid or another stun.
They smoke, they've got double damage on
I think
CK
they can get a pick off.
for just under half its duration left.
Lincoln Spear,
23 at the front.
needs a Ravage.
Blink, Ravage, they need a way to get this Void out, but he's not even available to move. Time is not on his side. Can't take a walk, can't do anything, and the BKB is going to be popped. They go to the duel. It's going to be on to the CK. I don't know what you're going to get out of this one, but they've got the Bedwell. Maybe they get the kill here. Ooh, it's not close. Jabs, Makoto, they both fall instead. None of these heroes have buyback. They'll call GG, and Tundra makes it 3 in a row as they get this first game victory in the BO2 over Talon.
Man, Tundra looking really hot. What a great start for them, sitting at 3-0 already. Didn't drop a single game. Like, their decision making is just flawless when it comes down to understanding what needs to be done in the game where they're like losing. We're getting picked off, but also some of these deaths, some of these like duels that they gave away also went their way. Like, it was just extra profit for them, and also forcing them to use BKBs. Also faces Void dying without having buyback, investing everything into his Lincoln Sphere. Also some of the mistakes made by Talon, but Tundra, they really know how to punish.
Yeah, Tundra really taking advantage of that timing between the 15 minutes and 20-minute mark there. So it's exciting to watch from Tundra. And again, another team going up against Tundra that need to really figure out what to do in game number 2. And Talon need to go back to the drawing board and hope to get something that works out for game 2. But that's not going to be coming up just yet. We've got the panel to break it down for you, and we'll be throwing it their way. So, guys, take it away.
We are back. We're going to be having a bit of a chat. We do have Gods. I think this is the first thing replaced by Winter. You're going to be joining us. How are you, Winter?
I'm fine.
Just fine?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you a little bit sad that Talon didn't end up winning that game?
If they won the game, I would have felt a little bit more
You would be like,
happy.
I'm good.
Yeah, a little bit sad that they lost the game, but they deserve to lose that game. I feel like Tundra played a much better game, they had a much better plan. The draft was quite interesting, you know, with the Weaver playing as a support role and with a lot of minus armor and Tide going for early shot against the Shaker. So they definitely came more prepared compared to Talon.
It was pretty much all minus armor, right? Like every single hero did it in some way.
I felt like they didn't really address that. They last picked the LC, which it's kind of like a totally different idea, because the way that the LC would function with the Void is they're not going to, he's not going to provide damage in the chrono. He's just going to be like maybe going for pickouts whenever chrono is down. But I felt like they needed to have like a team hero to build all the team items like the Crimson Guard to deal with the physical damage, and LC is not a hero to do that.
And you felt the supports can do that as well?
It was difficult, you know, because they didn't really have a very good start, and Venge Void is like a lane that's going to be having a hard time in the early game, so you can't really expect much from them. And I felt like there was just too much that LC needed to do, you know, and he didn't have a perfect game.
Yeah, there were a few times that he did end up dealing or handing over dual damage to that Weaver.
A couple of times.
A couple here up there. It was a bit unfortunate, those duels that did come out. Let's talk about that draft a little bit more as well, Winter, because you're talking about how, you know, the support Weaver coming out. We've seen it in past guys. We've seen it in past before, but when exactly did this support Weaver start coming back around again when it comes to 7.34?
I think in the recent patch, I didn't really feel like the hero was actually that good. Maybe some teams will have a better understanding about how to utilize the hero. I think the first two things that Weaver would provide for you is the save and the minus armor for Roshan. Like I think in some particular games where you feel like with a support that can help you get Roshan early, you can actually snowball very hard. For example, like maybe if you have like a Ursa or TA lineup where you need to snowball, I think Weaver is particularly good in those lineups. And in this particular lineup with the CK, I think he functions really well because CK you kind of need sometimes that little bit of extra damage to burst the hero, and Weaver does provide you with that. And Weaver is also a hero that when you go to the Twin Gate, it's very good at ganking the side lanes, and it's something that CK really likes as well.
Okay. Do you think there's going to be a lot more CK then? That this is maybe something brewing in the back and now it's going to come out?
It wasn't really in the back.
Okay, all right.
If you're looking at pubs in all the regions, if you're looking at the games that have been played so far in the group stages, like CK is first phased even, like the hero is really strong. But when it comes to Weaver, I feel like, for me, it's simple. If Solar Crest is in the meta, Weaver can be picked on a support position, and that's it. Like Solar Crest is just so strong on him, coupled with the bugs that he annoyingly sends on you.
Yeah, you weren't even surprised that he didn't go for the Axe, right? You were saying to me, like, I don't even think you need to buy Axe even though you're playing against a Faceless Sword, because that's something that you normally do as a support viewer. But that game, he had such a great start that he feel like, I can just be a core. He got Gleipnir and just with the double Wraith Band, the Wraith
like
Band's area.
Plus 56 damage very early on as well.
Yeah.
It's quite a little bit of damage going his way.
Yeah, there were a few shining moments for Talon, and we can talk about what we want to see for Game 2. But first, I want to check in and have a look at what's been going on in the other streams. Let's have a look at our standings for our groups, because the one that I really want to look at is Group B. People have called it the sort of death group, or at least the group that if they were playing, they wouldn't really want to be in there. And looking at it, Azure Ray picking up the first win in its best of 2 against Team Liquid. And let me tell you, it was a shellacking. It was 33-9 to Azure Ray. Like, they looked phenomenal, and this was an unknown entity for a lot of people, because it's like, okay, sure, we saw Somnus and Chalice, they played in the Azure Games, so we see their form a little bit, but how are they as a team, and how are they going to be internationally?
Like, whenever you see FY and Chalice in the international tournaments, I think you shouldn't be surprised that they're taking even the best teams. Like in that game versus Liquid, I believe FY had the most kills on his Prophet. Like, he's a support with 13 kills or something like that, so overall really not that surprising. But when I'm looking at Group B and you're saying the group of death, I believe these top 4 teams are going to remain the top 4 teams. I think that might be like it's an early call, definitely, but I have a feeling it might resolve that way.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra Awaken is definitely the obvious weaker team among the 5, and the other 4 teams are like at least one level ahead of them.
Yeah.
It might not be exactly like this. They might shuffle.
It's just going to be a shuffle of those 4, but we'll most likely.
Yeah, but how much does it matter? You know, you only won first place. You know, second, third, and fourth is like whatever.
Yeah, we were talking about that with that format change. It's like you got a lot of emphasis on first, obviously not being eliminated, but everything in between, you're pretty happy to at least be surviving going into the next stage, and knowing that you do live on at least there and potentially have a chance for the upper bracket. You know, other things that might not be too surprising, or maybe it is, depending on what side you take for the NA versus SA. You know, Rift is the Beastcoast versus Nouns series. So Nouns lost that first game for themselves, and again, it was another game of just Beastcoast looking phenomenal, almost getting a rampage too for themselves.
You know, like, there's always one thing for me, and that's SA teams. SA teams, Eastern European teams, and internationals. Like, you can international tournaments, not only the international. You can expect some extraordinary performances from these players. They just get a lamb buff.
Yeah.
And you can see that right there in that game.
I mean, if I say like last TI, Hokori just blowing everyone out of the water. That's why I'm surprised that you're like, oh, Thunder Awaken in that B group. I'm sure they're probably going to be at the bottom, but they only played one best of 2 for themselves. But let's circle back around. Winter, you did SEA DPC, so give me a little bit more insight on Talon, how you think they're going to bounce back from this one, and how it's going to be possible when it comes to drafting.
I mean, it's a pretty common problem for them where they have the identity crisis between 23 Savage and Jabs. I think that in this game, the main issue is they didn't really emphasize protecting the Void pick. I think they just needed to give him a better lane and just try to prioritize his pick more. Because if you look at the team, Tour 1, Tour 2, Tour 3, they didn't do so well during Tour 3, but Tour 1 and Tour 2, when they were doing well, they found a right balance of, even though they like to give Jabs the overall last pick, but at the same time, they were able to protect 23 on his carry. And in this game, I feel like they prioritized Jabs. He got the last pick, but they weren't able to at least give 23 Savage a decent laning phase, you know. Because as Void, you're playing against Tide. it's going to be a hard lane. And they picked his hero early, but they didn't really give him the flexibility in the end, where I felt like they should have probably moved the bench on the position 4 and pick the Void a better laning support so that he can actually play the game against the Tide and just roll with that, you know. But instead, they just gave him the bench, which is not the best hero in the lane, and the Tide just free farm the lane.
It was so many fights, like Void goes in, he chronos, he just doesn't have enough farm. And like you were mentioning the Legion, I can see the Legion with the Dark Willow, like you put the Bedlam, you blink in with Blade Mail, it's a ton of damage. That doesn't help the Void. So if your Legion commander isn't doing work, your Void is literally left stranded waiting for the Dark Willow eventually to get that Aghanims and a ton of items for her to be able to dish out the damage in the Chronosphere.
It's a very risky
there.
draft. I feel like they needed something more stable, like Underlord, for example, because Underlord does amazing against Chaos Knight.
What hero?
Aura. Underlord.
Oh.
Why? You hate the hero so
Yeah,
much?
what were some of your thoughts there, Lucian?
No, it's just
I mean, Underlord is like a traditional counter towards CK because your aura works really well against illusions in the lane. You're pretty good against CK in the lane. And in the game, you build Crimson Guard with the aura. You're always going to do well against the Chaos Knight. And you kind of work well with the Chronosphere because you can throw your Firestorm into the Chronosphere.
Yep.
So I feel like that would have been a much more stable pick for the overall draft and allowed the Void to have a better game.
What happened to the Underlord when we came out and we had, 7.34 came out? It was up there when it came to offlane. It's pretty much everyone
He
went
got some small nerfs, like the cooldown.
so enough to drop this far down in sort of pick priority.
I don't think that he deserves to drop down, but maybe because the other heroes got quite better buffs. Like heroes like I feel like heroes like Tide, the Shard is an amazing buff for the hero, which works really well against like a hero like Shaker. And Underlord is also a hero where I feel like not a lot of offlaner likes to play the hero because the hero is like a very boring hero. And
it's boring, it's slow, it's a slog, it just stands there, it annoys you.
Tell me how you really feel.
He kind of hates the hero.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I'm getting some real hater vibes over there.
No way. No.
And Underlord makes the carry player kind of uncomfortable in the game if he doesn't really understand what the hero does, because Underlord, he's slow and he takes a lot of space on the map.
Right.
If you're not taking the right farm on the map, then you're a liability to the team. But if you understand the hero and you're taking the right space on the map, then he can be a wonderful pick for the team. So it's very dependent on the team whether they know how to play around the hero.
Okay. I want to hear some more thoughts about Tundra as well. I feel like I focused a lot on maybe what teams have been struggling to do when it comes up against Tundra, but this is a great start for themselves on the road to TI. This is 3 games they've played. They won all of them. They end up coming out of this BO2 also 2-0. That's 4. That's a great start to sort of be coming first. But how would you summarize them right now, Winter, after seeing just these 3 games?
I think they are really aggressive. They have a very distinct way of playing. Like Thompson kind of has all these like random heroes that I mean not exactly random. They are good in the patch, but sometimes you would feel like there are other heroes that the other mid laners would play, but he would choose to play, like the Kling's game, for example. Yep. That hero is probably he's the only person that would actually want to play the hero. He has his own idea, and I think they are finding the right balance around picking his hero, prioritizing his hero, and making the draft work. And I feel like they are obviously still very good at farming the whole map. I think they are one of the better teams that distributing resources across all 5 heroes. Their supports are usually quite farmed in the game because they actually take dead lanes. Like for example, Snaking, he's really good at taking the dead lanes and making sure that even though they are not fighting, he's keeping up his net worth.
Yeah. Well, let's refresh ourselves on game 1 and the stats of that before we do jump into a game number 2, because you mentioned those supports, just how farm they can really get. And when we look at this one, there's obviously 9 there. Everyone's so used to seeing him as the mid, but as a +4, he's still able to go 7 and 5. He looks fantastic, and touched on something more traditional at Penguin, still having a phenomenal impact for himself.
Yeah, he had as much farm as his Nature's Prophet. And yeah, Nature's Prophet, it's still played by Snaking, and you can expect a ton of farm on him. So overall, like, I completely agree with what you just said. The supports are getting a lot of farm. But Nat, we were watching this game together, and you were like, yeah, what mind control do they have? Like, how are they doing this? How are they
every time?
How are they forcing talent into these positions in which they're seemingly completely out of place? And I don't know, like, honestly, in that last game I felt that Talon in the early game, perhaps the lanes weren't great, but they played that post-laning stage really damn well, and then suddenly on the top lane after that echo on the Ancients, just all falls apart. They start running in one after another. They lose one teamfight after another. Teamfights that they aren't even ready for. Like your Shaker is 500 gold away from the Aghanims. They're just taking these engagements and constantly getting battered.
Yeah.
What is it? It's still only the group stage, but honestly, some nerves might still be coming into play here.
It is Talon's first, so a game for the road to TI. So I'm willing to chalk that one up a little bit to nerves. But them getting picked out this week, Winter, was it them being like, okay, we need to as a 4 really just give 23 Savage farm, but him also trying to still find pickoffs and not succeeding in them? Like I remember him trying to go for the Chronosphere on Nine's Weaver, not being able to do the damage. He gets time lapse off, and it's just like he has to walk away.
It's just desperate, he feels like the game is going so badly that he has to try all this risky plays. That's why I feel like they just didn't prioritize his game, and maybe he felt like he could have at least been able to play the game, but eventually it did not happen in the way that he envisioned for sure. And the LC just couldn't really help him in the game. So he just tried to make a couple of risky plays, and it just didn't work out for them. Like I think in the next game they just need to make a very tiny adjustment, which is to prioritize his laning phase. Give him a better start. If his hero is being picked early, at least give him a better laning partner.
Do you know what Talon prefers, whether it is that first or second pick with this new draft order? And do you think that that's also why we could be seeing them maybe struggling to protect 23's pick if they do pick up a Faceless Void early again?
I think depending on the strategy, like if I would say that if you are trying to last pick your offlaner, it would be good to get the overall last pick. But if you have the first pick, and because when your first pick, the 18 pick becomes the most crucial pick for the team, and sometimes it's hard to try to pick the offlaner on the 18. It's easier to put your win condition on the carry. So I would say that it depends on whether they get first pick or second pick. But if they get a choice, I would say that Talon usually likes to get the overall last pick, the second pick, because Japs, he's a very greedy offlaner, so he likes the flexibility.
I completely agree with most of the things that you're saying, and I'm all in for it. At the same time, for me, this game... No, I don't have to argue. I'm just saying that this game wasn't all about the draft. Like, I feel that their draft was playable. They had a ton of pick-off potential left, right, and center if they played it correctly after the post-laning stage. That Shaker never came into play. Like if he gets, they made a huge stack for him. If he gets that Aghanim and they start playing off of that with the Bedlam on him or on the Legion Commander, the Void, he doesn't even have to do way too much early on. He can still farm up and use his chrono here and there. Tundra, they just never allowed that to happen.
I mean, I don't think it's a complete opt-out draft, but I do feel like when I look at the drafts, I always look at Team A, Team B, who has more room of making mistakes, because we're all humans, eventually you can't make a draft. You draft 5 heroes and you look at the draft, we have to
it's
play
always
this,
like that, ease of execution.
We have to play this game so perfect that to win the game, and I always tend to dislike those kinds of draft. And in the first game, I feel like Talon, they have a draft where they're not really allowed to make many mistakes, 1 or 2 mistakes, like you said, the echo on the Ancients, and then you feel like the game's so hard for you.
Yeah, well, hopefully they give themselves a little bit more breathing room. It is game number 2 in this best of 2, so let's see B-Cup and Lacoste again.
Panel as we come into game 2 of this Road to the International series between Talon and Tundra. Should be another fun one, and the big question is, can Talon beat the timer that it feels like Tundra's putting on everybody so far, right, Lacoste?
It's not how well they're playing so far. It's just like Tundra at TI, this team just has like a magical run, and they already started it in 2023 as well with the addition of Thompson. Like, Thompson has been relatively silent in the last game that they played, but also he brings a lot of just like experience to the team when it comes down to playing some of these international games that really matter. Tundra, they're also not a stranger. The other members, of Tundra are not strangers to it by any means. And I don't think you can get away with that. Like, some of these mistakes, they got punished heavily. First, the dual damage, getting picked off right and left. We've seen it in the previous series when they played against TSM, like some of these deaths from Luna were super costly, and seems like Tundra is going to punish every single time that you make a mistake, get something out of it. I think you pointed it out in the previous game where they played it. Game was even for like 15, 20 minutes, 1K gold lead here and there, then one big team fight, suddenly 8K gold lead.
Yeah, it was about 17, 18 minutes into the game, and they take one big fight, and all of a sudden, well, it's all so one-sided there for Tundra, and I think they've played their timings pretty much perfectly, if not more than that, if that's even possible. So we'll see how the draft comes in for this one, as Pango and TA are banned by Tundra, and then you've got Spirit Breaker as well as that Bristleback from Talon. And, you know, the question is always on a lot of people in chat's minds, what is Thompson going to play? So are they going to give him the Earth Spirit now that they banned the Pango themselves? What are they looking for? Because first pick is here for Talon, so they are going to see at least what is going to be that first one there for Talon before they make a response.
So no Pango in this one. They decided to...
Muerta again.
Muerta is going to be, I'd say, super contested. This hero is just insanely good at farming. A good laner as well. If you have someone, like, you probably need a melee hero with Muerta, someone that soaks up the damage, set up for the kills. This also leaves, like, variety of the heroes in pool, because they banned Templar Assassin, which is played by multiple heroes on Talon. Invoker gone. Talon, they take Nature's Prophet. This is their signature opener as well, because they do run it a lot of the times on the off lane. Let me just check if they played it on 4 and 5 recently. It's mostly Q who plays it, but Jabs does play it as well.
Yeah, so we'll see who ends up getting it, how they're going to play it, because, of course, Q in the last game with the Dark Willow, he was positioning himself to be a bit of another core if they were able to hold out a little bit longer. And there's that Earth Spirit for Tundra. So potentially Thompson right back on the Earth Spirit. And now we got to see what Talon want to put up against it, right?
Earth Spirit is just like this stable hero. You put it on mid lane. Want to see the approach from Talon, because from what I've seen, Earth Spirit, he doesn't care too much about his matchups. He's like, you know, I can't lane. You're harassing me way too much. I'll rotate level 4, level 5, get stuff going, kill your carry, and come back to a lane.
So CK banned out. Let's see what else is taken out of the mix here. And it will be the Grimstroke. So Grimstroke's been seeing a good amount of play. Maybe they want to play something that's going to be a bit more mobile, something they don't want to have the shot of being leashed up. Also, if they give up that Grimstroke, maybe they're giving up Grimstroke Warlock again. So at least get one half of that combination out of there.
Yeah, just make sure it doesn't happen again. It was super powerful in the game that they played against TSM. Because Earth Spirit fixes a lot of these problems if you want to pick Warlock plus Grimstroke. You don't have enough control. And now Phoenix, even more team fight, overtime damage. Earth Spirit comes in. He's also a hero that can protect the egg relatively well with low cooldown on roll. It's not like the greatest thing, but he can close the gap from a very far away.
We saw the damage that Phoenix was able to do in that first game, where it felt like that Sunray was really just a solid damage point there, I believe, when it was had in that first game of the day. Let's see what this Prophet's going to be comboed with.
This Phoenix pick gives Tundra like a lot of survivability in a team fight. They can also reset multiple times. Spirit Vessel on Earth Spirit, Sunray. So they don't necessarily need to commit to a fight. They can like also keep pushing. You win a team fight, everybody's going to be full HP. I want to see some aggression from Talon. I want to see, strong lanes. I think this is a must-have when you play it against Tundra. Just match their aggression.
Okay. So Nature's Prophet and Kunkka coming into the mix. Kunkka has been banned a couple times in the games that we've been watching in that second phase. So a little bit of a shock to see him kind of make his way through, but now he gets his opportunity to do something.
good in the lane against Earth Spirit. I think this Earth Spirit mid lane will get heavily countered if you first phase the hero. Like we've seen how Tundra counters it with Clinks. Now there's going to be Kunkka, potentially Earthshaker as well. It's not as bad. I mean, you still get harassed a lot, but it's, I would say, not as bad. I don't think Kunkka's going to have that much denies as Clinks had in that game.
So what do they want to go with? Kunkka Nature's Prophet as their third pick overall. Not a lot of reserve time, but we saw this in the last game too, where they were more so thinking about both their picks, got the reserve time low, and then 1-2, they got picked up, and it'll be Warlock here. So setting up now Fatal Bonds. They have the Chaotic Offering. That's some team fight there. As some decent laning presence as well for Warlock.
It will be like a lot of team fight stuff on the ground, random Nature's Prophet, ulti, Kunkka. If we're talking about post 30-minute fights, Kunkka with his Shard, Aghanim Scepter, Fatal Bonds, Upheaval. I think when it comes to like Dota nowadays, feels also coming into TI, of course, there's going to be team fight heavy lineups coming out. Some of these heroes are also going to come back, but really glad that Warlock is in a good spot. Like this hero is a, traditional Dota hero. Signature.
So, see what Tundra want to grab here. Phoenix Earth Spirit. Anything else that maybe they're looking at? Do you see them potentially maybe going back to the Tidehunter for Tundra?
Oh, yeah, just for the memes, Kunkka against Tidehunter, always good to have. I don't know if they want to pick it immediately. Ooh. They go with Darkshire. What's going to be the pairing? Dazzle. Okay. So I feel now they shift things around. Dazzle mid lane against Kunkka. They got what they wanted from the mid lane. This is almost unplayable matchup for Kunkka. It's going to be pretty similar. Dazzle stands on your hill, and you can't do anything. You get poison touched. Earth Spirit with the Darkshire. This is going to be the lane combo. I feel like because you have two players on the team who can play Earth Spirit extremely well. Okay, now they shift as well. So this is mid Lina, off lane Kunkka. There's a lot of mind games going on between these two teams.
Lina seems like it can be very strong given the right start. But, I mean, I guess so can everybody, right? And Dazzle picked up here. There was a Dazzle mid, I believe, played in one of the games, if not more than one of the games already through this road to TI group stage.
It's super insane what the hero does. Just power treads, rush, Aghanim Scepter. Now his lane is not going to be as good. You can't do what you want to do to these melee heroes because it's going to be Lina. And also, Lina is an egg hitter.
So kind of is the Nature's Prophet too, right?
Yeah, Nature's Prophet could put in some work onto that egg.
So Slark banned. Another ban for Tundra. Before the final ban coming out from Talon. You see that Slark ban, and is there maybe a hint of wanting to go for Luna at all? As it feels like Slark's really strong against that core.
Potentially, yeah. I could see it happening. But this was a good ban from Talon. Removing Spectre, a hero that builds into Blade Mail. Great against Lina. You get jumped, you can't use her abilities. Another hero that can jump Warlock. Strong team fight presence. I like what Tundra drafted for themselves.
And they go Sven for Talon. So Sven picked up here. We've seen it already once before. Felt very strong. There's a lot of damage coming out from this team for Talon. Control is decent as well, right? You got X, Torrent, LSA, Stormhammer, Sprout. potentially.
The question is, do you want to get like something like maybe Phantom Assassin? I think it's a okay Terrorblade game. Some of these heroes, like CK, Naga Siren, I don't think they are usable since they just picked Sven. So they would definitely love to have potential Faceless Void for themselves in this one, but they banned it. So Tundra, they got to decide. Because it's very annoying playing into both physical and insane amount of magical damage from Lina and Sven, so kind of hard to itemize against that. Both of these heroes just like have explosive damage. Also, Sven against Dazzle can be super tricky for Dazzle, where he doesn't get his grave off on time. We're talking about like post 30-minute fights where you have Silver Edge, so that crit hits, suddenly 1000 HP gone.
Yeah. We saw it in the game that had Sven. He was hitting for like 1200 at that point in the game. And Shallowgrave's not exactly the quickest cast either. And there's the PA you were talking about. So PA, Dazzle, Darkseer, Phoenix, Earth Spirit, and Sven, Lina, Warlock, Kunkka, Nature's Prophet. So fun. It looks like a fun group of heroes, honestly, for everybody.
I think both teams are pretty happy with the drafts that they had. It's going to be strong lanes for Tundra. Thompson will still play Dazzle in the end. I don't remember seeing this matchup. I watch a lot of Dota lately, but not the one that I've seen. So I want to see how much Thompson's going to be able to get out of this lane. Definitely not a favorable matchup for him. And then again, the classic Dota 2 lane, classic pairing for Darkseer. We'll be playing with Earth Spirit.
Right.
Ton of magical damage. You can reposition Warlock, get on top of him, get the kill. You might be even able to get the kill on Sven early on. We're talking about like level 3 on Darkseer with 2 points in Iron Shell.
So we'll see. I have to check how the lanes end up going. If Scooter can get to that point where Phantom Assassin just destroys these heroes with some hefty damage, or if Sven's going to be the one doing that. Because 23, game one, his lane didn't exactly go that well. He was bottom of the cores. He had to go Midas, and eventually he did kind of come back into it, but never really found huge opportunities to make things happen with the Faceless Void. Here with the Sven, maybe you could be active a little bit earlier, right? You've got burst damage coming from the Lina. You have God Strength. That's going to be some early damage where you could maybe feel comfortable enough to fight, right?
Yeah, Sven hits much earlier timing than Phantom Assassin. Also depends, like if you manage to kill PA once or twice, you have decent amount of tower damage, good burst damage from Lina. So they want to keep this pressure going. Like later on, Sven still does okay against these heroes, but it's also a really strong lineup from Tundra. They have so much sustain. 33 will get that he's going to get these items to tank things up. Guardian Greaves, Pipe. Then you have Shallow Grave, heals from Sunray coming out.
Oof. Yeah, so I'm interested to see this Dazzle go to work here over mid. Already takes that level in the Shadow Wave. Bottle, 4 branches. Let's see. So getting into this game number 2 as Talon not trying to repeat what TSM did against Tundra, and that was lose 2-0. And these wins are all very important, and to get a 1-1 split just feels so good compared to that 0-2, of course, when you've only got 5 teams in the group.
Q already placed that Observer Ward on high ground with his TP still smoked. Maybe thinking about setting another Observer Ward deeper in the jungle. We've seen that one on the little hill near the tier 2 tower on Radiant.
Yeah, there's one placed on the stairs up by the top area. And then there's the one on the cliff over here mid. Or on the high ground mid. So, D-Ward, Ollie getting the gold. Oh, that always feels good. That early little D-Ward gold. Whew.
Also, this chunk of XP could make the difference in a lane. You hit level 2 faster than them because of killing that Observer Ward. Then you start to play aggressive. You get the kill. Lane snowballs. Talon picking up 3 bounties this time. 23 getting that stun on 9.
And they're coming up with 2 other heroes. But they give up on it. 9 actually only has the Boulder Smash, so wouldn't have been able to roll out if they had committed for another stun and potentially some more damage. In the end, they allow him to just leave, and it's going to be Q with that level 1 in the teleport going towards bottom, but you're trying to find a spot to throw out some early right clicks in the right position. So it goes over bottom. Skeeter here with this Phoenix of Snake King. How they do in this lane, we'll have to see, but what's standing out at you in all 3 lanes?
We'll see how much pressure they're going to be able to get on Q. It's going to be a lot of harassment from jabs as well. This Tidebringer, very annoying. Phoenix also uses his HP on top of mana, so you know that you need to bring a lot of regen to this lane. But I could also see like Q potentially like dying in this lane when they hit level 2. It really depends how it's going to go. I see already Talon playing this lane really well, pushing it out, keeping them super low.
And Snake King, you know, he's level 1. He doesn't have himself that early Quelling Blade. I'm actually doing a Quelling check. Darkseer has it. Dazzle doesn't. Phantom Assassin does. So only 2 heroes have themselves a Quelling Blade. God forbid they get sprouted. Maybe it becomes a little bit of an issue early on. Mid, Makoto up against Thompson. As we're here to see how this Dazzle ends up doing, right?
Dazzle switching things up, putting more gold into like starting items, picking up Circlet. Usually you'll see like 3 branches, maybe a Fairy Fire, but in this matchup he valued some extra Circlet, some extra damage because he's a universal hero. Gets that Shadow Poison. And Shadow Poison, I mean Poison Touch.
Poison Touch, it's level 2, and you can see the damage onto the Lina. It has 1 sip left in that bottle, and we'll be able to grab that Water Rune top, so fine for now. You can see the scores on the top right of your screen of the other streams, B, C, D, and E. I believe game 1 went to AR over Liquid, but Liquid 26-12 in that B stream. We've got the TP coming up towards top. Blood Grenade, and there's the Sprout. 9 without a Quelling Blade. Yep, Quelling check. No. Life gone. As they get first blood, and Ollie gets credit for it. And that's an early issue there when you're giving up a kill like that without the Quelling Blade. He's going to be able to do that, you know, not terribly spread out. So if he doesn't have a Quelling Blade again, they might be able to kill him once more.
Oh, that's way too deep.
Near Makoto.
They tried. Courier gonna die, but at least it delivered the items before he died. So has Quelling Blade available. Level 4 on Dazzle. 22-5 against 15-1. Okay, I want to see more games on this one because I already talked about not seeing this matchup, but seems like Thompson's doing really well. He did have his bottle refilled. They also knew that Dazzle's going to be mid, responded with Lina. Maybe misplayed the lane a little bit because right now I see Dazzle on top sitting at 25-5.
Yeah, this is Thompson again with another non-conventional hero here over in the mid lane doing well.
Well, this guy Thompson has a bright future ahead of him. Might have been a TI.
Bottom lane. He's coming walking over. Sprouts on a Snake King, but he'll use a Tango to get through that. Skeeter, his lane for the moment, 20-5. Pretty much even here with the Sven in hand. There's another Sprout, and just Q trying to be annoying with these early right clicks, with this early Sprout damage. He's already picked himself up in Urn of Shadows. Sometimes you'll see that medallion, and you're seeing the Urn of Shadows here for the Nature's Prophet.
Understand that there's going to be a lot of healing.
Yeah.
So we'll get Spirit Vessel. There's 3 different ways of healing. 2 for now, but Darkseer will most likely get Guardian Greaves to tank up.
Right clicks on a Snake King again. There's the Sprout, but has the Icarus dive. He's A-okay. Didn't mean to bait the odds looking bottom. Wasn't me. Evil and A little bit of those fatal bonds. Bottom
Snake King
lane,
keeps
jump
stuck.
in on a Q, but they've got the torrent. They get the kill on the Snake King. And they focus the attention on a Skeeter. And he's out of the tier 1 tower. He should be fine. Tidebringer's doing some damage. He's 1-2-1.
You can
with
see
it.
that Q experienced some Phantom Assassin shenanigans. As soon as she jumps, he immediately starts steeping out. It's just like, oh, the hero can kill me in 2 shots. But he did TP top 9.
9.
Sprout is available. He doesn't have Fallen Blade still.
He's got roll in 2 seconds, but that time is not going to get there as he ends up dead to Q. And another movement, another kill. And he's got 2 charges on that urn. So early charges, early participation here, 1-0 and 2. He's been involved in all 3, so keeping that 100% kill participation alive for the moment. You can see the poison touch just putting Makoto in this uncomfortable position to walk back. Like 1 poison touch is about 1/4 of his health. Tidebringer's Skeeter's low as Jabs just not allowing Phantom Assassin to find a safe, comfortable spot bottom. He's
Has
not-
no HP whatsoever.
Radiant's top tower
Snaking
is under
feeding him
attack.
tangos, double tango. He has 2 tango of his own. Trying to buy cornucopia, but that's a lot of copium. He needs still 1,000 gold to get through that. For now, just collecting XP. Kunkka did go for double bracer build, and they're
in
caught
again.
9 again.
They want to grab him, but fast and speedy away thanks to the help of the Surge from 33. Bottom lane, now Ollie moving forward. Fatal Bonds onto the Phoenix. Snake King trying to run up from this.
Dyer's curse.
And has the upheaval to slow him down. Has Icarus dive, so he can get away from that circle and away for the moment. Torrent, ooh, off the mark a bit, goes into the trees, and now the creep spot him. He's
Oh, King.
oh my god. He's all right. He's
That's just thinking ahead. He's like, I don't want to use Sun Ray. I don't want to TP out. I'll pretend that I TP out and come back
they
to a
just
lane.
leave me alone. Just don't breathe and they won't be able to find me. What a juke. Bit of bonds again, upheaval with the Sprouts. Be forced to walk
Under attack.
away from that. 1K net worth lead here for Talon. But this is what we've seen all 4 games from Tundra. It's an early little bit of a lead for the other team. And then come 15, 18 minutes, it changes.
It seems like it doesn't matter. Like so some of these leads that teams had against Tundra, they just nullified that with 1-2 good moves.
Something net worth 23. This time having a much better game in his lane.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
8 minutes into the game and looking over at supports.
Radiant's
Level
bottom
4 here
tower
for Snake King,
is
hitting
under
down level
attack.
5, and so is 9. Q taking some solo experience over mid. He's trying to get a couple of levels, maybe get that 6 as quickly as he can to get that Wrath of Nature, that extra little bulk in damage. Potentially, a little bit more aggressive as Ollie's only level 4. He'd love to be able to drop a chaotic offering early on.
I'm watching Snaking doing the same
Cheeky.
thing again. They're chasing him. 3 heroes this time.
This time, Sunray. Does he commit? Or is he going to do it again? No way. No, stop. No,
It's-
no.
Radiant's bottom
Stop.
tower is under
Oh,
attack.
no
It's
way.
a different spot, but
No way. He just did that back. All right, all right.
All he was
Left a
waiting
little
for.
early.
oh, nice juke. Misses Blood Grenade.
Oh my gosh. Here's Q. Fool us once, fool us twice, 3 times. All right, go to the grave. It's over. Stop it. Enough.
He bought so much time.
Who turned up the heat?
They looked in those trees again. They were like, I guess he's gone. He used Sunray. Wall. Roll. Oh, hits onto the Kunkka. Magnetized to X. Ghost Ship. Tidebringer. Roll. Pulled back. And with the Torrent. Ooh. Shadow Wave staying alive. And now another roll. Looking for jabs. Put some pressure on. He'll go to the TP attempt, but another roll from 9 stops that TP. Stormhammer thrown over on the Dazzle. Jabs doesn't have a TP to get out. Trying to survive. Fire Spirit's coming over. Magnetize about to run out. He's still alive. Double damage from Makoto. They look over at the Phoenix. They miss the LSA. Snake King bringing him on a ride again. Chase the Phoenix is something that they've been doing quite a bit.
They
They've only
almost
found him
killed
once.
23. In the meantime, Thompson, that Torrent doesn't hit.
no shallow grave needed to keep these heroes alive either.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Nobody
attack.
died. Just a lot of stopping TPs and low heroes. Like you said during the draft when they picked up this Dazzle, and he's going to the Axe.
It's such a strong item. Like having more heal, using it on allies, dealing damage. It's like 1,000 damage. It's insane amount of damage. Gives him. It also attacks people, and because you're building into Ags, all these stats, it gives you damage. So you're putting in some work with those right clicks.
11 minutes in, still a little bit of a lead here for Talon. Haven't really felt Makoto's presence. He's going into the boots to travel early. But I think we're like yet to see a Laguna Blade. Really see Makoto other than coming bottom for the Phoenix too much, right?
He wanted that kill, but got stolen by Urn of Shadows or Sprout damage, not sure. A Q will finish off his Spirit Vessel to reduce the healing coming out from them. Again, Tundra not having a single kill 11 minutes into the game. But it seems like they don't care too much about it. It's all about the farm. It's all about their timing once they hit their items.
Just taking out his 33. He's going to go mid. Do they have a smoke ready for this? I'm just looking to make a straight up jump. Got Hobson showing, Wrath of Nature, Poison Touch on a 23. Roll up onto the other side as Makoto's here. LSA, that connects. Think about the Chaotic Offering. That will come down with the Laguna Blade, but the roll? Oh, Spirit Vessel. Okay, they just get that kill. They committed Laguna Blade and Chaotic Offering. They're lucky the Spirit Vessel was on him. Otherwise, he just gets out.
They rolled out of range, so Q doesn't have that Spirit Vessel charge available for the next fight. Every single time they try to push mid, Thompson is there, uses one Poison Touch on everybody, and just goes back to jungle to keep farming.
1,400 gold away from the Ags, and that will be that big upgrade to the Shadow Wave. We'll see how that goes. And we haven't really talked about the Phantom Assassin either. Kind of quiet. Skeeter, his lane didn't exactly feel magnificent for him, but going into the Battle Fury and still 900 gold away from having that Claymore and 1,300 overall, finishing off that Battle Fury really.
Still gonna be a decent timing on Battle Fury, like 14.5 minutes or something, and then she can go to Triangle. There's no stacks whatsoever. There's one in the outer ring, but that's about it. Still, it's Phantom Assassin we're talking about, even after the nerfs to Blur. In D patch, the hero still feels super strong.
Is this an okay spot for Tundra to be in, though? Down 3,000? Like, it's not too much in the moment, right?
Oh, yeah, they really wanted to play the game and have 0 kills. This is like the master plan coming.
That's not what I said. Well, first of all,
I'm not. I'm just kidding. They're in an okay spot. Like, they don't necessarily need to take the fights. They're farming, getting this Aghanim Scepter on Dazzle, which is going to be the big timing, and also going for Pipe on 33.
Cute.
Battle Fury plus maybe one item on PA.
Wrath of
Not a
Nature,
PP out.
roll.
There's the roll.
Oh, and so Snaking getting credit for that one. The first kill on the board. There we go. So they got something going for him. It's going to be the Phoenix. Gets all that. Going into the Veil early again for the Phoenix.
To amplify the damage from Darkseer, Earth Spirit, his own.
Yep.
Jabs kind of reveal the board where it's on the top right now. Because Phantom Assassin went back immediately, and Skeeter just needs the farm recipe for Battle Fury.
Few wording there as they stick over towards the bottom part of the map. Skeeter by the tier 2 tower. Jabs, he's got that Blade Mail ready to go with 2 bracers, as maybe they look to make a move with the Chaotic Offering that just came off cooldown. Skeeter moves away and goes back into the jungle, and just about has that battle.
Also, one of the reasons why like Phantom Assassin farms slightly faster than she did in the past is now you see when you're gonna crit. So if you're like farming camp that does have 2-3 creeps, you can use the crit on a big creep instead of wasting it.
Right.
to so call it, on a dead creep.
Something that you're going to get anyway. It's a little bit of that efficiency that you get from it. So has that recipe flying out. We'll have that Battle Fury. Now they go to the X. They land the LSA. They got a call from Committed as well as the Laguna Blade to get a kill there on the 9. Not much Thompson can do to get that save if he goes into the shallow grave. Cast range probably puts himself in harm's way. Still Talon doing Talon things. They're doing all right. But is it paced quick enough? Because now he's got the Battle Fury, and they really haven't touched the Phantom Assassin. Yes, his lane wasn't amazing, but he's recovered quite well.
They will need to start doing something with Sven. He has Blink Dagger available. Maybe the timing will be BKB on 23, disassemble the Seco Saber, and then strike. Because right now, Phantom Assassin will start farming. Sven does have built-in Battle Fury in him, while Phantom Assassin needs to farm it, and once she gets it, she's really strong.
Roll, Makoto in trouble. Magnetized, Poison Touch, silences her out with the Geomagnetic Grip, but here comes Jabs. They've got the X, they have the Ghost Ship, but does he have the ability to survive with a Blade Mail? Thompson, shallow graving himself, going for the TP attempt, and he's out. They do end up
in the
losing
middle of the
9.
fight, they used everything. They had no stuns available whatsoever. Level 1 Grave, 3.5 seconds. Just gives you enough time to self-grave and try to TP out Skeeter.
1v1 me? TP? Okay. TP might gotta shallow grave just TP in the middle of all
I
that.
think
That is
23
crazy.
is not like, I think 23 learned the lesson here. Next time he's playing against Phantom Assassin, if there's a creep wave, he's gonna kill it before he tries to go, because he just like did it. I can't really blame him. He's like, I have to hit her 2-3 more times and she's gonna die, and then Skeeter also outplays him with the TP scroll. Good item. Free item, by the way.
Always nice. Free item. Torrent? No, not gonna land on anybody. Got a little bit of this vision from the ward that they placed down by the steps. Not seeing anybody now. They are grouped up a little bit for the side of Tundra. We really haven't felt Thompson outside of mid and protecting that tier 1 tower.
Thompson, there's no in between. There's no like being slightly more active or slightly less active than Maniac mode that he tends to go in. It's last game he was also just pretty static. This game, 18 minutes, has 1 assist.
They found Makoto.
Now it's time to go. It's time.
All rolling dead. Thompson now getting on the board with a kill. They double their kill score to 2.
Dire's middle tower is under
And this tier 1 tower with creeps coming in,
tower is under attack.
not looking so fresh. Just leaving them some time to try and farm. You've got 23, like you said, going into the BKB. All he needs is the recipe if he chooses to disassemble that Echo Saber,
Dire's middle
which is
tower
most likely the case. We haven't really talked too much about the Kunkka, but no surprise, Blade Mail and then an Axe with a hero like this. The Torrent Storm is so frustrating. He's got the Shard too with the Tidal Wave, so a lot of movement coming around.
Getting very close to it. Needs 2 components of that Aghanim Scepter. But Tundra, like they're definitely not afraid to take this to super late game. Like Dazzle in late game, like even mid game, he's insane. If you can't catch him, if he doesn't get jumped,
Dire are
he's gonna do awesome stuff. Bad juju, actually good juju in terms of what this spell brings to the table.
9. Ooh, gets in front of the roll. Makoto, Laguna Blade, and a right click. Q actually going to get credit for that. Meanwhile, Ghost Ship with the X, 33, now hit. Q coming over. Torrent puts him up into the air. They pop that Blade Mail. They've got the Spirit Vessel. Good Sprout to keep him from running away. And that allows them to get another kill here as it's 2 dead, as it's 9-2 for Talon.
Oof. If they had like extra 40 seconds, 50 seconds on like Dire side, they would definitely kill Roche. It's still being pinged, but they need to go through the gates and kill it on Radiant side, which they might have some vision. Let's see if Snake King's gonna place something. There's nothing coming, but he wants to scout things out. 23 goes through the gates. Still, God Strength available. It's being pinged out.
They see Phantom Assassin. They have this ward that's in this odd spot right by the camp. It catches a little bit of vision below it, but it catches that whole camp vision. So they knew where Skeeter was for a moment, and they pulled off road.
It's a pretty common spot to see this camp. This is where carries are farming.
Right.
But this one doesn't get devoted because you don't go through that route. Like you might put a sentry, but you need to climb uphill because it's right between these two trees. Ooh, that's a big pickup.
Is it worth it if they can get Roche? That's the question. Skinner's the one getting credit for that kill, though. That's gold going his way. They're still trying to work this Roche. It's only down to half health.
Just rename yourself the Braid Band team at this point. Tundra, they love this item. Skeeter bought a second Braid Band at 21 minutes.
Filling up that inventory. Honestly, you can get rid of you can get a third one if you wanted to get rid of that iron.
Nah.
So they get Aegis. By the way, they lost that Wisdom Rune. Q was kicked away from it by 9. Get a grip, looking for the roll. And an opportunity in. Sunray on to 23, forced to use that BKB. That's something we talked about with their first game where they were forcing out these early BKBs. The wall down on this little bridge by the water.
From Konka.
Roll in, Ollie got.
But still, again, this is exactly how they played 3 games so far on Tundra, losing some of the early game and then grouping around, getting stuff done. Again, going for their Tormentor. Let's see if they TP to their own side of the map, pick up that Wisdom Rune, and take another Tormentor. There it is. Dazzle's coming. Dazzle could solo Tormentor with the Courier. Like, you just need Courier to bounce off Shadow Wave.
Huh. I don't take it just yet, but we've talked about it, every game that Tundra's played so far? They're always aggressing for the opponent's Tormentor first. And then they know the safety of their own is there. And like we've talked about the timings too, 17 to 20-something minutes, you have a 5K lead, that's good for you. Tundra's going to make sure that they have a lead after that point.
Tundra knows that if they killed Roche, they had to use God Strength. And it takes a while, so they can join this fight, still take it, knowing that Sven's damage is relatively limited without having God Strength. Smoke from Talon. Let's see if they can find Skeeter here. Has no BKB.
Stormhammer, God Strength, the damage! Got it. Just got it. Tundra. They have both Tormentors under their belt. All solid, all good. Shards on 9. Thompson as well as Snaking. Value these shards quite a bit.
Earth Spirit having one. Phoenix.
Here we go. Taking a look here. Courier's all stacked up, and on this replay, Shadow Wave.
Team effort. Everybody brought their couriers. Couriers are like really good addition. I remember when we only had one courier. Never got the chance to use it.
Couriers have been the benefits of like some weird interactions. Wasn't it the double lasso, courier in, lasso your courier, pull, and there's that with the Tormentor.
Then we had like
couriers are broken.
Radiance couriers flying all over.
Couriers are broken. If they got to keep all those things. No? Nice. 4-man smoke. Of course, Q can TP in at any time. Double damage bottled up too, so if you're Tundra, you gotta watch out. You start to right up towards the top end. Gonna have Thompson go towards bottom. He's got Manta going into the Hurricane Pike. Blade Mail, Sunray has the X, not gonna matter, but right clicks in. 23 will pop it. It was close. Not close enough.
They're gonna trade that one. Still farming a lot. 9. Also attracting some attention in the top lane. While Dazzle's farming bottom, Phantom Assassin farming her BKB. And because of, like, Tundra will pick up one shard on one support. 15 minutes into the game, or between 20, depends. Then they're gonna invade, enemy Tormentor, pick it up. One go on their own side of the map, so that's 3 shards, and then your carry will have it like 30 minutes into the game.
Oh, Zay, good plan there. And
that's a big
like
kill.
You said, when he doesn't have the timing to get this Shallow Grave off, he's very easy to kill, especially with the God Strength and the Laguna Blade burst damage. 9-2, he's walks in front of the roll. Now 9. Stormhammer is the damage enough, trying to stay where he can't roll, but the kick away in the roll over towards the tier 2 tower. The attempt at a TP is not in time, and 23's got another kill.
These are the moves I want to see from Talon, just punishing heavily. They show up in these lanes, but they're also now split, only having 3 heroes bottom.
Sunray, Veil, wall down 33. Ooh, thinking about committing the Chaotic Offering, goes and hits both the Phoenix as well as the Darts here. Who's running in with that surge. The damage on the Snake King's never even able to move. Skeeter in trouble, hit with the X, pulled back. Torrent's not gonna land.
Rest of the team is coming.
Jumps towards 33. They've got 23 connecting with them, but the vacuum onto 3. Now they've got Q coming in. They hit the tidal wave, pull him back. And with the Spirit Vessel on him, there's no heal, there's no save, and he is gone. So Jap put themselves on a mega kill streak, and they are onto the tier 2 tower, ready to get themselves another.
Sven was very quick reacting, blinking, using Warcry, Mask of Madness to reconnect with the rest of the team, buffed them up with Warcry, and the fight was already over. Phoenix had no egg because he used it there near the enemy river, like across the river. Still died in the end, but some nice moves from Talon. They've been, I would say, relatively passive, but in the last 2-3 minutes, they got a lot of kills.
Q. TP's in. By the way, he went Spirit Vessel straight into the Hex. That's what we saw. That Hex coming through in a 33. Q ends up dead to Skeeter, and now maybe they're thinking about going the other way. Instead, though, Laguna Blade comes out. They get the kill on a Skeeter, and he only gets an Aegis Prophet out of it, forcing the Supernova once again, and that's not going to get anything for it. It stops the Phoenix from dying, but overall, oh boy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alina's damage, level 18, Laguna Blade with Flame Cloak, extra 35 Spell Amp, plus Aghanim Shard. Just gets bursted from 100 to 0, pretty much.
Yeah. Never stood a chance. I gets 1 kill, but that's not worth it. When you're losing your life, you're still dead for 30 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
7,000 net worth lead for the side of Talon. The first thus far to break the trend. The side of Tundra taking over a game at 20 minutes.
Next Roshan is going to be crucial for both of these teams. Phantom Assassin still needs to farm a lot. Like Sven has 1 item on top of her, 4k extra gold. Fights are going to be really chaotic. As Dazzle, you need to stay, like keep the distance from these Laguna Blades jumps from Sven's, and also if you get hit by a random Torrent Storm tidal wave, it's gonna push you in. 33.
Wall, Stormhammer, they have the vision here. They put the Hex and the Spirit Vessel on him. Shallow Grave from Thompson saves his life, but now the LSA lands on a 2. That means Phoenix dies and maybe even 33. Roll away. 33 just surviving, but the Phoenix is dead. It's the LSA hit on the Icarus dive.
They save him, but Phoenix dies. I think that's a good trade. You can see the power of Sven. Level 21 right now, going into Satanic next. They want to keep this pressure going. Understand, if you leave Phantom Assassin alive long enough so that she gets 6 slotted, you just might lose the game off of it.
Is PA the king of the game when it comes to late game? Or is it Sven?
PA, like it's just Sven hits the timing. He still like scales well. One of the issues that Sven does have is he has a lot of farm, always sitting on top of the network pretty much, but he can't eat the Aghanim Scepter. Like this is not what he wants to spend his money on. Compared to Phantom Assassin, she eats the Ags, has another slot available.
Geomagnetic Grip, Boulder Smash.
Not the easiest kill to get.
They start to back away from that one. There's a lot of heroes here for Talon, but they chase a little bit in 23, having some positioning. They have also smoked up as they might find an opportunity to jump these heroes grouped together, especially if they land a Stormhammer on multiple heroes. They smoke as 5. 23 on the top of the steps. Blink in, Storm Hammer, that's going to go to the Dazzle. He's going to try and save him with the 4-step up to the high ground. Now they got themselves the Poison Touch that hexes up the Sven. BKB, Icarus Dive, and the Supernova. Now 23 forced to go the other way. The Magnetize is going to be placed onto this Sven. They've got the vacuum into the wall. There's the roll, as well as the Torrent Storm coming out from the side of Talon, trying to bomb the zeros up in the air. 9 ends up dead. 23 is going to be traded. They don't have Sven anymore. The Shallow Grave to keep Thompson alive. Sprout around and 4-step once again, but he's X back. They get the counter jabs. They'll take the Conquer. The Tidal Wave, though, pushing them back towards Makoto, as well as this Nature's Prophet, but they still take out Q. They'll look for a full team wipe, but Makoto able to TP away just barely. There's Tundra bringing it back, and it was once 10,000, which is now 3.
That good 4-staff play, and immediately egg. Sven tries to hit the egg. Rest of the team is not there to back him up. Phantom Assassin jumps him, so he's forced to run away. They don't have any reveal, and after that, they still manage to get the kill. Immediate Sunray. See, like, they need to control these heroes, but Phantom Assassin, that's the play that we just mentioned. Completely out of mana here, can't really take the fight. Mikoto gets hexed by Dazzle's Shard, doesn't get Laguna off, doesn't have mana for it, I believe, because his mana is super low, and then some clutch graves coming out from Dazzle, reducing that cooldown. Bad Juju pops it one more time. This was like triple grave, keeps himself alive in the end. Now you see the power of Dazzle.
It really is evident there as he stays alive throughout that entire fight. Meanwhile, another shard for the side of Tundra. Skeeter gets that one, so he's got Fan of Knives now.
That's the big one. You break Sven, he can't cleave.
We still have this vision here.
I mean, it's not so much about break, don't get me wrong. It's more about like this percentage-based damage, which is pure damage. 16% max HP.
Thompson definitely making the case for Dazzle in your pub soon.
It's been happening for a while.
Okay, Thompson making a case for Dazzle continuing in your pubs forever. There we go. Change a couple words. On a Roche again. Here comes the side of Tundra. They don't have 33 in the vicinity, but they do have that scan. Roche getting a little bit low. Can they make the jump in? Are they willing to make the jump in? Couple shots from Dead Roll. He's up onto the high ground. They know they have the vision there, and that's going to be spotted out.
Operation Talon, they need to run back, try to get out of this one. Everybody peeping out. Nicely done.
They make the escape. Ollie, maybe not escape. He's good. So that'll be it with that Aegis, and now they've got it for 4 minutes and 30 seconds as they go to take a Tormentor of their own, and that's going to be Shard for the Nature's Prophet, given that Curse of the Old Growth. So, going into the Silver Edge for the Nature's Prophet.
Wants to scale. I mean, we've seen in the previous one how Nature's Prophet can do well, and looking at the talents from Dazzle, Poison Touch, the like level 10 talent is so strong. To me, this is like level 15 talent, considering that you have Hex with Shard on it. Just extends your Hex range by 300.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. It's that level 20, like you said. Poison Touch DPS. Another 60. This is starting to feel very strong, and so is this Phantom Assassin, who's going into a Nullifier next.
He was thinking about getting the Basher, but sees Ghost Scepter on Warlock. Wants to be able to delete him immediately. There's a Solar Crest that he can dispel. Also, 9 getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter. He did find Philosopher's Stone, managed to farm it. He's been on this side of the map for a really long time.
God's Strength.
Can he kick himself?
In?
Can't.
They had
Got
that.
hexed.
Mid as well. Uh-oh. Jabs. BKB, X, and look at the damage. Skeeter starting to rip him apart. Overseal Totem to get some distance, but there's the jump on. They get to come to Thompson. They end up losing Jabs. That's 2 heroes dead. And Sven coming in. There is a wall that's going to slow him down. TP from 33. Can 23 find anybody? Oh,
Oh, he tried. Yeah, that was a nice try.
Was
I
hoping
don't
for
think,
that Stormhammer AoE.
yeah, I don't think he had time to actually cast it on Phantom Assassin, so just try to go with the AoE.
That was close. Losing the Earth Spirit. Losing that Dazzle over mid, but he's getting something out of it with Kunkka. Here they go for the tier 2 tower over mid. And let's go.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're shifting up north. They'll take this outpost. Snake King and Skeeter are nearby, and you can see the damage coming out from the Phantom Assassin if left unchecked.
Also getting closer to that level 25 triple dagger.
Oh boy, that one's never fun.
About to finish off Nullifier as well. Needs to use the shop somehow. Dive, places observer ward, gets dewarded immediately.
That feels so bad. Free 43 gold for Ollie. Feels good for him. Feels horrible for Snake.
Biased caster, I see.
But I mean, that's just how the feelings work when you give up a ward immediately.
Radiant's top tower.
Just typical feelings, no bias. Swear.
Age is still up and running for another minute and 20 seconds. Tundra holding hands, going together. 33, he bought every
Radiant's
single
top tower has
aura that there is in game. Maybe could have bought Lads, but you know, not so good on Darkseer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wants to keep them alive as long as possible. Also picked up Ogre's Seal Totem. Tier 4 items are about to spawn in 10 seconds.
Keep picking up that Wisdom Rune.
Scanning.
This Aegis only has 50 seconds left on it. Doesn't look like it's going to be doing not too much in the moment. By the way, there it is. Penta-Edge Sword going to be chosen for 23. TP, X, E-Blade, LSA, Lagoon. Okay. Okay.
That was a bit ambitious there.
Yeah.
Let's see what Skeeter chooses for himself. Of course, there is Mindbreaker available. Probably had Penta-Edge Sword as well, was thinking, but this silence, this extra magic damage, attack speed on Phantom Assassin.
That
The silence is the big factor.
1,600 damage, by the way.
Spell Amp from level 20 talent. Spell Amp from Ethereal Blade. Shard, Aghanim Scepter. Just like everything, every single thing amplifies damage on Lina.
Yeah. Spell plus 11% on that Talon. Oh my gosh. So much spell amp. It's kind of gross. 1,600 for Laguna Blade for 450 mana. Kind of feels very value. Would you have liked to see Talon get a little bit more aggressive with that Aegis?
It was hard. Tundra was choosing not to take the fight, going as 5 pretty much. Next Roshan potentially respawning in 2 minutes. Seems like Tundra wants to make something happen. As soon as Skeeter hits that level 25, he has Nullifier, has that Mindbreaker, still 7-second BKB.
Spell Prison for the Warlock. The support's best friend.
Step lively now.
And Philly Stone.
Dire are scanning.
So, probably Chaotic Offering on a 140.8 second cooldown. Only level 2. He's not actually level 18 yet, so.
Haven't seen many team fights. Tundra kind of dodged those. Warlock wants to take some of these earlier engagements.
Right.
Get those levels up. Tundra will smoke.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, I like what 33 picked up on his Darkseer. Havoc Hammer. After the changes, you pull people in. It's like budget vacuum.
Vacuum in a hammer, or hammer in a vacuum. That'd be pretty sweet. Blink over, Q's in trouble. Vacuum back, fan of knives, right clicks, and one more for good measure. Level 25 for Skeeter, and he's got that triple strike stifling dagger. What's that last crit do? Took a decent chunk of damage. because they are sitting towards bottom. They want to get this next Roche. 40 seconds till Roshan may respawn. So we'll see if Roche comes back. It's going to be 2 minutes. Is it going to be 5 seconds?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows for another 30 seconds. Time is not on our side right now, as we observe.
This is one thing we know better than these e-gamers. We know when it's gonna spawn, when it shows us. Still haven't seen Enchant Remnant being used.
Yeah, we haven't really
like,
seen that Ags yet.
Yeah, he kind of died 2 times in no man's land.
Pretty quickly, too.
Just dies in 1 hex.
Ooh, long Roche, 3 minutes.
You're so good, B-Cop.
I'm just looking at the numbers. I appreciate it, though. You know, my teachers in school said I had good reading comprehension as well. So, Smoke, as well as Cheese on the Sven still, so getting through him is not going to be all too easy. Q just farming, knows he can get into the fight. A little bit later with that TPN, he's got that Silver Edge, has the Hex, and going into the BKB. Both these teams sitting near Roche, waiting for their opportunity to find somebody, and well, no obs on this high ground near the Twin Gate, but 9 surged and Smoke broken. Geomagnetic Grip, that's the silence, has the kick. Stormhammer, the damage, and now the Tidal Wave. There's the Stifling Daggers, but they get the kill on a 9. He's going to be forced to buy back immediately. On the other side, though, Torrent Storm jabs with the BKB, running away. Thompson's on the high ground in an interesting spot, waiting to ambush here. Vacuum into 2, and now they go to the Poison Touch. They've got the Stifling Dagger that's going to land on the jabs. They get the kill on the Ollie, they take the Warlock. He's going to buy back. Didn't drop down the Chaotic Offering. The right clicks on Makoto. They get the kill on the Lina, who does also have buyback. That's a break with the Silver Edge coming up from Q, but Q's going to be the one who's forced to run away. Jabs trying to get out of the hands of 33. They take out 23 Savage as well, and all these heroes are dying on the side of Talon. 33 sees some Nature's Prophet in the lane, kind of in this hard spot, because he's going to get rolled on, hit with the Shadow Wave, and killed off. That is a full team wipe for Tundra.
9 did one hell of a job rolling in, having buyback, having TP available, baiting some of the spells. Sven pops the God Strength, they kill him. Also forcing BKB on Kunkka, using the Torrent Storm, and then now, like, look at Dota Plus, win probability. 80%, make it 81, 82. It just keeps going up.
9?
Talon is a madman, dude. He went in. This is like melee Dazzle we're talking about.
Yeah.
Going with the Shadow Blade, backstabbed them, then hexed them, used Mantisal BKB, and started focusing Lina. Look at the amount of damage that he has. 350 pretty much.
9 just walked in to the enemy base, or, well, rolled into the enemy base, went to their fountain, and bought an Ob Sentry and some dust. Then rolled back to his team. What an absolute chat.
This team is just like full of Giga Chat. Roshan, 5 seconds, they're waiting. 9.
Oh, Couriers? Thompson?
Did it? Thompson doing it again.
All right,
so
he's
good.
fine.
XP rune there as well. Hits level 25. They're pinging him out. They're like, there's no Dazzle. Maybe we should take a fight. But look at that. He has another TP available.
There's Roche. Ags for 33. And now he's got the most... The very scary Normal Punch. What a name. We were talking about names earlier. Normal Punch is definitely
it's definitely punch. 3 out of 5 punch.
Yeah.
It's definitely like super punch in my book. Now he has Aghanim Scepter, has Hex, and buyback available. This game slipped away from Talon. Again, 2 bad fights, it's all it takes.
And all of a sudden, it's 20,000 net worth. Like, that fight bottom fell apart. The sustain was insane from Tundra. A lot of buybacks committed too there by Talon, where they didn't get anything out of it.
You're not gonna move in fight. Dazzle, he does have level 25 Talon plus 40% poison touch slow. He gets that off. post BKBs, you're pretty much dead. There's no dispels, there's no Lotus Orbs, nothing. So you have to deal damage during your BKB.
Looking to maybe finish this game. Thompson coming over, but Makoto, he's got that Shadow Blade. Oh, there's the Hex coming through from Q. They go to the Chaotic Offering now. They drop the Supernova on the high ground. And they kill this egg. There's no shot. Q's already dead. Torrent Storm used. They've got themselves the Shadow Blade. The Laguna Blade's not going to do the damage to get the kill here onto the Darts here. Let's say it doesn't land on anything. They've got the X, but there's the Yules. No pullback on Snake King.
There's massive creep wave approaching top, but they do have creep wave on the mid lane. Skeeter still holding onto that Aegis for 3 minutes. BKB in the backpack. Does have Lincolns available now, waiting for the jump. 9 jumps in.
Ollie, he bought back in the past fight, so he's going to be dead for a long time, 80 seconds. Skeeter just able to run in and get a kill on the Warlock, so now it's a 3v5 situation. Looking like Tundra, time to take this second game. They're even picking the tier 4 towers. They want to just go for it. No mega creeps this time, just looking to end.
That just ends. It's that easy. They don't have the damage. Sven doesn't have ulti for another 30 seconds. He also showed himself in the mid lane, so they're going to end. They're going for it.
Trying to cut the creep wave. Shallow Grave, who walls down. Now they're on to Makoto, who pops the BKB. Jabs is going to be in a little bit of trouble. He's silenced up here with a normal punch, and the right clicks are in. Snake King's got the kill on the Jabs. They take out the Kunkka, who's dead for 80 seconds without that buyback either. And this is the throne exposed. Talon down to their last bit of HP on it, and that will be a 2-0 for Tundra.
It was funny to watch. I was watching CD on Sven's ulti. It just got up. He uses it, blinks in, game ends.
Yeah. That was well done by Tundra again, and they were down a pretty hefty deficit in that game, but it wasn't enough. Like, the fights just... It's crazy how precise... I know a lot of people love to use this word when they talk about Tundra, how methodical these fights are for Tundra.
Snaking is holding his head like, I can't believe we did it again. Like, what the hell's happening in our games?
Can't keep getting away with
Tundra, like, I think Tundra and Team Spirit are two strongest teams in the world when they're playing from behind. They know how to come back. It's just like this decision making, who to focus, how to approach it. Roche fight, last one. 9, he goes in, rolls in, pops the God Strength out of Sven. Then Sven runs away because he already used his BKB. Same goes for Kunkka, and then it's just easy peasy from there.
They're so good at forcing the BKBs, like the itemization they've been using on Tundra. They force these BKBs out on these other teams, and then they start to fall back, right? Like, they get these BKBs out early for, say, an Orchid that we had seen on Nature's Prophet in past games, and all of a sudden, you know, you don't have these BKBs. That gives Tundra the advantage to take these fights, and they know what they're doing, coming in from all angles. I mean, that one of those last fights over by the Roche pit bottom, Thompson's just on top of the steps at melee range hitting these heroes, and he's destroying with a dazzle. It's kind of insane, right?
It's nuts. Like, I like their drafts a lot. Like, their drafts look pretty amazing. Also, just the last game that they played, there was a lot of thinking. Like, you see that like how they're theory crafting, who's going mid, and the enemy team is counterpicking, and so they counterpick, and then they counterpick again. It's just wild how much they are able to get out of the map.
Yeah, so another 2-0 here for Tundra. And to break it down for you, we've got the panel. So, guys, take it away.
It is a perfect, flawless beginning for their road to TI for Tundra here. I mean, you get it, back to back. Talon up in net worth, looking great. They were ready to push a high ground, and then all of a sudden, it starts slipping away for them. Winter, you had an issue with their draft in Game 1 and Game 2. Did they fill some of those holes, and it's more of a execution issue that you now see for that Game 2 that you want them to try and fix?
Yeah, I mean, in the second game, I felt like they prioritized the 23 Savage's hero and his lane. He had the 23rd pick, so he had a much better start compared to the last game. But the issue this game was the failure to convert after they won the early to mid game. I feel like they had trouble going up high ground because they didn't have the right item on Nature's Prophet. He actually went Vessel, Power Trace, then he went, I think it was Shadow Blade and Hex, so he was trying to be a core where I felt like maybe after the Vessel, he probably could have maybe considered getting more team items like the Pipe or at least get a mech because they had the solar on the Warlock. So they already have a solar crest, so they just needed like pipe and maybe the mech, because the pipe would be great against the Earth Spirit, Darkseer plus Phoenix. They're all magic damage. And I feel like Sven is not the easiest hero to go up high ground unless you like totally annihilate the team fight and you kill a lot of heroes, and then you can go up and hit the buildings.
All right, so a small issue there, but just because they weren't able to hit high ground right then and there doesn't mean the game was over for them. But we saw fights just slowly go in the way of Tundra. What was that timing in your eyes, Lizard? Was it an item? Was it a hero hitting a certain level that could garner them that win in the end?
Like, honestly, Tundra, they play in a way in which, you can take a game away from them early on. Like, so far, what we've seen from them, so far, at least in the tournament, like, you can take the laning stage, you can pressure them a bit, but once they hit their timings, they're just waiting for that one mistake that you're going to make. And they aren't making those mistakes. Tundra, they're, like Lacoste said, or Bcop, methodical. Like, they're just constantly playing on the same level. Yep. They might be feeding somewhere, but it's intentional. It's like that space creating feeding. It's not like some...
It's not the ironic use of space creating.
Because one moment completely changed the pace of the game, and you could see in all of these games so far, there was always that one single team fight in which, okay, Tundra's got it from here. In this game, it was the Sven jumping the Dazzle in the river. Like, from that fight, like, Warlock dies instantly, Sven is out of position, he's super farmed, but PA caught up and he's out of position. They kill him off, they win that team fight cleanly. I don't think they lose a single hero, and then it's just smooth sailing from then on.
Yeah, let's look at our post-game stats for this game number 2, because that PA, she did get some nerfs in the most recent patch that we are playing on, but still had a really big impact. 11, 2, and 3 for Skidder. I know it wasn't all down to him. There was obviously space created by the team of Tundra, but are these nerfs enough, Winter, or do you think that PA really is this viable, or was it just Tundra being able to execute flawlessly with it?
I think the hero definitely feels a lot more balanced right now. I think this game is still, like, it's pretty decent PA game. Like, they are playing for the late game, and like Admir mentioned, the early game, it was more about like 9, just he was trying to make space for the PA. PA didn't have a good start, so 9 was kind of like, he's 0 and 11, but a lot of the deaths were, I felt like it was very good.
My hands look like this, so Skidder hands could...
He was like pretty much like dying for the team, trying to make space because their cause they weren't really ready to fight. They have Dazzle and PA, so they are very, very greedy. And I felt like Talon, they weren't really able to punish the double greedy cause, and they just allowed them to get to the late game stage where they were able to just win the game. It's very difficult when you go into a late game as Sven, because you can't kill heroes right away. When you initiate, there's a Dazzle to heal, there's Shadow Grave.
If you see this Dazzle in your pub without seeing this game, and he goes Manta Pike, are you reporting him?
I mean, after he's gone mid, you're like, is this dude griefing?
I was like watching the game with him, and I'm like asking him, is this actually the build right now? You get Manta? Like, why is he getting Manta, And then it kind of worked out in the end, because it enables him to farm faster, and he gives him a way to escape certain sticky situations. So they knew their game plan, dragging the game, making sure that it gets to late game where PA and plus Dazzle combo would just out carry the Sven alone. I mean, because Alina went magic build, so she wasn't going to be able to do anything late game.
They had to really commit a lot to try and burst down Topson as well. I saw him, in the earlier part, and he was like 0-0-1. There wasn't really too much going on for him, and I was a bit worried, are they taking this too slow? But you're right, that was their game plan in the end. They wanted to make it go as long as possible, and Talon had to dump so much. They were using, the Laguna and the Golem just for Topson. So many fights early in the game.
But that's usually the issue when you're playing versus these big save cores or supports. If you're not blowing them up instantly, you're probably not winning that fight. So they had to throw everything into him, and once you've done that, the PA is kind of free to roam and do whatever she wants to.
Yeah. Let's check out what's happening on some of our other streams, though, because I highlighted that Azure Ray and Liquid series that was going on V. They only had played one game when we first checked in with them, and it was a massive win for Azure Ray. But as you can see, Team Liquid were able to come back in that game number 2 for themselves, so they're feeling a little bit better. Thunder, Awaken, and Shopify, that game 2 is still going, but the first one went the way of Thunder Awaken. So, what was it, that big call that you had coming into the second set of VOPs?
I did it on purpose.
Did you?
Yeah. I jinxed myself. Like I did that call so they could prove me wrong. Casters, panelists, curse, whatever. I want to see Tundra Awaken make it. Come on. It's 100%.
Was it the
what I did.
Luna game? They won the Luna game.
Luna Morta, right? Yeah.
No, that's the one going on right now.
Oh, that's the second game.
Yeah, the second game, Thunder Awaken have Luna and Shopify have Murta.
So 2-0 for Tundra Awaken.
Nouns and Beastcoast went 1-1 as well. That's the other one that we're checking in on. We know it is a bit of a rivalry between the two regions, and we didn't know which way it was going to go. But again, another bounce back similar to what we saw Liquid be able to do. So it feels like the complete inverse. The first set of BO2s were all 2-0s. Now the second set of BO2s having some 1-1s. They're showing just how even things are. But yeah, Group D looking very stacked in favor of Tundra. But anything else sticking out for you, Winter?
I guess not much. I think everything else, there's still a lot of games to be played. And I think you guys were talking about like how having an extra coach and having an extra person look at the other games, not just your own group's games, are going to help the team understand and dissect the meta a lot more. I think in the group stage like this, where there's so many games being played at the same time, it's really important to pick up on small little things quickly. You don't have much time, so you need to be able to identify a lot of things. I think in the first day, a lot of the ideas that are being presented are maybe not really polished ideas, and on the second and the third day, you'll see better and much cleaner ideas that are better and more precisely executed by the teams.
Okay. One team that's had a little bit of a break, though, is Gaimin Gladiators. They played in that first BO2. They didn't have a game in this second set of BO2s, but they will be playing here on Stream A in the third set of BO2. So they're going to be coming up against VP, who we haven't seen play yet. And I want to talk about them because they also didn't make it to any majors. No DPC events for them. They were always falling just a little bit too short in the Eastern European team, and they had to come through qualifiers to be able to come here at the road to TI.
Yeah, Eastern Europe actually looks really strong in the recent months, recent years, right? And Virtus.pro, they kind of struggled. They have two veterans more or less on their team. One is a real veteran, the other one more or less. FNG is probably the most important player in their team and the captain. I feel like under his control, anyone can work. Like any team can make it possible.
I mean, they have the right balance. They have a couple of very young players and
three of them, right?
Three of the cores.
Seiyu and
Seiyu is the second oldest player.
Yeah, they're like kind of old. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, if you're old,
Not
you have
really.
to play support. That's what he's saying right now, which is true.
Is that what you've resigned yourself to, Winter?
Feels bad, but you do what you gotta do to win the game.
Yeah.
You're like my friend here. He's like telling me now I'm too old. I can't have the concentration to play and try to think of all the things in the game. I just want to be autopilot and win the game.
Yeah, I'm not even that old, and I just want to play autopilot.
It's a different mentality when you're younger. Like your APM is 200. You're clicking it. My head hurts just watching at these screens. Like I don't want that.
Yeah, that's why you need FNG, like somebody like FNG on the team, because he does all the team stuff, the strategy and the draft. So you just get to play, And I feel like in a lot of the teams that work well, you always have one person at least that does that for the whole team, either the captain or the coach, and everyone else gets to focus on their game.
Okay. Yeah, well, their opponents are going to be Gaimin Gladiators. Did they sort of hit that ideal for you? Because they're the complete inverse of VP. Instead of, Virtus.pro, who didn't make it to any majors, Gaimin Gladiators won every single one this year. So there's a different expectation for them, but also a different way in which they operate.
I mean, they are more of like a team that doesn't really have I would say they don't have a clear captain. Everybody is like 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%. So everybody is saying some stuff in the game, making out calls depending on who's strong. And they are a team where I felt like at this point of the time, people are starting to really pick on a lot of the small little things they're doing when they are really successful. So you see them getting harder games right now, and maybe the patch also doesn't really favor them as much as the beginning of the year, and they have to try to figure out what are the adjustments they need to make since the patch is quite new.
It's also when you're on the top, when you're the king of the hill for 3 majors, almost every single tournament in between, you're going to be dissected. Everyone is going to look into what you're doing, try to counter it, and everyone that is facing Gaimin Gladiators right now, they probably have prepared more for them than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, this is why in the history of Dota, you rarely see a team that wins from January till TI. It's always like a team that does really well initially, and then towards TI, they don't really do so well because people are picking up what they're doing, or the patch has shifted and they needed to adapt, but they didn't have time to adapt.
Now, a lot of eyes put on Gaimin Gladiators, and it's time that we turn our eyes on to this series. It is going to be a best of two. Gaimin Gladiators VP. Let's get on into it. Speak up and cost.
Thank you very much. Coming into this first game between Gaimin Gladiators and Virtus.pro on the road to the International. Lacoste, we've been watching a lot of Tundra, but now it's time to switch it up a little bit. We stay in Western Europe with Gaimin Gladiators, but we go to a little bit of Eastern Europe with Virtus.pro. What are you thinking for this matchup? What early odds, percentage-wise, between these two teams?
Oh, not an easy one for Virtus.pro by any means. I mean, they did stomp Eastern European qualifier, but again, this is a team that didn't really play LANs in 2023. The only LAN that they attended was Riyadh Masters. That's about it. So they didn't have like much touch against these international teams, especially when playing like on LAN. So I would give them like generous 15%, I would say. You are playing against like the final boss, like the best team of the whole DPC season. They won pretty much everything. It was them, then Team Spirit, but also one of the teams that is just so quick. Like they're so good at playing Dota. They've been playing this top tier Dota for a whole year, and not going to be an easy task for Virtus.pro by any means.
So, Gaimin Gladiators, they did earlier today get 2-0'd by LGD.
That's, a good sign. A sign that they can still bleed. They're humans
They're
after
human.
all. Exactly. But FNG brings, this experience to the table that they definitely need. Banning out Lone Druid against Gaimin Gladiators. You need to remove it. Enchantress, Brewmaster, Pango. Like, these are all heroes that Gaimin Gladiators dominated the scene in 2023, so you have to remove it.
Right.
Which it also does open up a lot of these still super strong heroes. There's Spirit Breaker available.
Ooh.
Not sure if you want to take that straight away. Not like you're playing into Invoker. He has multiple abilities to stop your charge from going through, dispelling your bulldoze with Tornado. But I could see Gaming potentially picking that one up.
So, Ench, that final ban there from Virtus.pro, definitely a stellar hero if I've ever seen one. And we'll see what they want to pick up here for this first pick for VP. And it ends up being the Treant Protector that we have seen quite often. And the Invoker first pick for Gaimin Gladiators, we've seen this hero banned a lot in the first phase, but it gets through here with the swap of having to ban that Enchantress and also taking the Brew out of the equation too, right?
Yeah, Brewmaster, he's been 99% contested at the last two tournaments that were played for a good reason. After the nerfs, I feel the hero is still super good. It's just that it isn't must ban, must pick hero.
So let's see which direction both these teams are going to go in. It is not Tundra anymore, so I feel like the drafts are going to vary a little bit in terms of what we were seeing. And they did ban that Dazzle first. You see somebody like Thompson put in some work with it. You've seen it played by a couple other teams already, and you see that Dazzle is first phase getting banned. Is it the strongest mid right now, or is it just something that teams are yet to figure out and have a hard time deciphering at the moment?
It's been popular for a long time now. Doesn't have that many bad matchups. Scales really well into late game, as we could see in the game that they just played. Hard to counter. Has Grave if he gets the Grave off. Axe is still, I think, an option. I don't know if a lot of teams want to pick up Axe.
And we've seen some Axes in the past, but now they go to the Faceless Void ban, and they'll have this second ban to follow it up. Taking a lot of time to think about this, as only Treant is showing for Virtus.pro. But we see a lot of teams utilize this hero, especially there are a lot of teams in Western Europe that really loved Treant Protector. So Gaimin Gladiators and pretty much everybody, considering how much this hero gets picked all over the place, are no strangers to how this hero kind of makes its presence felt.
I would say this is the classic opener, like Eastern European captains do, like Treant Protector. FNG, he's the one that plays like pretty standard position 5s, you know, these position 5s that bring a lot of healing to the table, Undying, Chen, Io. He also specializes in some of these like more micro base heroes, like because he's an old school player. Like you needed to play these Chens, these Enigmas, position 5s to be able to make it work.
Right.
And gaming on the other side, straight up picking Invoker. So not revealing anything too much. This is a good support duo. Vengeful Spirit, Treant Protector gives you a lot of tankiness, swap, multiple saves, damage reduction, living armor on top of one hero, and another hero that allows you to play fast. Like if you combine Vengeful Spirit with a hero that does well in the lane, again, another hero that stacks extremely good, Triangle. These they're also playing Dire, so you can stack like 2 cams at once relatively easily with just Wave of Terror attacking the second one. Oh. Having global presence, this seems to be the strat for Gaimin Gladiators right now.
Yeah, Invoker, Dawnbreaker. Maybe this even, leans to something more global if they're able to. Nature's Prophet's still technically available, right?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know if they want to like commit that hard. Maybe Spectre later down the line. Spectre stocks have been on the rise. I see Warlock. I'm old school myself. I'm like, yeah, this could potentially be Spectre.
I like Spectre. I like the change to the ult. Feels
makes her much more viable. It's not 3 minutes ulti that doesn't deal any damage whatsoever. Now it's on lower cooldown. Uses spectral daggers, so it's not that much, not that mana dependent. Super strong lanes I see coming out from Gaimin already. Dawnbreaker, one of the heroes that can chew through the tankiness of Treant Protector. You can fight into Leech Seed. You get that level 3, 2 points in your W. Could kill him. Still want to see what like Tofu's gonna play. Tofu plays variety of the heroes. I would say he was one day. Gaimin Gladiators as a squad is relatively predictable in terms of what they're gonna pick. They had great success. They're like IO Leshrax when things were not going. Pango from the mid lane. They didn't like theory craft too much. They've been playing pretty standard stuff. But they also, at the like later portions of the year, they started to experiment slightly more, especially from Tofu's hero pool.
Right. And so if it's not broken, don't fix it. Don't change it, right? Like they were winning with those heroes a lot. And, now maybe they have to go a little bit more varied in what they're picking, as now Virtus.pro, they go into the puck. So something mobile, something that gives them a little bit of lockdown. And to follow that up, they've got a gyrocopter. Something that has been a little bit ignored here on this stream so far.
I like Skyrat Mage just to have like some kind of a lockdown for this puck from position 4. Super strong lane when paired up with Dawnbreaker.
10 seconds remaining.
Because Invoker doesn't provide you with much. Neither does Warlock. Dawnbreaker, good puck game. We don't see too often opening up with position 4 and 5 at the same time. Virtus.pro did that, and also going for Gyro. So I think they have strong lane in the top lane, having Gyrocopter plus Treant Protector, someone who can soak up the damage for Gyro.
Right. But what are they going to be up against now? Gaimin. They know their matchup for the Dawnbreaker against Gyro.
I like
matchup.
Sky, maybe Lion as well.
Right.
Something that has control. I know Lion's not like the most popular hero right now, but
there's the Spectre you talked about.
Yeah, we mentioned it because it's a strong lane with Warlock, global presence again, and also Blade Mail Carrier against Gyrocopter. So you get on top of him. Gyro doesn't get jumped on. Also, the amount of damage that they have is relatively limited.
Mm-hmm.
Killing Spectre early on, you need to, because Venge doesn't have much damage, neither does Treant Protector. Gyro wants to farm, so it needs to be Puck to make those rotations.
So now you need to get rid of offlaners that deal well with Spectre. They get rid of the Viper. What else would be something that stops Spectre in its tracks?
5 seconds. seconds remaining.
I could see some. You know what? I know
Virtus.pro
Notice plays
turn
it,
to ban.
but I could see some Primal Beast. I could also maybe even see Broodmother. I think Broodmother is still a viable hero. This is the hero that could destroy Spectre Warlock.
Whether not something
10
you see
seconds remaining.
quite at all anymore.
5 seconds remaining.
I can
time where it
also
was
see
all the
Legion
time.
Commander. I feel like this is a good Legion game where you have something to lock down Spectre, kill it. Blade Mail Carrier, you can dispel Fatal Bonds in the lane, so you don't care too much about that one.
Right.
I think Virtus.pro is in a good spot in terms of which heroes are left in the pool that they can still pick it.
Gaimin
Notice has
Gladiators
insanely
turn to
high
ban.
hero pool, so they can choose what they feel it's going to be the best pick. And they also have the last pick in this one.
So Bane, Grimstroke, getting rid of those supports. Would you ever put the Invoker 4 and try to swap something out over mid?
Five seconds
They could,
remaining.
yeah, that's a good suggestion. Tofu does play position 4 Warlock. Maybe some something with the stun, the good old Dragonite could work out against Puck. Then again, they don't have enough damage to kill this Dragonite.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
And the Doom, and let's see what Gaimin Gladiators go for if they want to make it a little bit tricky here, is they go Necrophos.
That's an interesting one. I've been watching some of the high-level pubs, and I saw Quinn playing in the last 10 days Necrophos a couple of times. The build is pretty similar to what these strength heroes want to do, is tank up as much as they can. You pick up Blade Mail. This is the build that I've seen from Quinn. And then you pick up Heart, you pick up Shard, Heart, Aghanim Scepter, and then you become unkillable. We talked about them not having enough damage. This is going to be the huge issue. I feel like this last hero needs to do a lot for them. And there's a Primal Beast. Yeah, this is the magic damage that they needed. Good in the lane against Spectre, good against Necro.
So finishing off the Primal Beast, is that a good enough pick here, though, for the side of Virtus.pro with what they have? Are they still lacking that damage, or is this really pick it up? Because I know you gave them 15% before this series. What would you give them in this game in terms of now that the drafts are out?
I'd say they have a decent shot.
Okay.
Primal Beast last pick, Notice specialty hero. I would say that both him and Squadix, they need to play together, move around the map and get stuff done while your Gyrocopter's farming. They have good team fight, but I do prefer Gaimin Gladiators.
So we'll see how they do it. They did move that Invoker into the role for Tofu, so then we'll be Celery on the Warlock too. And we'll see how they deal with this Necrophos. You said you were seeing it in pubs, and Quinn was giving it a lot of play as well. Does he have what it takes here, and can they open up the space for Duraccio as Spectre? Going to be looking to move around the map and make things happen as well. So getting into this game one soon enough, and Dawnbreaker seems to be a pretty solid pick. I mean, the Spectre we talked about having that global presence where you're going to be going in Solar Guardian, you're going to have the Shadow Step. If you can do a bit of burst damage, then you've got a Reaper Sight to take somebody out of the fight immediately. It's going to be dangerous for Virtus.pro, but at the same time, Gyro gets enough time to farm. You've got control from Primal Beast as well as the Puck, and maybe a little bit of sustain from the Treant Protector, right?
Yeah, but it's also a really good Puck game. They really are lacking control to kill this Puck. They need to catch him on low HP. Reaper Sight him. There is no save for that Reaper Sight. Maybe some swap to reduce the damage coming out from it, but that's about it.
See if they can handle it. We're going to be pushing into this first one. Should be a fun series, truthfully. Gaimin Gladiators looking to rebound, especially after that 2-0 loss to LGD. And this is Virtus.pro getting out of the gates, and we'll see if VP can get it going themselves.
Prepare for battle.
Get into this one. See where the wards end up getting placed. See where we maybe see a first blood from this smoke.
Gaimin Gladiators level 1 is okay. It's not like super strong. Maybe if Quinn manages to get like 3 dead pulses going. But Spectre, not as strong. Dawnbreaker is okay. On the other side, you have Vengeful Spirit. You have Gyro, who can get the Flak Cannon on multiple targets. Primal Beast rushing in. So I don't know if Gaimin Gladiators want to take this fight.
They're wrapping around on Virtus.pro, maybe catching Tofu. He steps up. They'll close the eyes of the Watcher.
30 seconds to battle.
Just a quick tip on the FNG. Okay. We used to trade tips. Used to be giving those 50 points over. Tofu, though, he does get spotted. They've got that homing missile coming through. It's not even going to be needed. It actually hits on the Quinn, and first blood's there for Virtus.pro. Squadix gets it.
Good start for him. We already talked about being a good puck game. Just needs to pick up 1 Bounty Rune, and we'll have Bottle. Never mind, he switches things around. Picks up Gloves of Haste. Wants to have that extra attack speed against Necro so that he can CS.
So, Gloves of Haste to start, and we'll see how the matchup ends up for Squadix. It's Quinn, you know, there's been a lot of time where he just dominates the lane and dominates the game. But are we going to see him do that up against this puck? And then the other side lanes, is there a killer lane for you in any of these side lanes, or mid at all? Or is it just going to be more of a farming fiesta?
I want to see how this top lane is going to do for Gaimin Gladiators. Dawnbreaker, really strong in the lane. Put 2 points in Celestial Hammer on level 3. Tofu trying to burn some of their mana.
Oh, EMP is not fun to deal with, but homing missile, Leech Seed already being thrown over onto Ace. He's getting hit up quite a bit, and this is, you know, no joke with that damage. Eat that first tango, and if they go on him again, you know, Leech Seed's not the longest of cooldowns. It kind of lines up with homing missile. See if they go again the second it's off cooldown.
Blood Grenade, sorry, also available for FNG.
Yeah.
This bottom lane for Gaimin, it's not like, you know, it's Spectre Warlock. They're not meant to play aggressively. All they want to do is secure farm for Spectre. While I could see Virtus.pro playing aggressive as soon as they hit level 2, 1 stun, if Celery is in a bad spot.
You got to be careful with the creep equilibrium there, and there's the Nature's Grasp on the ground as level 2 comes in. Homing missile, there's a kill for FNG. Tofu getting run down in this lane, and they put the damage on the Ace as well, so it is just pressure, even with the EMPs hitting, coming through from the side of Virtus.pro, and they get another kill on Celery bottom, so both side lanes are perfect.
Just mentioned, he's sitting in the side lane, all alone. 1 stun from Vengeful Spirit. Noticed, uses Onslaught, gets on top of him, and it's a kill. That lane, Quinn doing really well. We're gonna sitting at level 3 already, having Bracer. Squadix finally picks up his bottle. Now things are gonna start to become much easier for him, because he will have both runes available potentially.
Right.
Necro, not the hero that buys a bottle.
So, going to that water rune at first.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Quinn gonna snag the other one, like you said, not going into the bottle. He's got himself that early bracer. And it looks like maybe FNG set up to kill off Tofu again, but with where the creep equilibrium is at the moment, he's very close to the tower, make that a harder kill to get with him being able to back up behind the tier 1. Still looking over at mid as in terms of CS, it's 20-2 to the 18-1 of the puck, so things sitting relatively even overall. Bottom lane onslaught, short. Never mind.
Bong's Vengeful Spirit.
Aiding my odds, I'm sorry. Not really somebody here that swipes wisdom runes like we've seen in the past. Nature's Grasp is down. Tornado onto 2. They've done some damage onto the gyrocopter, but Ace needs to run. He doesn't have anything more to work with. Starbreaker's on cooldown, and Even though he threw the Celestial Hammer, they just didn't quite have the damage.
Interesting build from Gyro, putting a second point in homing missile to reduce the cooldown so they can play much more aggressive. They do have Healing Lotus available on Treant for some extra mana, Magic Wand as well.
Pops that salve, he'll heal up. He's about 70 mana. Like you said, he's got that Healing Lotus, though. Quinn hitting that level 5 just before Squadix, by the way. Trying to just maintain here and get to that level 6 as quickly as possible. Sometimes we see Necro, he'll TP to a side lane, try to get an early Reaper Scythe stack, get a kill, open up a lane for his cores, but going through and looking over at Squadix, doing some hefty damage, but can't keep up. He's behind the tier 1 tower. There's nobody here TPing in to try and help him out and turn it. But
he's playing super aggressive, popping that lift.
Yeah. Bottom lane, Onslaught's in, trample on top of the Warlock, and that's going to be a 4th kill for Virtus.pro. So getting these denies and kind of denying the lane of Squadix as he's sitting by the tier 1 tower with 75 health.
He's denying everything. Squadix, he needs to run back, refill his bottle. When he comes back to lane, Necro will be level 6. And I can expect Quinn playing super aggressively again. Has Fairy Fire, Magic Wand, Raindrops. He understands that it's all about survivability in this lane. Doesn't want to die, needs to play aggressive, maybe get the kill. We'll TP mid on Squadix.
Magic Missile, some damage on the Quinn, but he's got level 3 in the Death Pulse. He heals up. Top lane, though, not healing up his Ace. He's dead again. We got Celery here with Tofu to try and get a trade. Tornado with the Fatal Bonds, but FNG, he pops the wand, the Blood Grenade. They're still wanting to go onto the Tree Protector, but I think this Gyro senses that maybe he's got more damage than they can handle, but that's a little bit dangerous. Ooh, walk up, winning the Magic Missile, getting the kill on a FNG, and now maybe even thinking about going onto the Venge. Celestial Hammer slowing him down. Starbreaker, that hits down onto the Venge too. So right in front of him, keeping him slowed with the Ghost Walk, and one more right click needed to get the kill. No Fairy Fire. All right, taking up some time and getting that eventually for Tofu.
He really did not want to give last hit to Dawnbreaker. Stick, Fairy Fire. Tofu's like, I'm gonna take it. It's gonna take way too much time.
I'll just get this kill. It's fine. Necro,
making a first rotation.
Going towards bounty.
And
maybe
this
going
is
towards bottom completely.
Not the easiest kill to get. Noticed is full HP, has a Healing Lotus, so they're gonna need to set
Spectre
things
has
up.
Mana. This is I mean, what he could just onslaught out, right?
Yeah, they have no stuns. Like they're definitely not getting that kill. Quinn going back to the mid lane to continue farming. I see Boots of Travel. This is the build. Like the Necro definitely needs some kind of a move speed. Now he's having a Windlace after finishing off Bracer. And that Raid Band. Just to mix things up.
He's trying to get to his 6, have that global presence of the Solar Guardian. He's behind Noticed. Magic Missile, Trample, they're on the Spectre. And they've got the Pulverize, level 6 here for Noticed. He just got it. Onslaught away. Quinn even TPs over to the bottom lane, but they don't find anything. And again, a rotation towards bottom where he steps over and gets nothing for his time.
Gaming are very limited how they can set things up. It's gonna need to be Invoker or just like counter initiate with Dawnbreaker ulti, Necro coming in, some
Magic
heal.
Missile again.
Goal
He's
from
dead.
Warlock, and he's done. So yeah, good kill. They might get the kill and notice. Good body block from Celery.
Yeah, but now he goes south and there's nobody there to get the lockdown. They just don't have anything to control him. You know, onslaught away. The lack of lockdown is really showing itself in these rotations.
Invisibility.
Ace in trouble.
Top lane, they're even looking for Ace. Magic Missile if they can get in range. Nope. Only Missile will chase, start to fly after running all that time and hit. And then Squadix is here. Oh, wait. Painting Rift, Dream Coil, Ace. He's dead.
Not
Followed the
We're
Holy
gonna
Missile
get
all the way past the
rotation.
tier 1 tower.
Virtus.pro, they're on a roll here, dodging all of these ganks from Necro. He tried. I think Quinn's not going to go for this kind of a move before he gets boost of travel. Tofu, can he
Now they
set it
got
up?
Tornado, EMP. Oh, no, not on the high ground. There's going to be that Reaper Scythe, and they finally get a kill on the puck. And they go for more. Because they used Shadow Step, so... Tofu coming in. They've got the dust. Overgrowth on a 3. Blood Grenade. Celery's over and nearby Upheaval, and he's going up onto the high ground near the Spectre. Spectre doesn't have a lot of life to work with, but he's got a whole team nearby. A Queen Necro who's got Death Pulse at level 4 that'll heal him up, and they get that kill on FNG, and that goes the way of the Spectre. So some decent gold going his way as he's been farming the jungle.
Gaimin Gladiators picking up some good kills. Quinn just finished off his boots of travel, so now he can continue to farm up, TP rotate to one lane. They have great global presence. Spectre with Shadow Step, Dawnbreaker with her ulti. Now how they're gonna execute the ganks is gonna be so much easier. It's gonna be Tofu setting things up with the Cold Snap Tornado from Invis. Dyrachyo shows up extra slow. Dawnbreaker ulti on top of it. Maybe Necro with the bots. Gaimin Gladiators, they're in a good spot.
Yeah. I mean, net worth wise, not too out of range for anybody. Gyro having a really good time top. He leads the net worth going into that Crystallis Ags combo. Homie Missile again. Magic Missile's there. They go the call down. Getting out of range for a second, but does have the Homie Missile chasing his tail. They go to the Shadow Step. So now looking over at the Gyro, but Pop of the Blade Mail and just deters him from looking for Ace, who this time won't get picked off by the puck, who is about to pick up 3 bounty roots.
A prize.
Dyrachyo showing off his freshly bought Blade Mail. Gonna continue to farm up, go into Radiance, which is pretty standard nowadays on Spectre. You have Blade Mail, which is your farming tool.
Tornado with the Solar Guardian trying to get on top of Notice. Pulverize for a second. Nope, that's Reaper Scythe. Make it a second stack for Quinn. And is going into that heart. He's going to need some gold as he now leads the net worth with that kill. So Quinn, after a couple of failed ganks, gets a couple of kills in a row, right? It's starting to stabilize him.
Gets those Reaper Sight charges online, which is very important for Necro, and now going into Heart immediately. Picks up Booster. Just doesn't want to die. Like, the whole plan is to sit in the middle of the fight. I don't think there's going to be enough damage to kill off this Necro. I think this is Heart, Blade Mail, Shard. Maybe switch things around, Shard into Blade Mail, since you're playing into Primal Beast, into Gyrocopter, so having double Blade Mail is gonna feel super good. Then pick up Aghanim Scepter. Because when you think about magical damage, Gyro doesn't have a point in Rocket Barrage. Magic Missile is really not the damage.
Very dead.
So it needs to be Puck, it needs to be Primal Beast killing this Necro.
Right.
Problem is also that they don't have a hero who can build into Spirit Vessel.
Radiant structures are fortified.
At this point, not looking like anybody's going to be doing so. Dream Coil again. Ace going to snap that. And now they've got the Leech Seed, the Illusory Orb with Wave of Terror. They do get the kill. Ace not having a great time around the map. This is already his 3rd death. Couple of stacks made by Celery. Another one going to be added to the tally on that Ancient Camp. So there are options here in terms of getting back into the game. You can see the net worth really not working out for Ace compared to the Primal Beast, who has about 2,000 more than he does.
Notice is having a really good time on Primal Beast. High level, about to crack level 10. He needs to be the one killing Necro. So, a huge stack.
Celery's getting a lot of that gold.
I see blue numbers.
Yeah,
not too happy about
cyan numbers. That was a lot of blue. Oh, and now a lot of orange numbers. There's one. I guess so. It wasn't planned out that way originally.
Shall repay in kind.
But all right, he gets a few at the end.
And he's
That
coming
works.
back again.
Respawn. Let's do it one more time. Has that blade mail in 7 seconds.
Urn of Shadows
70
come in.
regen. He's
Seeds of Serenity. Look how they're playing with him.
love me some Seeds of Serenity.
Okay, he wants to go back.
Photos.
Not gonna waste an Urn charge on him.
He's got 2,850 gold, so closing in 550 away from having himself that Sacred Relic, having that extra damage. Could push him into using that Shadow Step a little bit more often, especially when he gets that Radiance, of course. But do they have enough here on Virtus.pro to kind of deal with all that? As Kirtich is 500 gold away from that Axe.
He's having a good time. 004 at the moment. Aghanim Scepter BKB queued up and going into Silver Edge. Duraccio.
Spectre.
He's jumping.
Sword Guardian. Yeah, Sword Guardian's there, and they get the Reaper Scythe. Now the Tornado, a little bit late on the phase shift. They go to the Chaotic Offering, though. That'll slap down on a Squadix. He's in trouble. Ooh, doesn't jump that far away. Sun strikes on him, but the phase shift keeps him alive for a second longer, and Quinn gets the double kill. Now looking at FNG, that's a third. They'll move over towards mid. They'll get a tier 1 tower, and a good fight coming away from GG. Gaimin Gladiators, they get themselves something of a win on the board.
A little surprised that Virtus.pro didn't bring two of their strongest heroes. Like, you're lacking 15,000 net worth in that fight. Gyro, he probably wanted to have that Aghanim Scepter before taking the fight, and Primal Beast also wanted his BKB. So in terms of syncing things up, they just needed to wait another 30 seconds.
They're gonna try and go on the Quinn. They're looking. Just don't quite have it. And there are 4 heroes there. And not one of them was able to make that jump.
Duraccio tipping salary. He's like, you did the job, my buddy. Increase his salary, please. I want to see the number of stacks that they made.
Saw it trample.
I feel like they made 15 stacks in this game because Duraccio has been farming this in triangle. Okay, I 7, 4, 4, 11, 15, 17.
The one. What was it? 17?
Yeah.
This is a good roach to take from Virtus.pro. That's quite a bit. I mean, that is, especially 7 for the Warlock. Granted, did he take a couple of those creeps in that first stack take? Yes.
We don't need to talk about the details.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, that's the cost of doing business.
Ooh, this is massive, and he's making another one for Duraccio. This is going to be 17-minute Radiance, Power Treads, Blade Mail.
And they Sunstruck the Roche, so they know that they're getting this Aegis. They don't really care, though. They're going and grabbing themselves as much fun as they can. Ace trying to get into the Deso. He's got one Mithril Hammer on that.
Ooh, dropping really low here. 100 HP.
Never in doubt, never in doubt. And he gets Orb of Destruction right as he gets this Radiance finish. He's hit this timing that I don't know if Virtus.pro can handle. However, Tofu, up on the high ground. Oh, they walk right in line for that Tornado EMP.
We're talking about
and
Spectre.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't care. This is Necro with heart. They don't have to damage
Shadow
to
Step.
kill him.
Jumps in. Solar Guardian. Gyro's in trouble. Sunstrike on him. They're going to use the Reaper Scythe on the FNG. And a call down's there, but he already lost the Aegis. So Quinn's standing his ground. Gets hit with a magic missile. The wave returns there. They go to the Chaotic Offering. They've got the Pulverize onto Ace, but Ace with half health. Waning Rift, Illusory Orb gets the kill onto the Dawnbreaker. They TP out the Gyro. They end up losing the Venge. But I think they're kind of okay with that overall. Take the Aegis out of their hands, get a couple of kills. This
They
is
just
a
don't
point
have
where maybe
enough
they felt
damage.
strong on Virtus.pro.
It's not enough. Necro used 5 Death Pulses in that one. Solar Guardian, Warlock with the Golem. You can see Quinn, he feels unkillable with this heart build. Going into Shard next, then you can dodge Homing Missile, Magic Missile. Pretty much every missile in this game can be dodged with it.
Tia coming down, and then they already got the Aegis out of their hands. Chaotic Offering committed. Ace is going to end up dead here. Virtus just able to TP out of that one. So if they
so
get
much
that kill on the gyro, I think it
overtime
opens
damage.
up here.
Necrophos with his Heartstopper aura. Spectre, if you have Fatal Bonds on you. Another jump from him.
Yeah, gyro.
That's a big kill on Kiritich.
Not surviving. Mid again, they're looking for Ace. And they're bullying Ace at this point.
Ace is like,
But
I
the rest of
don't
the team's
care.
okay
The
with
rest
it.
of the team is carrying.
Yeah. They're fine with that. Old snap. Quinn. He's got that jump forward with the
Dire's
death
bottom
seeker.
tower is under attack.
So he's fine as he's going into the Ags. Ags with the heart combo, the upgraded Heartstopper aura. Looking good. But what's the way back in? Virtus.pro, they're not too far behind. It's only 2,000 gold. Did just lose the gyro. He needs to farm up, get that BKB.
Damage.
But is the spot open enough for them to kind of fight soon, or do they need to just sit back, farm, maybe be a little bit more conservative with their movements?
It's very difficult for them to approach the fight because you're gonna get
Yeah.
jumped. FNG.
FNG.
Looks pretty
Now
dead
one
here.
more.
No one's gonna help him.
They're also going to look over for the Venge. Sunstrike, Reaper Scythe, making another stack. That's going to be 5 Reaper Scythe stacks.
Feast for the flesh fly.
In 20 minutes. This is massive. He also has level 10 talent, so plus 2 seconds Heartstopper aura stack duration. It synergizes so nicely with your like Heart Regen, Ghost Shroud, Aghanim Scepter.
By the power of God.
They're looking at top. Celery's got Chaotic Offering. He's not afraid.
Celery, go stack.
Yeah.
Quinn trying to stack,
Bottom.
but it's a bit too late. He's isolated.
Mail pop.
There is Stormbreaker
Trample.
on
There's
P.
the Solar Guardian. I don't know if it's going to be enough. The damage is in. Oh, Overgrowth. There's the kill. Onto the Spectre. Now they'll look at Ace, who doesn't have a lot to work with anymore, and he's dead too. Jumping in to try to save the carry. Well, save your buddy syndrome leads to another death.
That was a bit too aggressive from Duraccio. Rest of the team not ready to back him up. Quinn didn't have TP available because he just TP'd to the side lane to farm. Level 16 on Necro, 21 minutes into the game. This is pretty massive.
$1,700 gold away. Quinn working on it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Squadex, his lane wasn't easy, but he's 6-2-1, top of the net worth.
He's farming. He understands that he can jump in front of these waves, insta-kill them with Vanning Rift and Orb because of the limited lockdown that they have.
Dire's top tower.
More
is under
stacks. Can we
attack.
see number of stacks? I think Celery on his own is up to like 14, 15. Okay. But still, this is the insane amount of stacks. So that's 28.
Dire's top tower is
This
under
has to be
attack.
like one of the... Because you don't stack as much, but Celery, he has one job. Join a fight. Whenever there's one with Chaotic Offering, Soup, and Fatal Bonds, and then stack in the meantime.
Soup.
Radiant are scattered.
Even game and net worth
Dire are
without those
scattered.
stacks. I don't know if it'd be so close.
He made Duraccio's game so easy.
Yeah. When you get to have the benefits of so many stacks, it's definitely feeling pretty easy.
Now Duraccio stacked for himself. And is farming another ancient stack. That's Manta style finished.
I'm trying to figure out what are the most stacks that have ever happened in a game. Are we close to it?
There were some funny videos on YouTube. Kunkka stacking with Torrent, because you can stack it.
Yeah.
It's like almost infinite stacking.
If you know the timing, it's pretty easy. So they get that shard. got Celery who picks up that shard, and that's going to be the upgrade to the Fatal Bonds and the Upheaval. So
I swear, if someone else,
Fatal Bonds, Upheaval.
if someone else got that shard on Gaimin Gladiators, I'd be pretty mad. Celery definitely deserves it.
You think the game knows that he deserves it and just was like, all right, here's your stack work. You've done it. You got it. Flat cannon damage there for the gyro. We've been talking about his item progression quite a bit. As he's sitting 4th on the list, he's going into the Satanic. Had that Ags at a decent timing, but just missed out on that fight that they had as he was picking it up. Spectre going to Orchid after this Manta.
Hero definitely needs mana. To use Manta. There, saved it. Hero consumes a lot of mana, and then you can jump the back lines. You can also silence the Puck, which is going to be the big deal, because Puck right now doesn't have any ways of protecting himself. Just going in like full greedy mode, which I like in this one, knowing that there's not that much lockdown. And Dota Plus win probabilities is 70% for Gaimin Gladiators, even though it's only 1k. If there's one hero that Dota Plus does like, that's Spectre.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Spectre definitely drives percentages pretty hefty. 70-30. Roche up in 20 seconds. See who ends up being the beneficiaries of an Aegis coming out soon. Tofu, he's going into a Hex, by the way. Spirit Vessel Hex. We saw this similar build off of Nature's
Prophet, yeah. It's just that they need this instant stun. You lock down Gyro, you lock down Puck. Now they will have 2 tools to deal with Puck as soon as Zeracho finishes off his.
The Bullwhip slowing down Tofu, but Nature's Grasp is down. The jump in, Reaper Scythe, not going to get a kill here. Solar Guardian onslaught, and now trampling, looking over at the Spectre. Got that Ags, they have the breaks, they're looking for the kill. The Chaotic Offering is going to be dropped down here by Celery. Racho's staying on unnoticed, and he's giving him notice that, hey, you're in too far. They'll get the kill onto the Primal Beast, and they will take out 2 in that fight. Maybe finding Squadix hunting in the trees. Only 2 there, but again, setting up those pickoffs, maybe going for Roche soon. 2 heroes setting up towards bottom, maybe to get a kill on Duracho, but he's not the easiest kill to get, even with both these heroes. Homie missile.
Whoa,
he tried to beat and
there was no glyph available. Quinn tried to go for the plate. Nice dodge.
Now the Dream Coil is there. Another homie missile call down. Pops that Blade Mail. Surviving for a while in the Rocket Barrage, though. 3 heroes, they don't mind the Blade Mail. They'll get the kill and take out the Spectre, who is left by himself. No Solar Guardian for another 45 seconds to get down there and maybe keep him alive. So, you know, it should take maybe a little bit longer than he thought. But they do end up getting that kill and potentially stopping Gaimin Gladiators from backing up and going for Roche. They themselves are actually in the top area. Roche waits inside his pit. Maybe they find another pick off, and they could be the ones picking up the Aegis.
Good usage of the Twin Gates from Virtus.pro, going in, getting the kill, getting back through the gates, and maybe even threatening Roshan here. Right now, they've been scouted by this Observer Ward, so they could get the jump.
Rift, Overgrowth. They've got the heal. It's on a Tofu. Notice coming in with the onslaught. He'll go to the backline. Squadix is around the side as well. Reaper Scythe slams down into FNG. They get the kill on the Tofu and Ace. They buy back on the Invoker. They buy back on the Dawnbreaker. That's Solar Guardian available, so he's back into the fight immediately. Fatal Bonds unnoticed, as well as the Venge. Dream Coil committed here, but now the swap to get him out of the hands of the Spectre of Duracho. They get the kill on the Venge, and Notice is going to take that Twin Gate to leave. Maybe they found themselves the Puck if they could stay on him, but the Waning Rift, the Illusory Orb, he's
Tornado
a very elusive hero.
Tofu sniping. The rest of the team is not there.
The lockdown. Now they need to go for Roche. They bought back on 2 heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Quinn is just unkillable. Like, they don't have enough damage to bring him down. He's sitting at 3.7k HP, has Cloak of Flames, so extra magic resistance, extra damage over time. Going into Kaya Sanj to amplify all of that damage, about to hit level 20.
So there's Aegis for Spectre. Pick that up.
They left Cheese in the pit. Seems like they don't need it.
I was clicking everybody. But I guess Cheese is going to just sit here.
Keeping things balanced. Still, Virtus.pro's having a lot of farm. It's just that they can't kill heroes. Like, if they're going together, this Solar Guardian, Dead Pulses, Dead Seekers from Necro, heals from Warlock, Glimmer Caves, is just keeping everybody alive.
You backing up for Cheese? Ace?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Maybe Tofu? Somebody? Anybody? Solar Crest finish there for
Dire's
Celery.
top tower has fallen.
Considering that they are a vegan team, a little surprised that they didn't pick up that cheese.
Yeah. You know, if it was halloumi, they'd pick it up.
Oh, for sure.
The best cheese.
Love me some good halloumi cheese.
Nice grilled halloumi.
Heritage doesn't have a single kill, 30 minutes on Gyro.
Oh, what an
which is, yeah, it's a lot of assists, half the assists of the team.
Radiant are scanning.
He's going Silver Edge, and then he does have Divine queued up, but we'll see.
I think he needs it. I think he definitely needs that damage because they can't kill people. Needs that explosive damage to just lock onto one target during the coil and try to kill people.
All right, Spectre, Shadow Step, finds Noticed. If he runs into the pit to dodge here, I was going to say maybe he finds the cheese, but no Onslaught near the Twin Gate and actually just TP away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So all that time, you know, right now it's Gaimin Gladiators just farming with this Aegis. They put some aggression on. They're going Scotty next on Braccio, and he's got that Orchid that he was building earlier, of course. Hex still being built for Tofu, but he got pushed back on that with the buyback that he used in that fight over top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sunstrike, you know, some sentries. But it's buying time for Heritage to get to this Silver Edge. It's not exactly too great if they leave him open, but that being said, you see him for a second, they put the chase on, and the rest of the team is nearby except for Noticed, who's over towards bottom, and he's able to get to this camp and might want to think about going back into the base because they're not too far away, looking and ready to jump. They've got the scan. Oh, the TP. Oh, no. He gets caught, forced to BKB. Solar Guardian, there's the swap. Great swap from Venge to put him back on the high ground, so he's able to escape. It cost the life of the Venge, but overall, A-okay.
They're going to go for the high ground.
Top tower is under attack.
Still a minute and 40 left of that Aegis. Not the most tower damage. Another jump.
Yeah, another jump here on FNG. Ooh, trying to run for these illusions. The Tornado from a distance with the Sunstrike. That'll slam down and burn up the branches of FNG. Now they'll be forced to glyph, trying to hold on to the tier 3 tower top.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Keeping those creeps alive.
Dire's top tower
Just like
has fallen.
damage over time in the fight is insane. You get close, Heartstopper Aura, Cloak of Flames, Radiance is gonna burn you to death. Already down to half HP.
Pulverize. Gonna get Quinn. Yes, they can. They finally take him out. That's an 8-time spree going to the Gyro. Venge is gone. The Shadow Step in. Now focusing the attention on the Heritage. Braccio just trying to get a kill here onto the Gyro with no help from the rest of his team and just obliterates him.
He does have buyback. Not sure if you want to use it here. So does Quinn. If there's like buyback coming out from one hero, I could see Quinn coming back into a fight, but definitely doesn't want to commit to it. So losing once. Yeah. By the way, it was a stupid joke. Vegans, they don't eat cheese, so maybe that's why they left it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You could have fooled me. I have no idea. Oh, jump in again. Puck in trouble. Silenced. That's the work of the Orchid, right? They get the kill on a Squadix. They'll look for more. Notice goes in with Pulverize, Sunstrike. That'll hit FNG. He's wondering what he did to deserve that. And now back up into the tier 3 tower over mid this time. Another easy tower. And this feels like the ending of the Tundra games that we were watching where they just kind of casually get megas. But there's a tier 2 over in the bottom lane still standing.
Quinn's gonna take care of that, push it in. Roshan could respond in 2.5 minutes, but I don't think they should wait for Roshan. They definitely feel super strong right now to go in and try to end the game. With the control from Orchid, Hex, that Tofu just bought, they have more than enough.
So he queues up the Divine Rapier before the Silver Edge now. I think recognizing that he's going to need more damage to get it done. Hoping for that Divine to allow them to hold, but they are behind by a lot. And also, Dyrachyo making the switch over now back towards the Bloodthorn.
Observe Ward and Sentry on that high ground. Dyrachyo looking for a jump. He's pinging it out.
Shadow Steps with that Orchid follow-up has been very strong for Dyrachyo, and that's exactly what he's looking at. Mid, throwing an illusion there on onto Squadix, who gets the shard thanks to the Tormentor take. Virtus holding the high ground, but Quinn had some vision. Deathseeker up onto the high ground, and now looking over. These illusions doing some damage onto the gyro. EMP on the ground. That's going to wipe a lot of the mana out of FNG. They go to the Solar Guardians right by where the Tormentor once stood. Call down. BKB. Quinn is chasing. Swap now onto the low ground. Away from this Quinn Necro, just so he doesn't get hit with that Reaper Scythe.
You start dropping low. Like, Gyro, he also needs to run away from Solar Guardian. It goes through BKB, so he doesn't feel... If he gets stunned, couple of right clicks from Spectre, plus Reaper Sight should be able to get the kill. Lotus Orb on Dyrachyo, gonna reflect that rocket back.
Ran out just before. So they back away. They don't have to force anything. They've got such a big lead here, and worst case scenario, they just go back towards Roche and get themselves an Aegis. But Heritage still farming up, and he's got himself 4,700 gold. Trying to make his way towards that Divine, which is only 900 away.
It feels like he needs both of these items. I think you do.
Yeah.
Your chances of winning this game are really low right now. Maybe we could check the Dota Plus win probability. Could give them
quick
15%.
Very quick Roche. Yeah, it's going to be
6%.
Okay.
Has been killed.
Time was Relic now for Necro. Okay. It's going into the Octarine as well. Oh boy. Took out his courier, by the way, for Kiritich. And there they are over by Roche. Oh, I see the cheese. Look at that. Quinn picks up the cheese, gets that, and he'll have another cheese coming his way. Also, will have that refresher shard when they take this Roche.
What is this? Cheese. And what is this? Cheese. What about this? Also cheese. So it's going to be left in the pool.
There's the Divine Rapier, by the way, purchased and finished off for the Gyro, making one last-ditch effort. They're going to smoke and try to catch them on Roche. It's happening pretty quickly here. They've got the Solar Crest, they have the minus armor.
It's dead.
Yeah, it's dead. It's just not in time. Do they commit to this, though? The jump, right by Quinn. They're going to go forward. They've got the silence. Everybody comes through the twin gates. They go to the call down. They've got the Lotus Orb. It's going to be on to this Necro, who's going to reflect over the homing missile. Kiritich trying to do the damage. They eat the cheese on Ace. He's going to survive. They go to the Reaper site. It's just a lockdown onto the Gyro. They get the kill on Accelerate. They're going to buy back here on the Invoker. Eating the cheese. Dream Coil down. Quinn standing his ground. Swap. Getting his Gyro into some safety. But now he's soloed out by the Spectre. He'll get killed off. The Divine Rapier is on the deck. And it will be in the hands of the Spectre. Looking like this game is all but over. As they win that fight, they call GG, and Gaimin Gladiators take game 1.
It was a nice try from Virtus.pro to get back into that fight. Reaper Sight didn't get the kill because he was almost full HP, but nicely done from Gaimin Gladiators. They did lack some of the stuns. Quinn completely dominated the matchup, dominated the game, and the amount of stacks that they did was through the roof. I don't think you can ask for better supporting from Warlock in this game. It was 17-minute Blade Mail, Power Treads, Radiance on your Spectre, and also Necro had a complete free farm, and then when they started to build these control items, Puck didn't feel too comfortable, was forced to buy a BKB, and having double Blade Mail, having Solar Guardian with all of these heals, Virtus.pro, they just didn't have enough damage. Also, none of their heroes deal magical damage. Like, Primal Beast does, if he's ahead, then he can kill Necro, but he's not afraid of these, like, Puck's abilities, some, like, homing missiles, Treant Protector doesn't do much, so... Also the build that Quinn went for, I really love that build. I checked the last time he played Necro, and he went for the exact same build. Raid Band, Bracer, Magic Wand, you know, just Shard, and then tanked up with Heart Aghanims.
Yeah, he was really strong, hard to kill, dies only once in that game. By the way, 35 total stacks made for Gaimin Gladiators throughout the game. I mean, it's 11 by Ace, 13 by Celery, 9 by Doraccio himself, so... They end up taking game 1 over the side of Virtus.pro, and to break it down further, we've got the panel. Take it away.
That game 1 win for Gaimin Gladiators is definitely what they needed after their best of 2 against LGD, and it was a fantastic showing from them. I do say fantastic winter, maybe lanes not going as strong as they wanted, but they were able to bounce back. They were able to execute in that last-ditch effort from Virtus.pro with the Rapier there, just enough for them to call GG once they lost it.
Yeah, but it was definitely not a very clean game, you know, for a team of Gaimin's stature. You would expect them to be able to play much better. And I felt like at some points of the game, VP, they had a lot of control over Gaimin, and maybe they were inexperienced. They weren't really, you know, good enough to extend that advantage. Especially, I feel like in the early game after Quinn, he got a huge advantage from the laning phase. So it was a pretty good matchup for him, Necro against Puck. But they had Gyro, which had a pretty easy lane, and I felt like he needed to actually go to the Puck's lane to actually help them kick the Necro out, because without the Gyro participating, they actually didn't have enough damage. And the other call was also Primal, and they were always constantly dodging Quinn. You know, wherever Quinn goes, they are just running away because they assume that he's too strong. You know, but in fact, I felt like they were actually strong enough to kill him and kick him out of the lane.
So instead of sort of moving away wherever Quinn was, you wanted Virtus.pro to just be like, everyone go, we see him, let's just go for it. I mean, it almost happened in top lane, but we did see Quinn sort of fall back onto that tier 1. But unfortunately, also for Gyro, he didn't get any kills early on. I think it was, 30 minutes? And Lacoste was saying he still just didn't have a kill in his name, even though he was trying to still be active.
Yeah, and he probably could have been the one, like Winter is talking about. Like, he could have been the one that makes the difference into killing Necro. Like, he has a lot of mixed damage, a lot of magical damage that can help out, but it's a double-edged sword. Like, you go on that Necro, you don't finish him off, like, you're probably dying.
Yeah, but if you are looking at the overall lineup, like how their lineups function against each other, if you're the Dyer's lineup, if you're VP's lineup, you don't want to go late game against the Spectre. You know, Gyro wants to snowball really, really hard in the early game, and you take the whole map. You have Puck plus Primal Beast as your other 2 cores, so they don't really provide a lot of damage in the mid-late game, so you're going to be heavily relying on Gyro alone, so you don't want a game to go late.
It was mostly just catch with everyone else, and Gyro dishes out the damage, and you need to end it early.
Yeah, that's the thing with the carry players. You know, every time I'm evaluating carry players, I always look at how much do they help their team in the process of them farming. I don't really like to look at just how high their GPM is in that particular game, but on the other hand, I would like to look at whenever you're farming as a carry, how much do you help your team in the process, you know, because nowadays Dota is not a game where you can just send your 4 teammates to the walls, you fight,
Isn't
I'm
that
AFK.
the concept of useful gold? It's not just like the GPM that you have, it's how you use it, right?
Yeah, and sometimes I think as a carry player, you should also come to the fight even though you're weak. Because your teammate is strong, you know, they can defend the tower for you, and you should just come to the fight just because you're just needed to maybe go there and cast some spells or throw your body and die, you know. Like, I think this is something very common from Ame, you know, when he's playing Spectres, and sometimes you see him defending the mid tower whenever he's playing Spectre, and he's like, he has no items, you know, but he still comes to defend the tower because his CM has ulti to defend the tower, but he just needs a hero to stand
Someone
in front.
to tank it.
Yeah, to tank the damage so he can cast your spell. So and he comes to the fight, he dies, he looks like an idiot, everybody's flaming him, but they win the team fight, they hold the tower, they win the game later, you know.
Yeah, you're like, who's laughing now? You know,
Yeah.
it's tried and true. It does work. We're gonna have a look at the highlights for this game one, and while we do, let's talk about Spec a bit more because she did get that slight change, a lot of buffs, and it's the first time we're seeing it on stream of her in this patch. So you're able to farm up, but also still be that active carry that you want. This person that's joining fights as often as possible.
Yeah, he was also able to feed a couple of times. Like, Winter was talking about his deaths and tanking the deaths. He was tanking them left, right, and center. Maybe a little bit too much, and in some situations it looked like it might be a bit unnecessary, but at the same time you're a Spectre. You kind of want to be very far up front, farming where other heroes usually aren't allowed to farm. You pop that ulti, you join the team fight, you're suddenly on the other side of the map. So definitely Virtus.pro read his moves very correctly early on, punished him a couple of times. Unfortunately for them, it just wasn't enough. They lacked damage for anyone else.
I feel like this is the perfect highlight for what you're saying, Winter, that Virtus.pro, they can run around as a 5. You had that Venge there to try and save you. Sure, Gyro loses that Aegis, but he's still able to get out by the end of it. So they're able to do it, and maybe that could have been the eye-opening moment of, okay, maybe let's keep trying to do this.
Yeah, I just feel like they lack a lot of like coordination with the whole team, you know. Whenever they had the advantage, the slight advantage, they weren't really together, you know, pushing the advantage. I feel like the Puck and the Primal in this sort of game, you kind of have to sacrifice sometimes a little bit of your farm to be there earlier, because you need to be at the start of the fight to throw your spells, initiate, so that the Gyro can come and clean up. You know, everybody has to understand their role perfectly.
Yeah, putting up amazing KDAs, Durachu, Quinn looking fantastic there, but that last fight, it was looking to go in the favor of Virtus.pro. Are you happy that they did commit even after they saw that Aegis went in the hands of Gaimin Gladiators, or would you have fall back a bit more, try and wait it out and just be on your side of the map?
I think it's one of those situations in which it's your last-ditch effort. You got that rapier on
It wouldn't have mattered, is what you're kind of trying to say.
Yeah, pretty much, and you're trying your best to go win.
But maybe you might be right about like if you're looking at the percentage, you know, if you're playing the percentage, you should probably try to defend on your high ground and use the rapier instead of going down the twin gate. But I understand their mindset at that point. You know, you already know that late game is going to be hard for you, and then
You're
they
going
just
to be
try.
stuck in your base, and there will be farming. This Warlock will eventually win the game on his own.
Yeah, like yes, depending on the element of surprise, right? Because if you're gaming there, you don't really expect the enemy to come after you already get the Aegis, you know. So you're probably gonna just run out of the pit without really thinking about much, and then the enemy appears all of a sudden, and then you might get a surprise and lose the fight.
Yeah. It was looking good. Unfortunately, that element of surprise wasn't enough. The damage output from the Divine Rapier wasn't enough for them, but Gaimin Gladiators in this best of 2, game 1 going for themselves. Were you guys watching any of the other streams, though? Because there are 4 other streams going on, a lot of games happening. Any matchups that you were interested in sort of exploring or talking about?
Oh, my call for Thunder to win 2 versus
the Thunder Awaken?
Yeah, it failed.
So again, the curse prevails for you,
1-1 between Shopify Rebellion and Thunder Awaken. So that was an interesting matchup right there in Group B. Maybe Group B is a little bit different than I expected it, but yeah, we still see the same top 4 teams.
Group C also being a very close 5-horse race at the moment. Obviously, the game in Virtus.pro.
Yeah, nouns taking one game of LGD. That was quite.
It's not finished, I don't believe, because the score hasn't been updated. So LGD, their 2-0 was against Gaimin Gladiators. Nouns got their 1 win against Beastcoast. So they are still in the midst of game 1, but the last that we saw and we checked in, they were doing well. They were up and they were being very aggressive on the side of LGD's map.
Yeah, nouns are surprisingly strong at the moment versus no NA hate coming from me whatsoever. I need Parker here for that, you know, because he's the part of NA, so it's more fun to banter. But yeah, definitely nouns surprising me, at least taking a game off of LGD, and LGD right now are looking really strong.
Anything else that stood out for you, Winter, when we did look at those? Maybe that A is a little bit closer, because I think it was you that was talking about how with Group A there didn't seem to be a standout team where you're like, okay, they're going to sit at the bottom.
Who was at the bottom? Was it Thunder Awaken? No.
SMG?
Oh, SMG. Yeah, I mean, I feel like SMG also, it's like a question mark. Everybody doesn't really know what to expect from them. They have stand-ins. People thought they might have 2 stand-ins at some point. And as far as I understood, because it took so long for them to get the visa, so they didn't really train with General that much. So it might have affected the team's performance. And you don't know what to get from
Wait, in the end, is Mind Control playing or he's not?
No, he's
Masaru
playing.
is
No,
okay,
he's playing.
Yeah. Yeah, but in any case, for me, SMG and Tundra, they're like these teams that are super exciting and interesting to watch at the moment because you don't know exactly what you're getting. From Tundra, perhaps it's a little bit more straightforward because the 4 of them have still been playing for quite some time, and you know that Saxa needed to be replaced anyway. But when it comes to SMG, you just get this mix of random stand-ins coming from across the world. It's, I might have had higher expectations. But yeah.
I want to interrupt to talk about something still Dota related, but not the game related. We have the lower third, the secret shop. It's open now. Have you guys had a look at the merch that you can grab for yourself? Are you going to get any?
What do you
your
mean?
face tells me no.
What do you mean, have I looked? I already bought all of it. Gaimin, I purchased every single merch. Please hire me next year as well.
You're going to run around, going to get all your favorite players to sign
I'm going to run around the hotel right now.
It's always my favorite time. Line up, buy every single thing. Go home and then finally figure out that the luggage, no more space.
Yeah, that's the worst when you buy everything. You try and pack it all in, and you're just like,
okay, this is not working. I have to get some help.
You're gonna buy a whole another suitcase. You're wearing like 6 layers on the plane.
No. It's okay. So you wear a hoodie over a hoodie, of course, but you also come in here prepared. This is the only shirt that I brought. I have nothing else to wear. So for the next 4 days, that's it, and the new merch, of course.
The game 2 for Gaimin Gladiators, and why are you laughing at me? What?
Game 2, Gaimin Gladiators MVP.
VP, yes. Virtus.pro, you're a little bit worried, Winter, about their map movements, their coordination. Is there something in the draft that might be able to enable the team to not worry so much about that? Maybe having heroes like a Spec or a Dawn that is able to join and can farm off to the side, and it's like, okay, team fight, we can jump in, we can join this. Maybe that Underlord you talked about.
I mean, I feel like their issue is not an issue that you can be solved like in between the game, because it's like a fundamental issue. This kind of problems, you need to sit down, you need to watch the replays together and figure out what the team can do. The draft can be helped a little bit, but it's not a problem that the draft can just instantly solve.
Yeah. For me, the thing that FNG brings to every team is like they start playing a little bit faster, more coordinated, and you can kind of see the same idea behind every game when they're playing, like the strategy and the movements in the first 10-15 minutes, and they become the same. However, if a team recognizes those ideas and positions themselves properly against them, it might be a little bit difficult to get the upper hand post the laning stage.
It is still, I want to remind everyone, the first international showing that we're seeing of Virtus.pro as well. They weren't able to make any of the majors, so the fact that we're seeing it for the first time of this team in TI is, you just have to take it into a fact. They're still going through a lot of growing pains as well in this new patch too.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take them some time, before they can sort out their issues. Yeah. And right now, I would say that if you need to use a draft to sort out certain issues like this, you might have to, maybe if you get selection priority, you try to get 24 pick.
Yep.
And then you try
Is that in your eyes the most powerful when it comes to draft right now?
Sorry?
Getting 24 pick, is that the most...
I would say that it makes it easier to draft, because you were asking me about what they can do on the drafting side to try to make things simpler. So I think if you have the 24 pick, you get to see the opponent's lineup, full lineup, and then you pick a last hero, which would allow your whole team to just have a very, very simple idea to play around, and that could help the team.
Yep. Do you do adjustments in this game to draft Lizard of banning out what we saw, or you think it's not at the stage where we really even need to consider respect bans? This meta is still being figured out. Just kind of go with your own flow.
Yeah, the problem is, like, if you start adjusting this early on, like...
That's all you'll ever be doing is just...
What's going on? You're in group stage. Like, you might ban out 1 or 2 heroes if you want to repeat something that's similar or perhaps the same to game 1. Like, if you want to run a very similar draft and you're thinking, okay, if we eliminate this problem, we're winning game 2. Then I can understand adjusting your bans and banning like a Necro out or something.
Yeah,
like
okay,
that.
that's what I was kind of hinting towards, because that Necro was...
That Necro was a beast. That was just like impossible to deal with. Like he owned the mid lane. The CS was kind of similar, but he had way more impact post the laning stage.
Yeah. Is this a hero dependent, or you think it's the playstyle? Because I know you're a bit of a Necro fan, Winter. You've been wanting to see this hero.
I feel like the Necro is a good situational hero. It's definitely a strong hero in a lot of situations right now. He's very, very good in the lane. He's very annoying because you get the build hard all the time, and it's very difficult to kill you. And if the team doesn't make the right plays in the early game before you get your items, then the hero can just ball out of control. That's why I feel like it might not just be the Necro being a really powerful pick in the previous game. It also is because VP didn't really bring the right heroes and do the right things to ensure that the hero doesn't hit his power spike too early.
The way I see Necro in the last game, I have the Spectre and she needs time.
Yeah.
For that time to be acquired, I take this Necro and I put him up front and he soaks all the damage. He's just annoying.
Yeah, but you could also see like in the early game, it was quite difficult for Queen to move around because their heroes, they don't have stuns, right? Spectre has no stun, there's a Warlock. And Invoker is the only one that can actually do something and set up. But he wasn't really having a good start.
Usually I hate those kind of drafts, for me personally, because they're kind of difficult to execute. Like I have no ways of playing the map, playing the game. I just have to wait for my timings. But they made it work. Just slow and steady, put him up front, make him that unkillable force.
But the question is whether it will work against a better team, you know? It might work against VP, but it might not work against a better team. So it might mean that you have very, very little room for making mistakes. You know, you have to play a perfect game. Early game has to go well. Mid game has to go well. Then you can actually reach the late game where your lineup shines.
When it comes to that, you know, Tofu on Invoker 4 isn't anything new. We knew it was something that was going to come out in this 7.34 patches throughout the time and in the way it's been progressing. But what does he really offer in lane when we see this game play out? What was the idea behind him being picked up, and why did it work here? And potentially also going to be an issue of stronger teams not working out.
Honestly, the word I would use to describe him was disruptive. And that's pretty much it. Like, you're kind of preventing the enemy team from playing their game the way they want to. You're always there annoying. You toss that tornado EMP if they're trying to go on a hero or two. You try to protect them that way. And later on as well, you get that Ghost Walk. You can scout out with it. So in that aspect, I think Invoker is working really damn well at the moment. Tofu on it at least performed well.
I mean, in the draft, there's also another reason why Invoker is valuable, because it's a flex pick where you pick him early and then you can put it on pause for or in the mid lane. So it gives you a lot of room to adjust in the draft, you know, and it confuses your opponent.
And we know just how important flex picks are, how impactful they can be. But before we see any other picks, anything else that is going to be happening, we are going to jump to a very quick break, but we will be back soon.
We're in here to the road to the international game number 2, Gaimin Gladiators, Virtus.pro. Game 1 going the way of Gaimin Gladiators, but it was a nail biter considering the fact that the previous series that these teams have played against each other this year haven't been that close at all, right?
Yeah, like the game felt pretty over at one point because they just didn't have enough damage to kill Necro. But in terms of farm, Virtus.pro did one hell of a job, like keeping up with the farm of Gaimin Gladiators, who were like stacking the most that I've seen in recent years and just making stuff happen. And Virtus.pro, I want to see slightly more like aggressive support duo, something that can move around the map and get stuff done. I don't get me wrong, it's just like Treant Protector, Vengeful Spirit. That's why I said in the previous draft that usually we don't see position 4 and 5 being picked immediately as an opener. But it's a bit on the slower side. Like, sure, it's strong in the lanes. We know that laning stage is really important. But now, Celery, he's going to take the Celery route himself and pick up the Treant Protector. He was the one who played Treant before the hero was cool, before the hero was super strong. And this is what I like to see. Tusk, this is the hero that can move around the map, get stuff done, get involved in those early kills. Also a hero that is strong in the laning phase. Like, you put point in a tag team, second point in the tag team on level 3. If paired up with another strong laner, you can destroy some of these safe lane matchups.
So this time, instead of the Invoker, which did get banned out, they go to the Treant. Then they got themselves the Tusk on the side of Virtus.pro, banning out that Dawnbreaker. So not that similar style of play that Gaimin Gladiators were looking for in Game 1 with what was more a global presence, I would say. And maybe Ace a little bit happy about not having to play that Dawnbreaker again. He had a really rough game despite the fact that they got that victory.
They were playing into Treant Protector. Gyrocopter, like the lane didn't start well, and then he also played with Invoker, not the strongest position for, which resulted in them not having enough damage to kill some of these heroes, but making adjustments, removing this Dawnbreaker. They seems like they valued Dawnbreaker a lot against Treant Protector because just like the damage. I said that you do have enough damage with the lineup that they had, like the support duo wasn't, the combo in the lane wasn't enough to get the kill, but you can see how Gaimin Gladiators are thinking regarding Dawnbreaker Treant Protector matchup.
So Tusk picked up, we saw Tusk in one of the games earlier with Tundra in it, and they banned that Shadow Demon, and the pick right off that ban is that Grimstroke, which has been seeing a lot more bans in that second phase. Definitely one of those supports that I think everybody's starting to take notice on and getting. But in doing so, banning the Brew, banning the Shadow Demon, you leave yourself vulnerable to where to Wraith King? Okay. Yeah.
This is like watching Lord of the Rings, these like undead army. Muerta, Wraith King gets Aghanim Scepter. Nobody's going to die. Like, you can't kill them. This is potential offlane Wraith King, but it's also potentially position for Muerta and safe lane Wraith King. I think this is offlane Wraith King. I've seen it a lot in high-level pubs. You just go for... Because map is big enough for you to get the farm, and then you build into Armlet. Eventually, you get Aghanim Scepter. You're kind of building into carry items. You need Blink Dagger, I would say, slightly earlier than from the safe lane. And then you get Aghanim Scepter, lower the cooldown on it, and provide... Imagine Muerta not dying. Like, you're trying to burst Muerta with Aghanim Scepter, Wraith King behind her. She doesn't die, gets her ulti off, and just kills everybody, dies.
Yeah. Really, Pierce the Veil is kind of one of those annoying ones when I'm playing pubs and I'm up against Muerta. I feel like I can't do anything. But that's also me during all my pubs. So we'll see what they want to do here for Virtus.pro. With the 35 seconds that they have left, a lot of teams are using this third pick mark for a lot of thought, a lot of game planning here.
They definitely didn't expect this to happen. We said that
teams are
the teams are going to start theory crafting more and picking different stuff. Different groups are going to have different meta. This is just like out of meta right now. And, okay, Bristleback, hero that is super survivable. Yeah, you get like Inksfell on top of him. Tusk with the snowball could keep him alive long enough.
Is it a good pick here based on what they have out from the side of Gaimin Gladiators? Like, is it good against Muerta and Wraith King? Could Wraith King go Silver Edge? Could they still pick up a Silver Edge carrier?
Well, Wraith King will eventually get it. Okay. So it seems like they think it's going to be Wraith King offlane. I don't think Wraith King can be played as a support anymore. It's not 2012. You can't really make some of these weird stuff work.
Referencing the old days. 2012. Yeah. Razor, Bristleback, Grimstroke, Tusk. Wondering what Gaimin Gladiators want to follow up with. Does AA make an appearance in this draft for either team?
Maybe they need something to keep this Bristleback Razor in place. A Razor can also go to mid lane, so Virtus.pro is not actually revealing too much. Bristle can go safe lane, can go off lane. Most likely going to be played from the off lane because you still get insane amount of farm. You have position 4 who's going to stack for you, and then you can easily go into triangle with Vanguard and pick it up.
Necro again.
Necro again. They're actually going for color coordinated.
This is a theme draft. What else? Wait, whoa, I gotta look at heroes. What else is available that fits the theme? Yeah, I guess Pugna does. If they do a theme draft,
10 seconds remaining.
well, does Visage kind of fit that bill?
5 seconds.
He's a little too blue, right?
It needs to be greenish. It's Pugna, like
Yeah.
Virtus.pro's turn.
Or
to
Undying, I guess would be the most literal sense
Undying.
of
Oh
death.
yeah.
I know you love you some Undying. It's Team Red Blue against Ethereal Death
10
Green.
seconds remaining.
I like it. This feels
5
like
seconds
Underlords. They've got a buff to undead heroes now that they've got 4 of them or 3 of them.
Virtus.pro's
Oh, maybe it's
turn
time to ban hero like Leshrac. Some like magical damage coming out from the mid lane. You know what I would like? Maybe even Tinker. I wouldn't mind seeing Tinker for Virtus.pro. Put it on the mid lane. They have very limited catch again. Just burst magical damage against Necro, against Muerta. Maybe even Zeus. I feel like some of these heroes that deal a ton of damage early on and that can scale well can work out.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
And the
ban.
Spectre. Banning Puck. Are they expecting maybe offlane Wraith King, mid
Yes.
Necro for Muerta and Treant if they're banning Spectre?
Yeah, now this is the power of Muerta. If you have a position 4 player who can play it, and Tofu can.
10 seconds remaining.
They can also just go with like
5 seconds remaining.
position 1 Raid King, have Muerta 4, and have different offlaner.
Could go like
Because
I wanna say
gaming,
Death Prophet offlane with Muerto.
we're still sticking to a team.
Yeah, I'm definitely sticking to a theme. Are you kidding me?
Turn to pick.
Oh, all right, never mind. Morphling. Little sad on that. I mean, it's Morphling. I like the pick, but I'm sad that the theme is broken. Green heroes, blue, low poly count.
It would be great Muerta game for Virtus.pro. Magical damage against Morphling. You can attack ethereal units. Virtus.pro, they already have.
There's a Zeus.
Your hero.
Yeah, they definitely needed it. Virtus.pro last pick Zeus, which means that Morphling will be playing on low HP against Necro. You're gonna have burst damage. I don't know. Like, this is definitely not the draft that Virtus.pro wanted to have coming into this second game. They needed some adjustment. Again, they're picking their 4 and 5 in this game. And I said that they needed to pick something that can move around the map, something a bit more aggressive, like the adjustment. This is the type of lineup that can work. These are the heroes that are relatively hard to kill. It's Razor, Bristleback, but it feels like Gaimin Gladiators came with a plan. Raid King, Necrophos, Morphling, it's a bit on the slower side. Treant Protector, Muerta 4. These are not the heroes that make moves and get stuff done. This is, we're going to group up 2-3 items, go together, and go for objectives.
Okay. So what's the timer here for Gaimin Gladiators? What are they
2-3
trying
items.
to get to?
I mean, you
2-3
want to
items?
have, yeah, pretty much. You want to have Necrophos with this heart in front, and you want to have Morphling with the standard Morphling items, pretty much, where you can turn into Razor, you can turn into Zeus, Bristleback. There's some really good heroes he can turn into. Even Tusk, like you get the tag team, get on top of someone with your insane attack speed, you just kill heroes so quickly. I think in this one, Virtus.pro is not going to struggle with dealing damage since you have Bristleback, Zeus, and also Tusk, one of the heroes that deals well with these tanky heroes. Tag team, maxed out, 3-4 heroes around them. Heroes instantly disappear.
Okay, so should be getting into game number 2 in just a moment. Safe lane, Bristle off Razor, mid Zeus. By the way, and you'll see it on your screen in just a second. Does the Morphling count because he's got the ethereal cosmetics, the E-Blade cosmetics?
He does. Yeah,
it's all right.
Ethereal. We found a way how to make it work.
All right, cool. I'm glad I could shoehorn that in. You know, works out.
Prepare for
We'll see how this game 2 goes for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, if it'll go their way or at Virtus.pro, based on game number 1, where they looked pretty good and make their way to a 1-1 split. Very important for them to get out of the gates rolling with at least a win, but at the same time, Gaimin Gladiators, after getting 2-0'd, they got that first win. They need to get back even, as it's a very dangerous group stage here at the road to TI, and could be problematic if you end up 1-3, truthfully.
Gaimin Gladiators, they definitely need this dub here, considering that they lost 2-0 against PSG LGD.
What's the line, you think, for wins to just get in to the next stage? 2, 3?
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, there's high chance of tiebreakers.
Yeah,
I believe when there's because you only play like 4 BO2s.
So you can go 8-0, 0-8, 4-4. You can see. Take a look at the bounty runes as they'll be on your screen in 5 seconds. We'll see if anybody ends up fighting here. You do have 3 heroes nearby, and maybe looking over at Celery, they've got the Ink Swell. Tag team, slowing them down a long time. Gonna pop, looking like First Blood, Leech Seed, and dead. And Squadix who gets First Blood.
Again, he got it in the first game. Decided to go for gloves, but Zeus is definitely not that hero. So we're gonna pick up the bottle immediately.
Easy early bottle. Look, 2 eyes, 3 screens. You get into the 3-lane layout.
What a time to be alive.
I say it every time.
2023, we have technology. We had this technology for quite some time now.
Innovating early. Ooh, Ace taking some damage. Blood Grenade. Tofu trying to help get the save, but just like last game, Ace is dealing with some pressure, and I was going to say, what's the killer lane? Apparently it's top. Yeah, just making Ace really struggle here, as he's going to have to TP back towards top. Will Quinn have as easy of a game over mid? Because he was dominating that matchup in the first game.
Not as much in this one, but still, you pick up Magic Stick, you're getting a region from that, from your Bracer, from your Death Pulses, Heartstopper, Aura, so he's going to be fine.
Gosh, the Quill Spray is just... Yeah, he's down below half health almost immediately. It's pretty tough for him. Mid lane, Squadix, he's not dealing with a lot of health either. As Quinn, he plays this very aggressive, the Necro.
He really does. Sitting on high ground, Squadix will pick up Water Rune, refill his bottle, but Quinn, as we said, getting that extra region. He played super aggressively. As soon as that glyph came online, 3 minutes into the game, Squadix picks up the second Water Rune.
Yeah, Quinn trying to put him in an interesting position where maybe he'd feel uncomfortable, but he's got that Heavenly Jump from level 2, so Quinn, he was blocking the steps, takes the long wraparound for this Zeus. Doesn't really matter all too much, but right now 14-2 to 14-0, so keeping it a lot more even this time around. And truthfully, not really supports for the side of the Radiant that like to rotate over mid. Maybe this Tusk for the side of Virtus.pro will go mid. But even then, Quinn's not an easy kill to get, right?
They do have damage, especially if he plays like super greedy, doesn't put the point in Ghost Shroud, which I don't think he will on level 5. So you can go with tag team, block him with the Ice Shards, Blood Grenade. He should die. If your Zeus has like full mana to use every single ability.
Right. Using that clarity, getting himself back some of that mana. Going to the early arcane boots there for the Zeus, and he gets top lane ace. He's level 3.
Ooh,
He's only 10 and 2. Bristol
save his
is only
courier.
11 and 2. I mean, in terms of safe laners right now, you got Morphlin doing a pretty good job. Bristol's starting to get a little bit of that CS back. You could see the build early on, you know, wants to get that Vanguard, has Boots of Speed, going Arcanes into an Ags for the Bristleback. When he gets to that Ags, it's a pretty strong spot to be in, which we'll see how Gaimin Gladiators deal with that, right?
Yeah, we see more teams just, you know, taking this Bristleback and playing it on the off lane,
But
but
calling and the fear.
he does have Lotus.
So hits him with a dead shot. Oh, damage on a Tofu in the turnaround with the Quill Spray.
6, make it 7. This, oof.
Oh,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
just hit him with a nice stroke of fate. Then the Quill started to stack up, and Tofu just melting to that Quill.
Once he, that's gonna stop the healing salve on top lane, but he should be good to go. Kurtic, once he gets Vanguard, he's really not afraid of these skeletons, these right clicks.
Shard's bottom. He's trying to get away. He doesn't have waveform. Starting to shift a little bit, but not going to get that kill just yet. No level 6 for the Zeus, so no Zeus ult now. And Quinn's been here before mid. He's here in between the tier 1s and the tier 2. Make the wrap over top. With Celery coming in. Nature's Grass, Ink Swell, TPing in a +1 of the Tusk. And they don't quite have the damage to get this kill with calling down and having those silences.
Is under attack.
So 3v3 up at the top lane. Everybody's surviving for the moment.
Vanguard, it's on its way. A bit of a slower one. Delivery, not upgraded yet. Level 4 courier, sitting underneath the tower, getting that extra region. They fed the tango to him.
Good charts. And Swell. That'll pop. They have the survivability. Ace trying to right-click down this Tusk before he dies. He's standing within the calling. Celery gets the kill. Ace gets traded, still in the calling, still silenced. Now finally FNG falls to Tofu, who gets chased back by the Muerta. And Kurtic.
Lotus Pool is spawning, but he's gonna try to run away. Dead shot available. Kurtic picks it up.
He picked up the Lotus and then just died for it.
I think it's a bit of a different fight if his Vanguard gets delivered like 15, 20 seconds earlier. Zeus is level 6 now, so maybe they needed to wait slightly more and wait for that Vanguard, wait for your Thunder God's Wrath to be available.
Was this Muerta just transition into a 4th core?
From what I've seen, you want to buy like one support item, like drums. You can get a 4-staff, build into a full pike, and then decide what you need. I've seen a lot of Aghanim Scepters being built on Muerta 4. Use that Aghanim Scepter pretty much as a stun, just like stun people. It's a 4-second duration stun.
Right. So, see how it goes now that they've both picked up a Wisdom Rune as they start to get these supports higher and higher in terms of getting closer to level 6. Bottom lane's been just a 1v1 farm fest as it's 40-7 for the Morphling of the 36-6 of noticed on the Razor. Kurtic, despite dying, has a decent amount of CS, but when you look at net worth, he's only 3rd, but he's right there in the mix towards the top as Quinn leads the way. Aggressive turnout from him with the Necro mid, but maybe not as ahead as he was before, even though he's up about 500 gold right now.
Yeah, he's about to finish his bots in 200 gold after this creep wave. He should have it.
Tusk just kind of walks in and dies. Came around maybe expecting a little bit more, but
not sure what the plan was, to be honest. They're all full HP. Even Ace is there jungling, has 3 points in Skelly Bros, so that's going to help him farming a lot. Quinn picks up Arcane Rune, wants to get his ulti up. Like, you definitely want to get one stack going. The travel is on its way.
Gonna smoke 3 heroes here from Virtus.pro. Make their way all the way over towards top as Durachio's there. But it looks like Tofu might break this smoke, and that'll give an opportunity for the Morphling to get away. And they'll find themselves Tofu. They go to the calling. That will silence up the Zeus. They've got the fear onto the Bristle. So Tofu dragging them towards the tier 1 tower. But
doesn't want to join. Sees that this fight is over. Everybody full HP. Squadix does. He did have Shield Rune available, so pretty difficult to kill. Now he's gonna TP bottom.
Yeah, they want to get this Reaper Scythe. They have the damage, not quite, to get the stack, but they do get the kill afterwards. So the Reaper Scythe doesn't get the kill, but still, yeah, getting the kill on notice and also pressuring the tier 1 tower bottom. Active strike onto Virtus. Couple of bounty rings picked up by Squadix as well. They're looking at Ace. They've got a TP in from the Razor respawn. Inkswell silence, level 6, so he'll have the reincarnation. Do they just stick on him? They don't have the Eye of the Storm, but they do have themselves a static link. Do they have the control? Gets around the shards, has Celery off to the side, and does apply the living armor on him.
Nice play from Ace.
They get the first
He was
life,
definitely thinking about not using Magic Wand and just dying there so that he has reincarnation, but the rest of the team was very close to back him up. Tofu has Sentry available.
Calling's down. Yeah, they see him. They hit him with the fear.
Into Sentry.
With the dead shot.
FNG's like,
pretty solid.
They have vision drawing on a minimap, but it's massive. He's like, yeah, it's somewhere up there. Now he pings it, and probably gonna get dewarded.
Bottom.
Virtus.pro still hasn't managed to drop these heroes low enough, so Squadix can use his ulti.
Yeah. They're bringing everybody down here. The whole kit and caboodle coming here from Virtus.pro.
They really want this tower.
That's it. All right. Well, they just kind of retreated on the side of Gaimin Gladiators for the moment, but they've got the glyph. Do they plan on jumping anybody here? It's 5 heroes. Quinn, he's smoked up. Got Tofu. Tofu's level 6, has pierced the veil. They don't have 6 on Grimstroke, and they don't even have 5 on Tusk. But the decision from Gaimin Gladiators to just give up the tower might be a beneficial one. They don't take a 5v4.
Durachio
just farming.
With the good old hand of Midas. Just brought the mask. Has Spark of Courage, so that's gonna increase his farm. Spark of Courage, like, you need to have some kind of a sustain for Morphling for it to work, Morbid Mask. Otherwise, you're gonna be low HP and you're not gonna get damage. Instead, you'll get the armor.
It was like sliver of health for a split second. Just Zeus ult out of nowhere.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's all I'm thinking when I see this Morphling low.
At least they removed Kobold being aggressive. This is just like the funniest part, like one of the funniest things in Dota. You dig up the Kobold, instead of getting the gold, you die.
I'm calling again, but Inkswell, Quinn's here trying to get the save, has that Death Pack level 4. They're even gonna try to commit to Tofu, but not getting the kill. They've got the Reaper Scythe, Soulbind, that connects now. Thunder God's Wrath coming in from Zeus. They get Tofu, but it did take a while. And they end up giving a Reaper Scythe stack all the way over, and Ace, he's got that reincarnation back up, so he's able to come back to life. Notice, on the run, Celery, Tumbler's Toy, into the overgrowth. They have the control, they'll get the kill on a Notice, and now they'll look towards the rest. FNG needs to get out of here. Kirtit showing up, and Gaimin Gladiators will turn around and walk the other way.
Without Tusk, they have very limited amount of control. He needs to, like, somehow stay alive. You said he's still level 5, trying to find something on a mid lane, gets feared away.
So 2,000 net worth lead in a lineup that we talked about kind of takes some time to activate 1 or 2 items, but Quinn, he's going to have that heart. He'll feel pretty unkillable. And it's Armlet soon for Ace. And Morph going Morgan Mask into a Falcon Blade, then Manta.
Got it.
So maybe a little bit of an earlier activation from Morph.
Usually we don't see Falcon Blade being built this late into the game. This is like 14 minutes. Usually it's the item you buy early on when you're dominating, but it seems like he wants to jump between the camps. He's buying all of these small items, and again, they're making the stacks. Dyrachyo trying to make one more stack for himself. And we'll do it.
Gets it. Oh, he got a stack for himself. Meanwhile, it was Tofu who got a stack, but Tofu still in trouble. And, ooh, gets the trick shot off. Hit the dead shot. The chase is on, looking for the Tusk while Dyrachyo goes over. He's morphed into Zeus, and there's the Reaper Scythe. Taking out Tusk and putting Quinn on a killing spree.
Virtus.pro placed these 2 observer wards in their triangle long time ago, both at the same times. They're gonna disappear, and they didn't get anything out of it except a couple of deaths.
Yeah. And they're not able to steal any of these stacks. The stack numbers last game were, what, 35 stack camps total for Gaimin Gladiators? And now it's 6, but, you know, good amount.
Bounty.
Not
as many as last
some of those
game,
stacks.
Yeah.
But Gaimin Gladiators, it seems like they are not afraid to group up, clear some of these stacks early on.
Radiant's middle tower
Same goes for Tundra. We've seen 2 series from Tundra where they just group up, they take the enemy Tormentor, they take their own Tormentor, and keep repeating that. Seems like a winning formula in this patch.
Again, they're going towards top. Phantom's embraced, but immediately taking it off and waveform the other way. And they had 4 heroes starting to combine together with Tusk off, looking for a little bit of experience.
With Hand of Midas.
Now they're coming in and putting the pressure onto the tier 1 tower with Quinn and Celery showing over mid. They can be there pretty quickly.
Quinn, about to finish off his heart, needs 10 gold, needs to use the courier. They could burst him in this one, like he misuses Ghost Shroud, also percentage-based damage from Zeus. Thunder God's Wrath is now max HP as damage, so that's gonna be a ton of damage, and also Arc Lightning is current HP. So you seem to be tanky, but 2-3 Arc Lightnings is gonna bring you down.
Noticed. As we've seen with the scan, Quinn coming over, and they've got the calling to silence him up. And good dead shot gets the fear into the Reaper Scythe, and they're going to get a kill on a notice. They put it together quite easily. That is a pretty dirty combo with the dead shot.
It's such a difficult... This has to be like one of the most skill shot abilities in the game. Hook, arrow, I don't think they're even close to Muerta, because this dead shot is so difficult to use because of the cast range. Like, you need to get close.
All right.
Heritage, he's trying to get in, but again, they don't have enough control. Tusk about to finish off his Blink Dagger, needs 300 gold. That's gonna help them out tremendously. Just locking onto a target and instantly killing it. Have we seen Thunder God's Wrath being used at all?
Once.
Once? Okay.
It was the fight over bottom.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I just love when it sounds dramatic. It's like he didn't use it for 17 minutes.
I thought you meant the Thunderbolt, or the Thunder. When he uses it, the Thunder God's Wrath. Sounds just like that. They're gonna go for Ace. He's got Reincarnation. He'll throw out a stun. Shard's actually putting him in a spot where he's gonna survive instead. Tofu gets spotted. Phantom's Embrace. That's onto this Muerta, piercing the veil. Now putting the calling down so they can't chase him. All for this tier 1 tower over mid. They're trying to defend. The fear actually bounces off Kiritich, hits on to notice. They still lose the tier 1. And Gaimin Gladiators, I think, wisely not jumping into a fight there.
Ace was way too low. Try to get some life steal off the camp in the jungle. Didn't want to join because he was so close to dying. And also, that's level 1 ulti we're talking about.
They smoke up now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Going towards bot. There's a courier sitting there.
Dire are scanning.
That was
Dire's bottom tower.
Quinn pinging out the Watcher. Crossing through mid, but the scan connects. So scan connecting. That'll leave the tier 1 tower very vulnerable. I think they're just going to grab it here. It's given up by the side of Virtus.pro. It's tough for them to get the tier 1 over mid, but they know they need a little bit more farm coming into the fights that are approaching these next couple minutes against Gaimin Gladiators. They've almost got Bloodstone on Bristle. He's got Ags already, so he's able to activate that Bristle back. And when he gets into the Bloodstone, he's going to feel very strong, and we'll see what Gaimin Gladiators can do to kind of mitigate that Bristleback damage. As
Can they burst
got
him?
the Walrus Punch. Quinn, he's pretty far in. They've got themselves to
silenced
still
again.
try to connect him, and the Thunder God's Wrath will get the kill on a Quinn. So Ace, he's got Reincarnation, didn't use it when they were fighting over mid. They don't have a Reaper Scythe to go after Kiritich, and Tofu running away, but the Viscous Nasal Goo's on him, as they'll use that Rod of Atos to keep this Bristle where he's at, with a snowball all the way for Tofu. They've got another hit from Squadix to get the kill on a Tofu, taking it out a second. As Ace toggling that armlet, staying alive, and Morphling's in. Walrus Punch trying to shift, waveform away, Overgrowth used to hold them in place.
Another
The
play.
Beast gets the kill on FNG, but they've got the shards that block in Celery. That's going to be a Tree Protector dying. Wraithfire Blast lands on a notice. He's by the tier 1 tower, and it looks as though finally Gaimin Gladiators will concede the fight and the tier 1 top.
And this is what we said, like Necrophos, he can't die. He got completely isolated. Also having maybe flashbacks from the previous game where they didn't have enough damage, but Zeus is gonna melt him. Bristleback as well before he could get his Ghost Shroud off. Now he's chasing Squadix, but again, there's no real follow-up, no stuns coming out from the rest of the team. He also got silenced. Necro doesn't have that much attack speed to kill Phantom's Embrace.
No, he does not. So net worth sitting even, and they have a little bit of a bristleback problem at the moment. But now you see Ace from the armlet to the blade mail to now the silver egg. That's going to be it. There's a shard for Tusk. So those extended ice shards.
Yeah, it's a shard that amplifies shard. Only shard in the game that does that.
Is there any other shards?
Dude, it's called
I guess
Ice
so.
Shards.
I'm just thinking. I don't know. Maybe I'm not remembering the name of a spell correctly. That's called
Let me go through
Shard.
the spells. All
Shard.
spells.
What?
I'm just
Shard
thinking if there's another one. There isn't.
Dire are scanning.
So Ags being built for the Necrophos. He's got that point booster going into the other three components, so
Are fortified.
it'll be some time till he gets that. But while this is going on, Virtus.pro, they want to go for Roche. It looks as though Gaimin Gladiators aren't going to be here to stop them.
Are scanning.
It's not really the quickest Roche just yet, but eventually it'll get there. Meanwhile, the top lane, where Ace is in, he's going to grab a tier 2 tower. So this is the trade that they're willing to make to get this Aegis into their hands. And again, still getting this Roche as it finally falls. But like I said, they lost that tier 2 tower.
Tier 2 tower for Roche doesn't seem like a bad trade right now for Gaimin Gladiators. Again, it seems that they need to drag this game for longer, find this farm on Morphling to get Scotty, reduce the healing from this Bristleback, because right now, Kiritich seems almost unkilled. Like, they need to bring him down. They need this Silver Edge. Ace actually changed his mind. He's going for Deso next.
Now he's going AC. So making a couple swaps. But that break mechanic feels very important to killing off this Bristle.
Now he swapped. He's going for AC, which is going to lower their armor. I think AC might be the item here, since you want to lower their armor and you also want to amplify the armor of your own team against Bristle and Razor.
So all this time to farm, and I assume that Gaimin Gladiators are maybe sitting back knowing there's an Aegis on the side of Virtus.pro. Killing Bristle once is already tough enough. Killing him twice is, well, even tougher. We'll see how this ends up going as Ace trying to defend that top tier 2. And Kurtic is up here, who, you know, he's maybe putting pressure on, maybe thinking about having his team come over to take the other Tormentor. There's 2 heroes, though, over mid, Notice and FNG, as well as Squadix, who's bottom, so they don't exactly have everybody there. Take said Tormentor, and they back away from it. And it's been a little bit quiet from Virtus.pro, but it's also Gaimin Gladiators not looking to interact, right?
I think Virtus.pro is going to make a move as soon as they get this BKB on Razor. The rest of the team is going to smoke. He might join them. Let's see who's the one who got smoked. Nah, they're already across the river. Squadix getting a good farm on Zeus, holding on to Philosopher's Stone since you don't need your damage to farm.
Oh, good dead shot. Not sure it's going to matter, though. Look at where the shards are. Look at where he can go. Just TP out? No. Snowball's there. Now Ace has to run. He's got Reincarnation. He pops the Blade Mail. Does he even need to use it? Yes, he will. So eventually, the Thunder God's Wrath comes in. They've got the Phantom's Embrace. A lot of Atos, overgrowth, stopping these heroes. Kurtic, though, not being affected. Now the dead shot lands. They've got the Walrus Punch. They'll get the second kill on Ace. And a tier 2 tower looking in their future.
And they will steal enemies. Tormentor, Bristleback. Does have Shard, does have Aghanim Scepter. It's ton of damage. He tried to snipe it with Deadshot, but didn't manage to do so. Razor gets it. In terms of tower damage, they really don't have that much on Virtus.pro, since like both supports don't deal any. It needs to be Razor, it needs to be Bristleback, but he's also a type of a hero that's just not gonna sit there and hit the tower, especially against living armor. Boraccio needs to run away.
He's forced to run away. He's going Silver Edge now.
They definitely need a break.
Just another minute 23 left on this Bristle.
Also, I just figured out why Ace is going for this item in his quick buy. It's Ace E. That's why.
Anyway, he is FNG is getting dropped here to Morphling. Well, solo kill, gets himself on a killing spree. But I try to keep it stone faced when you make that joke, but I muted myself so I couldn't laugh on
yeah, it's not allowed on official broadcast. Laughing banned.
No. I banned myself from laughing at your jokes years ago. Even though you get me every single time. Dust? What? Okay. Quinn? Ditch. So Sages for another 25 seconds. Game's sitting even. I think they've smoke. For wards. Don't have a smoke just yet. Ag's picked up here by Squadix. Kurtic almost has that BKB as well. Oh, Quinn, Phantom's Embrace. Snowball keeping him inside the Nimbus, but they're going to jump the backlines for both teams. Actually, Quinn, Death Seeker trying to get away. The Overgrowth Reaper side, that might keep him alive. He's starting to regen like crazy. Adaptive Strike on a Kurtic as he's going to throw that hairball towards the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and they don't get Quinn on this one.
This was so close. Very clutch. that he manages to get that Seeker out, the extra region, and then gets the Reaper side back to full HP. It's a very risky move if you commit everything to get the kill there, and you don't get it. You know that this fight's completely over. He's gonna region up, go to full HP, you don't have enough damage, you already used pretty much everything that you have, and he'll pick up Arcane Rune.
Ooh. Always liking that. Let's see. I was looking at what Muerta has. 4 staff, Rod of Atos, gets that tier 3 token. And he's almost has that AC. As he's got the gold for the plate mail, so just now needs the buckler and another 1,300. Very close, of course. Going in, and well, Quinn, the Death Seeker was in pretty tight. The shards, though, blocking his path. The Soulbind, 4 staff over to the shards with the BKB being popped here by Kiritich going into Quinn. Quinn, Death Seeker again away from the fight. They got Squadix. Deraccio is able to make his way onto the back, looking for the Zeus. Ace going forward and didn't even get a stun off. It was on cooldown. Deadshot's not going to land, but still, Deraccio over towards the back. They find Kiritich again. Death Seeker, and they got him.
Ooh, he melts when it's just a normal hero when you hit him from the front, and also this
Notice is in trouble too.
Heartstopper Aura, Aghanim Scepter with Heart, just way too much damage. Quinn trying to go for it, but BKB. I miss the good old times when Reaper's Sight blocked your buyback. It's like it was one of the most obnoxious things that ever existed in Dota.
Oh,
like,
the
okay, you can't buy back.
Calling.
Tofu's so good at using this dead shot. Can he blink out?
Oh, okay. Shoot him to death.
He can, but he's gonna die afterwards. Eye of the Vizier, extra cast range on Muerta feels so nice on this position 4.
Do you think they should bring back that old Necro ult?
No.
Stopping buyback? No, okay.
All you
I
have to
figured
do
you
is
were
just like
something
kill
like that.
one guy. Like, let's say you're playing against Faceless Void. You kill him, he's 6 slotted, 8 slotted. That's it, game over.
They should just double the price of buyback instead of stopping it altogether, right? That's how you bring it back. Your buyback's now 10,000 days.
Noticed? They're thinking about it, but the rest of the team, I'm not sure is going to be able to connect. Ace tried to maybe bait a BKB charge.
He killed Bristleback. That, like the one time over bottom, that was without the break. But now they've got the Silver Edge, so it gets that much easier to kill the Bristle, and they're up 7,000. So potentially a missed timing from Kiritich and the rest of Virtus.pro.
They're in a real trouble. Like, their lineup is not gonna scale as much. This Bristleback against Break Mechanic. Now there's AC finished on Wraith King. Necro is just super tanky. Does have Lotus Orb to dispel some of these things, bounce back to them. So when he joins a fight, immediate Lotus Orb to maybe get the Soulbind, get Phantom's Embrace, Static Link, anything that Zeus does. So this time it's gonna be much more difficult for them to try to kill Quinn.
The chase is on for Deraccio, though. They drop down the Nimbus. They've got the Snowball, Phantom's Embrace. That's going to be landing with the Manta used after. Waveform down south. Thunder God's Wrath, a little bit of a hairball and a kill. So everybody there to get a kill onto the Morphling.
Without
Dead for
Morphling,
80 seconds.
yeah, I don't know if
Roche
they
is
have
not-
enough damage, and even if they do, Virtus.pro is gonna respond. They're already TPing to tier 2 tower.
At least slow down Roche. All by himself. He was pushing the tier 3 tower to try and at least clear it out, but I think staying that long all alone, so far from where any entry point's viable for Gaimin Gladiators is a problem. Stun, Ace in, one-shotting, trying to kill off the Grimstroke, who gets pulled into the Snowball. Still the Nimbus down. Hairball hits on a Quinn as well as Ace. They'll use the Reaper Scythe, but it's not going to get a kill, and now they've got the damage to take the first life out of the hands of Ace. Lotus Orb on Quinn. Shards blocking out Tofu from coming in, but they've got the calling down that's going to silence him up. He could show him they're back, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Pops the BKB, turning and fighting, going after all these heroes. Snowball comes across, hits on a Tofu as well as Quinn. Overgrowth from Celery. Can they get the kill onto the Bristleback? They're looking over at this Tusk. They take out Ace. They lose Celery and Quinn. Everybody falling by the wayside from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, as it's going to be a full team wipe for Virtus.pro.
A little surprised that they decided to take this fight. They could have maybe waited another 15, 20 seconds until Morphling can TP to a tier 2 tower and rejoin the fight. Not sure if this was necessary, but good fight for Virtus.pro. Gaimin Gladiators just lost 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's back to even, and actually not there. So much damage, 9,000 damage done there by the Bristle, as Notice is going to be taken out of Dyrachyo. Trying to fight into this. Turns into the Zeus, heavily jump away. Now he's all by himself once again. Everybody else on your team is dead. You can't die back-to-back like this. Waveform, Twin Gate, can he get there? Does he stay up on the high ground trying to juke?
Oh, nice juke.
Okay.
Pretending that he's going through the gates.
He knows where they are.
Might find them.
They know where he's at. Waveform, high ground, on the run. Adaptive Strike, got the Phantom's Embrace, goes to the Manta. Soulbind. Another lightning bolt, but not a lot of mana left. Stroke of Fate from FNG gets another kill onto the Morphling, now dead for 90.
Some of these fights from Gaimin Gladiators. First, they chose to fight without Morphling, then Morphling goes for a solo fight. Dyrachyo is like, I'm a one-man army. Gets the kill, but maybe with Satanic, it would have been a different fight. Then now he changes his mind. He's like, I'm gonna need a BKB still in this game. Zeus is gonna melt me.
Ace, C, nothing queued up next. And Tofu saved up a good amount of gold too. 2,400 now. He's also sitting level 16. And Quinn, we talked about it, has that Ags, has the Lotus Orb, going into the Kaya Sanj. Death Seeker with a Shard. He's tough to kill, but they've shown it's possible.
Still, Dota Plus heavily favoring their draft because they just scale much better. Bristleback, I'm not gonna say that he hit his peak, but you can see Kiritich going for something different, going for Daedalus, wants to just pump in the damage. AC already finished, as you mentioned. Vindicator's Axe gives him that slow resistance and attack speed. He's gonna be the one picking it up. Let's see how Gaimin Gladiators approach it.
They have to respond as 5. Dyrachyo going in alone has caused them to lose their entire advantage.
Ooh, Dyrachyo just TP'd. 35-minute XP rune will push him closer to level 25. With that Waveform cooldown, that's gonna bail him out of trouble. And also, of course, Waveform attacks targets, Waveform range, all of these talents, they work so well together.
Tofu getting that shard that upgrades Pierce the Veil. Not exactly what he's here for as a
support, it's it's really not great.
What about Axe? Do you like Parting Shot?
It's a good one. I did say that it's just like most people use it as a stun. It's a long duration. It's a 4-second stun.
Seems pretty good, and he's going Axe. So he's going for that build. So is Ace. So they'll have the reincarnation upgrade. Oh, Dyrachyo again by himself. He's all the way on the other side of the map. He goes into the Silver Edge. He needs to run, though. They have dust? They do, on Tusk. Oh, did it hit? It did. They don't see him still.
Dyrachyo is a madman. Like, some of the stuff that he does, look where he is right now. Rest of the team, nowhere near him. He's been playing this, like, split push, trying to get the most out of the map.
Ags 1,200 gold away from Wraith King. We talked about this in the draft, more so as a meme because we were talking about the fact that they had 3 undead heroes. But now everybody's going to be undead when he gets that Ags. It'll be nice. I'll have that extra time to be alive, throw a couple of spells out. Extra 7-second delay on that death. And for a couple of these heroes, that could be the difference between another dead shot, another Wraith Fire Blast.
You also get bonus attack speed and move speed. The attack speed is pretty big, 75. Imagine Morphling just living for another 7 seconds, dealing damage to enemy heroes. With extra attack speed, of course.
Gucci top is gone. 2.5 minutes still left on that Aegis. You take a look at Group C on the top right of your screen. LGD 4-0. They lead that group. Beastcoast, Gaimin Gladiators, who are looking to go 2-2 and take over second for the second win. We're currently watching. Refresher picked up for the Razor. He's got himself that double the Eye of the Storm now. He's got Lincoln's Manta. He has a lot queued up. I don't know if this game's going to go that long with Swift Blink, Hex, Nullifier. Maybe just
I like
at all
when
his
people
potential
prep for
options.
the late game. It's like, I want to play this game. Yeah, I just, in case it comes down to it, we're going to be ready. Ratio, Satanic Finish, level 25. Got to be aware of those waveforms.
Under God's Wrath, get a little bit of information out there. You see the Death Seeker. They see these creeps dying, and they're trying to run over and catch these heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, but they just won't do so as they're still smoked up. Gem next on the list for Tree Protector, and then I believe Ags there for the Wraith King. Did Tofu get his yet? I think it's
being delivered.
Yeah. But they've got the high ground on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to go in with the Death Seeker. Quinn's in very far. Nimbus, BKB, Lotus Orb on the static link. They've got the blink into the Walrus Punch as well as the Snowball. Trying to get the kill here on Duraccio. He's down to a silver of health. He's trying to survive. He's just at the edge, but still going because of the Ags that was there for the Wraith King. So they get the kill on Duraccio, but they lose FNG as well as Notice. Down goes Quinn and Celery. This isn't exactly working out all too well for them because Ace is next on the list. That's just his reincarnation, but they have the heroes necessary to get this kill. They may lose this Tusk, and that's what the pull in from the Havoc Hammer. And here he is in ethereal form as stun. Oh,
Deny.
takes on the Arcane Rune, and yeah, okay. Even though he was dead.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for it
do that.
immediately. Squadix didn't have his bottle in the inventory. What a fight for Virtus.pro. Like, Razor goes in, gets a double BKB, double Lincoln's with Refresher, double Eye of the Storm, and I want to see damage dealt by him. 13,000 damage coming out from Razor. Like, you would expect Zeus or maybe Bristleback to deal most damage, but Razor, he's also a hero. Like, there's Amar who showed us how to play Razor for a really long time. And Bristleback, he also hit level 25. So Warpath damage per stack. One of the reasons why he's going for this Daedalus. Long duration stun. Soul returns to the body.
Bouncing the fear. Bouncing the fear of Kiritich over to Squadix, and they don't have everybody for another 20 seconds. They'll drop down the calling. Nobody's answering. Take a tier 3 over mid, and the Rodavatos keeping them close. 10 seconds. If they stay a little bit too long, it could be potentially a position in which they regret staying. There is a blink and overgrowth in 2 as well. But Duraccio TP's bottom, and immediately they smoked. He showed.
Virtus.pro, they're hungry. They want to get this win. If they get 1-1 as a starting series of the day, I think it's a great boost for the team. Zeus also has Refresher. Timeless Relic, level 25, AoE Lightning Bolt.
Oh my gosh.
This is going to hurt. Like, this is Octarine, Refresher, level 25 Zeus we're talking about.
The blow of the Zeus. AoE Lightning Bolt is not a joke. Under God's Wrath getting the information. Roche, by the way, potentially up in a minute 15. Bounty runes picked up, the group together, and is that ninja gear on Grimstroke? Yes, it is. Can they make anything happen? Potentially lining up with this next Roche. Heritage 25, 26 there for Dyrachyo. Is nothing queued for him. He's got the Satanic with the Scotty, Silver Edge, and Manta. Is there any one item that's really going to make a difference here for Gaimin Gladiators? Enough so that these fights maybe get a little bit easier?
Like, who do you even stun with this Muerta parting shot? Maybe you stun Razor, try to burst him, but he's receiving like less damage. So you might try to go for Zeus. He does not have buyback available. Needs another 800 gold.
Needless for Bristle next. Casually plus 565 damage for Bristle. Waveform in, Nimbus down, Reaper Sight. That's going to be committed, but he got the BKB off, and now they're going to have the Phantom's Embrace. That's going to land onto two of these heroes. It's Dyrachyo trying to move in here with the Satanic. They get Heritage. He's dead for 100 seconds. He doesn't have buyback. Now they go to the Thunder God's Wrath, and the chase is on to look for the rest of the heroes on the side of Virtus.pro. Quinn hit with that Lightning Bolt, stopping him in his place for just 1 second. Shards block Celery, but they've got the dead shot from a distance. Dyrachyo, he'll get the kill unnoticed. That's 2 heroes dead now for Virtus.pro, while Gaimin Gladiators, now they'll make their march.
Your carry does not have buyback. He's dead for 75 seconds, and they're drawing on a minimap. They want to go. Roshan will respawn in 30 seconds, so they could potentially like take maybe one side of barracks and then still go for Roche or even poke. Get the buyback from Razor and see what happens. Does Bristle have buyback? It's kind of hard to read at this stage of the game. Kick.
Quinn.
Into Snowball, but the Lotus Orb is available.
Has kick again in 5 seconds. He's pretty deep into the base, but he's got that Death Seeker. FNG's going to die.
Dyrachyo's in. He's going ham.
He just wants to go. Notice Inkswell on him. Pop's going to miss this Morphling. They've got Squadix going in as well as Heritage. They both bought back in the Grimstroke as well as the Bristle, but the retreat from Gaimin Gladiators far enough away where they can't chase on Virtus.pro.
He just got his buyback, and immediately after seeing this buyback galore, 3 of them, they're going to run to the Roche pit. It's on Dire side, but I also see Virtus.pro coming in.
They need to fight.
Yeah, they
need the Aegis
can't
for
let this happen. It's just going to be way too many things to go through. This is Red King Aghanim Scepter, Cheese, Aegis, Refresher. Not sure if they have enough. FNG got to smoke himself.
FNG towards the front. Ooh, they spot the Tusk. Stun, that'll land. Phantom's Embrace, they've got the Silence. Dead shot, that fears up Heritage. Lightning bolts from a distance. They're still waiting to make their mark. They've got Blink Overgrowth ready to go on the high ground from Celery if they come in too close from the side of Virtus.pro.
They can keep them away. Celery has Blink Overgrowth available. Tofu calling 2 dead shots.
2 dead shot charges.
Yeah. Heritage.
Airball.
Wants to scout things out. See how low Roche is.
Plasma Field. Charge. Dyrachyo popped the BKB early. Aegis gets picked up. He's going to be kicked away from the rest of the team. They pick up the cheese on Heritage. They get that kill to Seiyu as they look at the rest of Virtus.pro for more. Dyrachyo's in. FNG is gone. They hit the break onto the Razor. That's going to be a third with Notice dead. No buyback. 110 seconds without him. And a TP from Squadix as well as Heritage going back to base. Now having to defend against all 5.
Good luck with that. He did pick up the cheese, but Dyrachyo, he was the one solo killing Roche, being full HP with Satanic, and now he's going to go in and see what's going to happen, because 2 heroes just fought back, and they know that. Oh, Heritage, look at the damage coming out from Quinn.
And they're TPing to the outpost nearby.
Not even attacking him. Just burned 1,000 HP from him. Dyrachyo, meanwhile, taking 2 sides.
Lightning Bolt Nimbus. That's gone. Oh, the long-range dead shot. Goes so far with that extra 350 cast range. Able to really clear the base, and that's going to be Mega Creeps. Blink in, Overgrowth, that's going to hit onto Squadix as well as Seiyu on the Tusk. The calling's down, the kills are there. That's going to be 2 more dead, and they'll look over at the Bristleback. They hit that dead shot. Reaper Scythe to clean him up. He's dead for 2 minutes, and it's looking all Gaimin Gladiators as they should be able to clean up the 2-0, and will with the GG call from Virtus.pro.
Oh, we see a lot of these, like, Tundra series where they don't give up. Like, they're playing with a lot of deficit, and they're still making the moves. Gaimin Gladiators, they're doing the same thing, just like more experienced team, understanding like which fights they can take and also how to outplay enemies. Virtus.pro, they try to go for something slightly more early game oriented, but Bristleback, like he had a lot of problems. First playing into the Scotty, then region reduction, level 20 talent on Necrophos, getting feared away, getting broken. Every single time they get a new item on Gaimin Gladiators, it just makes Bristleback's life so much more difficult.
Yeah, Bristleback, he felt like he had a timing, and then eventually that kind of withered away, with the advantage there for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and they end up putting themselves at 2-2 now, which is desperately needed with how close the group is for everybody except LGD, who are 4-0. And with the bottom slot getting knocked out, every win is precious. And they got 2 there against Virtus.pro, and it looks good from Gaimin Gladiators. They take the 2-0 victory over Virtus.pro, but to break it down even further for you, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, B-Cop and Lacoste, for presenting that incredible game to us. Gaimin Gladiators indeed get the 2-0 in their fashion and finally get some wins on the board here in the road to the International. My name is Snare. I'm replacing Matty for a little bit of time, but of course I have my panelists with me. Back with the boys, Lizard, Winter. Winter, I haven't worked with you since Lima, I think. How you been doing, fam?
I am feeling great. Miss you as always.
Yeah, miss you too, bro. Lizard, I spent too much time with you. How you doing, fam?
You know, way too much time, bro. No, I'm doing fine, watching the games, enjoying myself. Like this last series as well, Gaimin Gladiators, they had a rocky start in both of these games, but eventually they managed to pull through.
Tell me about this, Winter. You were mentioning in the previous panel that for a team of Gaimin Gladiator stature, the win, yes, they got it, but it was a very, very difficult win to accomplish, right? How do you feel after watching Game 2? Is your opinion of that still hold, or was this even rougher than you expected?
I mean, it's quite obvious that they're not in their best shape. The way they are playing, like from the laning phase to the mid game, and even their drafts, I feel like they are not really sure what they want to pick. You know, it's not the same as the team that's 3-4 months ago, like in the beginning of the year, where they're very, very certain about what heroes they should be picking together and what kind of playstyle they should be going for. Right now, it feels like they're still trying to figure out what's best for them in the current patch.
Which is quite interesting, Lizard, because normally Gaimin is that team that is setting the meta, right? They're the ones on the forefront of it. In this game, throughout these highlights, for example, this Ace offlane Wraith King, we've seen it from other teams before them, and we don't know who originated this idea. What do you think is going on within the team that's leading to everything seeming just a little bit off the pace?
Yeah, I feel like the patches have definitely changed them, like the last couple of nerfs. Also, a lot of teams are watching them and adjusting to the way they play, but honestly, like in all the majors, you're looking at Gaimin Gladiators and they're looking like this equation that cannot be solved, right? Like different teams, they try different strategies to deal with their drafts and nothing seemingly works. Here in this game and in game 1 as well, like I could see ways for Virtus.pro to take both of them. Like, especially in this game, I could see ways, even though they're playing this Razor into Morphling, which historically isn't the best for him. Suddenly you have this Zoo sensor to the Necro, Bristleback is doing tons and tons of damage in every single team fight. I could have seen Virtus.pro, like, look, this game ended 5 minutes after Virtus.pro was pushing high ground, right? Like, they were the ones actually trying to close it out, to try and win it. But Gaimin Gladiators, just a little bit more experience, and that experience was definitely demonstrated in this last game of the series, because the high ground push took forever for Virtus.pro. Like, they could just never break that tier 3 tower.
That's one big thing here, Virtus.pro. Unfortunately, will find themselves losing, but it's their first big LAN, right? As a squad, as a team. Yes, they were at the Riyadh Masters, but that was just the play-ins. They weren't necessarily in the tournament proper. So talk to me, Winter, right? From your perspective, what do they still need to do if they want to grow in time to stay in the competition by tomorrow?
It's tough though. Like I was telling Nat that I feel like when I'm looking at this team, there's a lot of like fundamental problems, you know, with how they are playing on the map, like who's supposed to be doing what on the map. Like especially my criticism has been on Creative, where in the previous game when he was playing Gyro, he wasn't active enough. And this game when he's playing the Bristol, I feel like the Bristol kind of suits his playstyle more. It's a hero that allows him to sit in the lane, and you don't really need to rotate out that much, and your team try to play around you. But they just couldn't have a big enough advantage to close out the game. And on the other hand, I feel like Gaimin also didn't really play well, this game. It wasn't like the enemy played really well, so it gave you a hard game, and a hard time closing out the game. So that's not a good sign, for VP.
It's not a good sign for VP, definitely, but Gaimin Gladiators wasn't a good sign for them to lose to LGD. And even this victory here, Lizard, the fact that VP, a team that most people agree is the weakest team within this group, that it took them this much effort to defeat. What happens when you have to play up against the upper echelon here in the road to the international?
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what happens. Perhaps they level up their game as well. They step it up. Sometimes you rise to the challenge, right? It's not always that. I've seen this so many times in a way that you're playing versus a team that you don't perhaps consider to be on the same level that you are, and you're not playing on the level that you could be playing because of that. And when you're playing versus the big dogs, the strongest teams, the so-called favorites, that's when you actually step it up and play even better. I don't know who can be considered favorite against Gaimin Gladiators, though. That can be perhaps Team Spirit and maybe a handful of other teams.
Well, right after that game has concluded, we find ourselves in the position of having some new standings. Things have changed a little bit. Gaimin Gladiators have a new lease on life, and they find themselves now sitting 1-1 in terms of series overall, but it's 2-2 in the standings here in the leaderboard. Virtus.pro, their first outing, not so great. They are 0-2 at the moment. However, my good surprise here within this group, Winter, a team that is currently playing, I believe, Nouns. You have some history with our boy, Astini, but did you expect them to look as good as they did against LGD?
Definitely not. I felt like if you look at least for me, if I look at that match, I was expecting LGD to kind of just win pretty easily. But Nouns definitely showed that they have some fight within them, and just making sure that NA is still, the NA region is still alive, in this group.
Yeah, NA is struggling right now. Like, we look at Group D, TSM 0-2 at the moment. Shopify Rebellion 1-1, but it's 1-1 against Tundra Awaken. One of the teams people are also expecting to be fairly weak within Group B. So talk to me about this, Lizard. Why do NA and SA right now don't seem to be doing as well as they could be?
Well, I mean, from NA, it's to be expected, right? When it comes I have to stop. It's too easy. But when it comes to SA, there are 4 teams battling it out. Like, it's already a really good sign for that region, like that they got to the group stages here. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly where they end in the group stages. Tundra Awaken, like, their group is really difficult. They're probably the ones, in my opinion, most likely to go out after the group stages. Obviously, nothing is set in stone. They can still make an upset or two. They have 1 win, right? Like, 1 win and 3 losses so far.
Against Shopify, yeah.
So it's still possible.
Yeah. Another team that we've seen from South America here, Lizard, Vivo Esports. They are out here. They took the first game against PSG Quest. Nobody, absolutely nobody. You're lying to me if you say you saw that coming.
Yeah.
What do you think is the objective if you are one of these teams that's not really expecting to get through the group, right? Should you just use this as an opportunity to learn as much about high-level Dota as possible?
Most likely, the group stage is all about, I would say the first day is all about learning. How much can you dissect? You look at the stats and you figure out what you did wrong, and you figure out why the other team is winning. That's why you need to have as many people in the team as possible to help you dissect that, because one person, if you're the coach and you have to do everything on your own, it's difficult.
Well, speaking of South America, another team that we're going to be seeing very shortly being in action is, of course, Beastcoast. And Beastcoast have looked pretty decent. They're looking okay, right? They're not in the toughest of groups overall. But one thing I'm very interested about when it does come to Beastcoast, for the longest time, Lizard, people knew them as basically the Hector squad, right?
Yep.
K1 Hector is the reason why that's
no longer that,
right?
yeah.
And it's no longer that. A new chapter has come in for Beastcoast. But interestingly, Jim Park, right? Not only is he passes the eye test when you see him play Dota, but he passes the statistical tests. He listen to this, man. Of all players this year, everybody, here at TI, he has the highest XPM, highest average GPM, highest average hero damage a minute, the highest lane efficiency of everybody, and of course he has the second highest loss hits a minute, right? Doesn't it feel like an upgrade at this point when you look at Parker?
No, definitely. I don't know if what you're saying has anything to do with him giving you money at the elevator like an hour ago.
That did not happen. That did not happen.
I saw some dollars exchanging hands, but yeah, overall, I wouldn't say it's an upgrade, but it's definitely something different. Fresh new blood coming into Beastcoast, and I've seen you, like we were watching some game and you were like, damn, this guy, this kid.
I am a big fan.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Every time I see Parker, I'm just glued to the screen. You know how I know that I'm a big fan of Parker? I remember at the final major of the year when we were in Bali, Team Liquid directly stole his strats, right? And I saw it immediately. I was like, nah, that's Parker. I see these farming patterns. I see the itemization. We know who is the one driving this. And it's a carry patch right now, Winter. Doesn't it feel really good to have a carry of his caliber in your squad at the moment?
Yeah, for sure. And he's one of the carries that he's always going to be there when you're defending your mid-tier 1, you know. That's what I like about active carries. They are always ready to help the team, even though they don't have items, but they're just there to cast some spells, tank some damage. I think that's very, very important as a carry, that you have to understand which are the fights that you have to sacrifice your own farm to help your team.
Well, they're going to be taking on the side of Virtus.pro very, very shortly. And when they do, they, on the side of VP, definitely need the win, because nobody wants to start off the campaign here in the group stages going 0-4 on the opening day. However, teams that have gone 0-4, Liz, have still gone on to win TI, right? Team Spirit, OG, have started very awfully, but you can still level up. So it's probably too soon to count them out.
Okay, I completely agree. Historically, that has been the case. The problem is we've had 2 groups before, and it has been different, right? Like you could do badly in groups and then recover and come back even through the lower bracket and whatnot. Right now, these are 4 groups. If you go 0-4, like chances are you can even get eliminated, right? So it's a little bit rougher now.
That does increase the pressure for a young squad, Winter. And, you know, only FNG really has that long-term experience in these kind of situations, right? But unfortunately, when we were watching them play up against Gaimin, the emotions didn't look like the confident team I want to see.
They look like a tired team. Tired of the same problems happening again and again, you know? When I look at their faces, I feel like they've already known that this is the problem with the team, but what they're doing is like they're trying to use the draft to kind of cover some holes in the team, but you can only do it so much, you know. At the end of the day, if it's a fundamental problem, if you don't fix it, it's going to be there no matter what.
You've been in that position before, Liz. I've
had many fundamental problems.
You got any advice? Let's say a VP player is watching right now. In what way do you go about fixing a long-standing issue with very little time remaining?
It's kind of difficult, right? Like I feel that from everything that I have seen and heard from them, from the interviews, from talking to different players, like they don't feel that they're in a bad spot. Like they're really happy that they got here as the squad. And I honestly, watching the games, like Winter said, there are some fundamental issues. How do you deal with them? I feel that you just have to play your own game and do the best that you can. This is maybe a little bit too late. In these group stages, 15 minutes between the series, like how much can you change?
Speaking of actually the time issue here, this is a very new squad on the side of Virtus.pro. Of course, they have had 4 of their members together for at least until last year, but FNG joined them this year. Seems to have been helping. Things are getting better. I think though, Lizard, right, it's kind of unfortunate that this is a team within Eastern Europe, because how the hell do you get to the majors to get the experience? BetBoom, Team Spirit, 9 Pandas, every single time they've tried, they've always come forth and they've come close to getting to these events. Where do you think they would be right now if they had at least another LAN before this event?
It's kind of a bad thing, but also a good thing. If you're not reaching the international exposure, sure, but at the same time, you're constantly screaming and playing versus really damn good teams that are contending to win the whole international, right? Like Team Spirit. So overall, yeah, it is bad in a way that it might be a little bit demotivating, because it's really damn difficult for you to get to international stage, and that has been the case in Western Europe a long time ago, if you remember. Like Western Europe 2016, 17, 18 was ridiculously difficult to go through. But teams that were in Western Europe at the same time were the best because they had so many screaming opportunities.
I mean, this is the thing with upcoming teams, where you get to a stage when comfort doesn't allow you to win, and you have to move from comfort to playing something that you just need to do it, even though everyone doesn't feel comfortable. But to win, you have to be able to adapt. And if you cannot go past that stage, then it means that your team can only go so far, And sometimes because you already know the problem and you can't fix the problem, it makes your players really tired, playing the games here.
Right.
It wears them down.
Let's talk predictions, though, going forward into this matchup here, Winter. What do you think? Firstly, tell me who do you think is going to win, and what do you think we can get out of the drafts from both of these teams?
I think both teams are going to just do their own thing, like what Mr. Admir here mentioned. VP is going to just have their own draft that tries to hide and mask their weaknesses, whereas Beastcoast, they're going to also do their own thing with Jim Park, where he plays maybe some Shadowfy, hopefully, one of the heroes that I'm sure you like to watch him play.
Very much. I just love watching Jim
So
Park.
we're definitely going to see some interesting drafts and very unique heroes.
Another person on that team, Lizard, on the side of Beastcoast, who has fairly been impressive throughout the year, Dark Margo, the Kunker tiny spammer, and person who is apparently not that great to play against in pubs because of the way he plays. But he was also very high in the hero damage per minute charts, right? Yep. Second only to Jim Park, of course. Talk to me about this. VP, how do they deal with the aggression we know is going to be coming out of Beastcoast?
Yeah, I feel that Eastern Europe is probably very well versed when it comes to aggression, so that shouldn't be way too difficult for them. I'm thinking 3 regions, it's too many, but SEA, SA, and Eastern Europe, it's probably the most aggressive Dota that you could see historically, right? These are the players that the pubs are like that. There's no strategy, there's no talking, there's no thinking about where you should rotate at what time. You just see a fight, you go full Davai, and that's it. So I do believe that this is going to be one of the better series when it comes to today, but in a way that we'll see more aggression and perhaps less strategical approach.
Winter, having come from a region as well, as expressed here by Lizard, that also has a lot of chaos, right? Give me some tips and tricks to deal with it, to find some order in all of this madness.
If I'm playing against them?
Yeah.
If I'm playing against a chaotic team, I would always try to play like Tundra, very methodical, take the map, don't take silly fights and just keep farming, even though somebody has to die at some point, But eventually, the hero kills will not matter. The farm matters more.
You're a man about gold, not kills. Come on, man. Give me kills. Give me action. I want to see team fights. This is the road to the international, and every single time we found ourselves in this position, it always comes down to big team fights, big moments, and of course, many, many, many clutch situations happening in the realm of Dota 2. We're going to be finding out more of those happening in the upcoming series, so we send it over to our casters to bring us Beastcoast versus Virtus.pro.
Welcome back, and thank you so much, Snare, and the lovely panel there talking about all these great things. Trent, we got a fabulous series coming on up here. It's the Beastcoast versus Virtus.pro show. How you feeling? You ready?
Yeah, feeling great. We got our lovely panel introing this all in, where we're talking about all these famous faces and all your favorites out there, of course. And it's the road to the international. You got to just park it here for a little bit, right? It's all about Parker. It's all I hear. Parker this, Parker that. So we'll see if he can carry them through this. It's the goal.
Absolutely. That's going to be the question mark. And for Virtus.pro, man, it was a bit of a tough one last time, gotta say. Felt pretty rough losing out on those 2 games because at various points it kind of felt like they maybe could have done it. And now they got to go immediately from that one, the 0-2, right on into this matchup against Beastcoast, which... it could be a little bit tough. Beastcoast did end up going 1-1 in their earlier match, which I think was talked about as well over on the panel. Ended up trading the games with Nouns. So we'll see how this one goes, as I think Nouns in their other game also ended up losing to LGD, but they did go to 60 minutes in one of them. So a lot happening, so much Dota. We're blessed.
Oh, so much Dota, and yet so little Dota. For you only have 2 days to survive, to do your best, to win as many of these games as possible. 0-2s, not the way you want to go. Oh my goodness, speaking of which, I just opened up to check some of the other standings, and I say Keith Stars just beat PSG Quest.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right, let's go.
Living, baby. I think that's their first game, if I'm not mistaken. I think they just won their first. Dude, that's so hype, actually.
Spoiler
Then they
alert.
immediately play Tundra after. Oh, it's heating up here in the group stage, but we are here for now. Oh my, is that Trait Protector? I did see him get picked a few times earlier, but yes, all of our casts, he has been banned so far.
Okay, interesting. And then, of course, Sven, one of the other big heroes of the tournament. Right now, it feels like whether it's these stacking heroes or sometimes we've seen some of those like aggressive heroes that want to come and contest stacks, a la Razor or Queen of Pain or something like that. It does feel like the name of like the early mid-game to late laning stage is coming on in to contest those big piles of gold.
Oh, well. Yeah, he did, of course, get a pretty hefty nerf, I would say, of 20. I think it was 20% at all levels in terms of the damage. It's kind of tough. But he's still great at clearing out those stacks, giving that gold XP, trying to get the supports moving in the early game. So still a fan. I don't know if I'm a fan of it this early, but Beastcoast are thinking that's what's going to work for them. Seems a little interesting to me. A little unique, as they say.
I will say that I think this is probably Beastcoast's first game on the mainstream, if I'm not mistaken, which might be somebody's first look at this team for the first time in a while. Obviously, Beastcoast of old, a South American powerhouse, still looking to maintain that status right now. They've been battling out with EG all year long. They pick up Jim Park, who's been playing out of his mind. And of course, they've got the Mago man himself that's going to have to go up against Kunkka, one of his most played heroes. See if he has come up with some answers for it.
Yeah, certainly knows the matchup, no doubt about that. And the long holdouts here in Beast Coast have been Schofield and Stinger, the support duo. Maybe if you're tuning into TI every year, you might be thinking, where did their 3 cores go? These are the 2 that have stayed the whole time.
Right, absolutely. Well, now as we look at the second round of picks coming out, it's going to be the Tusk paired together with the Sven, so double melee. But the Tusk has still, like, it feels like you can't get rid of this guy. He's just always showing up. Shards makes a ton of value plays. You got the snowball saves that are there as well, particularly from like big team fight combinations. If he can stay on the outside and get a blink in for a save, could make a huge difference.
It also comes down to these position 4s that haven't been very like melee focused as of late. There's been a lot of pressure on getting these ranged offlaners a lot of the time. Sorry, ranged position 4s a lot of times to help out in that off lane. But the Tusk and the Spirit Breaker are the 2 big beefy ones who are coming back. But hold the presses. We got ourselves a Weaver here. Now, we've had some discussions about Weaver. The hero has been buffed again, trying to make him a thing. We saw him earlier today from LGD, but that was a pretty specific counterpick versus the Brewmaster, which is something that pro players have been talking about a little bit in terms of answers to a very annoying Panda hero. No Brewmaster here, though. It's just a Weaver. Just tossed in here.
Yeah, and with the Sven too. I mean, so you've got like massive amounts of physical damage. Tag team being in there as well. It feels like Roche taking potential is out of this world. But is this going to be like a 3? I mean, I'm not exactly sure where they're planning on putting this guy.
Yeah, we saw it, as I said previously, from Shiro. And then it looks like it was also played later by Tundra when they played up against Talon. And in that game, they ran it as a position 4, more of that roaming style, sort of like Solar Crest into Wraithband. So could be support version for sure. That would definitely fit the way that Schofield and Stinger both like to play. They tend to play very aggro on the map. They are not afraid to die. That is their signature way to play. They just, you always wonder, like, how did Hector get so much farm? How does Parker get so much farm? These guys feed. They feed relentlessly. You go back and look through, dude, they just die a lot. But they die in ways where it takes a lot of the enemy time. It's not that valuable. And what their guys picking up on their own side of the map that they feel nice and safe on, because these guys are running around like idiots on the other side, it's more valuable.
Oh, yeah. No, and not only that, you're giving streaks away, which means even more gold coming back the other way.
Genius.
Easy as FNG smiling, happy, cackling to play his vengeful spirit, or probably tree, I guess. But they're going to pair it together with the Morphling.
All right. Heroes showing up a little bit here. Lots of carries, feeling good. Now that we got rid of this Phantom Assassin, we can find some other carries in the pool right now and coming out of the pool. Very, very thematic here. Kunkka and Morphling working together in the waters. I don't know if they want to go Tide last. Might be a bit much. Beast Coast, though, they got to find that answer for themselves. Are they fully committed to a Sven? I mean, they started with it. I feel like it's pretty hard at this point to flex into the support. It could be done, but it's a bit risky. And they're going to grab themselves the Shaker. So tends to be versus like these guaranteed melee mids, maybe like a Pangolier. And this time it'll be versus the Kunkka. Going to see if they can make that work. Very likely, of course. There is always the flex possibility, which is important in Dota. But this is probably going to be a mid here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fun draft, if nothing else. You know, you get everybody to just pick me Darkseer. Just one time. That's all I want in this world for Beastcoast. Get Darkseer, Vacuum, Echo Slam, Sven Stun. You create the Morphlane illusion. Oh, God, it's not going to happen, though. I'm just getting myself hyped up for nothing. I'm sorry.
Maybe, bud.
I just want it, you know? I don't care if it's good.
I mean, you mentioned right off the bat, though, that Kunkka is one of those heroes that Dark Mago plays. He's certainly someone who likes a smaller pool of heroes and plays them extremely well. He's got like a couple nasty ones in there. So hoping that, I mean, Earthshaker is definitely not one of them. I would not say it's one of his signatures. Kunkka, on the other hand, is his absolute most played in pro matches with 128, followed by his Tiny at 125. The guy loves those two heroes.
Yeah.
And then you got like his Mars. He's a bit of a signature on. He's got a gross bat, but not known for the Shaker. He has been playing it a little bit in pubs, so he's trying to warm it up here. But I would not say it's it's kind of a scary hero. I feel like to bring out. He's only had 7 pro games on it, and the last one was in 2022.
I feel like, though, as a Mars player, you kind of play Shaker a little bit, right? At least in that like instinct of knowing when to go in and like go for the kill shot. You only get that one shot at the spear, and I feel like it's a similar thing with an Echo Slam. Maybe that's just me being crazy, but I feel like there's some carryover stuff right there as far as initiators go.
We can hope.
Although maybe he just goes in, like it's the point when you should be going with the fissure or something. Regardless, Doom gets taken out of the pool. I still don't mind the Darkseer. It'd be interesting at the very least.
Seems pretty solid, honestly. Auras look really good this game, right? You're playing versus Kunkka. I feel like if Pipe is like any way decent for your team, it's going to feel kind of nice. I guess we can't really guarantee this so much of the Torrent Storm builds anymore, though. Of course, we're much more of the Blade Mail and the Heart. Now that we've nerfed the Torrent, and Heart is just seemingly amazing. Not nearly as necessary. And they go for a direct potential counter of that Ancient Apparition, going to remove it.
I like that. I mean, I will say also that like that is one of the problems playing against these like slightly harder to kill heroes, the Kunkka, the Morphling, that are going to have like crazy high HP pools when he switches over to Strength Form, what have you. Like Ion Shell doesn't do much against that. Might need some more damage out of that offlane if that is what they're going for. And it could be the swap up.
I mean, he does love Darkseer.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he has the biggest hero pool overall. And a lot of his other heroes are kind of bad right now.
Yeah.
And it's Sven. Yeah, I think they're Darkseering. I mean, what's the worst situation of the Darkseer right now? I feel like life's just good.
And Morphling has a free game. I mean, that's really the problem. I don't know how much of a problem that is for them, given what they're thinking about for their last, get what they've got. But Morphling having a free game is tough.
I really hope they don't try Sacred Shaker. I feel like that's not the play.
Dude, Jim Park is so excited to play Dota. Look at him. He's up on like his knees up above the freaking desk, just laying back, stretching, getting his yoga practice in.
This is a guy who gets first pick spend. He's like, I will farm. It doesn't matter. I don't have to think about it. I'll be farming. I'll be getting creeps. I want heroes that are going to be stacking. Weaver support, very mobile. Could definitely do that. Right now, the consideration is most likely either a different mid and they go Sacred Shaker, or it's just an offlane hero that can apply a little bit of pressure.
Whoa.
Is this 3 Weaver? Is this happening? Are they going to do like Inkswell combos Weaver?
I think so.
And a quick pivot into the Keeper of the Light. They
interesting.
They really jumped right into that immediately. What is Sacred playing here? Where are we going? Okay, Dark Mago is taking the Shaker. Sacred, what are you doing?
There has been a period of time
where
he's
doing it. He's doing it.
All right. Interesting. Okay, so Sacred Weaver, probably like Spirit Vessel is what makes sense in this game. You just throw that onto Kiritich, make him have a bad time. It's pretty interesting.
Okay. I mean, it's very aggressive. It reminds me a little bit of the offlane Invoker game that we saw earlier, right? It's kind of like he went Meteor Hammer and then Spirit Vessel. It did not go well, but I feel like you have a lot of the same goals in mind here in order to try and have a good time. It's not like completely unheard of. People have been trying to do it, but from what I've seen in pubs, it hasn't looked the most successful. It's kind of like, speaking of earlier games, when Chalice played that offlane Pango, we've seen some offlane Weavers going Diffusal first, and then they can continue into that like aggressive style build. So we'll see if he tries that or if he tries to do that Spirit Vessel, as you said. That is, when Sacred last played it, he did go Spirit Vessel, and he got it in 9 minutes, but he lost. So we'll see if this goes a little bit better for him.
Dude, he's breaking the table right now. Park is just going crazy over there. Needs to make sure that everything's right according to, get set up straight there. Love it. Dota 2, ladies and gents, it's all about to go down. Beastcoast versus Virtus.pro. Both teams really wanting a win. I think for Virtus.pro, it's really important that they come away with something here because they've already gone down 0-2, and Beastcoast is one of the teams that, at least at this point, is looking to probably be playing for making sure that they make it into the next round of the groups. We'll have to see how it goes.
I definitely feel like this is the battle of, like, you really want to get this win. Like, you 2-0 in this series, I feel like that's going to help you a ton. Because these are two of the teams who I'm certainly concerned about being down there. Just not that they're necessarily the worst teams. It's just about consistency in a very short format. It really just takes one, bad 0-2, and suddenly you're playing a tiebreaker where you might go right on home. So, just win.
We'll see how it goes as both teams heading out across the map. Just doing my predictions real quickly. Don't mind
me. They're working.
They are. It's time.
Most denies, definitely. First player denies, got to be Morphling, right? Is there any way it's not Morphling? Oh, I mean, nah. Versus Kunkka?
It could be.
I know. I just think Morphling, and I think denies.
That's fair. That's a good point.
Total number of deaths. Wait, chat, you're live. We have no delay. Guys, what are we doing here? All right. Total number of player deaths at game end. 0 to 25, 26 to 40, 41 to 55, or 56 plus. I will take the first answer.
I did 26 to 40. I think that's the winning one.
That's kind of low. 56 plus, 41.
Oh, total number of player. I thought for an individual player. All right, yeah. I'm doing 56 plus. Sorry, my bad. I was like, this is definitely going to happen to Schofield.
All right. Well, the first one was Vaughn Pew Pew, and he said 33, which would be 26 to 40. So I guess I'm locked in. Thank you, Vaughn Pew Pew. Sorry, everyone else who was late and gave a better idea. All right. Player with the highest total physical damage done to heroes at game end. Is there any way we don't take Sven, guys? Does anyone have an argument against Sven?
I could see maybe Morphling if it goes late enough that like the right clicks start to become super important. He's probably going to end up doing more damage than the Sven over the course of it, right?
And it actually is kind of hard. There's actually a lot of reasons why you could pick other people, like if the Sven loses, or and then if Virtus.pro, you could also, because like Kunkka just spams so much that over time it does add up quite a bit in the laning stage. But all it takes is one good fight at the end of the game, and Morphling just goes nutso.
It's true. Got to get those points though. Very important.
Hello, I'm Steven Johnson. It is live.
Amazing.
You just said it's live. Hey, Trent. So I'm just saying, if they're going to be bold enough to put their real name as their Twitch chat name, Steven Johnson, then I feel like I owe it to them to read it aloud.
Yo, here's the big one, though. Total number of trees destroyed by 30 minutes. I think that's actually like
175.
I think that's 51 to 175. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that many.
It's always more than you think, though.
True.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now into this game as Virtus.pro going to try and contest for one. There's also a bounty rune battle between FNG and Mago, and it ends up being 2 apiece. So everybody off to the lanes. No early first blood. Unless say you.
Goodbye, chat. I'm going to pay attention now.
Jim Park. Dude, this guy's crazy. Is he going to shard him? All right, that was kind of insane.
It's wild. Out of control. And no skills taken. Back to the top lane. Okay, well, show me what you got, Sacred. I think you're right. I think it's a Spirit Vessel build. We'll see how it goes. We got ourselves the late Coddle, which we barely talked about there, as they're going to be doing this off lane Kunkka, which a lot of people have been messing around with in pubs. And Is this the punish versus a Shaker? Because they did try and prepare themselves from Beastcoast, right? They banned out, I think it was the Necrophos and the Queen of Pain, 2 heroes that if they had to brought that mid, that's going to be a bad time for a Shaker. And Shaker mid really needs that early, like, solid start. You want to abuse this damage to get the last hits. You got to get rolling with your first items. Can Coddle stop that?
I mean, already it's kind of a bit of an annoying lane for Mago. You can see he's, missed 1 CS off that. He's burning through regen already. But, it's not the end of the world, but he's definitely going to be taking some harassment through this one and probably not able to deny as many creeps as he would otherwise. Seiyu gets very low down bottom and another pause.
Yeah. Getting low and pausing. It's like, clearly something is incorrect with my teammates. They can't hear. No sound. Okay, yeah, that's a problem.
Well, we can talk since we have the groups up there in the upper right-hand corner. LGD still sitting top of this group. You can see Gaimin Gladiators are next up with the 2-2 score. And then, of course, that was with a 2-0 loss to LGD. The other team that LGD played was Nouns. Nouns went 1-1 against Beastcoast. And I did say that one of their matches that they played against LGD, I got a chance to talk to Kezu. Shout out to him. He was casting that one, and he said that Nouns looked really good up to 30 minutes, and then things kind of fell apart a little bit after that. So, I don't know, things to watch in this group here.
I actually love this format. 4 groups is so sick.
It's so crazy. There's so much Dota.
Oh, they reconnected.
Perfect.
Back already. Okay, I'm gone again. Thank you, everybody. When is Alliance playing? All right, someone else tell them. I'm gonna go back to the cast now.
Dude, why they're catching strays all over the place here. Unbelievable. Well, down bottom, Stinger took some damage. Kiritich is up top, trying to have a decent time with FNG. That so far has kind of been denied out a lot. FNG might be in trouble.
Get him.
Runs forward, gets first blood. And yeah, Kiritich at this point, only 4 last hits on a Morphling.
That should update the trees killed. Like total number of trees destroyed by 30 minutes. I feel like it should go up by 1.
Jim Park gets taken down there by Seiyu. A nice combination. So both safe laners struggling a little bit out of the gate.
Ooh. Yeah, that guy's nuts when he gets the sound turned back on after those pauses. He can hear everything.
Oh, yeah.
Immediately picking it up. So 1-1. Seeing a Treant Protector die feels amazing. I know we're all tired. He's still holding a Blood Grenade and has a point in Leech Seed. So be warned. No doubt about that, particularly at that level 3. Any of his spells get kind of terrifying as they get leveled up right now. So mid lane, though, it looking okay for Mago. He's got those denies, like you were saying, from the Shakers. He's feeling good about that. But again, yeah, Parker's starting to get a bit low down here.
Noticed they're doing a nice combination where they just magic missile into Torrent, get guaranteed damage. I've seen a lot of, I think the most common build is to go like more points, at least 1 into X mark. I wonder if there's any value at all to try and get another in Torrent. It sounds horrifically bad, but I kind of just want to see something weird.
Anything that bullies a carry isn't necessarily bad, you know? If it's going to give you long-term gains, definitely some value.
It's probably terrible though, right? Surely. Like X is so good, but I just want to see it.
You know. Benj is getting points and stun. It's fine.
We also should mention that last kill that happened up top side on FNG, that was before they even got Geminate attack with tag team. So he's got to be mega careful there. As
he's doing Treant Protector things though. This is why this hero's broken. He's coming through.
TP, the turn, Stinger there with the stun. Everybody showed up. And then Jim Park gets the stick charge to heal and turn around. So Beastcoast keep their carry alive. It does cost a big rotation, but will be salved up after the fact.
Yeah, Schofield very smart to come down here, ensure that wasn't going to turn out too poorly. And can just go back to the Twin Gate, but is thinking about turning on FNG instead, maybe? No, they're just going to let him go and take his Watcher. Fine, fair enough. It's a Treant. Don't waste your time.
Interesting. So there... Oh, Kiritich is taking a lot of damage up top on this Morphling, but should be fine here. But they just... Are they going to try and go on him now since they don't have Tree in this lane? They're tri-laning down bottom.
You just have to hope that he goes for a morph play pretty much, right? Because like he's sitting... I mean, when he morphs, depending, like, he can get pretty crazy armor versus the Weaver.
They're going.
So I don't know.
Kiritich in trouble. Snowball in, damage there. Stun connects. Still enough to get the kill.
Nice from Stinger. Very nice. Now FNG even bit of a dangerous spot here. They're just deciding like, wait, can we kill this guy? They didn't even realize. It kind of took him a second.
Hey, he's just gone. Dude, Twin Gate Dota is so weird.
It's okay as long as it's killing Train Protector. That makes it totally fine. So yeah, top lane's getting bodied. Quick TP back in here. Does manage to grab the CS as Kiritich comes back in. Stinger immediately plants a ward now in behind this tower with Kiritich TPing in. Schofield's got resources. Sacred's got resources. Stinger, he could stick for an Ink Swell, but he's going to leave instead. So he's going to have to wait till they whittle him down a little bit. They're not going to go immediately back in.
A very strange start to this game where the CS doesn't really tell the whole story necessarily, but the CS is something that's keeping Virtus.pro afloat a little bit. Because as much as, Morphling died, he's still doing well in net worth, and Sven really has not been able to get that much done. Jim Park feeling pretty rough at this point.
And you know what helps net worth? Buying a Midas. Kiritich is eyeing one up right now with that Gloves of Haste. And already almost at 1,500 gold. Gets onto Sacred.
Oh, couple more hits. Sakuchi, he has enough to get away, but no, ends up dying. Well played.
Oh, a little bit of damage from the Dust, a little bit of damage from the Leech Seed. Adds up to a kill. Good news, he had no earn charges left, so pack one on there at least.
Speaking of earn charges, Squad X going to get one now as he makes the move over for Stinger and starting to get involved. This is something the Coddle is going to be able to do much better than the Earthshaker is. Like, you're just so much faster moving around the map.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And you don't need items for it either, right? Like, he's just doing his thing, heal himself up while he tries to steal some of Parker's stacks here. And now FNG.
He's dead?
He's pretty dead.
Oh, no.
All right, FNG, can you relax, dude?
This game is getting weird. I don't know what's happening anymore. People are just running at each other constantly.
I love how he takes that kill from his Coddle. He's like, oh, yeah, no, it's not. No, I don't need that on my Coddle or anything. Don't worry about it.
Jeez. Interesting times. I mean, notice getting off to this type of a start on offlane Kunkka. This is pretty scary if I'm Beastcoast at this point.
Jared has just been taking a ton of damage. He's actually out of mana. He's going to have to stick if he wants to wait for him out of this. And Schofield trying to bully him a little bit for it. No, they have this ward too. They have no way of punishing this though.
No, this game it's falling off the rails. I mean, Virtus.pro are getting the tier 1 tower bottom. They're not really able to do the same on the other side. Kiritich now tanking up some damage underneath his own tower. The stun is there. Schofield, this is not going to end well, although he does dodge out one. Turns now onto Seiyu. But Schofield is eventually going to fall. Can't get the deny onto that creep camp.
Sacred hits level 6 as well. Still has this ward too. So might be feeling a bit brazen here for potential play. Would need someone to come through the Twin Gate. But it's Squad X going through the Twin Gate. Gonna find Parker again in the same spot. He's right by his gravestone.
Oh my God.
You've seen this in a past life.
This is bad. I mean, he does manage to get away though. So that's still, I mean, taking that farm hurts a lot. Meanwhile,
not if they get the Squad X in return, but yeah, no.
Stun, time-lapse?
Time-lapse, he's fine.
Chase, maybe Schofield can get involved. They're bringing numbers. They really want this Squad X kill. Shards will get the block off, but they've decided to go off to the other side. They're going to get one. That's Seiyu, but now can Squad X get away? Sacred looking for the Cheese down. Snowball pulls him in. Can they get the Coddle? Coddle's so fast. He's trying to get away from him. Might be able to a couple more hits. They're going to have another shards and a few. Slowdown is there, but the torrent, oh, the save! They move in. They're keeping Squad X alive. You can't stop the Coddle. Run away, old man. He dropped the tree, jumped back over it. The cow jumped over the moon, and Squad X got away from Sacred. What in the Sam hell is happening in this game, Trent? This is
over the bridge.
Listen, I need the slacks line. That's the Dota play right there, baby. Stinger tries to get away. Can he manage to quite escape?
Oh,
He's taking the load as he goes by and will eventually go down. Oh my God. All that for just one kill.
All right, well, that's definitely some Beastcoast Dota right there. 'Cause the whole idea is Parker is just going to be farming that whole time. That is the goal. That's what he's trying to do. Unfortunately, they don't have any stacks for a Sven. He does like those, but it's hard to find stacks with the way this game has started for themselves. Mago does have 3 points Aftershock, though, and an Echo Slam. No points Fisher, because, you know, that's just crazy talk. And might be looking for a smoke here soon with his buddy Stinger. Would be nice to have 1 point in Fisher, though, I gotta say.
It's pretty value when you have 3 in Aftershock. The bonus 130 damage. In the meantime,
so close to level 9.
I mean, this is a pretty substantial lead at this point for Virtus.pro, but all it takes is one good fight with Mago to turn this all around. We'll see if they can find it, though.
Yeah, they're hoping for a ward that catches Morphling. So here's the play. He's going to blink Echo. If the Morph lives, the Echo kills enough creeps that he hits level 9, and then he gets Fisher.
I mean, this is a nice combination here. The Inkswell connection and FNG is going to go down. But Dark Mago, he's in trouble and just dies.
Whoa.
Squad X does a lot of damage on this Coddle, and Stinger is also going to go down.
That is kind of crazy. That Illuminate did 482 magic damage.
Yeah.
It happens pretty fast with the help of that Solar Bind.
Pulling the creep wave over to the tier 2. Trying to get whatever farm possibly can at this stage on the Sven. Well, it looks like they might be mounting a defensive mid. FNG is nearby, has Fissure now, connects onto Kunkka. Silence, stunned, more control, and Stinger goes down. Schofield also in trouble. They didn't have enough in the tank.
Blink in 3 seconds, though. He's coming back in.
Looking, hunting, wanting to find one. Echo, it connects onto both. They explode. Dark Mago right on top of him. Can they take down Notice, though?
Yeah, he wanted the core.
Needs a little bit more time. The run buff is wearing off, but they're not going to keep the chase going. Called it off.
I was pretty close on the Echo, but not quite able to reach him, unfortunately. So, I mean, at least it's some kills. Yeah, it's both supports, but it gives him a big boost of gold. And Shaker, the Blink Dagger is really important, but getting to that Agnim's at a solid time when there's not too many control elements in the game, so you can really like hop around. You feel like kind of beefy, like whereas the HP from the Agnims actually feels like it matters. You want to get that on the earlier part of the game, so you can actually hop all over these heroes and try and catch this Keeper of the Light. This has been a great pick so far. I haven't even really seen Squad X doing that many stacks necessarily to get to this like big number. It's just been a lot of active play and picking up some key kills.
Yeah, he was able to steal a couple from the Sven, but those were even just small camps, right? Like, it was not like a huge injection of gold as we normally see. But yeah, a 4,000 gold lead now, and trying to smoke, make a move together again with these active heroes. Jim Park is on the other side of the map, though, so he is unlikely to get caught here. They might manage to catch Sacred.
Let me get that first control.
Yeah, they got him. Easy bring down.
Making it easy, and yeah, that's a Coddle with boots of travel, so zooming around this map right now. And Schofield just hit 6 at 13.5 minutes by taking this full wave down bottom.
Yeah. That feels pretty bad.
Yeah, you just have no way to make moves on the map before that's happening at this point. We're going to go for the Inkswell play here. Perhaps they're going to call it off, though. Not liking the look of it. Notice, in fact, I feel like maybe he wants to poke his head back up in the cliff. Feels pretty tough.
It's 10 seconds till Echo. This actually could work out well for them. Virtus.pro coming to try and steal this. Will have Snowball ready. Stun is there. Gets the Wisdom Rune. Jump in. Mago finds the tree. Now the stun from Jim Park connects on to Notice. FNG is going to be brought down. And even though the overgrowth is there, they're still going to find and kill off this Kunkka.
Just ensure it by utilizing the Ancients as well there. Getting some big damage.
Yeah. That's pretty wild. Kirtich, though, is still feeling like the big, strong hero in the end, who does have the Midas completed. and is going to be going into Manta as quickly as he can. Just tons of space all over the map.
Yeah, considering his start, quite the come up here. A lot of that because of the space that's been given to him. And if you haven't seen Morphling in a while, of course, that's probably because of what happened to his ultimate. Sorry, his Aghanims. In that sense, it no longer does all the annoying stealing things. In fact, no one's really quite sure exactly what it does. I don't think the pro players have read it because they don't buy it and we just don't talk about it. So
that's fair.
Someone with a big brain is going to figure it out. We're going to wait until they make a nice little thread about it explaining why it's broken. Maybe Slasher himself could make us a video so we finally understand it. Until then, we're going to buy normal Agi items and feel good about it. That's what the Morphling player union has decided.
I like that. It's important to focus on what matters there. Now, Schofield will get a snowball to delay the death and get a little bit of farm on his way out. So,
I got him his blink.
That's true. That's big.
Considering at 13 minutes he was level 5, and now to be at 16 minutes you're level 8 with a blink. Yeah. That's pretty good.
That's what I'm saying, man. You feed away a bunch of deaths and then you just come back and make a bunch of stuff happen. I mean, he's only died 3 times on the Tusk, but has been really involved in these kills.
Solar Crest done already though for Seush on this Vengeful Spirit. I like what Sacred's doing here, taking some dangerous farm though, right? Playing on that dire part of the map, trying to take away a little bit of their value. That's something you got to do when you're playing some of these riskier heroes and you're in a situation where the game doesn't necessarily feel that great for you. Can't be taking the safe farm from your friends. The Sacred's gonna scurry on through, find Seush.
They also get the bugs onto Squad X. So realizing there's more than just the one nearby, that signals the rest of Beastcoast to back out. They were thinking about a play there.
Stinger closing in on the shard here from that Grimstroke. So something that'll be really useful, not only just in combination with the Sven, but for the Weaver too. Like this idea of guaranteeing that the time lapse is going to get off. But with the current build of the Weaver, it's not necessarily as strong as if it was like a super high damage one, but even just space and bugs being out there trying to help give vision and control is a lot of setup for heroes like Sven and Earthshaker, who really depend on just knowing where someone is. If they know where they are, they're generally very good at blowing them up.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I think that feels like it will be a huge part of, how this game goes, is the initiation that gets found. If an Echo Slam connects onto a couple of heroes, they have more than enough damage on Beastcoast to take him down right after. FNG, Dust finds him is Schofield, and now the Walrus punch and a couple takes down should be more than enough.
I thought about it there. I mean, that's a lot of heroes nearby. Get a decent overgrowth into boat, but they're a bit too far for it. We have a lot of shards in this game already.
Yeah.
For it being 17 minutes. Got shard on Tree, shard on Kunkka, shard on Grimstroke. That's pretty solid.
Really put a lot of emphasis on it. And again, I think there's an interesting little dynamic going on here, because Beastcoast playing around Mago's Aghanim Scepter is going to give them a really strong timing. But the longer this game delays, it does feel like Kiritich is just going to become the strongest hero in the game by a pretty wide margin.
Yeah, definitely just more likely to succeed as well. I mean, you can always make a play happen with Sven if you get the right jump, and it does have some solid setup for it. But you make that one mistake versus a Morphling, and well, we've all seen what a Morphling can do.
But for now, at least, sitting back, about 400 gold away from Ags. And again, you're probably not going to be seeing Morphling get involved in those fights in the early sets of this one, wanting to get some more of those items online.
Oh, is he going eggs on the Weaver? Is that the play?
Interesting.
I would not have guessed that.
He's going full on support.
It's so hard to utilize now.
Yeah.
Like the eggs cast range is 500.
It's very low.
That's so small.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, because it feels weird going, like, aura items don't really work on the hero, but man, whew.
I think it's going to be an interesting window because it feels like they're just trying to pump as much damage into this Sven as they can and just let him carry him to greatness, which I don't hate as a strategy, you know? Shaker is going to be about keeping everybody in place, getting them under control.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's going to try and get an Aether after, but in what situation is the hero dying, but you're within 500 range and not disabled and able to use it?
Right.
It's so low RNG.
No, it's true. FNG nearby, spots Schofield heading over. They know they're in the area, smoked up and running away. Will they find anybody? Say you there. Mago on him. Immediately gets the follow-up stun, and it will be enough to get the kill on the Venge, although can they get out on Mago? Now the switch over. Well, Kiritich can still morph into Earthshaker.
Yep.
He's on the enemy team. Stinger goes down so quickly. Schofield also in trouble. Okay. This is a problem.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Oh, he was
remember
like
that
max agi, dude.
You remember that prediction of most physical damage done?
Yeah.
I think it's going to Kiritich.
Yeah. Actually, currently it's Sacred, but we'll see.
Yikes.
Yeah, that is disgusting. I mean, yes, we all remember Morphling, Shaker. You can't do it anymore if they're on the same team, but that's okay, because we can just do it when they're on the opposite team, and it does a lot of damage.
Maybe that's why they're getting the Ags on Weaver, because when Morphling hits him one time and takes him down to like 10% HP, he can just turn it around, you know?
You got a good point.
Smoke up. And Beastcoast looking to take a fight now with the BKB completed. Aghanim Scepter done. It's a Morphling who's all alone here. They see him completely alone over on the Ancients. Jim Park jump, stun, control. Full combo, gone. More.
Echo mid too.
Looking for more, finding more. Squad X, Force Staff, getting him away. And Jim Park getting range. Blink Dagger, back off cooldown, Stu. Sayu comes in, swats the one away to get him out. But then the Shards connection on a bolt. They're dropping so quickly. Notice in some trouble here. And they get him down too. Looks like it's going to be the blink and run away for everybody. Although no, the reinitiation. They find FNG and kill him.
Oh, they just crumble once Morphling's gone. You know, the big damage out of the fights, and I mean, when he's not in there, there's not a lot to help out, right? Like, you know, they're kind of middling heroes right now. A lot of supporting cast happening right now. You can see that Notice gets drawn in there from the Kunkka, tries to assist there, but it's just not enough. Going for the tidal wave and the torrent storm. The waterbender is here. But the big carry damage is certainly going to be Kiritich. So excellent pick off to start things there from Beastcoast. Give them a bit of life here.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it's so much about that Morphling and how well he's able to both stay alive and then also, you know, deal the damage out in the midst of a fight. And a pretty good example why, A, he's going to need a BKB eventually. But two, I don't know, they're going to need some type of a save dynamic here.
I mean, the save dynamic is... I mean, he's going all out. I mean, I respect it. He's going Ags, but he's going Blink and he's going Aether. And that's the only way this thing works. So, credit to Sacred. It feels like a huge sacrifice in terms of, like, your net worth to the actual value you're getting. But we'll see if he can make it happen. Also, can we get Stinger and Aghanims while we're at it? Because I feel like if the Weaver is going to go this route, we got to find some damage.
Oh, they're under a ward. They're under a ward. Mago in trouble. Oh, the snowball save, it's there. He's got him away. Snowballing over to the side of FNG and Sayu. Schofield, they get the blink out. Nicely played. And now the control connects with the fissure onto 3. Buyback from Tusk. They want to keep this fight going. Kiritich up on the high ground, getting the control, the echo, the stun.
Oh, the
Kiritich gets away, but only for a moment. Can he actually escape from this one? Waveform trying to escape. Everybody runs on in, finds the Morphling, brings him down. Dark Mago, he can play more than 3 heroes. This guy's on it.
I'd like to submit a new world's most optimistic TP right there from from Kiritich. That would have been the most amazing coddle save I've ever seen in my life if that blinding light had have actually kept him alive. Managed to get the morph off in time, but they are just getting this jump onto the morphling, and then there's nothing he can do.
Look at that snowball save right there.
That was sick.
So important.
And he blinks out right away.
Shout out to the UI giving us the Earthshaker head right above it.
Yep.
As they manage to just barely get away. And oh man, that's everything. Shaker gets back into the fight and they get the kill because of it.
Yeah, but imagine if he TP'd out there. I mean, that would have been sick. So close.
You're not wrong. Wow. Aegis on the Sven and going towards the Daedalus. It was looking pretty grim for them for a while, but have very much flipped this script after that pretty rough fight with the Morphling turning into Earthshaker.
Yeah, gonna hope that doesn't happen again right now if you're on the side of Beastcoast. Going for the BKB next here from Mago, and then perhaps into the Kaya San, just because he got queued up. So just nice all-rounder item.
Oh, there is the completed Aghanim Scepter, like we talked about earlier, on the Kunkka that can make these fights go weird. And the other thing that's scary to me about that one for Virtus.pro was they saw the Shaker and the Sven at the start of that fight, couldn't kill either of them. It tells me that it shows the value and importance of Schofield on this Tusk. It feels like they have to get him.
The other part of that story, too, is that him having Blink Yules, right? Like, he's just saying, I don't want to be killed first. And Grimstroke, Stinger, he's looking at going for a Blink next. I think 95% of Grimstrokes go Ags in this game because they see Morphling and they say they see big damage. But in combination with the Weaver save, the Tusk saves, and then a blinking, free, castable whenever you want Dispel from the Shard, they can essentially guarantee that whoever they don't want locked down, they just can't be disabled.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Mago should be free if he gets gone on, and if it's not him, then, you know, Sven comes back in at the last second and blows them up. I think it's a tough game right now for Virtus.pro. With this Aegis still online for a little bit, they find the Sun, moves in, gets on to notice. Blade Mail doing good work, pops BKB, ready to run him down a bit more. And with the X, Mark not going to do anything.
No way to find an escape there. Lets the fountain go, but he's actually going back to the fountain, so 2.5 minutes still left on this Aegis as Parker's just about finished up a harpoon here too.
Wow.
A lot of moving around in these fights. We got Fishers blocking them off. We're gonna have time lapses, snowballs, some ice shards. So you could really get harpooned into a bad spot.
You know, I was just thinking like, oh man, Sven's gonna be in some trouble for when, that blade mail pops out. He's gonna kill himself. Then he gets the Vindicator's ask with the Mask of Madness. 20 free armor. Why not?
Okay. All right. So get stunned, and how about 30 damage during the map? Yeah, it seems pretty good. Yep. It's basically, we're trying to negate this God Strength debuff here.
Goes in, tries to back away. Schofield. They have Fissure stolen over. Kiritich with the morph. They got to back out now.
The Snowball Blink is so frustrating. They can't lock down any of these heroes. They're poking with an Inkswelled Sven, so they can't full commit. He just got God Strength back, so they weren't even threatening anything there right now. There is a ward here from the Dire, but FNG is still missing gold for this Blink Dagger. And that's probably the best thing they could hope for to try and start these fights, because currently they really don't have a way to actually punish any sort of poor positioning from Beastcoast. The only place they could really take a good fight right now would probably be Roche, or maybe defending high ground if Beastcoast get too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the way of it.
I guess there's like 4-staff swap, maybe? You just sack the Venge to try and get someone in a bad spot, but then the saves come into play. It's pretty difficult for them to just fight Beastcoast.
Yeah, I feel like this is, again, going to turn into one of those games where if they don't catch weird pickoffs... Oh my god, Sacred?
That is so funny.
Oh god.
I'm going to blink bugs to start the fight.
FNG does manage to get a little separation, but he's got the gem. They have vision, blow him up with that BKB turnaround hit, and well, The gem. Notice picks it up. They didn't notice it.
He didn't get it? Oh, no.
See what I did there?
Yeah, I saw that. That was good.
Okay, thank you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No, they back away.
Whoa, hold up. We got more Flick Shaker. Where's the smoke?
Yeah.
Go.
They need to fight with it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, they're not
gonna
going to find it. I mean, to be fair, I guess he does have the talent, but he's not feeling it quite yet.
No. I mean, that again, it's one of those instances where it shows just how comfortable they are. And I guess the other problem that it shows is that they don't really have an answer for time lapse, right? Like, they need hexes or some other form of hard control, because like a magic missile is not enough duration stun to kill somebody in.
It most certainly is not. Doesn't necessarily scale the best, unfortunately. 2 more minutes till our potential Roche spawn. Got to be what you're thinking about playing for as Beastcoast at the moment. Jim Park wants to finalize his build here pretty much with the Swift Blink, but perhaps not. He just picked up a Claymore. He's going for a Satanic instead. So wants to have an answer versus that Blade Mail.
Yeah.
And then go back after, perhaps with his Quarterstaff, we'll see.
Well, moving from lane to lane, pushing all of Virtus.pro out of the area. The gold lane is not expanding by a huge margin, but it is going up into the favor of Beastcoast.
What's the next bump in power, I guess, is the question for Virtus.pro, and it feels like a lot of it's going to be itemization, particularly for this Caudle, right? Like, has the E-Blade, so that's a little bit of something, some save, perhaps enough damage to finish somebody off. But then after that, it's like just going to be like trying to help and control with this scythe. But
right.
It feels like we need more damage than just Kiritich. And they are not going to find it with any of these other... Like, who else can just get damage? I just don't see it. He needs like a Dagon or something.
I think it is just all down to Kiritich at this point, and the rest of them are thinking they're just going to be able to control and let him hit away. Which, I mean, to be fair, like in that last instance, if Caudle had a Hex, they kill that Weaver probably. That Blink bugs into them. But that also might not happen next time, as Notice will X himself back in mid.
They do have the Scotty as well to deal with the Satanic, so that's something.
Right.
Maybe Parker gets a bit too ahead of himself here on a Blade Mail without BKBing or something. But the Echo gets juiced up here by Shaker, plus 50 from the talent.
Roche time.
All right, give me your timer. You're going to hit it. It's TI. You got it.
Road to TI, 1 minute. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going 32 seconds.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, split the difference.
It was like right in between. We were so... we were on.
Did they see that ward? I think they do, yeah. Oh, relatively quick one. And that sets us up for most likely an easy Beastcoast Roche.
Wow, they are committed. All right, now they're not. See, this is like the image of the guy mining, and before he gets to the diamonds, he turns around. You know, that was Beastcoast.
Oh no, they're trying to hunt now, and it's just about to be there. Although this is a nice pickoff. This is huge. Broken, pushed up to the high ground, but the chase is there. All right, that's pretty good.
That was a fast four-step.
That's the real diamond.
Echo? Nice
Solo? Oh, Mago. What a guy. Oh my goodness.
I mean, you can't even hate on him. He had like 2,700 HP.
Yeah. It's too much damage. Kai Assange, the Echo damage talent.
That is crazy. His Echo did 1,200 damage. The Aftershocks did 632. And his 2 hits did 700. Man, I would not expect that, to be honest. I thought he was in the safety territory.
Oh, was not, it turns out. And now, after getting the kill on the cores of mid and safe lane, it's time to head on down and claim their prize. Aegis Chi is going to be in hand, and if they can get it quickly enough, we'll have access to that third Roche as well on their own side.
Dark Mago is definitely making me a bit of a Shaker believer again, you know?
Oh, yeah.
They see the Kunkka there, they go for the Shaker, seeing how they can get away with it mid, and the answer in the Coddle. Maybe it's less of a Shaker believer and more of a Coddle unbeliever. I don't know. And he played such a good early game, though, from Squadix, but they didn't hit those, like, cheeky combos, like no big plays with, like, the Chakra Magic, like with the Kunkka or something, but... Either way, this is the fight for their lives. Will they fight it into an Aegis and Cheese?
Well, Schofield also now has an Aeon Disc.
Twin Gate.
Jim Park is there. Jump in, Hex.
There's
Snowball off to the side. Mago, he's fine. Takes down FNG and looking for more. They have Seiyu caught, but instead going for the bigger targets. Troll off to the side. They go now on to Tusk, trying to take him down. Notice is still in trouble, and Schofield kept him busy that entire time. Assembles the Aeon Disc, looking for more. The Snowball save is there. Schofield, what a god. Playing out of his mind. They walk forward, Echo Slam, the connection, an ultra kill. Give it to Jim Park. Can't get there in time, but an unbelievably pretty fight. And man, Schofield is just playing out of his mind.
Kiritich tries to morph into the Weaver 2 to get away, but Dark Mago's got that gem still sitting there on the Shaker, purchased by FNG. Bit of a betrayal there from his ally, and yeah, they're just looking way too good. And let's get rid of that nerf. Plus 50% God Strike damage. He's back, and now has a Swift Blink there too.
Goodness. What a dominating performance. Beastcoast. Never a worry in their minds. Maybe a little bit when they almost insta-died to Morph Shaker, but ever since that point, they haven't looked back.
And these were just two drafts that were mostly about the position ones. There was a little bit more help there, I'd say, in terms of these mid-game fights from Mago. You get some better plays than a Coddle, a little bit more, not necessarily reliable, but if you just get that one blink, right? It's a little bit more of like, hey, I can make this one sweet play with Echo, whereas Coddle's like, I can control a lot of the map this whole time. Right. But Mago found those big plays, did so much for his team. Now picks up the cheese so we can go back in here as they're after Parker.
Oh, time lapse. He still gets X back in though. Has to run away. And trying to chase, swap in.
Now he's X-Welled though.
Dude, there's so many saves. They can't do anything.
They still had Fisher blocks. They still had Blink Snowballs. Jeez. Schofield's got that swag, double gem going on.
My goodness. 37 minutes in, and I mean, it's interesting too, because like if you open up the graph and look at it, it's basically for the past, 10 minutes or so, every dot along the bottom there has all been good things for Beastcoast, and just nothing has gone right for Virtus.pro. It's all fallen apart. They got that one kill
he got
on
those
the Grim.
sentries.
That's right. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, if you keep counting, dude, if you keep counting the sentries, the only thing that's gone well in the past 15 minutes for Virtus.pro is an Observer Ward D-Ward.
Let's go.
It has been rough.
Well, there's that scythe now here from Stinger too, so anything Coddle can do, he can do better, because now he can scythe 2 targets.
True. Jump in. Finds him. Jim Park just on him. Oh, good save. Moving forward. Good connection as well with the Torrent Storm.
Time lapse.
Keeps him alive. About as best of a fight as you could start with. And now Kiritich ready to turn around. Finds him Stealth Stinger. Tries to get away. They switch on over and find himself another bit of control. Mago trying to back away. Jim Park ready to go back in for another round. Finds a couple of swipes. Kiritich jumps. Schofield also initiating but not finding anybody. They're just hexing to try and run away, but now they're all grouped together. The stun connects, but Kiritich, he backs out. Snowball is there. Mago with the fissure connects now onto Venge, trying to bring her down. She manages to jump away the Ogre Steel Totem. Now the stun still beating him up, but Mago gets the Echo Slam. The turn from Jim Park, no longer in God Strength form, but still has pretty good damage. Will it be enough to bring him down all the way? The buyback comes in. Kiritich, waveform to back out. Seiyu trying to do what he can, rather Notice is.
Oh, they got
it. Fissure connection. Now the turn finds Notice. This is going to be a dieback as the Kunkka nowhere left to go. Beastcoast, they just fight too good.
They spent so much of that fight in the earliest parts too, just chasing Notice. And I thought maybe they'll give him an opportunity, but they still couldn't lock down the damage there. on Kiritich, at least to what they needed. I mean, it's a bit to ask when you have to do all of the damage, it feels like, for your team. Despite all this like wild wailing damage from the Kunkka, he got a big number, 8,900 damage, but is any of it like pointed and able to actually secure stuff, or is it just kind of these like random torrent storms and cleaves that aren't finishing anyone off here?
Well, I mean, so far it really hasn't been much, although Jim Park is in deep. He does have no mana for BKB. More trouble. Sacred still nearby, though, with the time lapse. They can't really kill Jim Park, like, ever. He's got so many different ways to save him. Arcmago gonna be time lapsed himself. 30 seconds on cooldown for the next time lapse, but they jump in, and Jim Park's just aggressively finding anybody fight me. Isn't quite gonna happen as of yet.
Big overgrowth.
FNG connects onto him. Dark Mago turns and just blows him up. Oh, the enchant totem is hurting. Fissure, jump, hex, slow, control. Another initiation coming from Dark Mago. And now, still chasing forward for more. The hex is there. Jim Park still manages to get the kill. Now the buyback, Seiyu doesn't have another swap. Jim Park slowed, but they immediately take it off, and then they move back in with the stun from the morph over form, and now the snowball hexes on stuns and pit punches and kicks. In the end, it's still not enough to kill off Beastcoast. Can they finally do enough now? Sacred, he manages to get away, but they will take down Jim Park. They're going to get Schofield too. Beastcoast, they finally went a bit too far.
Oh, there are buildings there. They decided to forgo them. They got in, and apparently a gem got dropped somewhere. I'm not sure if it ended up being found. I'm trying to figure out who even has these gems at this point.
I'm trying to come up with an analogy here, because it just feels like they just want to keep going. You know, it's the carnival ride that never stops. There's no end to it. There's also no goal. The goal is the fight itself.
I mean, they were close to a couple game-ending kills there, though. You know,
Oh, yeah.
Get noticed with no buyback, get Squadix with no buyback. Might have been the very end, and not able to find it. Now, the worst thing that could happen will be an extremely quick Roche spawn before they can get back out on the map here. It will be Radiant's side, so you'll have the TP advantage at the very least for Beast Coast. But you got to think that that's what they're setting up for right now in Virtus.pro.
Oh, yeah. It definitely feels that way. 42 minutes in, and a 22,000 gold lead. East Coast not looked back. I will say that now with hexes online, you know, Morphling has insane amounts of net worth in terms of the damage that he's going to do in these fights. I'm not sure what else is going to change in terms of their like itemization to help them close this out.
He's permanent Shikuchi on Sacred.
Okay.
He has Spell Prism and Octarine Core. He's just down to 4 and 4.
Yeah, that's a thing. Okay.
Do you even need the level 25? I mean, I guess not, right?
No. I mean, you have like negative cooldown. How does that work?
You just keep reactivating it. It never becomes visible. Right now, at least he has to pop up for like a split second here.
You're gonna run out of mana eventually, man. What the hell? All right. Roche, a minute and a half. And this is a big one. This is Aghanim Scepter. This is Refresher Shard, depending on where we're at.
They don't have a gem, though, right? I don't see one. That's a pretty big deal. So they can't be super confident about the vision right now. And in fact, if you look, there is a Radiant Obs just directly on the Twin Gate. I mean, not the sneakiest one, but if it works, it works.
True. Noticed. Ooh. Okay. Walrus Punch. Hex is there. Aeon Disc procs. Chasing forward for more. Kunkka has Refresher. Echo, not enough to finish off the Kunkka. Does finally get brought down by Jim Park. Now looking for more. He's chasing down Squad X, seeing if he can kill him. Venge is dead on the other side. And now the turn on to Kiritich. He's dropping lower and lower, but the snowball will be there, waiting for the TP he knew was going to come. Dead for 90 seconds, and Beast Coast ready to run it down some lanes.
Tracking bugs. Such a good solution versus the Morphling there, too. Just like throwing it into like the area where he's waveforming to, making sure you're going to get a catch onto him. Got a couple different choices there, and well, it is a relatively quick Roche here as they start scouting out the area. And oh, will they get lucky?
Do they stick around? They should know on the timer that it's up soon. Although it is gonna.
3, 2, 95% of gamblers quit before they win big.
And is there?
Hey.
Ping, 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 ping. Ping, ping, ping. Guys, give me an eggs. Come on. And this Choco line, gotta love it. Feeling pretty happy about it.
Who's getting this eggs?
Well, Roche wants to take a walk.
I mean, it probably should be Grim, right? Like,
well, it's Refresher Shard now, so.
Oh, that's true. They didn't get the. Oh, boo.
Unfortunate.
I mean, maybe that's what they wanted for Sven, right? They just want all.
Yeah.
Or maybe for Mago.
That'd be pretty good.
He's clearing the slot. He wants the big slam.
He already has it.
The American Grand Slam. We're in Seattle, baby. It's not like a Denny's thing.
He's got it already.
Oh, you're right. He does. Again, I guess two. He double order.
No, it doesn't work.
Oh yeah, you're right.
We got Weaver.
Forgot they patched that after they patched it.
Cheese is available in the pit still for Schofield, so they're good to go.
Couple missed cheeses today, I saw.
Oh yeah,
in their last game there, as is per usual at TI.
Dude, more refreshers. Jim Park is so big. He doesn't have boots though. All right, that actually might be a problem.
That's what Butterfly's for. It's fine. You know, you just use Flutter, right? You just activate it and you run, right?
Oh.
Right, guys?
Heritage? Who needs boots if they just walk into you? It does have that harpoon too. Moving in with the rest of the team. Chase, 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 chase. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Gets controlled. The leash is there. Jim Park coming. He's moving on in for you. Wanted to get that control. The beatdown is going to be there. Fissure connection. Mago just on top of everybody. Laying out waste and death and damnation. Ultra kill for Jim Park. Get this man another one. As that should just about do it. Unreal. Beastcoast just taking out the rest of these buildings, trying to close out this game.
You know, sometimes you just get off-lane weavered, and you got to hold that.
My God. They're too strong.
If anyone was curious about the predictions, Parker's currently sitting at 44,320 physical damage with the lead.
That might just about do it. We'll see, indeed, as the glyph comes out. Are they really going to back with Megas? There's no way. No, they're ready to go. I was gonna say, get on in there, Jim Park. Make them proud. The Hex is there, and then the jump forward. They're trying to hold desperately. Squad X gets him to the side. Oh, control is there. Starting to die. Heritage in a lot of trouble. He is going to fall. They turn now onto the Ancient, and Beastcoast are going to take game number 1. Virtus.pro losing 3 in a row.
Wow. Pretty nice start there from both sides, but Virtus.pro not really able to get a lot out of, I would say, their mid and their off lane. Like this Coddle and Kunkka, where this idea of maybe being sort of a mid-game powerhouse of you can just see them like roaming around the map, maybe getting some chakra double cleaves into people, right? That's kind of a cute little combo you can do. It's quite a bit of damage. But they never really found those plays. I think FNG getting the really late Blink Dagger hurt them a lot too. Some of those clutch fights, he was forced to buy the early gem, and Tree has a big level up when the Blink Dagger actually comes out. But not able to get it at a reasonable timing. I think hurt them a lot because there was this part of the game we talked about where Virtus.pro could never engage in a fight if they saw poor positioning or like outnumbered situations versus Beastcoast because they just had no way to do it.
Well, that is really the name of the game. They put him in a box and beat him up afterwards. Beastcoast looking strong in this game number 1. Going to head on back to the panel, let them break down all the action.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent. That was truly a very fun game to witness as we watched once more Virtus.pro taking an L up against the side here of Beastcoast. You said it yourself, Lizard. You said it the best. When a game is going to be very chaotic, very aggressive, it's going to be very entertaining to watch, even if you don't always think it's the most efficient things happening on the map.
Yeah, it wasn't the most efficient, but it was a lot of fun, like you just said. And I have to admit, you converted me. This deity of Gym Park, I'm in your camp. I'm in your cult.
Number one doubter, Winter, you were the one that was a heretic telling us that Gym Park is not that good. Join the church, brother. Come through.
Wait, I said Kiritich wasn't good. I did not say Gym Park.
But you refuse to even acknowledge. Okay, is Gym Park good?
Gym Park's good, you know. Whenever I see a carry, he's behind in the laning phase, but he still manages to carry the game. He's definitely the carry I want.
There we go. That carry that Beastcoast
Is it because
wanted.
your lanes usually go badly, or?
That's for another conversation.
Oh, well, looking at this game and how things have shaken out, unfortunately, because they lost, Virtus.pro find themselves in a position of being 0-3. And for me here, Lizard, the thing that concerns me the most, Winter sort of alluded to it. VP were ahead. They were looking good. Their lanes were quite good. Things looked like it could actually end up with them taking the W here. Where did it all fall apart?
Like, looking at their draft, they took that defense of the Ancient a little too literally because they're not killing him.
No, wait. Look at this fight. The team is pushing the mid tower and the pink dot is on top alone. That's all you need to know.
Honestly, you're playing with this Morphling. He's buying a Midas. He's going to be AFK. You have to kind of
Yeah, but
wait
so
for
what
him
if you
to
have a
come online.
so what if you have Midas? You can come to the fight. Cast your spells.
Sure. However, you do expect him to be a little bit more passive than usual. That's not the problem for me. For me, the problem is this combo. Like, I believe Trent and Lyrical were talking about this. Like, you have this Keeper of the Light on mid and Kunkka on the offlane. It's just hard to play the game. Venge stun, okay, can help with things, but
Eventually, you run out of damage.
Yeah, exactly. Like Kotal mid, Kunkka offlane, just where's the oomph?
Yeah, but don't you feel like their draft is designed to enable the Morphling? Like, the Morphling is supposed to have this super good game. He has a good lane. And then you have the Kotal to give you mana. He's running around. He's securing the map for you. And then you have the Kunkka to set up kills for you. Everything should be smooth.
Everything on Kiritich then. Everything on the Morphling.
I mean, the draft is designed for the Morphling to carry the game.
Sure, but I'm going to repeat what you said in the last series, and that's like, you make one mistake and this draft already is falling apart. It's much harder to execute than the Beastcoast one. Like, you see this Sven pops his ulti stun. You have Dark Mago with Earthshaker, also with the stun Schofield and Weaver owning, also being able to initiate and start things off and eliminate targets. Like, how many combinations do you see on Beastcoast that can make stuff happen, and how many combinations do you see on Virtus.pro that can make stuff happen? On VP, I don't see the combinations at all. I see only this. Make this Morphling a powerhouse, wait for him to come online and win the game. On the Beastcoast, it just feels easier to play Dota.
I mean, when we look back at that game, we saw various points throughout it that for Beastcoast, for them to kill a hero, 2-3 heroes, maximum 4. We never really saw anybody get picked off unless VP committed their entire squad, Winter. So going into the next game, you were mentioning that they draft in a way to sort of paper over some cracks in the team. What should happen in the draft now to cover all those tracks to allow them to actually win the game?
I don't even think they know.
But you must know. If you're being asked, you know, they come to you, they're like, Winter, you've been in this position before, you've seen these kind of drafts. You're the one that thinks they're papering over fundamental issues.
I'll give them some advice.
Okay.
Step number 1, pick Morphling again, but you pick another damage core, scaling core. Don't do it solo core as a Morphling, like single core.
Like, that makes sense to me. And what about you, Lizard? If you are being asked by Beastcoast, because the game was shaky from them, right, at the beginning, is there anything that they should be changing in their draft to ensure the start of the game is a little bit smoother?
Nah, I think their draft was pretty on point, honestly. Like, the laning stage as well wasn't that bad. I feel that they had a couple of really bad dives around the tier 2 on the bottom lane and whatnot, but overall, like, we were even talking about the laning stage, the Weaver and Tusk, my favorite combo when it comes to lanes, like, all time. So overall, I really liked what I saw from them.
or like what we like seeing this good game Dota, right? Good Dota, somebody being able to carry a game, like you said, Winter. Going into the next thing, there's a bit of a concern here for VP. If they lose, they're starting the day 0-4, and the other results around them, I'm not necessarily positive for them. Nouns is ahead of them 1-3. Beastcoast, of course, will take points in this particular situation. Gaimin is starting to find a little bit of rhythm, having already beaten VP. If you lose here, are you starting to consider yourself eliminated entirely from the road to the international?
Well, my advice is don't think about it too much. Take one game at a time. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. If you think about the other teams, how they're doing, it's just going to make it too difficult to play.
Yeah, 0-4, that's not the end of the world. Like, you're in a really bad spot. At the same time, you still have 3 more series to play, right? Is it? Or 2?
No, you don't have 2. Because they play a game in there.
So you can even it out. You can even it out at least.
Okay. So you're in 4-4. It's all good.
No.
It'll be fine. Somebody else who's currently struggling, we see Team SMG 0-3, Talon Esports 0-3. That's the one that surprises me a lot, Winter, because I honestly, legitimately thought this was like a contender for top 6 at this tournament.
Yeah, very, very surprising, you know. When I was watching their games, I feel like they kind of lost their way a little bit with the draft, and they're going to have to figure out tonight. Go back, have some team meeting, have some heart-to-heart talk, and pour everything out on the table and try to fix the problem.
Try and fix everything. Unfortunately, though, Liz, the thing that bothers me about looking at these scorelines is that it means that Southeast Asia, at the moment, we could be going into day 3 here in the group stage and not have any representatives from the region.
Yeah, unfortunate. I hope that doesn't happen. I really wish that one of the teams at least remains in. Talon, for me, like you said, I don't know if I consider them top 6, but from their recent performance, like, you could expect great things from them. In the end, like, there's Whiteman, like, he's playing in NA, he's in TSM,
very good team.
So you can
LGD.
There you go, like LGD as well. So SCA, even though teams might get eliminated, they live on. You have Thompson as well. He's SCA now too, right? So.
And we're really digging deep into the rabbit hole here to try and justify the presence of SCA here in the road to the international. As it stands, though, it's only one game past for Beastcoast and Virtus.pro. We still are going to be having a second to witness exactly what's going to be happening. If Beastcoast can get the 2-0, suddenly they're looking into a situation where they could end second, maybe even first. LGD does not have a completely clean record, and at that point, it's anybody's game in the group as to who ends first. And it's a big deal, Winter. Getting to choose your opponent from the other group is massive amounts of difference. We've seen it throughout the years that the team that does it consistently can win tournaments.
Well, some teams might tell you it's more pressure, you know, if you get to choose your opponents and then the game's not going well, then it gets to your head. Oh no, we chose them. Oh my god, we messed up, you know. And it might not be everyone's comfort zone to choose, you know. And we know that the only thing that matters is what you win your first BO3.
Yes.
Then you'll be on the
upper bracket.
Like,
yeah.
The team that is chosen, like, just imagine the amount of spite that you have the moment you're chosen. You're like, oh, you chose me? Oh, you chose me?
Let me show you why that was a bad idea.
Exactly.
Should never have chosen me. I think there have been teams that have just opted to do the coin flip, right, as an easier way of making the selection happen. And sometimes that'll propel you to a finals. Who knows? Do any of these teams, honestly, Winter, what do you think their skill level is from what you've seen, right, relative to everybody else, the other 20 teams still involved in the tournament?
I feel like everybody is relatively close, like, in terms of like individual skill. I think everyone has it. It's more about like the fundamental stuff, how you're moving, the vision. What do you think? How do you think that the team should be moving, should be playing? What heroes are strong? What heroes are not strong? Those are the more important things than the stats, you know. Like, how do you decipher the stats? It's a new patch. Everybody deciphers the numbers differently. So those are the things that would matter more.
That's actually a good point. It is a new patch, right? Has anything leapt out to you, Lizard, that you didn't necessarily think was going to happen just by reading the patch itself, but then as it ended up playing out so far in this first day?
Perhaps a bit less of PA than I expected. I expected maybe a little bit more of her. Also, we haven't seen it on this particular stream, but a lot of CK has been picked. Something not really that surprising, but first pick, first phase in a couple of games. Also, maybe I expected our Corden to be a bit better.
I mean, it's only had like one game so far.
Is it one or two?
I can check that.
One and a loss.
Yeah, it's definitely a loss.
0% win rate. It can't get worse.
While I'm busy checking this, Winter, tell me something, right? One thing that I've been a bit surprised by, it is a carry patch, yes, but I've been shocked at how many carries have been first phased. Almost every game at this point just has a first phase carry. We just saw it happening with Beastcoast. Is this trend going to continue, do you think, for the rest of this tournament?
I think it's more important in the previous patch because most of the carries are broken. You know, we saw the Sven Gyro PA patch, and I think right now it might be Muerta. I think it's very easy that you just pick the carry because the carries determine a lot of what you can do in the game right now. Like there's a lot of moves that you're planning around the carry. So if you pick your carry out first, then you decide what are the other pieces you're gonna put around the carry. Because before it's more common that you just pick the supports, and then after that you see the heroes, and then you decide what carries you want to pick. But then if you do it now, the carries get banned. All the good carries get banned. So you have to pick it early.
Also, some of the carries that he mentioned, like Muerta as well, right? Like flexible. Also, the Weaver that we saw in the last game, flexible, can be carry, doesn't have to be, can be offlane, can be 4. So if you pick them that early on, you can still perhaps shuffle your draft around them.
What do you make actually of Muerta in the 4 position? We've seen it a couple of times.
It looked really strong on Tofu, right? Like he dominated with it. I don't think it's the easiest hero to pull off on that position 4. Misses some things, like perhaps lacks a bit in control until he gets a couple of items. Until she gets a couple of items, but overall, I think it's a really strong 4.
Okay. Any other flexible heroes you think we should be on the lookout for here, Winter?
Spirit Breaker.
That's actually been very, very successful so far. What do you think about the hero overall? Like, what does it bring to the table that allows it to be, generally speaking, when we've seen it in the tournament, generally dominant?
I mean, he likes a bigger map. You get to charge across, so you don't really mind the distance, and because also the map is bigger, so you can abuse charging creeps, clearing out the wave, and then you get farm. You know, because before Spirit Breaker always had this problem where sure you can kill heroes, but you cannot kill creeps.
Yeah.
But right now, everything
5% buff, right? There you go.
5% buff has enabled Spirit Breaker to just be a lot more effective on the entirety of the map. But we still need to see exactly what's going to be happening with the rest of this series. And to do so, I send it over to one of our most effective casting duos. It's Lyrical and Trent. Gentlemen, take it away.
Hey.
Welcome. Hey. Oh, my goodness. You did it at the same time I did. Thank you so much, Snare. You messed up my intro, Trent. God damn you.
You weren't
so
saying
mad.
anything.
I wanted
Didn't seem like you were really listening, to be honest, if I
was
can
trying
be clear.
To do something unbelievable.
Oh.
I was doing a cool move, and you messed it all up. We'll never forgive you. But we do have a great draft ready for all you fine folks out there. Enough of our shenanigans. It is going to be Beastcoast versus Virtus.pro yet again. And we do already have a switch up. Not seeing any of that Spirit Breaker that got called out by our lovely panel. We'll see if they do end up getting it eventually. But they take away the Kunkka, take away the Tusk, take away the Sven. Said, we don't want to see that draft at all.
All right, so here's the deal. Last time they tried to focus on Dark Malgo, right? They went with the 3 bans to start. They banned out the Bat Rider, the Mars, and the Pango. So these are like pretty annoying heroes that they can definitely run mid on the side of Beastcoast. They run all mid before. There's a little bit of flex to some of them as well, right? Really, all 3 we've actually seen flex just today in terms of the roles they can play. So that was their goal. Now, this seems to have been some information they've now gathered about Beastcoast, and they've decided instead that let's just not play versus that, because that was kind of the worst. They're going to try the Train Protector again here, though, and I mean, I can't blame them. You know, he's lost his last 2 games here at the tournament, but other than that, it's Tree. He's still crushing. Still looks like a solid pick. Not necessary to just like chuck him out after 1 L.
No, I think that's fair. You don't want to just like abandon all of your ideas upon like a loss. You got to stick to something, stick to what you know is true. And if there's one thing that we know for sure, it's that Tree and Protector is very, very good. They are going to take the Shadow Demon, though, on Beastcoast. This is a hero that we've been talking a lot about. I don't know if there were a ton of games on it on the mainstream while we were casting the B stream there, but it feels like it is a hero that fits all the things that you want. Crazy amount of dispel means no more living armor. You've got yourself, obviously, the save with the disruption, and then, of course, so much stack building and taking potential.
Yeah, it looks like quite popular. This will be the 8th game for Shadow Demon. Beastcoast did pick it earlier in their win over Nouns. So they've already found a little bit of success there. Stinger was playing it. One of the cool things about Shadow Demon is just this innate ability to kind of dismiss a bunch of heroes from the draft. Not just dissuade. Now, you know, some heroes you're like, oh, I don't want to pick this into Nyx. Shadow Demon's like, oh, you're not picking this hero. Oh, you're not picking this hero, you know? It's just like the ulti can completely eviscerate all of these heroes, and right off the bat, you're going to have this versus the living armor. That's just helpful, right? Constantly dispelling. That's cool.
Well, and yeah, I think eliminating certain heroes from the pool at all, and then also securing a pretty good start to some other carry potentially, right? Because one, you can build up stacks, but two, you get your shard and suddenly you've got this demonic cleanse that keeps people all stacked up and good to go. Need to mention real quickly, in that last game, hero damage between Jim Park and Dark Mago, they each had 52,000 damage. Jim Park had 52,736. Mago had 52,737. Wait, what? Anyways, basically, they had 63 versus 36 is their two damage numbers.
That's pretty ridiculous.
700. They were within 30 damage of each other.
That's just solid teamwork right there. You know?
Exactly.
It's the dual core technology, it would seem, to carry them their way through here. And, well, we talked about a band here on the Pango in the last game. Now not banned. Now going to make an appearance. That's going to bring out the Dark Willow. So right away, Dark Willow, pretty solid versus Shadow Demon, at least because your controlling elements aren't targetable, right? So if she goes in the Shadow Realm, you can't disrupt her. You can't purge her. But you also have Shaker. So you're going to have these Fissures, these Echo Slams, these Enchant Totems. So Shadow Realm right now is not a safety net. We got to see, I think it was Matthew earlier, play Dark Willow on the 4. He tried to carry the game with Midas and Ags after a bad start. Didn't work. We've also seen players in pubs, pro players dabbling with Mid Willow, dabbling with Position 1 Willow. So the options are there, but very likely it's just going to be a 4 in this one.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. And I guess that's the thing, is that in a lot of ways, this draft from Virtus.pro looks incredibly standard, right? And all of the heroes kind of complement each other and do similar things, which is crazy amounts of team fight, some amount of damage mixed in with that. It feels like the main thing that they're going to be missing right now is sort of that sustained scaling damage. Obviously, Diffuso Blade on Pango with Aghanim Scepter later becomes insane, but yeah, and now you take advantage of that, right? You've got a bunch of little bits of damage that are coming in. Bristleback loves to play into something like this, except for the Fusel.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. My initial assumption is that it'll be for Sacred, based off what we've seen today. We've been seeing a lot of this off-lane Bristle. I could see it working out pretty well with the Skywrath Mage. I don't know if I would pick position 1 with 2 picks left if it was going to be the Bristle. So that has me thinking, because then I think you're going to get some stacks set up. Maybe you can get off to a little bit of an acceleration happening after the Vanguard, or even before the Vanguard, frankly, because it's Bristleback. We'll have to see. Some choices here. Do you want to commit for a break?
I don't know. I mean, what would you Viper? Sounds kind of bad, right?
Gets a little crazy. I mean, hey, you gotta take some risks sometimes.
That's true.
Could be a thing. I thought the CK earlier was pretty solid, kind of a busted hero. It is melee in terms of probably Tree 5 and CK, but that's not really an issue when it's CK who can just heal a ridiculous amount. It kind of frees up Tree to maybe make some plays into the enemy safe lane through the Twin Gate. Mm-hmm. Very self-sustaining core hero.
I will say I want to see if I don't know if you can do it, but I feel like you should be able to triple stack with Shadow Demon on the Ancient on the far side. I don't think you can, but I hope you can, and that we find out that you can.
There's a lot of dark magic you can do with that, because although it really depends in terms of the distance you are from the camp when it does the little the
drawing aggro thing.
Mm. Oh, taking their time here. Very important pick here for Virtus.pro. Oh, they go the Dawn instead, so they want to grab what's very likely their position 3 first. Seeing that looks kind of solid here.
Dude,
doesn't know what its matchup's going to be, though.
All these heroes look great, though, right? Dawnbreaker, we've seen his first phase pick. We've seen Pango be amazing. I mean, this draft on its face looks like crazy good team fight from Virtus.pro.
And they banned the CK. Okay. Fair enough. It seems, it's obviously probably one of the best carries right now. I thought it looked kind of solid for them, but they've got other plans in mind here.
I wonder what they're going to do, because, you kind of have this, interesting dynamic with a lot of mixed damage coming from Virtus.pro. it feels like you want something like a Terrorblade or, I don't know, some heavy physical damage hero last, but maybe you don't need it. What do you think?
I'm very curious to see what they do. I mean, they have to pick first, so that's kind of what I liked about the CK. I think Faceless Void's a great way to go next, because then I start thinking things like, okay, well, what pairs well with Willow? Faceless Void jumps out there. Now we're starting to get to the point of what good carries are left that have been looking good. I mean, there's Slark versus Bristleback, but there's also some considerations there in terms of the Earthshaker, the Skywrath Mage. Like, it's a lot of heavy damage. You got damage that goes through the Depth Shroud and the Mystic Flare, like we already saw earlier versus the Slark.
I kind of like PA, I think could be interesting, but I think it's really bad against Shadow Demon. I'm wondering about like a Drow or a Terrorblade. What do you think about that? Like, let the other people be big beefcakes in front of you.
They're like fairly beefy with like Pango rolling, Tree, and Dawn. You could probably get away with. I mean, you can definitely get away with the range carrying the lane for the most part because you have the Stream Protector. That is one of the big benefits of him. So that is nice. I don't know how much of a believer I am in those heroes. I do lean more that. That's a pretty solid ban. Get rid of the Life Stealer. Someone who can also just trying to abuse some of this high HP heroes. Maybe they're thinking about another one here too after how well last game went and the lack of damage from Virtus.pro. That might be still on their mind. Oh my gosh, I forgot to check chat.
Oh, there you go.
My heroes. All right, some people do want the PA. I mean, the PA has the break, which is cool, but she's been nerfed really hard.
I also just don't like it against Shadow Demon. I mean, you get to the point where maybe you just insta-gib, but if she ever gets found, like, you're broken, you can't move, you have a Phantom Strike, and you just feel terrible. It might be Morph again.
That's true. Morphling is still just chilling. I mean, it is versus Shaker again. It is versus Skywrath Mage and Shadow Demon, though, which is kind of spooky. Spectre says Classic Colas. Oh my God, Classic Colas. I caught you in time.
Unbelievable.
Bless up. All right.
Big play.
So
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh my God. Oh, Classic Colas, you're crazy. This is so reverted.
Spectre won earlier, right? Spectre was looking good. Okay.
You're good.
They have global potential, okay? They have Dawnbreaker plus Spectre. That's pretty cool. It does enable this early play. It scouts out these backliners because, like, we got Shadow Demon, we got Shaker, and we like Sky, who like to sort of pick their moment for initiation. Haunt does ruin all of those. That's pretty cool. It's a decent Radiance game. I'm not sure how they're going to break Bristle.
I also think that they now have two heroes that want to do the same thing. Dawnbreaker and Spectre both want to be farming on the opposite side of the map, like chilling.
yeah, I know what you mean. And then you have Tree and Willow who like don't really push out lanes that well, like kind of.
It's all on Pango. And then on top of that, like if Shadow Demon gets farmed this game, Aghanim Scepter is going to demolish Spectre. It's so bad to play against. I don't know. I think this one, I'm really feeling Beastcoast pick. I don't care what they pick next. They could pick freaking Meepo. I'm down.
I'm wondering if they want to go for the one Bristle.
Sure. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh,
Parker with the shadow feed. Ooh. Oh, he's got some swag when he walks.
Dude, Jim Park looks like a Shadow Fiend right now. Look at this guy. Look at him. Look at that smile. He knows.
Come to my lane, he says.
Listen, that's what I want my Shadow Fiend player to look like going into a game. He's ready.
You got to have it. You got to be pompous. You got to have some ego to play this hero in the year 2023.
Love to see it. Well, game number 2 and Virtus.pro on the verge of going 0-4 to start it. They have to get a win here. You need to get a win coming away with this one.
Oh my goodness. Chat, all right, get your votes in. We got to get, currently it's 6-1 on Beastcoast versus Virtus.pro. Is that what you guys think? At Beastcoast, are you that big of believers right now?
Oh my God. Wait, there's 6-1 in favor of Beastcoast?
Yeah, dude, they got 623 points on Beastcoast. Look at these odds.
We convinced him. This is how we rig it. Now I'm going to put all my points on Virtus.pro. You idiots.
Just farming channel points. I got to highlight messages for days.
I'm never going to know what's coming. Oh, geez. All right. Well, game 2, we're getting ready to go underway. I don't think it's 6-1 odds, but I think I'm really liking the Beastcoast draft.
They're normalizing a little bit right now. Everyone's trying to get the value bet in. we got about 2-1 right now. Okay, all right. Still big believers in Beastcoast. I'm going to have to agree. I'm definitely believing in Beastcoast. Not a Spectre believer, but I'm willing to be convinced.
All right. Well, into the game now we will go. Have fun is the call from Seiyu. As let's go through the predictions real quick. Highest amount of physical damage a hero will do in one hit.
1,000 plus 1.
Yeah, 1,000 plus 1 for sure. There's going to be some crits.
Big damage, big damage.
Team with first tower kill? I think... Ooh.
It should be Beastcoast. I think they don't pressure towers at all. I mean, if they win the Dawn lane hard, they might.
Yeah, they have tree on via Virtus.pro, so I'm actually going to go Virtus.pro. Notable number of trees destroyed.
Okay, it's 30 minutes. I thought it was 15. It's 30. It should be 176 to 300, I would say.
There aren't that many things that kill trees, though, are there?
Yeah, but it's just tangos, and you know, it just happens.
300 tangos.
300 tangos. I was thinking like quelling blades and moving to the jungle and stuff. But you're right. Actually, there's no abilities this time. Ooh, you might be right.
Maybe we'll see.
I'm taking it. Most lasts at 7 minutes.
I put
Shadow Fiend, right?
I put Shadow Fiend, yeah. Man,
surely.
Great stack takers in this game for Beastcoast, and Girtich runs down to the low ground. Sacred is there, gonna start stacking up the quills a bit. In some trouble going for the rune, can't get it in time. Virtus.pro, they get themselves first blood on Squad X. That's the way you want to start a game like this.
Indeed it is. You need everything you can when you're running the Spectre lineup. So Spectre, she's back. That's what people are thinking. It's kind of what people are still wondering right now. The most common builds right now are mostly Blade Mill Radiance. That's the way to go. But if the Diffusal looks good, you are still seeing some of this Blade Mill Diffusal build into the Manta, maybe an Orchid after, that kind of stuff. But it kind of makes sense. Like, Heart's a good item again. Scotty looks kind of good on this hero. If you have Global to help out with, it's fairly solid. But she still has all the old problems, you know, getting there. So they tend to start with this Urn, try and help them out with that nice 60-second cooldown on the ulti.
Right. And, I mean, again, these types of heroes that like to get in your face can be a little bit scary sometimes, you know, playing against a Bristleback. But it definitely depends on how the first couple waves go. So that's going to be interesting to see. And FNG, much like last game, is already pretty quickly under fire and relatively low HP up top. Forced back there for a moment. Likewise, Kiritich is going to start building up as many stacks of the stick as he can, as Seiyu able to do a good job of keeping at bay, at least for the moment, down bottom.
And look at the top right there. Nouns, 1 win, 3 losses, Virtus.pro. Got to find this win. Try and get themselves tied up here as we head into day 2. You really don't want to go 0-4. You want to be at least looking at tiebreakers. Remember, it's just that last slot that's eliminated. Obviously, finishing up near the top would be great. Getting a good spot. And Beastcoast could perhaps kind of surprise everyone by going 3-1 and being ahead of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, that would be huge. Again, it's a little bit of an interesting dynamic there because you do have the fact that Nouns played against Beastcoast earlier and went 1-1. And that is, I think, who many people are assuming is basically battling it out for the bottom spot is between those 3 teams. Granted, anything can happen. Teams can fall apart completely in the matter of a couple of days. But at least for now, this is looking like maybe the difference between playing tiebreakers or just being eliminated for Virtus.pro. Such an important matchup for them.
And they have to do it versus Parker's Shadow Fiend.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, on the side of East Coast, like you said, it would be really good odds of them making it through to the next stage of the road to TI, but we'll see.
It's gonna feel great to be Kiritich. That doesn't feel great. That's looking like a problem. Just trying to get some damage in before he dies. That was not what I was gonna talk about. I was gonna say Sage gets raised. Just give me a second here. Yeah, it's gotta feel great to dominate a game in a pro match, and then the next game come back in, play Earthshaker again for Mago, and not even have a bad matchup mid. Like, he gets the Pango, but I mean, it's not necessarily great news. Like, sure, you're not crushing it like it's an Ember or something, but hey, at least it's a melee hero. So you're just trying to play your game here.
And as you can see up there in the upper right of your screen as well, this game is going on. Azure Ray versus Thunder is just starting up. We're 30 minutes in to the 2 streams on D and C, and of course E is just getting started as well with that Tundra versus Keed Stars. You did say earlier we're able to take a game off. So they also, another one of the teams representing from South America, getting some success.
Yeah, I was actually just about to check to see how they went in game number 2. They did go 1-1 in the group, so versus Quest. So I mean, still better than Virtus.pro so far, at least.
Absolutely,
got him.
Damn, dude. Kiritich again, getting a little bit ran at, and now the turn. Sacred pops the stick charges, tries to get away, pass over the Lotus, but FNG, he's going to be the one that's left behind. 5 stacks, keeps it moving, and Sacred gets himself another.
Now this is looking a little bit familiar.
Oh yeah. Good lane.
Mago's got to be careful here. He's got 8 stick charges, but 250 HP, you know, shield crash. Squadix right now is trying to keep him whittled down for the rune, I imagine.
Oh my god, dude.
Like, he knows he's not getting the kill, but there's the stick pop. Squadix only has 1 charge on the 1. Oh, Mago, is this your moment?
He's thinking, oh my god. Dude, it's so tense right there. Are there any rotations? Like, potentially die, give it up. Schofield is going to make the move.
Dude, this would be insane if this worked.
Oh, Schofield. No!
That is crazy. God. I mean, he's a Scarlet Mage with boots. This guy can move. I mean,
yeah.
He slaps him on the side of his wings with duct tape, and for some reason he goes faster. We're not sure why.
That's a good point. Yeah, he's kind of just floating there. Lore doesn't always make sense. I guess that recognizing that he was out of lane, VP let their mid know that they had to get the hell out of there. Down bottom, some good pressure being mounted.
They have a ward here too.
They're gonna run right into him. Find the silence. Sayu will try to get out and actually can maybe escape from this one. Mago's still chasing, trying to hunt. Finds him there. Bring him down.
He picked all the wrong moves there on the 50-50s, unfortunately. Lost a couple coin flips there in his attempts to juke. So good reads there from Dark Mago to clean it up. As Sacred tries to put some pressure on the Kiritich, knowing there's no help here. 4 stacks. Gets a 5th on the way out. Oh, no,
in the mid.
Sorry.
He's passing by and is just going to get brought down. So a little unfortunate there. And Mago also going to be dove. Drop the illusions down. Start to move over. Stinger. No mana. Oh, wait, he gets it now. Disruption's going to be there. Tries to dodge away, needs to get his buddy out of trouble, but it's not going to happen. And he just TPs in to die himself. Now Dark Mago is in more trouble. Echo Slam for the turnaround. FNG ties to the tower. Get off me, but it's going to be a triple kill for Squad X.
He tried to juke him.
Whoa, Sayu? Maybe in trouble himself? Oh, needs to get in range for the kill. The stun is there, and another round of trying to juke won't happen.
Well, you know, I've had thoughts of maybe Shadow Fiend doing well in the lane. It is Sacred. He is absolutely dominating right now in terms of the last hits. Sure, there's like, you know, 4 kills for Squad X, and he's really on top of things while he kills a courier. So that's great. And grabs some arcane boots for himself. But Sacred's having a fantastic time. Again, a totally unanswered Bristle, even with 2 heroes left.
Yeah.
Virtus.pro not addressing him.
Well, the other thing that I just saw that is a little bit of help here for Virtus.pro is both Wisdom Runes were taken by the side of VP. So it's going to be a little while before these level 6s come online for Stinger and Schofield. Likely going to need to see some stacks being built as underneath the tower. Notice going to get hit by a couple rounds of the raises and trying to count up to some high numbers. Can they get them in time? Chase there for the second, still looking for notice here.
I mean, he sells the hammer. You can't really chase him.
Now Jim Park right on top. Requiem. Oh, he gets it off in time. Jim Park, you beautiful Shadow Fiend.
I legitimately feel bad for Dawnbreaker. I'm so surprised he got that off.
Just let her rip. We got Beyblades up in here. Oh, man.
Easy peasy. Okay, well done there from Parker. There's a hot, though. Oh, he's got raindrops.
Park. Oh, no! The disruption! Yo, he missed the brambles, too!
Insane.
Yo!
The stop TP, like, with the... Really?
That was crazy.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, you can't learn that. That's just talent, baby. Just... all right, they're definitely starting to clean a lot up here from Virtus.pro. I'm feeling pretty good about these moves. Particularly, this is one of the best starts to a game I've seen from a Penguin in a long time. It's been a long road of nerfs for this hero. Sure, he was still great, especially still last patch, but the early game has been a part where the hero has felt, I'd say, quite a bit worse. Feels like they're often waiting for their defusal before they look really solid. He's 6-0-0. He's having a great start so far in this game, and he's continuing to lurk mid.
Yeah.
Wants Mago back.
I mean, he's definitely feeling solid on Squad X.
Dude, he's all 9. Whoa.
The problem is his side lanes.
And wait, his patience has paid off.
Yep, moving in. Finds it. Oh, they can't quite get it. Walks back in. Mago trying to stay alive. Has stick charges if they dive in. The heal is to make sure they can dive further. 5 heroes mid. They do go immediately onto Sacred, but now the buyback from Mago. He does have Echo. They bring in Jim Park. All 10 heroes mid in 10 minutes. God damn, we're getting some crazy Dota today. SA versus Eastern Europe, and everybody showed up. On the north side of the battle, Say was trying to get away, but Jim Park right on top gives him the triple raise.
Oh, come
Stinger
on.
actually gets the kill with the illusions.
Use the T-Gov line. You were spamming it earlier. Please use the buybacks line. No.
Oh, man. This is everything that I wanted, the road to the international. This is happening.
It's a 10-lane highway. Everyone's here. And we're just diving into tier 2. And even this is just the second time it's happened, too. We already had FNG getting echoed onto a tier 2 and immediately bolted down by these monstrous towers.
Dude, there's not been a tower taken in this game. There have been people behind tier 2s over and over again. Oh, God. Okay.
We're building damage. Whoa, Tree got one slap on a building. That's just one punch, this guy, you know?
Sometimes stats not only don't lie, they also tell a story. And that's one of the moments.
The creeps are just doing all the work is what that tells you, folks. It's they're the only ones who are objective gamers here. We just got 10 duelists in this game.
Whew. All right. Oh, where do we go from here? I mean, again, it's Pango that is off to a great start and almost has defusal done. That feels like a really big power point for him.
Yeah, that's the big spike they're hoping for. I think playing for the defusal, playing for the 14-minute wisdom runes, wondering if there's going to be stacks for Bristle. Feels kind of late. Feels like Sacred's kind of a lane monster now where he didn't get those early stacks that maybe you can try and accelerate with. So now he's going to try and camp this lane and try and slow down what Kiritich is up to. And they're just going to try and get this Blade Mail Radiance online, but that's a long road for a Spectre.
Yeah. I mean, and also, like, getting the urn, obviously, like, keeps his mana topped off and all the rest of it, but he's not scaling with these kills on spec. He's not really able to get that involved, it feels like. It's just not really happening. And now, mid lane. Ooh, not going to go for him.
I mean, she's pretty tanky. Has Bracer, 20 charges, and 1500 HP. I don't think a Mystic Flare is going to be enough for that one.
On to Bristle back. Broken and damage gone.
What a hell of a team, Jack, son.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a rough one.
Dude, I was actually so confused when you said broken. So yeah, he got berserked, really? The neutral?
I think he got hit by the break neutral.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I checked his death summary. That's really funny. He didn't actually take that much damage while he was broken, so it didn't really matter, but it's still funny to see just broken Bristle running.
Yeah. Dark Mago, again in trouble. Virtus.pro making solid moves here. They find themselves another core pickoff. Can they do anything? You can see, again, the rotation moving over with level 6s. They wanted to play together with him to get the kills.
Still thinking about it with Schofield nearby this Invis rune. They want Squadix to overcommit with an aggressive swashbuckle, but I mean, there's still a bit to chew through. Oh, there it is.
Mystic right on top. FNG there. Dawnbreaker comes in though, and Beastcoast just get obliterated. All of a sudden, everything's coming together for Virtus.pro, and Kiritich getting involved in these kills is huge.
The eventual run down there from the urn. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of a game we had earlier today where it feels like, oh, we got to do something right now. Like, this is our timing, and they're waiting. They want to kill this Pango to slow down his progression here again. But when they see a moment where it feels like they might get a jump, it's just not going to be enough there. And what they really need is Blink Dagger on Dark Mago. So him dying there is what's the most hurtful thing for them. And he's under a ward again. So they're at least going to know that he's still working on it. They might even see him smoke, frankly, because it's getting pretty close. He might go to the other camp, come back out. Let's get the wave to deal with first, though. And they are coming for that 14-minute Wisdom Rune. This is something they've been thinking about for a while. Will they get Sacred?
I think this is a really unnecessarily aggressive play, but it works out immediately. And they manage to get the kill, get the Wisdom Rune.
He only has 1 point in Bristleback. I was wondering why he died so fast, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, that did not look like a Bristleback.
No, he got very quickly brought down.
You ever see a European porcupine?
No, what is that?
See, my kid was asking me questions, so I had to look up the different kinds of porcupines. Gotta say, European one, the quills don't really look as threatening or frightening as the North American one, so I'm gonna call this a European porcupine.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I think Sacred needs to shift over here. Yeah, he's in Seattle. I think he should respect the local ecosystem.
Got it. I'm sure that our, Dota Twitch chat would never, be upset about any of that. As well, they find Notice, blow him up, and trying to find more. Mago getting gone on. They bring in Kiritich. They kill off the Earthshaker. Schofield now in trouble. Requiem of Souls connects. They don't have any follow-up. Good play. Virtus.pro, another clutch move. After they lose a hero, they immediately retaliate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I see that during fights, the New World porcupine chatter their teeth to sound fierce.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know if that's relevant. But the old world porcupines do not climb or jump well, so Europores, stay down.
Oh my god!
But they are excellent swimmers.
Love that.
So that is known.
Well, swimming right now and looking for a scapegoat. That's going to be Sacred brought down again. Yeah, the 4 points in goo, it's not doing, I think, what he was hoping it would.
What was that?
Kiritich decides that he's ready to fight. Just back away. Yikes.
Oh,
Jim Park. TP, not gonna happen. He's dead too. Well, a kind of flip inverse of what happened in the last game. Virtus.pro are just firing on all cylinders.
Also, the Spectre's working out extremely well, I gotta say.
Yeah.
I feel like the Haunts are totally there, doing exactly what you would hope for when you draft this hero. Constantly getting into these fights, grabbing a couple earn charges, using him to sustain herself while she's just moving across the map. Feels like the hero can really work in this kind of a lineup. I do think the Dawn's a big reason why, too, for sure. Like, this double idea, and also, like, you were saying, like, you have double global. It's all on Pango, because Dawn wants to farm, and Spectre wants to farm, and Squadix is carrying that load.
He is. He's doing everything that they need him to. I mean, I'll also say, this Bristleback just is not able to get anything done. Echo Slam in, but again, this is already playing from a position where you've lost your off lane, and now you might actually get out of there, pop the poison for the finish. They do managed to get 2 kills on the return, but that's 6 deaths on a bristleback. It just can't happen.
Oh, and Carrot is just constantly doing the same thing, though, where Haunt's in, and then we'll just return back to the other side of the map, continue farming.
Yeah.
580 gold away from that Radiance, and I mentioned it during the draft, but amazing Radiance game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Trying to mess with the movement of the Earthshaker, going to be annoying for the Shadow Fiend for quite a while as well. And then just stopping some of these outside of the fight heroes for having a fun time by just like hopping right on top of them.
No, it feels exactly what they want to do right now for Virtus.pro. They're getting it done over and over again. And Squad X, like you said, he's definitely the one that's getting all of it done. And this time, I mean, all it takes is a moment. FNG now is the one that can set up, and Kiritich has enough damage there to kill him. Now they're going to take this stack. FNG drops down the Seeds of Serenity. With Blade Mill going, that's going to be Radiance done. 18.5 minutes.
Well, time to see if the Bristleback Ags is truly that broken. Because it is also online. Does have the Vampire Fangs, so could perhaps assist in staying alive.
Yule Scepter. And thought about the Requiem, doesn't end up going for it. Squad X onto Sacred. And Sacred, I mean, he's just gone again. They bring him down, can't get in range to save with Stinger. Stinger ends up falling. Dark Mago out of mana. Does have a greater healing Lotus, but it is not going to be enough to keep him alive. And Virtus.pro, they're tired of losing.
This is a very reminiscent Bristle game, I think, for a lot of people in the chat right now. This Bristle had the most last hits at 7 minutes, but it's in that off lane. The off lane Bristles, you know, it's a bit of a cursed lane for the hero.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Still Jim Park there. Requiem damage. Is it going to be enough? They need a couple more hits. He's died to the blade mail. Oh, my God. Kiritich gets the kill first. Oh,
that was a big streak too.
Yeah. Although at the very least, Sky did get some of the XP for that, so that's pretty important. As Sacred gonna get brought down. Dude, he's dying so much. Oh, this poor guy.
Yeah, his levels are definitely hurting. I mean, like you said, Schofield got a little bit of it though, so up to 11.25. But Virtus.pro keeping a pretty similar lead is what they've had throughout this game.
Whoa, you're right. He's crazy high level on Schofield.
Yeah, I think it was just what you said. Like, I think he was the only one around to get that XP. Yeah, he got 2,337 XP. It just popped up now on the XP change.
Jeez.
Okay, he got that full solo kill worth of XP from the Spectre dying. So, yeah, 2,337 is a lot.
Oh, he moves away. Do they have the control, the damage to bring him down in time? He's staying alive. Squad X will finally pop. As Schofield tries to run away and manage to get some separation. And, well, Beastcoast staying in a little bit, but they do end up losing a bunch. Triple kill for Kiritich.
A bit too costly for them, unfortunately. Sacred is trying to get his own XP, though, and see if he can actually. Obviously, the levels are very important at this point. He's trying to get that bristleback filled up, and then I assume get himself a hairball would hopefully be kind of nice. Oh, it's actually already coming out. Okay, I mean, he's got the max goo. He's got the hairball now.
Noticed. Saw him head over with that invis, gives him the tip afterwards, as he had that sentry ward already down. And knew that he could come on in, steal the Wisdom Rune.
Now I feel better.
Dire Wisdom Rune still sitting there, but
bottom
hard to get.
They're killing them everywhere, Trent. They're all dying. Everybody's going down. Can they get anything out of this?
They're TPing in.
They're trying to move forward. Kiritich from the high ground, building up the stacks. Requiem, not in time.
And they just leave FNG. They don't have the detection.
Damn, dude. They're playing so good on Virtus.pro right now.
Insane.
And now they move in. He goes back in for the jump. What a play. Jim Park trying to do what he can. There aren't any buybacks at the moment. Jim Park, BKB starts beating into Notice, gets that kill, but eventually is going to fall. Now Fear onto Sacred, trying to heal back up through this, but it's way too much damage coming from that Spectre.
Who does that? Like, what? I just have to assume they're centurying. Like, with the play that just happened and the way that Mago died, you would think the first thing the two supports would do would be drop a sentry exactly where he just walked. Mago, though, okay. All right, he's going to make FNG pay for it, but it's just it's an exchange rate here. You're just going to give the gold rate to Heritage.
Dude, it's not working. It's not happening.
But you got loonies. Those are Canadian dollars. She's getting USD, baby. It's Seattle. It's a bad exchange rate. Trust me.
Oh my God, man. Well, yeah, I am I'm at a loss for words at the turnaround that we've seen from Virtus.pro. After the last 3 games, I was worried about this team and their ability to stick with it, but the turnaround has been amazing. And now into the Roche pit, picking this up with the Manta. This is going to be Aegis on a Spectre at 23 minutes, and Beastcoast are going to have to come up with some new answers here.
I'm trying to figure out what that is. It feels like it has to be just some crazy Jim Park like initiation. I feel like that's your only one.
Yeah.
You just get some insane, sneaky play inside, and of course Mago getting the big jump. I do appreciate him going for the BKB. Like, I think it's the only choice for Mago in this one. He can't get greedy with the Ags. He's not going to be able to move around these fights, even with an early Ags. He'll just get blown up. Ooh, that is tough. So Schofield gets one shard. Notice gets the other there on the Dawn, as if he wasn't already annoying to control. Now has that added in on top of a BKB. So yeah, all right. Good luck stopping this Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. I mean, when we were looking at the draft again, it did feel, and we talked about this multiple times, that Virtus.pro just got so many of the really good heroes of this patch. And like starting from the beginning, it's all these like big team fight oriented stuff. I was not a huge fan of the Spectre pick, but man, boy was I wrong, as Schofield gets brought down again. They kill off Stinger's courier rather, as he runs back into the tier 2 towers. Sacred now moving in, wanting to get aggro here. They still have the Aegis in hand, does some good damage, but he's gone too.
All right,
oh, wait a minute, but a good right-click punch. Okay, that was enough to get him. Jim Park, BKB, can still stun through that one with Dawn ulti. The root to interrupt. Yo, FNG, making it happen. The connection onto Stinger. It is unmitigated slaughter going on in this mid lane.
Oh, they're just looking way too good right now. What a difference from game 1 now to game 2. I mean, you just think about like FNG and the impact he had in the previous match compared to this one with the Train Protector. He was really forward on the map, setting up these plays early on for the Pango and then for the Spectre. And really starting to eviscerate through these weaker backline supports.
Oh, this is big though. He did get the blade mail off. Oh my God, does he live there? Does Mark the Mago go down? Curitage godlike. Oh, Schofield, run, run! They did get the Dawn kill at the very least.
He's just trading.
Yeah.
The best Mago can get are these 1-for-1s. In this case, almost a 2-for-1, but manages to escape. Schofield, you might as well just wait here for 2 minutes and steal their Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. You know, it is interesting that he's actually gotten pretty farmed because he keeps being one of the only people left alive. And is halfway to an Aghanim Scepter on the Skywrath Mage.
I think he's doing it. I think he's like, I have nothing else to do for a minute and a half. I'm going to farm these Ancients and try and steal the Wisdom Rune because my Bristleback's dying again.
Dude, he has 11 deaths on Bristle. Like, what the hell? As you can see, oh, wow, we got a quick glimpse of that. Group D, the main thing I saw from that, Talon 0-4. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's tough.
Lots of other games going on, 5 of them simultaneously. Yeah, there it is right there.
Schofield's almost got this Ancients camp down, though. Like, he's been working hard over here. This is a blue-collar support player, casting all his... Oh, God, he's getting low. Oh, 180 HP. Whew. All right, now 50 seconds.
It's almost there.
Come on.
He has just been chilling, dude, the entire time.
They actually predicted where Shadow Fiend's going. FNG drew the line. I think he saw him go invis, and he said he's going to come for our Wisdom Rune. Meanwhile, they're... Oh, wait. But did the Spectre haunt?
No haunt. Doesn't have Ags.
Oh, right.
And
okay.
Squad X will manage to get away. So good save there. And yeah, Jim Park is heading over. So they are going to be able to get this Wisdom Rune.
I saw Dawn over by Schofield and thought he was screwed.
Yeah.
All right. That was worth it, right? A minute and a half? It's a bit of a... Oh, no. Don't come down.
I mean,
this.
they TP out with one. Jim Park also going to TP away.
That's the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That's really sad. They had
All
to do
that
it,
effort.
Though. Oh, because they wanted to get this kill. Kiritich found. Fissure, block off. Roll down to the low ground, but the save. They bring him in. They get him out of there just in time. Dark Mago ends up dying. Seiyu, what a savior. And Sacred trying to survive the... Well, disruption is there. Jim Park turning now on to Notice, doing some pretty good damage. X there, still living for a little bit. Requiem is out. They take down another. Notice is gone. Gem on the deck. Sacred gets the kill.
The bristleback
does manage to pick up the squad. I mean, that is not insignificant. Wait a minute, Trent. Do we have a game on our hands?
And nobody kills Sacred 12 times this game on Bristleback. Maybe a bit later, but not now. Do we have a game? I mean, that was a ton of damage from Bristle. It was certainly one of the worst ways for a fight to start for Virtus.pro, right? It's a catch out on the Spectre. They're forced to use defensive spells to try and get her out at the cost of a lot of their allies.
Right.
So maybe they'll find another one like that. It would be great if it was near a Roche timing, but unfortunately they're not going to be that fortunate here. Do they have anything big in the pipeline that could change things? I mean, a Lotus Orb would be fantastic for this Bristle. They still don't have a break solution, right?
No,
so
I don't.
Now that he's
so.
online, that's kind of hype.
Oh no, Schofield! No, Schofield! No, no! Oh my God, he dies. Garrett's got the kill.
Base.
Oh, the Shadow Step. It's such a low cooldown. Oh man,
that is crazy that it's just that low.
That's so disheartening. Oh. Well, so it goes. Seiyu trying to find Dark Mago. Goes for the Ogre Seal Totem to escape. Has BKB when he comes out. Does immediately try and turn this back around. Sacred is there, but gonna jump away.
He's gotta stop going to this camp. That sentry ward they have too, just barely missing the off sentry combo from Sage.
Jim Park manages to jump away from Squad X, who did have a shield rune going. Jim Park, BKB, pops, turns it around, now tries to walk out. Dawnbreaker's coming in. Sacred still trying to survive. Has another round, a whole bunch, mitigating that damage. They don't have the damage to burst through them yet, but with the illusions, they do! And FNG to boot, all that little bits of damage was what they needed. Dark Mago moving in. He's under smoke. They can maybe go for a huge Echo Slam play here. Looking for the moment. Jump in. Connects. It's on to 2. It's enough to take down Squad X. Jim Park trying to do what he can. They jump away with Dark Mago. They're holding on. It is still such a strong position for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, they'll send them back there. Not expecting them to grab a kill onto the mid laner. Very well done here from Dark Mago, who's trying to pick it up here in the late game. Still so low in the net worth. Fighting his way back towards that Agnes. Maybe he'll get there. I mean, you look at the Dark Willow, who is level 18, same level as Squawks there, has bought Veil, Blink, Yules.
Yeah. I mean, it is a lot of really good small items. I don't know how this is going to work out in a way because, like...
Sage. Setting up here, perhaps.
Gets stunned.
There's Haunt in 30 and no ulti from Dawn for 12, so not going to punish today. They have a tier 1 top? Oh, they have all their tier 1s. I didn't actually... Oh, they haven't lost the tower.
Yeah, a little rough. I think realistically what Beastcoast need to win this game is eventually to get an Aghanims for Stinger. But I don't think he can ever farm it. I think they need Aegis on Radiant's side. If they ever get to that point, I'm feeling it for them. But until then, it is still Virtus.pro in complete control of this game.
David Agnib's on Schofield. Needs a few more levels, but that can get kind of absurd in games.
I mean, it's just been a barn burner, man. 61 kills in 32 minutes.
Are scanning.
Roche will be back in 15 seconds. That's likely to be the big decider here. Should be pretty easy for Virtus.pro, considering all the advantages they have near the Roche pit. They have a Tree Protector running around. They have buyback Haunts. Shadow Stabs, buyback Dawnbreaker. It will be Radiant side. Yeah, okay, it was in... Oh, sorry, that was the real spawn. Okay, yeah, it's just back. And I don't think Radiant have a shot at this.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh,
what
no.
What do you owe knowing?
71, Trent. Oh, no. 71 kills. Oh.
What?
Oh, no.
What am I missing?
I said 61 kills.
I didn't actually look when you said it. That's good.
Oh.
It's any math. It's fine.
Don't worry. Nobody saw it. It's
You
fine.
must have thought that, those are actually Canadian kills up top. So you gotta, the conversion rate's not the same. It's
Yeah,
fine.
that's really bad about... I have a degree in math.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Forced after the low ground. Schofield is not going to be long for this world. And no buyback at this point, of course, because he bought out for the Ags.
Did you get that elongated Pango laugh? Because that is just ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
That was good.
That's a nice one. Jim Park found immediately. He can't get out. There's way too much damage, far too fast. And just like that, I mean, they're left with nowhere to go. Beastcoast. Just a bad spot right now. And even the BKB that's coming out from Sacred, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. They jump onto him immediately. Down to half HP. Lotus Orb tries to back away. Stinger is there for the save. Disruption, no. He disrupted the wrong target, got the Pango instead. Oh! Did he disrupt him while he was in the ball rolling, but it didn't put him in the disruption? That happens like that now.
Probably, yeah. And then when it ends, you get disrupted.
Yeah, but it didn't end. It just came out of it. Oh, that hurts.
I'm going to make a couple Spectre illusions here.
Try to do what damage they can. Maybe enough, actually. Supports. Okay. Come on in and get it done. Wait a minute. Mystic Flare at the ready. Jumps in. Connects. Mystic Flare down. Literally no damage. Literally nothing. Dark Mago is going to die to notice. Sacred moves in, trying to do what he can with the Aghanim Scepter. Squad X pops the cheese, stays alive. They still have control now onto Schofield, who is not long for this world, as he too is going to get brought down and dead. Banished onto Spectre, going to try and do what damage they can with those illusions. Sacred, he just doesn't quite have enough in the tank. They don't have what they need. Jim Park looking for the wraparound, but now they're all over him. They find Jim Park out of the base. It's the Force Staff to get up to the high ground. And Virtus.pro continuing this onslaught.
He just runs up and hits the tower. Someone's gonna do it, he says.
I mean, they're still holding high ground.
Oh, he's going back in. Oh yeah, you better deny. FNG was coming.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is showing just, again, I think also the power of Spectre level 25 dispersion. Disruption's going to be there, but he's still dead. There's no... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Okay. Surviving.
It's very costly, though.
Oh, yeah. We'll heal back up in the fountain. Still, we're seeing one of the problems with the Virtus.pro's draft, which is the lack of tower damage. When you have Spectre as your core, you never want to go in first. They just want to keep killing.
This is the old Ember, Slark problem, you know? They got themselves a Dawn Pango Spectre.
Treant's got to be the one that goes up and hits buildings.
Just got to start the fights off, you know? Dawn's got no death, so it's fine. Schofield and Stinger lurking together right now. Really need to hope that the Haunt doesn't come out, or they're in big trouble.
Yeah, has Aghanim Scepter now on spec. Good point.
Yeah, it's very... I mean, that's a terrible spot to be, honestly.
Yeah.
And Sage gets the shard.
They are just going to continue to build up more and more of a gold lead. And, I mean, Spectre, in a lot of ways, if you can get to the stage, is one of the better heroes for it because it's just so hard to do damage into Dispersion. TP out.
What?
Yeah, dude, it's no joke. Their damage is insane. Schofield in trouble. Yules is there. Shield of the Scion, surely.
Yes.
That's not enough.
It's so weird. Didn't save him. Just like such a good shard. No Mirana shard, but oh, again, Mago, this just happened to you.
I don't know. This is the problem. They're not hitting buildings, but they are getting continual kills. Jim Park there, punching away. On to Squad X. Tries to get him. Don't quite have enough. But they are going to start hitting the tier 3s. Control. Notice, backs away. Will be fine there. And illusion spam out again.
They're really annoying.
On Beastcoast?
The illusions from Stinger.
Oh, yeah. Force back Heritage, pops the Manta. Trying to send them out onto Schofield. Take out the illusions. Kill off the creep wave. Stay in the base. Dare them to go high ground.
25, well now 20 seconds until Mal goes back. That'll be their big defender here, and 2 minutes until a potential Roche spawn. That might be the next time Virtus.pro goes high ground. They're going to keep trying holding and securing a perimeter here. But not really much point to dive too deep. Of course, the second anyone steps out of place, you just get haunted or shadow stepped, so.
Maybe they're trying to bait that with Schofield?
Yeah, that was definitely the play.
Nice connection. And they get more damage out there. Stinger does die to Kiritich. Jim Park turns now on to Notice. Schofield shows back up. Doing what damage they can. The illusion still ripping through the shadow feed. But they managed to get something going. Sacred now is forward, trying to take him down. Broken, silence, damage, but the disruption there for the save. Keeps him alive. FNG onto Schofield, overgrowth. Sacred manages to back away, completely destroys Seiyu. Schofield is going to die back here, but they managed to get a couple of key kills and force a buyback out of the Dark Willow. Tree instead for 100.
Wow, I mean, you called it. That was really the play. Schofield just went in, hoping to bait bad shadow step, some sort of initiation, while the rest of the allies were there smoked up, and they get a quick Echo Slam that helps put a fight going their way. It's not a huge gain, but it is gains nonetheless.
Yeah. And I mean, buybacks too. I guess that's the thing, right? Is like, if you get those buybacks and then eventual kills, that might turn into Roche. Because while Spectre is terrifying, you still need heroes to scout out for her.
Well, speaking of scouting, we got Squadix going smoke towards Radiant Ancients, and then in behind is Park. Squadix has the bash, goes right in with the Abyssal.
Force staff, they didn't go right away. Good bash. And now in trouble, going to die. So they managed to bring him down. We'll see what the Roche timer is now, as Shadow Fiend dead for 90.
41 seconds. Nice. Wow, that's great news for Beastcoast.
Yeah.
Do they have any talents that can bail them out? Oh, Mago again has the BKB.
Run. Oh, no, my God.
So close.
That would have been jump, too.
His 25 Aftershock range could be kind of nasty. I mean, he has the Axe, though, so the enchant to him cooldown. I'm trying to think of, like, some talent you could take that could maybe salvage this, even if it's not necessarily the best one.
I'm still seeing Stinger as getting Ags as the key. And he's actually getting closer.
Yeah, that would be good. It's so crazy.
Yeah. It's very, very good if you can get it, but I don't know. And I mean, the other thing is this longer Roche might actually allow Stinger to get the gold that he needs. Doesn't have the Philly right now, though. This is kind of crazy how different this game would be if Shadow Demon was able to get a Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, that is a painful part of it. I think they picked one up on... I think it was this game where Tree and Sky had them.
Mm-hmm.
FNG not holding his currently, though.
No. Well, still hanging out in this area is Virtus.pro. They know that Roche can be up, and they're going to wait around for as long as they can with it. I think this is the right play, and I think it probably won't matter. But again, if there is a world where Stinger can get to Aghanim Scepter, that might be the difference maker.
Yeah, it's hard to find much else that could do it for you, honestly. But it's... I mean, that's got to be it, right?
Yeah.
Get himself with the big break.
3 charges. But likewise, you kind of need more farm on the rest of your heroes, too. And for Beastcoast, I mean, it's hard to call it, too, because, like, this is obviously an incredibly long Roche timer. It would have been awesome for them to have one hero out on the map farming, but you just can't against this lineup of Virtus.pro. Like, the pickoff at this stage is too scary. You just lose the game.
Well, part of it, too, like, you can't be anywhere with much risk at all because of Haunt and just Dawnbreaker. Like, they're so strong right now.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if they see you or not anymore, but finally they'll be rewarded here with only 10 seconds left.
God. I wonder if it's worth it just to, like, sell. I mean, he doesn't have much to sell on Stinger either to get it. But yeah, they are going to take down.
This is the best advertisement for that Arcana I've ever seen. That looked so cool.
Wait, what was it? I didn't see.
Spectre killing all of Roach with all those, like, daggers flying out. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah. Oh, DD. Kiritich is in. Oh, God. Oh, poor guy.
His health just vanishes. I mean, he's got a DD, I suppose. Yeah, that'll happen. Oh, Stinger.
Disruption. And going to die. Roll in. Squad X is there. Bash onto him. The buildings still do not fall very quickly. They are taking a while, but there is 80 seconds without a Shadow Demon. You gotta get something out of this one.
Look at this positioning, ready for a blink jump in here.
Oh, yeah. He's ready. Off to the side on this Dawn. Will Silver Edge away, though. And Virtus.pro not wanting to give any chance that they don't manage to win this game. They have lost a bunch today and on the verge of, at the very least, drawing even against Beastcoast. But can it happen? In far. Ooh, good play. Able to interrupt and keep Kiritich from dying. Barely holding on to that Aegis.
Oh, baby, though.
Oh,
Hold
man.
on. We got the rapier up. He got it.
Jim Park.
25 has the rapier.
He's laughing. Look at him.
I mean, what else is there to do?
Their spirits are high still, I guess.
I mean, think about how long they've been thinking this game is kind of hopeless, you know?
Oh,
and
yeah.
they've been holding on. Here comes
Run in. Find him. Dark Mago tries to get away. Rapier damage on deck, but they don't have enough left in the tank. And, well, that is going to be a dead Mago.
All right, 280 gold needed for buyback.
Okay.
All right, 2 bounty runes on the other side.
There's no way he gets that.
Let's go, Stinger. Go get him.
Jesus. I don't even know anymore. They're like, they still have their tier 3 tower up top. They're not giving up on Beast Coast.
Check over some vision here. They're just delaying the later matches. You got Liquid and Shopify here, just like, okay, anytime now.
Shadow Rays does damage in Jim Park, trying to bring him down, but the disruption is there for the save. BKB wants to walk out, manages to escape. Requiem at the ready, but just trying to hold off for now. They did manage to get that other ranged Rax as Sacred sits in the brambles and just takes a boatload of damage. But not dead yet. 41,000 gold lead.
30 seconds. Hold the line. 1%.
30 seconds to what? What are we waiting
Until
on?
Shaker's back.
Oh, of course. Okay, got
Come on. They have an ally. It's Mago. How quickly we forget. Look at his hero damage.
it. Kiritich got the dispersion Aghanim shard now too. Yeah, 93,000 damage ain't no joke. Spectre has done a lot here.
Increase by 100% for 5 seconds. That seems good.
No BKB. No way to save. Rapier on the deck. It's over, Trent. They find Dark Mago. Gonna get him, although the Echo Slam and the Mystic Flare looks interesting. It is not going to be enough. They are losing everybody. GG is called as Virtus.pro managed to take the victory.
Sacred's 1v5ing. Don't GG team? Okay, he's not.
It was not able to be the way that they were hoping it would. And oh my God, look at it. He's done. Get me out.
Oof.
Oh, jeez.
All right, I think I feel like they should.
They are not
happy.
happy.
To see someone boot up CS2 in the back. Just
Oh, God. Oh, they look like they've gone through some stuff today, but they got the win, Trent. That's what's important. Right. Get the W.
Yes, indeed. And it was a long road for this W, but it was one that they were riding high the whole way through. Excellent pick on the Spectre. So it's a hero that I'm sure a lot of teams have been experimenting with in their scrims, trying to figure out exactly how to work it into their lineups. And this was a great example. The scouting of the Treant Protector, as well as the global abilities of the Dawnbreaker, it just makes a lot of sense with the hero. I'm sure these are combinations we'll probably see a little bit more. And truly carried pretty hard from that mid lane, though. That was one of the best early games from a Pangolier that we've seen in quite a while.
Well, the damage per second, the damage coming out was insane from Virtus.pro, and the head touches per minute for Virtus.pro after the game as well, off the charts. As we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break down the action.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for giving us the highest amount of giggles per minute we've ever seen in a Dota 2 matchup, as Virtus.pro claim their first victory here on the road to the International. And this is not just the first victory for them. This winter has realistic prospects of keeping them beyond day 2, and now they actually might have a little bit of hope coming towards them.
Not Bristleback. Spectre. Spectre is the answer. Bristleback wasn't online that game.
What happened with the Bristleback?
He didn't skill Bristleback. For some reason, he left it at he left it at 1 point and he maxed his school first. Maybe if you're having a really, really good game, it might be okay. But I don't think I've seen many players do that. Because then
he got punished heavily.
He got punished so hard because he did that. He wasn't supposed to die every time he got ganked, but because he only had 1 point, then he just died so easily.
Yeah. Then everything starts to cascade from there, of course, and then you know how Dota 2 goes. One bad thing turns into a bajillion terrible things. And Mr. Gods, my brother in Jim Park, you know, I might be the head priest of this particular church, but you are basically the founder.
It's funny. I was looking back because it was actually 2011. I remember the Infinity days, Infamous days. Before it was Infamous, I was on a team called Inverse, and I remember seeing this guy. I was like, this guy's got my name, Parker. And his first name's David. I was like, this is my boy. So ever since then, this was like the very first SA DPC season. But yeah, back in 2011, I've been fanboying him a bit. He was a bit shaky back then as a player, but he's actually like one of the top carries, I feel, at this tournament now. So this was not his game, though. His SF, I think this was just a game where he was going to always struggle a bit. You know, you've got a hero Inspector that can really get on top of the SF, and like SF just can't 1v5. No matter how much farm you get, even with the Rapier, you can't protect yourself, and you need to kind of play a faster game to beat a Spectre when you're in his position as SF here.
Unfortunately, we did not see that actually transpire winter. The game sort of just completely out of their hands. And you know why? You mentioned his name, Kiritich with the Spectre. Beforehand, coming into this, you weren't necessarily that happy with how VP were utilizing Kiritich in his role. Here, though, not only do they wind up as a team beating quite a few records, things like the biggest net worth stomp, highest amount of kills overall, he is now the highest killer in a single game of Dota. You impressed yet? You feeling good? Is he carry Titch for you?
Yeah, carry Titch is online if he's playing Spectre. I'm not convinced on other heroes yet, but Spectre is, I would say that it's very hard to kind of like do funny shenanigans with the hero. You know, the hero is like you're farming on the side lane, you're taking the safe farm, and then your team's going in, and then you click your R button and you go over and you join the fight. You know.
I will say though, one thing that I was quite impressed by that he did in this particular game, Kiritich, is past a certain point of strength, he wasn't necessarily waiting for his team. He was just like, I'm gonna go kill somebody. They will not be able to do anything about this reliably.
Yeah. He quickly learned the key to like breaking this game was just to keep murdering these supports. This poor Shadow Demon, this poor Skywrath mate. Yeah, look at these deaths, 13 deaths, 17 deaths. I mean, everybody was dying across the board by the end. But he wasn't trying to just force high ground. Like, obviously they had this massive lead. They could get an Aegis, but if you just walk up high ground, hit building, you're going to get disrupted. You're just going to lose half your health for absolutely nothing in return. So he just started sniping heroes left, right, and center and, you know, building up those 27 kills. Just really good kind of adjustment as to how to get the win, even though the game dragged. That was kind of how VP had to play this game.
Another positive aspect about this victory here, Winter, is the performance of Squadix. I thought he was phenomenal. You can see there represented by the stats, 15, 4, and 31 assists. That's kind of crazy. But when I remember back at the qualifiers to get them to this point on the road to the international, he was the standout player in the squad. He was playing Earthshaker most of the time, a couple of Pango games here and there, played one Invoker. They didn't lose a single series. They only dropped a single game. He didn't lose a single lane.
Yeah, he's definitely the shining star, you know, of the team so far. I mean, by far, he's out of the three cores. I feel like even though they've only won one game so far, but throughout the day, he's definitely the more stable one. You know, he's doing his job. He's the guy that's keeping the game rolling, just in case they need him to do more. But at some point, his hero has limitations. You know, if the carry is not doing enough, then he can only do so much. But this game, luckily for him, he did a lot in the early game. He secured a lot of space for the Spectre, so Spectre did Spectre things, and eventually they won the game.
That victory, of course, puts them in a very good position now in the standings, as it gives them a little lease on life, a breath of opportunity to perhaps remain on the road to the international. We see it right there with the upstated standings. VP 1 and 3 tied up with Nouns at the bottom of the group. Gaimin Gladiators and Beastcoast 2 and 2, and then LGD Gaming very pretty at the top with their 4 wins secured for themselves already. Other groups, any surprises that you see leaping out to you here, Gods?
Not really. I think, you know, often it's like, I feel like that's kind of rare to say. Even, you know, we're at the group stage here in the Road to International. Usually there is some surprises, some upsets. You know, LGD 2-0 and Gaimin Gladiators, at least a bit of a small upset there. But, you know, Spirit coasting through. They're already guaranteed first place in their group. That's impressive. But yeah, I think realistically, maybe the surprises, some of these groups are kind of maybe closer than expected. 9 Pandas going 1 and 3. That's probably one of the records that stand out to me, because that's a team I had pretty high expectations for.
I also had high expectations for 9 Pandas, given the relative strength of Eastern Europe in the last couple of while. One thing that does stand out to me here, though, since we are talking about carries a lot, Winter, and it is a carry patch, Entity, the team that's second in Group A, Watson's performances. Oh my goodness, that guy's been impressive here.
Yeah, he's been one of the very, very strong carry players in the last couple of months. If you are comparing all the teams that are doing well, I mean, his team didn't really do well the last couple of months until when they qualified to TI, but he's been always the player that stands out a lot in his team when he's playing carry.
Something that did stand out to me there, Gods, not in a good way though, is the fact that the only team who has thus far failed to record a single win, Talon Esports, a team that's been able to get top 3 at majors, top 3 at the Riyadh Masters. What the hell is happening?
Yeah, and we you know, we've been chatting like who the dark horses, and so many people have thrown Talon's name out there, and here they are. I don't know. It feels like there's a kind of combination of just maybe their draft's just not really kind of clicking and getting everything kind of set up. There's been a few games I've caught this side of my eye. It's just like, okay, they're not really set up to win this game just from the draft alone. And then there's other games where they're just kind of getting outplayed, like the series against TSM. TSM put together this super aggressive Night Stalker carry draft. We're just running at them, hunting them constantly again, not giving really Talon any chance to play their game. So I don't really know the full picture, having not seen their games close enough, but that's a big shock.
Yeah, you were watching that game quite closely, Winter, and it wasn't just a carry Night Stalker, mid-Ricky. Why don't we see it more often, and what do you think it adds to the game that made TSM go for that option?
I think mid-Ricky is something that I feel like He's very unique in a way where he's kind of like a carry from the mid lane, but at the same time he's very, very strong after getting the first couple of levels where you rotate, and after that he does give you a lot of damage. And you hear players or teams when they are drafting right now, they always tell you that it's very important to draft 2 heroes that can do physical damage in the game. You don't want to only rely on your carry, and Ricky is definitely a mixed damage hero that fits that build, and he got quite a big buff, in the last patch.
Okay, one of the other groups we haven't spoken about just yet, though, a group coming up in the matchup between Shopify Rebellion and Team Liquid. This is a very intriguing matchup for me because over the years, the coterie of players on Rebellion, right, they've always found themselves playing up against some European powerhouse. For the longest time, it was the old EG versus Team Secret. I think they played like 150 games against each other. But nowadays, it's a bit more rare for that inter-regional consistency, except for Liquid and Rebellion. These guys have played each other a lot. 17-11 in the last couple of years is the overall score in favor of Team Liquid. They've played each other 12 times this year already. What do you think of this? Why do they keep losing to Team Liquid? Why can't Rebellion get this particular monkey off their back, gods?
For me, I think a lot of that Liquid playstyle is just faster paced than what Shopify is often ready for. I feel like Shopify, they have that NA playstyle where they want to play around kind of Arteezy's item timings and play a bit greedier. They love to pick strong laners, but they don't usually follow that up by like, okay, let's run to them, play super aggressive. They're gonna try and slow the game down. Whereas a team like Liquid has in the past thrown like kind of surprise picks, these fast tempo heroes, these lone druid type heroes at times. They just do things I think that just mess with Shopify and that put them out of their comfort zone. And that's to me a big part of why this matchup has been so Liquid favored.
One thing that's very scary here, Winter, is that in the event that Rebellion lose even a single game, right, that puts them in contention with Thunder Awaken to potentially be eliminated from the road to the international. That sounds insane to me, right? In my mind, when I think about this Rebellion squad, I remember various top 3 placements. You always think about them as this team that, especially at the bigger the stage, the better they perform. It hasn't been happening for a while now. What needs to happen for them? What needs to change in order to ensure they can rise back to their former glory?
I mean, this is the right patch for them. It's the carry patch. I have very, very high expectations from them. They did really well in the last Dream League, and I feel like they've started to figure out certain things. You mentioned that they are very, very good in the lanes, and after the lanes, they kind of like sometimes lose their direction in the game. They are not very good at closing out the games, but I think in the last event, they definitely improve a lot on that and being less greedy. When Arteezy gets his items, they are moving around him, they're taking over the map, and they are pressuring the opponents.
I sort of like the contrast here between these two teams because both Fly on the one side, right, for Team Liquid, for Rebellion, my bad, as well as Insania on the side of Team Liquid have a sometimes similar profile in terms of how they play the past 5. Sometimes very healy, a lot of buffing up of their carry. Do you think we're going to see some focus in the banning and drafting phase towards these two guys?
Yeah, and I think especially now you've seen at least some data that you can look at from some of their past games. Like you may look at Liquid where, Insania's been playing this Oracle, and that's a hero that maybe we just don't want to give him that kind of comfort pick. So now that you've got some data, you can work with that, ban out, target some of those heroes, especially with the way the new draft works. You get all these, you get some extra bans to start off the draft. You can kind of afford to throw bans that target a specific player. So with those similarities, we could see all their heroes left in, or we could see a real focus on those bans.
I'm kind of excited to see what the game is going to be doing, how it's going to all unfold. But, my excitement doesn't mean anything until we actually see some Dota. So to that end, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have Lyrical, we have Trent, we have Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion.
Thank you so much, Snare, and your lovely panel out there. Love to hear it. Man, I got to say, we were talking for a little while, and I heard them talking a little bit about, the woes of Talon right now. Having 2 Southeast Asian panelists out there as they're, gotta hurt a little bit. I don't want to rub salt in the wounds, but
yes, that's tough.
But we do have an awesome match that's coming up again. We just got to see the Virtus.pro Beastcoast showdown. And now another one coming out for the ages. Shopify facing off against Liquid. How are you feeling about it? Are we going to see that Oracle we had coming out? What?
Well, sorry, I'm just catching up with the lobby chat.
Oh, no.
Now, I believe Arteezy asked if Liquid want to take our penalty and we share level 1s. And Zai, that was Arteezy said that. And Zai said, "Don't talk to me ever again."
Okay.
To which Arteezy said, ZZ. So, yeah, that's where we're at right now. Huge beef, between Zai and Arteezy, obviously. Can't stand each other after their former, teammates have. I can just see the drama building right now.
I don't
very
think they've
seriously.
talked again since they were teammates, probably. I don't
No.
think that actually happened. We do have a draft, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we could do that, I guess.
We could probably hop into it. I think we're probably going to be seeing a good amount of all chat going on in this one. There's a decent chance that happens as we're already into this draft. They take out the Dazzle. Are Liquid going to try and run the strategy that we saw them run earlier of just a bunch of big, tanky, beefy boys and then Oracle behind them all? They take out the Phoenix. I think this is the same opening that Liquid had in their last series, isn't it?
It certainly sounds familiar. Actually, I remember Phoenix earlier from Primal Beast games. I don't know if I remember from the Liquid ones.
I think it was banned at the very least.
Oh, that would explain it.
Yeah.
It's some good stuff there. How is Shopify doing right now? Anyway, they're just at the 1-1. Okay, getcha. 5 hours ago, so they've kind of been chilling. I mean, they've been waiting a while. Obviously, our last series, this stream was a little bit delayed, so we had to wait a little bit in terms of some of the games and stuff. So they've kind of been cooling their jets for a bit. I think both of these teams last played. Liquid were a bit after when Shopify were down, so.
Right.
They should be well rested right now. Maybe snuck in a couple pubs in between. Liquid, they dropped that first game to Azure Ray that we were watching, and they've now won 3 straight. They've played that Brewmaster, but they're not going to leave it for themselves this time. And it has been featured pretty heavily in some of their drafts. And you're right, they're also looking after that Phoenix quite a bit as well. So here's a hero we've seen a lot of, the Grimstroke. Yep. It's looked great. The Shard feels nice. It obviously just using Inkswell in the earlier parts of this game to help secure some kills for some of these melee heroes has looked pretty solid. And it's a hero that Liquid have a pretty long history with as well.
Right. Well, and interestingly enough, Shopify, after their series against Thunder Awaken, which, by the way, they split those games 1-1, not the start that you're anticipating for Shopify, particularly considering how tough this group in particular is. They saw Thunder Awaken run the Grimstroke, and now they're picking it up for themselves. This, entire group stage, very much about quick adjustments. Is this going to be an adjustment that Liquid were anticipating? Doesn't look like it. Look at this. Already a minute 45 of the reserve time. This caught them off guard.
Did indeed. They're going to go for that Nature's Prophet. Perhaps maybe a little surprised at how that was still in. I mean, not everyone, we haven't seen it in other games, but of course, in that one game, Azure Ray did crush. FY had an incredible game with this Nature's Prophet. He just ran the whole map and made life very difficult for Team Liquid. They're going to try to replicate a bit of that here.
And for anybody that missed that game, because we were on the B stream when that was happening, it was this combination of FY Nature's Prophet with a Luna on his team. And at the 5-minute mark, he was just rotating everywhere and getting kill after kill after kill. So both of these teams kind of taking something from the teams that they played against earlier and trying to develop their own strategies a bit.
I'm now just looking at the draft of that game one. Also, I'm wondering if they are going to Spirit Breaker, because Thunder Awaken did Spirit Breaker Grimstroke, which coming into this tournament looks like a solid combo considering the value that we're seeing from Spirit Breaker in pubs right now. But is anyone else completely not surprised that Shopify picked Luna and lost their first game at this TI? I've been calling that for weeks. I am a certified Luna hater. I see that Luna also then lost the game for Thunder Awaken, so she was the true loser in that 1-1 series, although so was Phoenix. They both played. Liquid have actually won a game versus BetBoom with the Luna, though, so credit where credit is due, making this hero work, and obviously lost their game to Luna earlier, but Arteezy, he's just always wanted to play this hero, and I feel like it never goes well for him.
I mean, if you can get it to work, though, it does feel like that hero has definitely been rising up the ranks. It's been feeling better in some of these higher MMR pubs. I don't know. I'm curious if they're going to be able to make it function the way that they hope it is, or if they end up even picking it or not. Boxy looks like he's in a whole different room than everybody. I know he's not, but the camera angle is kind of cool.
Liquid, I think they're going to take the Spirit Breaker. Okay.
Yeah.
I was really curious why they didn't ban it, because it seemed like super solid, but that takes away a good option for the Grimstroke. Grimstroke doesn't care that much. There's plenty of heroes that are really good with Grimstroke. Obviously, you're looking for these solid Inkswell targets, but there's also plenty more that could also benefit a little bit more from the ulti there too, and maybe get some double plays. So What we see from Liquid, though, is a lot of global potential. We just had our game of Spectre plus Dawnbreaker. Now we have Nature's Prophet plus Spirit Breaker, and we get a great counter to that Spirit Breaker in the Shadow Demon. Very common to see this hero picked against the Spirit Breaker.
You know what else goes well with Shadow Demon, don't you?
Is it Luna?
That's right. Let's see it. Bring it out one time. Why not? Okay, so Kunkka to kind of right the ship, so to speak. And then we've got the Shadow Demon Grimstroke as some nice little supports, both the build-up stacks, of course, and then also just solid team fighters. Double rounds of Demonic Purge. Love it.
And now Liquid obviously used quite a bit of reserve time going for this Nature's Prophet, and this tends to be one of the more important parts. You want a little bit at the end for the overall last pick, of course, but right now going for this double pick is going to set up more than likely who is getting that final pick. I have to decide what's worth it right now. And looking at this Kunkka, do they just want to straight up go for their mid hero now and not worry too much about the flex, or are they considering the Saber like Kunkka? Because he's a pretty swag player.
Right. No, I'm with you. I mean, that is definitely a possibility. And to be fair, I actually think that offlane Kunkka is one of those picks that, like, I mean, I guess you want to have the hero there to be flexible. But I've liked offlane Kunkka for a while. I think that it enables you to play a laning stage a lot more greedily because you can just XTP back to base if you need to.
All right. You know what? I'm worried because he's all right.
Whoa.
I was gonna say, we don't want to see another Centaur Warrunner with Earth Spirit. Hopefully, Hitch a Ride is what has caused this horrific bug. Has he escaped? Can we get a wellness check? Could someone in chat check to see if Somnus is out yet?
Oh, no.
And just report in the chat if he has been freed from his eternal prison. It's truly a Sisyphus situation there. He's just the boulder while it rolls.
Yeah, Sisyphus should have just done that. He would have been set.
It would be a lot more relaxed. Yes, they remade. Is that real? Are you lying? They're just lying.
I mean,
to me.
what else?
They're just lying to me.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay. They reloaded. Sorry. When you say remade, that kind of implies that the game that it's a reload, is what you're saying. Okay.
Wow.
You got to get the terminology here.
Wait, remade? So we have the technology to remake?
It's forbidden. It's forbidden technology. Yeah. Don't speak about it, or else it stops working.
Back. All right. Well, Liquid decided to pick 4 support heroes, so that's a thing. And then Shopify get the Beastmaster.
Sorry, I'm just tuning back in now to see that Somnus is safe. So I'm glad that. Thank you everyone for helping out. But yeah, that is indeed what's happening right now.
Okay. I think that in terms of like the big beefy tanky heroes that they've got now on Shopify with a Beastmaster and a Kunkka, obviously reveals that it is going to be Abed Kunkka. The Ancient Apparition feels like a nice answer, at least in like a hypothetical, but can they keep people in that area? Are we going to see something like a Faceless Void out of the last phase?
It certainly feels like that's a solid ban.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a hard time thinking of something that's better than that, at least for that specific reasoning. Although a lot of those other heroes, I mean, they banned the CK themselves. Like Sven, of course, but in terms of like long duration disable, I mean, there's Naga Siren that can also do something similar, but doesn't really look like the best Naga game right now. It was a prime Luna game, even I'll admit. I mean, you have Beastmaster, you have Kunkka. It would have been pretty solid here. You have Shadow Demon on your team. I see a lot of bodies in space that could have been made for a Luna, so I definitely get the ban.
Right.
They'll have to find something else for Arteezy in this one.
So the other thing, an option they have is they could ban out something else and take the Faceless Void themselves if they're that worried about it. But honestly, if they take Faceless Void on the side of Liquid, then I feel like Beastmaster probably owns that hero after a little while in the laning stage. But they're going to take the Naga. So
That's
say, all right,
cool.
Just don't fight us. Oh
well,
my God.
Basically, they don't ban the Faceless Void because now, if they want to go for it, that's pretty rough versus the Naga Siren.
Dude, what if we find out that it wasn't just the cart? If it was the roll in the midst of the song all along that gets you stuck there?
Well, only one way to find out. And Shopify, they're going to help us with a little bit of bug testing right now.
There's
no time for demo mode.
The cart's too weird. It had to. Cart.
Sven's still in.
Okay.
I mean, it's Beastmaster, Naga Siren. You have AA. This kind of looks like a Sven game.
Give me Darkseer. Safe lane NP. Let's go. There's no way it happens, but I want it to happen so bad. Please, just one
Calm
time.
your jets, sir.
That's all I want in this world. Give me a Darkseer. Zai, you can play it. You know it's time for it. Bring out the Darkseer. It's actually terrible against Shadow Demon. Don't pick it. Don't pick it. It's bad.
I feel like it's just Sven. Oh, it's Lifestealer. Okay.
We have seen this banned a couple of different times.
Yeah.
Zai
Insania,
Breaker?
good luck hitting these ultis, bud.
Zai Breaker?
I think that fits. That tracks. There's been a lot of offlane Spirit Breaker today. I feel like we're rocking that. I'd rather that these days than the Nature's Prophet.
Okay.
I mean, especially with like this Nisha Earth Spirit. Oh, if he bashes him out of an Ice Blast, I will feel a little bad for Insania.
That's fair. All right. Well, can Arteezy Naga Siren carry them to victory, push out all the lanes, get them where they need to be? There are going to be so many illusions going around, but they picked the Lifestealer into it. Mickey is feeling strong.
That's, got some more buffs, of course. Trending slightly upwards. I don't know if the confidence level is there quite yet. I'd almost more expect to see Shopify being the ones who are bringing out the Lifestealer. So that's kind of been something they've looked towards, even when he hasn't looked necessarily super meta, trying to find those good counterpick games. But this is instead going to be Liquid. Seeing if they can make it work. Will it be the Radiance build that has grown in popularity? It is versus the Naga Siren. Seems like it could be a good reason to bust it out.
All right, Bulba, get the hell out of there. I saw him still talking to him. Game's about to start. It's time. So we're getting ready to get underway.
Bulba, start the game.
Yeah, exactly. Again, a pretty important one in this Group B. Every match matters, and Shopify having already dropped a game against Thunder Awaken. If they end up losing a couple more, I mean, can you even imagine? That would be crazy for them to go out or to have to play tiebreakers even against the Thunder Awaken setup. Yeah, could be rough. Just win though, right?
Just win. That is the play here. And one thing that I like when it's going for a big win is the position for Shadow Demon in the current year. I do love the ability to just get a bunch of stacks going for your teammates. You have a Beastmaster on your side, so you can sort of give him a solid start to the match through those stacks early on. But sometimes when you're running position for Shadow Demon and the early game goes poorly, it just feels awful. Like, it feels like you have no comeback potential with this hero, right? Like you're not like some hero that can set something up, like a Spirit Breaker or something. You're very dependent on other stuff happening. It's pretty hard to make smoke disruption work anywhere past like 12 minutes.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here, but it's that type of dynamic with the Shadow Demon where you just want to be left alone. It's like, just leave me alone. Let me stack my jungle. Let me go take it with Shadow Poison. Let me give it to my carry. And they just keep coming in and bullying you and killing you over and over and over. You know, this just might be me, but it feels bad, man. Feels bad. So we are unpause.
I'm going to ask chat here for player who gets the longest kill streak. I will take the first answer.
Oh my God, they have another freaking pause.
It's all right. We got lots of time here, guys.
Who do I want to give that to?
Arteezy question mark. Is that you, Farcast? So I have to pick you? Oh, no, you're just seeing if he's asleep. I see. You guys are just catching up. Oh, Arteezy. Okay, sweet. Definitely that was for Arteezy. Okay, I will take Arteezy.
I'm going Abed. Team with first Roche kill.
Ooh, Roche kill. What do we got? Press 1 for Liquid and 2 for Shopify.
I'm going Liquid. Freaking the P-Flax line. Insania had that also on his sticker thing, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And let's see. Time of first tower destruction.
Right, 3 is not helpful, guys. It's not good. A lot of ones. A lot of ones. You guys are Liquid believers. The channel points are even, by the way. That's hype.
Wow.
You guys are 50-50 on the line here. Chat is loving this close game.
I like that. That's what you want to see. We want to have a high kill. I mean, to be fair, it's also a Naga Siren game, though, which is a little bit rough.
Woo! Hey, our last Naga game was really fast.
That's true. It was.
All right. Bye-bye, chat. It's game time now. Have fun.
We're in on it. So the late smoke coming from Liquid, delayed and maybe ready to go in for some action after they got down that pretty early ward. They will see a couple heroes. Midgame, we're by Saberlight and Crit. Smoke breaks, walks in, disruption, and that means it's going to be Shopify picking up 2 of them.
Shout outs to Valve on the nerf on the Hawk. I think we can all appreciate that. Got absolutely obliterated at level 1. 1 second to 0.25. Oh.
Yeah, that hurts.
That feels great. Well, it was necessary. I mean, the hero had a little bit too much going for him. Then we're back down to earth. One thing he does love still is definitely that Helmet Dominator. And how does it look this game? It looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those games where if Saberlight gets off to a nice start and can sort of take down this tower early, the game feels really good for Shopify. So much just about kind of, the map control when it comes to these Naga Siren games. But
yeah, are you gonna be able to put Liquid into, Liquid into a position where they're forced to like go for infest plays, like depending on how fast you force them out of the lane, or do you just knock the tower down and Midgame's gonna do that thing where he like farms by the tier 2 and the camps nearby on Radiant side, and it doesn't actually feel that bad unless you can force the ganks, which they kind of can though, right? Because they're gonna have the roar, so it won't necessarily be the safest place. That's okay. It's very high concept level things. I understand that the play-by-play casters kind of zone out there.
You're not wrong.
It's fine.
Can barely hold it together here. Spell names and hero names. About all I got.
Sometimes you don't even get those right.
You can take a look. There's a couple other streams that are going on as Boxy comes back.
If you want to find a better one.
They're a decent amount of the way through. It looks like they're kind of even in that TSM quest game over there on D. But regardless, this one likely to be a bit of a barn burner, or Naga Siren just goes a little bit crazy. We'll see. Nisha getting caught in the mid lane as Abed able to get off to a decent start. Only 1 deny between these two so far.
It's good. Oh, nice long range kick there for the freebie level 2 on the Boulder Smash.
Inkswell trying to get all up in the face of Zion Boxy if at all possible. I will say that haven't seen a ton of harassment as of yet out from Boxy onto Fly. Fly's been able to do a pretty good job of keeping his distance. But that is something that we've seen a little bit, is just how much harassment you can get in on this Nature's Prophet. Heroes aren't in good positioning.
Yeah, and he's going to try it now. Ooh. He has that Blightstone.
Finds him.
Wow. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, nicely played. Drops down the Sprout to block his way, but he can't Quelling Blade out.
Did he have Quelling and Tango there, or did he just buy that? I mean, it wouldn't matter, honestly. He was still way too slowed, yeah. That's such good placement there. I mean, we're looking at how he doesn't have the lane combo to give himself the stun, and so to help out with all these slows and everything, the cold feet, they're just going to bring in the backside Sprout.
Oh, yeah. And then immediately through, Boxy heading back to his lane. They're going to try and see if they can get some pressure here on as Zai turn it into the Bash Lord. Good damage. Another one hits, and Arteezy trying to do what he can. The stun is going to be there. Still a lot of damage continuing out, but it will be enough to bring down Zai.
Great use of the mirror image there, too. Just ensuring that they only have the single target damage, right? So
yeah,
if they can't figure out who the right one is, they don't really have a great way to do it once there's not a Sprout to be concerned about. Zai not getting lucky there on the choices. Obviously those harsh words in the lobby chat are coming back here in cold blood. TP to the rune. Thank you, says Boxy.
Rose takes that one away, and Nisha, he's going to be able to get in position to take the other water rune. So no refill for the Kunkka. Empty bottle on Abed.
And not going to be getting a whole lot of help here mid, you wouldn't think either, right? Like, Fly on Grimstroke, Shadow Demon for crit. Crit, he wants to try and get some stacks going. Doesn't have any going yet, though. So Shadow Demon
up top.
Not finding that. And Fly.
No bash. Boxy chasing. Not going to be able to quite catch up to him, even though he had a slight movement speed advantage.
Arteezy happy about that. Sends out the illusion to keep an eye on them. And grab the wave, too. Very nice. Doesn't quite get the pull through though. Boxy to stop it, so nicely done.
Nicely done there too, making sure he didn't get the money.
True. Can't be having that.
Interesting. 5-minute mark. Nighttime coming around. Will it be time to get a little bit aggro? So far, Mickey doing quite well in his lane. Arteezy a little bit behind. Kunkka a slight lead over the Earth Spirit. But besides that, both offlaners kind of getting what they want out of the early going.
Yeah, and Crit did go get one Ancient Stack set up there as well. So
okay,
that'll be lying in wait. And Abed hoping to find a play, but it's kind of tough for Earth Spirit. Even level 5, it's 1,000 HP there with this Belt of Strength. You got to hit everything right there with the boat. And now the 6 is up there for Nisha too.
Not an easy kill by any stretch of the imagination.
Does go both ways though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fly is just still here. He's been under a ward for a while though.
Trying to set up for that 6-minute rune. And it is going to spawn. It's a shield rune that hid behind the trees.
Oh, what?
So he didn't see it. I think Fly didn't see that one.
I didn't see it either.
All right, new tech.
Observer ward picked up there. As Insania's heading towards mid. Bottom lane, I mean, it is a life stealer, so Mickey is just totally fine on his own here. 3 points in the Ghoul Frenzy, 2 in the Feast.
They're going up top, trying to take down Zai. Got him with the boat, more than enough to take down that Spear Breaker. And as the 7-minute mark comes around, I wonder if Shopify think about going to try and steal Wisdom Rune.
I mean, he's got TP. You got to think it's on his mind. Saberlight. There's not really much he can do. Yeah, they are definitely going to be losing this one.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, maybe not. Nisha.
Oh my God.
Nice.
In time, gets him there. Perfect play. It's Liquid that ends up getting it. Very well played.
There's something I've been seeing Thompson do a lot. I'm sure other mids are doing as well, but I just haven't watched like 4 Thompson replays in a row. And he was constantly just going for this 7-minute Wisdom Rune. And it works out so well because often it's like a support 1v1 and they like throw stuns at each other and then one person TP's out. But when it's a mid hero like Earth Spirit, who has a little bit of offensive potential early on and even brings the AA with him, it just becomes a Wisdom Rune plus a kill.
I think that is going to be one of the big things that, I mean, your Shadow Demon is level 3 right now at 7.5 minutes.
Oh, they're
now
gonna
Nisha is about to roll in, finds Saberlight immediately. Like, he can't do anything. He's just gone. Liquid are, I mean, that Wisdom Rune play is huge. And now they're even like, if Crit comes in and tries to stack too many camps, they could even go on in and try and steal these.
All right, Liquid looking good there. Of course, you know, they do have a Naga Siren, so there are some concerns heading a bit later here. And Abe going to try and make another play up top here onto Zai. Charges back in 8 seconds. Doesn't look like they're going to have the control to set this one up here. I think Abe might have made a long rotation.
Oh, body block.
Still trying.
Oh, he got through. I don't know how he got through there.
I mean, the Naga illusions are pretty skinny, right? They have a smaller collision size.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Unfortunate for Shopify, not able to connect. So a lot of wasted time. There's still, I mean, this is basically what Crit has to do. He just, you know, continues to stack up camps when he can. He is going to get the disruption there onto the NP. But yeah, needs to do whatever he can to try and get these levels up on the Shadow Demon. And Saberlight now also.
He's just doing his thing, right? Beastmaster Gaming.
X pulls back Zai. The damage onto him there. Ooh, Nisha. That was very nice. But still going to get stunned, and I think brought down. Yes. Zai can't get away.
Man, the ink spell lasts so long now.
Oh, yeah.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Treads finished up here for Boxy, so might not have the Luna aura like we saw earlier, but has some treads, maybe a little bit of help there too from some allies when TP's in. Might bring a life stealer with him perhaps, so he's got a couple different tools to help him out.
Saberlight in the meantime decides to go on in for the arcane boots. Has to farm a bunch this game to try and catch back up, it feels like, for him. So just to make sure he can keep that going into the helm of the Dominator next.
And Mickey is going Armlet, Radiance. Not surprising. Great versus Beastmaster, great versus Nagasaki.
Why? Caught. But they move in with Abed, trying to do what he can. The stun will not connect onto anybody. And now Abed kind of in no man's land. Crit can't really do anything to save his mid, so Abed is just dead. Nisha with the double kill. Their early games movements have been so strong from Liquid.
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle of these mid blade mails here as well, which means that whoever kind of starts rolling out first just feels way better. Like if you both have blade mails, but you're the one who's getting the better advantage early, you're the one who's pushing the tempo and kind of forcing like your own. It's just like they can't turn on you. You know, you just get to keep bullying the whole way through, and that's while you have Nature's Prophet TPing in, a core Spirit Breaker charging with potentially the surprise inside of Mickey's Lifestealer.
The tempo of this game is starting to pick up a little bit for Liquid as Boxy. Piece. Oh my God, mobile ward. They're gonna go right in.
Vision.
Crit's there, but a lot of Shopify are too. This is not an easy go.
I mean, he's here for a while.
They roll in, find Saberlight, A blast, Roar is there, but they back away. Get the silence, tries to get out.
Oh, that was so sick.
Oh, dude, I can't believe that. That's so crazy.
The sprout into ulti too. That like the last bounce. Oh, he clips the boulder smash.
Dude, that was so sick. That was so freaking sick.
I thought he had Tumblr's toy when he first did it. I was expecting him to like hop down. He's just up there. Throws out a sprout, gets the big damage at the end of the Wrath of Nature, because that thing's still crazy. And get hit by 358 on the Kunkka by Wrath of Nature. It's just, you're just getting hit by Lion, you know? 431 on the Beastmaster. Why is it still so good?
Disruption. Boxy sprouts himself a little off the mark, but it doesn't matter. They still have what they need. They're completely rolling now.
So just to check, he's cliffing himself and getting kills, and then he's sprouting himself and getting kills. And this is all versus RTC. I just want to clarify that's what's happening.
That's a good point. Yeah, okay. You know,
this is some serious mental warfare. And I watched that Boxy documentary. I was kind of a fan, not so much. It seems a bit much. It seems a little toxic, if you ask me.
It's the new ways to mentally tilt opponents. You gotta love it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wow, 4K gold. And I mean, again, if you're on the side of Shopify, this is kind of the I guess in a way what you're hoping to get, which is the free farm on the Naga Siren. The problem is that a lot of heroes are kind of dying in the meantime and not able to get too much else done on the map, it feels like, for Shopify.
They are, but
now that they have level 6s, maybe.
I mean, they're just keeping it up, though. Just like they have to on the side of Liquid. I mean, Spirit Breaker, Earth Spirit, there's only really one side of the map they want to be on. It's not their own. They need to be applying pressure, trying to remove that from you. And one of the best things about being a support Nature's Prophet is that if you have these allies that really need to play aggro, like Earth Spirit and Spirit Breaker, not only are you happy to join them, but you get to clean up these little, like, dregs on your own side of the map that nobody's here for because they're playing so aggro. You know, oh, mid laner's back. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just holding these creeps for you. I wasn't going to farm them.
Right, as he farms them in his face.
Yeah.
It's pinged a couple times there. Might not have been him, though. Yeah, so Manta done, Blade Mail done, and I think Helm of the Dominator completed too. It's as good as time as any for Shopify to try and maybe take a tower. I don't know if that's what they're interested in doing, though. Abed's still trying to get into the Aghanim Scepter. It will be a Wisdom Rune finally got for Shopify, though. Much needed.
Yeah, indeed. How's Zai's progression going here? He is doing the Midas straight Octarine.
Okay. And a nice little infest play. Who's going to show? Who's going to die?
They're just waiting for a roll-in from Nisha.
Middle tower is under attack.
Abed's there. Dude, they're playing so safe. Now Zai.
A time miss.
Yeah, this is actually kind of great for Shopify. If they just don't show and they're able to dodge this is huge.
If they can convert it into some tower pressure, kind of works out. I mean, Sania is lurking nearby. He's got the Ice Blast ready.
Yeah, it does not appear that Shopify are interested in fighting this. They see that there is a ward placed up on that high ground. They are spread out all across the rest of the map. There is going to be a Zai charge, and even thought about ulting the Helm of the Dominator creep, but lets it get away.
I see some pings up at the top left of the map there from Midgame saying, hey, there's a Shadow Demon here, because they're not able to chase him, right? He's hiding out of vision, throwing out this level 4 Shadow Poison, pushing out these waves when staying out of their own view of the map. So great place there from Crit, just trying to counter out what the Spirit Breaker can do. He's still doing it again down bottom now. So trying to get to a Blink Dagger here. As
they do find
get
one.
Patch.
I mean, it's Fly who was trying to de-ward. Ends up getting punished for it. But nonetheless, a kill's a kill. It's a good job by Shopify to keep the net worth close, even though they haven't been able to do anything on the map. Now, the roar,
defensive roar to escape.
And he gets out. Did a little jukey juke.
Nicely done there. Gets out. Nisha moving back in here again. Exactly like Somnus earlier. He is 404. Got himself an error.
Okay.
You see what I did? Actually, that's what you did earlier.
That was
really
well
explain the joke. Yeah, it's good. It's better
good.
that way. Yeah.
I still didn't get it, but that's fine.
That's don't worry about it.
They are literally just gonna try and keep AFK farming. That feels like it's Shopify's play. They are hitting a lot of creeps, man. 256 last hits for the Naga Siren.
Creeps. Almost 100 more than the Lifestealer.
Yeah. Naga's just gonna keep doing it. Top net worth in the game. There is the Lifestealer Radiance. You know, this card is pretty nice, and actually, they will find another. It's gonna be Beastmaster going down. Well, Mickey keeps farming. Well, Mickey decided he wanted to be a dinosaur.
Well, that's good.
Oh my god, dude. BSJ was never really gone from TI. Do you guys remember the days? Lifestealer Infested Ancients.
It's back.
We're here. Dude, he's running at him.
BSJ.
Oh my god.
BSJ.
Oh my god, dude. He's actually going to get him. Run away from the Ancient. Don't let him get you. He's just stayed in the Ancient. Oh god. All right, he's had enough. You can't take the Watcher apparently in Ancient mode.
Yeah, that's tough. Sometimes we got to go back to our real selves. Take off the mask, you know. Mickey, what do you got? Show me this tier 2 token.
This smoke is good. They find one. Nisha is going to get away. It will not quite be so lucky for Insania, who had a streak and actually gave a ton of gold.
Yeah, he was actually tied with a 4x streak, just like Nisha, so good news for him. Speaking of Nisha, almost has a heart. And Zai almost has the Octarine. He's about 700 gold away, and it will be done.
I mean, they're incredibly farmed. They somehow managed to get a blink on crit, which is pretty insane.
It's all this pushing he's doing, staying out of vision and just throwing this Shadow Poison.
Right.
How impactful will it be is the big question. I mean, it's going to help a lot in terms of the kiting. He should be able to get off his ulti on the target he wants. He might be able to blink in range, get a key disruption on either the Spirit Breaker or the Spirit Breaker's target, depending on what's the most important.
Trent, this is where the game's going to be decided right in the next couple of minutes here. There is one Philosopher's Stone on Liquid. Will they be able to get multiple on Shopify? They get one on Shadow Demon. That's pretty big.
Oh, it's a big, big Philosopher's Stone.
I mean, this is really important, this game. Probably don't want it on Boxy since he right-clicks creep so much. Maybe still, though. I don't know. We'll see, though, if Fly is able to get one for himself. If he does, going to be a happy camper.
Zai is farming really quickly, and there it is. Octarine done.
Yeah. He is, he's definitely getting up there.
I mean, he even got the Faded Brooch for the 15 movement speed. He's got it all. Everything the Spirit Breaker needs. And it's a pretty significant buff as well, right? With the every little bit of movement speed just does more now. Feels kind of sweet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, do they have the tier 2s? Who's gonna get what? That's all I'm waiting on right now. I've just got it open, ready to look. Because it is farm fiesta. The damage done in this game has got to be minuscule.
Easy? Gonna be found here by Nisha? No.
Fly also found. Gets caught and killed. They get any more? No. He's TP'd away.
Yeah, back to farming.
And Zai, I mean, I think he's just going to be happy doing this for days. This really feels like it's the one play. When these smokes come out, there is a chance that something good happens on the side of Shopify. But it feels like they need to make something happen with these. If they're just AFK farming with them, it's not going to be a good time.
It's another game where we have this Kunkka who isn't able to find his moves here. Zai gives up on the play on Saberlight. He's a little bit more concerned about the potential rotations and also just a roar being dumped on him. Was maybe hoping to burn it on a bulldoze.
Unfortunately for Shopify, Fly did not manage to get a Philly. Instead has the Eye of the Vizier.
This will impact our Agnum's hopes. I guess it's not a crazy Ags game this time.
Yeah.
Already has the Shard too, which we've discussed as being one of the best things about Grimstroke anyway right now, so he's sitting pretty.
God, Boxy's just like going and taking Ancients while the rest of his team is out across the map continuing to farm. Lifestealer, Manta done now on top of Radiance and the Armlet.
The Helm of the Overlord is done. Huge item for Beastmaster. There is some potential counterplay from Midgame, but there's a good chance that the Infest just won't be up anyway, right?
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and Shadow Demon gets the Shard. So another really cool answer, I think, in a way for Earth Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Magnetize just stays off of whatever hero he casts this on. Demonic Cleanse, super good.
All he has to do is get level 25 for Undispellable.
There it is. So 22 minutes in, a 5,000 gold lead, but Liquid not really able to completely blow this game open. They are going to spot one, but crit already away. Immediately blinked before the charge could get out there. Nisha hunting, trying to find him. Song available. They're not going to go for it. Abed, they're back behind the tier 2 tower. Connection is there. They have the Orchid already done. Silence now continuing. The damage out, and Abed able to secure the kill. And now the connection onto both of these two heroes. The big Helm of the Overlord creep starting to lay into them, but they've already killed it off. Now Zai, under control, rooted, doing good damage, and they get him. Mickey just walked in and right-clicked him. Didn't have an answer. Saberlight forced to back away. They try and take down Zai, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, he did manage to dodge the Ice Blast. That was pretty sick, but right at the start of that fight, he took almost 600 damage from Wrath of Nature. Like, it is absurd, the amount of damage that you just get moving into these fights with that. With all the vision they're going to have, these aggressive heroes just, like, rolling on in. And, they did get Nisha's big streak, though, and that went to
Abed.
Okay, that's pretty good.
That's something. I mean, he needs it, that's for sure. They're chasing now onto Saberlight. Get vision, blink forward, try to get him with the Sprout, not quite going to connect, but with everybody else moving in, Saberlight as good as dead, and they're going to get his little creep too. They move in, take it down. Liquid, I mean, they've had every answer.
Yeah, I think you could even say that they probably should have more kills in a sense. Like, they've really been on the run there from Shopify. They've done a pretty good job of dodging around this map. Partly because it is a Nagas Iron, of course, so the illusions are giving you a lot of assistance for scouting out and keeping the waves pushed out. But it's just a devastating situation. They've just been in their grips pretty much the entire game. And Zai, does he have his next item? I see his gold is empty. I don't see his courier. Oh, it's flying through. Oh, his Shadow Blade's done. Okay, nice.
Okay. Crit, right on to Zai. Ice Blast.
Good time to get your Shadow Blade delivered.
They find Insania. This is pretty decent. At least getting a couple of kills along the way. Boxy moves in. Zai still chasing. Finds one. It's on to Fly. Now the roll coming from Nisha. Do they have any way to save this? Managed to get the Soulbind onto 2. Arteezy still in trouble. Where's the save? Where's any heal? Doesn't have anything. Arteezy going to drop to Mickey as Nisha takes down Fly. And 25 minutes in, it's a 12,000 gold lead, and Shopify still on the run. Can't find a way out of this. They run into Saberlight. Will manage to kill off his creeps and then move in for the final finish.
I've seen this one before. It's a rerun right there. Unfortunately for Shopify, and man, Nisha is just keeping this up exactly as you'd hope for. All over this map, making life look good for the Nature's Prophet. Definitely feels a little inspired from the Azure Ray game. Gotta say, a lot of similarities here.
Oh yeah.
Foxy was a bit jealous of how much fun FY was having. Felt like he might give it a go.
It's definitely working out in a similar way. And I mean, again, these next couple of minutes here, I mean, what is this? Shadow Demons trying to get towards Aghanim Scepter. Crit kind of knows the job and what they need to come online. But in the end, it just feels like this Lifestealer is way too big to deal with. He's got a Lincoln Sphere.
This Roshing, I gotta say, though, was something to say about the future of hitting towers.
Right.
That was painful to watch considering they have a Lifestealer.
Why does he get sniped? Oh my god. Oh, jeez. That was close to death.
It's a tough game for the Ice Blasts.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was a bit of a YOLO one, but just hard to really lock them down. Yeah.
Oh, the silence from range! Yo, Nisha dropping the stone to make sure he can't get it off. But now Disruption, I don't know if it's going to matter, man. Song of the Siren does manage to get him away in the Demonic Cleanse. That'll be enough. Oh, what a play by Nisha, though.
Oh, but crit, no.
Poor crit. Oh,
saved. The Ink Swap.
Live in.
Ice Blast Fountain. No, crit. Oh
my god.
Do you see him? He's 360 in the fountain.
Jeez. That was scary as hell, man.
All right. Some small wins here for Shopify.
And
don't look
losses
down there, though.
Small wins and big losses is a good description of this game for Shopify so far. Because there have been some moments that things have looked decent, but overall it's been quite tough.
All right, well, just hold the high ground forever. There's the Torrent Storm. Man, this is so similar to our earlier game where they just had no damage except for their Morphling. Like, this is just Virtus.pro ran into this issue, and I mean, I say no damage, and then they have a Naga Siren who, I mean, she's kind of damaged, but it has to be in the blender in a pretty perfect situation with other illusions dying. And predictably, Mickey is going Mjolnir.
Right. I mean, he's gone the perfect item builds to just completely counter out Naga Siren. And I mean, even with like open wounds now, right? Like the healing he's going to be getting, just even from all of his abilities and everything, it's going to be really hard to deal with this Lifestealer. Perfect last pick.
Zai? Well,
he's
that's
in.
Almost 100-0.
Crit manages to get away. He has a blink. They move in. This is okay. Nope. Well, they roar and take down Zai. Also, Abed able to get involved. Boxy went down. The illusion's off to the side, and Arteezy getting a couple of those kills in there. They do have the Song of the Siren already going out, but Mickey in his is, well, able to get some damage out, but Abed's just going to run away. Trying to escape. Can't catch up to Abed. Hiding?
I don't think he was seen. I mean, it's nighttime. He should be good. Oh, is he going to go farm the Radiant side of the map?
That's sick.
Oh, that's a gamer move.
Don't get scouted by the courier, and everything will be fine for Abed. Looks like he's good.
Right, nicely played. Mickey will push up the mid lane, though. Get an absolute ton of farm. and continuous rise here is the most farmed hero in this game. Shortly followed by Arteezy, but then again, it's the dynamic duo of Zai Spiritbreaker and Nisha Earth Spirit, who are kind of just doing the same thing all over this map.
Right. Well, and the other problem, as often happens with Naga Siren, is level 17 right now compared to 21 on Midgame. He's 3,000 HP. Although I guess with Naga Siren Heart and now having Bloodthorn, there are some elements of this that maybe could start culling together a little bit better in a fight. It's just very difficult from the position they're in. But they're going to try and go.
All right, well, maybe in combination of a Bloodthorn and Inner Beast, they can get a crazy amount of damage in the span of a roar or something.
They hit on the scan. They saw that one hero went off that direction, but they are not going to be able to connect onto anybody. It looks like Naga Siren Illusions will take out the creep wave as they maybe run through the gate.
Yeah, they're going to send back...
Dude,
oh, nobody. Yeah, okay, now they're going to send somebody back because Boxy's in.
Yeah, they got to. And it's smoke up instead from Liquid. And I mean, their initiation is insane. With Spiritbreaker, Shadow Blade, they're trying to find somebody. They knew that they're heading off this direction. They spot Abed, able to get him. Nobody to save. The Kunkka goes down.
The old Mighty Minds ward up there getting them.
Roll. Finds Fly, kicks him back in. Nisha playing this one quite well. And another 2 dead as Liquid have had enough. Time to push the buildings.
Oh, man. He even got Elven Tunic.
Oh, yeah.
All the movement speed for Zai. What a shellacking.
I mean, it really is. Nothing has gone right for Shopify in the last couple of minutes. Well,
no.
Many minutes.
About, 31 of them, I'd say. That's not true. Didn't they get first blood?
Yeah.
All right, so like 30 minutes.
Illusions going down. They do manage to break Lincoln's, get the silence, but now the roll. Boxy just went on the back line. Kill crit. That is a nice target to find. Song of the Siren, but they're losing buildings while it's happening. Throwing out some magnetizes, but objectives claimed. Double lanes of racks. Liquid, they're just too good in this game right here. Boxy aggressively blinking in onto the Beastmaster. No roar, he's gone. Buy back immediately, trying to do what they can. Arteezy trying to find him. Boat is out, so damage mitigated, but I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. They do get the stun, long duration onto Mickey, trying to take him down. Feast is still there, though. With so much work, they finally get him. That is the kill that they needed, and now the root connected onto Boxy. Shopify managed to find a little sign of life.
All right, guys, relax. That might be the next call here.
The relaxed call?
Yeah, might have been a bit much. Got a little bit deep. I mean, cost buyback on the Beastmaster. I just on Alti, sail on by. This is the best investment of TI, by the way. Yeah, see, Teasy appreciates. He's like, oh, thank you.
Oh, wait, do I have him muted? I think I have.
Bro.
I think I have Insania muted.
Are you not getting his voice lines?
No. Oh, there we go. Unignore user. My bad. Sorry, Insania.
That's kind of fair, to be honest.
Bad. Very toxic of me.
I'm sure he deserved it.
I think he was spamming voice lines a lot at one TI. I just didn't want to see him anymore. Thankfully, we're still getting him on block. So that's what's important. Speaking of Insania, is he going to get found over here?
Radiant's middle tower
Doesn't quite look like it. As Saberlight, he will definitely be found. And
this is the worst game.
Oh no! Oh, they find the Naga Siren. Song of the Siren back up 2-1. Will it matter? Okay, maybe a chance, a hope, a dream. Song, Zai, BKB, crit dies in the duration of it. The rest of them try and run away. Gets the TP. Oh! Oh my goodness.
Oh, thank goodness we're back in our base and it's only a 27k lead.
True.
Saved.
They managed to get away, just barely.
Zai just one-shotting the waves here as he charges through.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Well,
attack.
towers start to fall. And Arteezy steps forward, breaks the Lincolns, has to back away. Nisha at 4,669 HP will find and kill off Fly, decides to roll in. Disruption almost sends Nisha into the fountain there for a second. That might be the only thing that can salvage this, and he's not going to stay there for too long. Torrent Storm and the boat, nothing doing. Building's gone. That's Mega Creeps 35 minutes in. Are they going to try and end this one out right now? Liquid keeping that pressure going.
Abed, he wants one more here. They want to end this streak on Nisha.
Oh,
can it be done? He's at 6,000 HP.
Another Song of the Siren. She called. Well, sing the dismay sound as it will go down. And an impressive win for Liquid. They knew exactly what they needed to do. It felt like they knew exactly what Shopify wanted to do, and they just stopped it from happening.
I'm a little upset here. Chatters who told me to choose Arteezy for the longest kill streak. You probably are aware that that wasn't it.
No.
So you got me that one wrong. Although you were right on team with the first Roche kill being Liquid. So shout outs.
Nailed that one. All right. Impressive showing. Liquid, after their earlier games, end up taking that one over the side of Shopify. So they're going to move to 4-1 so far. Shopify 1-2. Would love to get away from this next match with another victory, if at all possible. But they're going to need to do a little bit of soul search and figuring out what they need to do next.
They got food. That looks
they did.
good.
True.
Yeah,
A little bit of chatting. The food? What about
Yeah,
food?
that'll power them up for game 2.
I like that.
Yeah.
Food always helps. There's never a bad time to eat food, which might be my most NA take. Get ready for this one. But yeah, I guess to me, there were a couple of moments where things felt like you could see the idea, but they just weren't really able to fight, which I feel like is different because a lot of how I feel like Shopify were doing well in the last couple of tournaments was by pulling together some good aggro plays, making stuff happen earlier. We'll see if they can get back to that type of thing. Anything you'd like to see changed in the draft?
I think the combo maybe worries me a bit of the Kunkka plus Beastmaster. That feels, I don't know, Beastmaster needs to be set up for a lot of success. I feel like if that's going to be your combo, where you really need him like controlling that part of the map. And that's a lot harder to do now with the new age of Beastmaster. New Beastmaster is so dependent on the creep too. And like trying to push down that tower, I don't know. And the stacks, which never really got going because the whole game didn't get moving in that direction.
All right.
I would like someone who could maybe rotate a little bit easier to his lane. That would be kind of nice.
We'll see what ends up happening as we get ready to go into this game number 2 right around the corner. But for now, back to the panel.
The hot streak continues for Team Liquid as they find themselves dispatching Shopify Rebellion, putting themselves in a wonderful position to top the group, and of course giving themselves an additional boost of confidence simultaneously. I'm Snare, yet again we are on panel. I've got Gods, I've got Winter. Winter, we heard at the end there, Lyrical was asking Trent about what he would like to see change in the draft. But I know you want to see not necessarily heroes change, but the drafting order from Rebellion be adjusted.
When they were kind of doing well last month at Dream League, they were picking Arteezy's hero early, like first pick. But this patch, a couple of those heroes got nerfed, and in this game, Liquid actually removed the Muerta, which we were talking about. Oh, this hero is going to be like the new first pick hero because you can be a strong carrier and a support. And they have to try to figure out if they are not getting that hero, is there any other replacement? And I'm thinking on top of my mind, there's actually no other replacement for that. So if you don't have that, then you have to either pick your Sven or your Gyros early, which are not that ideal right now.
I feel like that's even been like historically always the case. Even going way back to the old EG days, like years and years ago, some of their best patches were when you could like first phase Terrorblade, for example. Like picking Arteezy here in the draft early is actually often been a key for success for them.
Sadly, they didn't end up doing so in this particular instance, and there was a little bit of anti-synergy with their heroes at the end of the draft regardless. On the other side though, Winter, for the side of Team Liquid, a very good draft from them. When you just look at the draft, on paper, you can see what it's supposed to accomplish. All they need to do is execute, and honestly, the level of execution required is not that high for that kind of draft.
And it's also very confusing when they were picking they have all this like multi-role heroes, Spirit Breaker, Nature's Prophet, so you don't really know what they are actually doing. And maybe that actually led into Shopify, they were overthinking stuff and they're trying to figure out what the opponents are doing and they forgot about their own strategy and they kind of mess up, Like having the Conquer and Beastmaster, as Trent mentioned, they're kind of very similar heroes, so yeah, you're going to be lacking in terms of the damage department, and then you're putting all your eggs into the Naga basket.
Unfortunately, sometimes the basket is a little bit too heavy to carry, and Naga-san was not able to accomplish that in this particular game. The numbers tell a very sad and sobering tale here, because when you look at how things were going, just looking at this, what are you supposed to do if you're Rebellion here, Master Gods? Crit unable to really accomplish anything in the game. Saberlight 111-4, barely having that much influence. And even Abed, there was a point in the game around the 15-16 minute mark where you're looking at the game, Team Liquid is actively going for kills, and Rebellion aren't, not because they don't want to, but they can't with this draft.
Yeah, and I think that's always a problem when Abed doesn't have a lane he can rotate to or supports he can play around. They don't have a great partner for the Grimstroke Inkswell to be chucked on. Like, you can kind of play around maybe the Kunk a bit, but as far as the lane itself goes, the Grim doesn't love lane with either Naga or Kunk. I feel like a lot of the strength of this hero as a support is that early aggression, both in lane and in that kind of early to mid game with some of those quick rotations. So you don't really get that out of the Shopify draft. So I think, yeah, definitely they're going to be looking at the draft, even though, some of the pick order stuff also comes into play, because you just aren't really setting up so many of your players for success. Abed, big playmaker, Crit as well, picking on a Shadow Demon where he's 0-7-2. Only 2 kill involvement is just like unheard of for him.
Yeah, on a Shadow Demon, no less. We've seen how instrumental this hero can be. In fact, in the prior series, when Beastcoast were playing up against Virtus.pro, the Shadow Demon was one of the key reasons why Beastcoast were able to keep that game extended for as long as they could. Tons of assists happening there. But here, even after he bought Blink Dagger, it was the saddest thing in the world. Normally, if I see Crit by a Blink, I know for a fact in the next 30 seconds, something cool is going to happen. Just not in this game.
Yeah, maybe what they could do is switch the Conquer out and maybe prioritize Earth Spirit if they are going to open the draft with Grimstroke again. I think that's one of the options. The other option is if you get because I don't know who got the selection priority. So if I'm them, I would maybe lean more towards maybe second pick. If you really want to pick RTZ's hero last and you don't see any hero that you want to open for him, so then maybe second pick would be a good choice for you.
Okay. Well, with this loss, they find themselves in a very awkward position of being 1-2 in the group so far. So let's take a look at how bad the prospects are for Rebellion, but crucially, how good it's looking for the side of Team Liquid, because here in Group B, they are topping it. 4-1 at the moment. They're actually 5-1. Well, they can get to 5-1 if they win this one here, Gods. And if that were to happen, you're pretty much guaranteed to go through into the playoff stage of the road to the international.
Yeah, and very close to notching that top 1 spot, which can be very important, because picking an opponent from Group A, I think, can give you a big advantage if you're the team that gets to finish top of the group. So, they've still got a bit of a ways to get there, but almost locked up a spot at least in that kind of seeding match. So a good position to be in. Also in these groups, got to give a big shout. Vivo Keystars just took a game off Tundra. The undefeated Tundra have finally dropped one. That was a massive upset.
It's a massive upset because it not just means that Tundra can't go without a blemish into the next phase of the competition, but it means that this middle of the pack winter, outside of Talon being genuinely on the precipice, I have no idea how this is all going to wrap up.
Everybody else is sweating after seeing that game. Like if Tundra beat one of their games, then everybody's like, okay, even field, right now, because they lost that one game and everybody's like, oh no.
Exactly. Everybody gets to it by Tundra, and you basically just ignore them, and the other 4 teams are playing the group outfit. And the thing is, tomorrow, Talon's not going to go out without a fight. They're going to bounce back, and they're a team who's gotten, top placements at majors throughout the year. So they're no pushovers either, even though they've had this 0-4 start.
Let's actually spend a little bit of time focusing on Vid Keysars, because everybody, and I do mean everybody, had low expectations of the squad, right? You're thinking to yourself, well, it's not just their first TI as an organization, but for many of these players, it's their first LAN internationally. How on earth are they expecting to succeed? But not only do they get the dub winner, they get it up against, when you see Tundra play, they legitimately look like the best team in the tournament, at least right now. And you see that you have to take an L to these new upstarts. That must be really nice for the team that's on the come up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to give them a lot of confidence, especially the newer players. But then again, I would say that playing without expectations might be good in a tournament of this scale, where you don't really put so much pressure on yourself. You're just trying to play your comfort heroes, do your best, and whatever happens, you know.
And something you like, it's the mix of the, at least some of the old and then the new young bloods. You know, you've got King RD in there, at least a bit of a veteran presence. So, you know, sometimes you get... Yeah, it calms some of the nerves for, you know, some of the young boys who are playing at, you know, their first real big stage,
And I think enough of these upsets have happened over the years that teams are no longer doing that thing of we're not going to focus on the squad at all. There is some appropriate amount of respect being shown. It just is interesting there's not that much tape available for the other teams, so that just leaves room for the surprises that we saw today. Also means that this group, because it's going to be so chaotic, if I'm in the other group, before, I might have been thinking to myself, I get top one. Hopefully, KD Stars is down at the bottom. I pick him. That's not happening anymore. Not in a BO3 situation that could guarantee my place at the International.
Well, also in the past, you could say, oh, you know, when there was the 2-group format with 9 teams, you'd be like, oh, there's 8 teams. You can't prep for everybody. You only got 4 teams now. There's no excuses. 4 teams to prep for, half the teams as you used to. So, you know, and as you said, all these upsets are becoming more and more common every year. So, you know, nobody's taking them lightly, even though, and that, which makes the upset over Tundra all the more impressive.
Yeah, I think this is one of the success stories that we see why it's so good to give additional slots to underrepresented regions. They improve, they get better, and they come up with surprises capable of beating the best of the best. Sadly, the woes for Southeast Asia still continue, but they also have time, winner, to turn that around. It's not going to be the end of the world. These are your homies. You know, don't be too sad if they lose.
I'm going to be sad no matter what, you know. I'm sure they're sweating right now seeing Tundra losing the game. Like, what can you do, you know? Today, you get only yourself to blame after having that poor start. And you have to just try to figure out what are they going to draft them or who are they supposed to prioritize. They always have this kind of like patch where they are like looking at a draft and like, oh, who should we pick last, you know, and then they try to switch things around too much between Japs and 23, and they don't have the right balance. And hopefully tonight they go back, they have a nice dinner and think about the balance and how much salt, how much pepper do they have to add to the draft, and they figure things out. And tomorrow we'll see a revitalized Tundra. Talon, sorry.
Talon. I mean,
not Tundra.
Tundra does not need revitalized. They are doing pretty damn well for themselves right now. The team that hasn't been doing well, of course, is Rebellion. What's interesting about those gods is that, generally speaking, when you see NA teams at tournaments, the pattern is usually that TSM, nouns in this particular instance as well, would be the ones slates going under the radar, maybe eliminated in the groups. Rebellion gets out of the groups, maybe not perform so well in the playoffs, or get top 3, right? There's pretty much no in between. This time around, it looks like they're the ones that might be taking the old school TSM nouns route. TSM look like they're actually a pretty good team at the moment.
Yeah, and with some where their group stands right now, they're kind of poised to maybe take a top 2 slot. I doubt they're going to catch up to Tundra down there, but you know, a top 2 slot could give them a better matchup when it comes to the best of 3. They're looking really solid, and yeah, as you say, Rebellion, they're the ones who are going to be having to fight tooth and nail to actually just make it out of their group, partly because of that 1-1 draw against Thunder Awaken. You know, it really is time to get to that do or die time. A 0-2 here against Liquid, and suddenly they're in a lot of trouble.
Right, a lot of trouble indeed. One thing that we did also see is that the Arteezy Naga Siren was unable to do the usual Arteezy Naga Siren things. In large measure, I think, Winter, because of this Lifestealer Radiance. I'm not sure if it's going to be seeing more of it to try and deal with these illusion-based heroes. Unfortunately, I can't hear your opinion. You know why? Got some Dota, bro. Got some hype, got some action. We've got Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid, the second game, which could determine if Liquid tops the group or if Rebellion is on track to go home early. Let's find out with Lyrical and Trent. So, gentlemen, give us the hype.
Whoa! Time to go. It's game number 2. Trent, thank you so much, Snare and the lovely panel. Sorry, I just had to get that out of my system because I'm excited. Hopefully, we're going to have a very awesome and fun game that, you know, doesn't devolve into a little bit of chaos and sadness quickly. Trent, how you doing? You ready for game 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Although, kind of not, because you were just talking about how you had pie off screen. That's kind of not fair. If I can be real, pumpkin pie. October, really Seattle, you know.
I'll bring you some pie.
Spooky month.
I'll make you a pie.
Nah,
I'll bring it to you.
Good.
What the hell? I'm a good cook. We have a draft, everybody. Let's get right on it.
Yeah, why don't we go to that instead? That's perfect. A little bit better. Yeah. You know, drafting's a lot like cooking, you know? You got to follow the recipe. Got to have the right ingredients. You don't want too much of one thing and nothing of another. You don't want too much Beastmaster Gunka.
See, this is
and
definitely
not enough damage.
This was all part of the plan. You know, we sort of had this laid out that we were going to do the analogy of the draft to a recipe and a pie. I definitely didn't just run off and grab a pie from the microwave. But we have changes.
Microwave?
You can microwave up the pie.
Turn to ban.
It's so good. What's the matter with you?
Sullying this pie by putting it in the microwave.
You got to heat it back up. It makes it delicious. Well, enough of that.
I don't know if we've had enough of that, honestly. We might have to work through some problems here.
We have a couple of not really swap ups, I guess. The only change up is that Liquid banned the Phoenix themselves, which last time, I guess. Wait, no, hold on.
They did that before as well.
Okay, yeah. It's all just the pretty much the same then. Shopify have last pick.
Yeah, instead they have also banned the Brewmaster this time, though, on Shopify. So won't be coming out here. That part was swapped up previously. But yeah, other than that, I mean, Shopify banning the Muerta, I think, is a little bit surprising. I mean, it essentially says that they also think that Liquid would first overall it, because I think that's what Shopify are kind of hoping for right now.
Right.
Is trying to get their hands on that Muerta, as Winter was mentioning there. Can't really blame them.
Yeah.
Oh, Nisha, he's doing air quotes. Okay, all right.
What does it mean? What could it mean? Shopify, I will say, they took a long time, it looked like, in the in between the games, trying to figure out what they wanted to do and change up in the draft. They still have, after seeing the Spiritbreaker get taken, they're trying to figure it out. I mean, this is really the plight of the group stage, right? There's so much that can change and happen throughout the course of it. You got to make split-second changes, and the drafts just start one after the other. You know, there have already been so many games that happen today. You got to get through them all.
And Spiritbreaker is a bit of an enigma right now, since that hero's... Well, I mean, that hero might be okay, actually, with those changes, but we don't know yet. Spiritbreaker is tough because it's multiple roles, and I think even if you're not necessarily playing like a global strat, it can still be a pretty strong hero, but it just gets further amplified when you bring those out. And so they have to be considering things like how vulnerable will our mid laner be? Is it a hero that can be punished pretty hard by that? They're gonna grab the Invoker. This has been traditionally when they found, I would say a lot of their success for Shopify tends to be like earlier Abed picks. Kind of sucks for Abed sometimes. I mean, we all know the meme, the old Storm Spirit, but it did work fairly well for a long time for a good reason, because it did open up those opportunities for the other core heroes. Kunkka, unfortunately, wasn't able to do it last time, so I'm going to bring out the Invoker instead.
One of the heroes that at times has looked like maybe... I mean, the last couple of patches since the universal change has both looked very dynamic in terms of being flexible, but also quite strong out of the mid roll. I will say a lot of the strength to me comes from the flexibility, and I don't think there's anybody else to play this, right? Nobody else is going to be playing Invoker except for Abed.
No, I don't think. I mean, I haven't seen Crit practicing it. Maybe he's got his own secret smurfs and stuff, but
right,
as far as I'm aware, you know, he's still playing Hoodwink. That guy's trying to make that hero work. He's a grinder. And of course, the Tusk that they did work with a bit recently, but that's going to be removed here. Some other heroes he's been working on, though, the Shadow Shaman. He's been playing some of that. He's been playing some of that Weaver that we saw earlier. He's working on his Muerta because obviously Arteezy is looking like a threat with that hero, so he's be ready to also shift into it on the support role. And he's always loved Clinks. But, I mean, that one he's only played core. I don't think he's ready to bust it out into the support. He always likes to complain whenever Clinks gets changed.
That makes sense. Figure out how to make it happen. It's like Dazzle as a hero, right? Just keeps changing constantly. But this time, Dazzle's really good.
It's hard to keep up with that guy. Yeah, they're taking it. Oh, man, that's a lot of reserve time there. And they do give her the Nature's Prophet. They say, hey, we just can't handle this double global again.
Right.
It's a bit much.
Stroke is still in if they wanted to try it.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
But no.
Okay. Speaking of crit heroes, that's definitely one of the bigger ones.
I like it. It's tough. This Spiritbreaker, I think, presents a lot of problems. It's great wave shove. It is pick off. It's team fight. It's escape. Like, it kind of hits all the boxes for what you want out of it. If you can get farm and if you can get through the laning stage, I guess. But honestly, I don't even think really shutting him down in lane matters that much. So it feels like you kind of need to ignore it, but also feels like you can't ignore it.
It looked pretty good. but a couple tools at least already for Invoker and Dark Willow, between just like untargetability from the Shadow Realm, maybe saving you in clutch situations, maybe some Brambles making things a bit annoying. Does have quite a bit of magic damage early to even maybe punish if it's like a support Spirit Breaker. You can kind of burst him down a little bit, even as a fellow support. And Liquid, they go right back for it. Quick double pick here of the AA and taking the Kunkka for themselves. So quite a bit of flex here. I mean, it's a absolutely classic counter pick versus Invoker, so it's pretty safe to assume that they're willing to send this mid here for Anisha into the Invoker.
10 seconds remaining.
So not expecting a big flex out of this one. And yeah, I'm kind of excited for Saberlight's hero, though, because he didn't get as focused in the bans. Last time, they banned out a couple heroes themselves that he has been playing recently, and then Liquid did as well, and I felt like the pool was really small for the offlane. This time, it is completely wide open. I mean, we could say the Bristleback has been in the offlane a little bit. He's banned, and then, of course, the Brewmaster first phase. But other than that, he's got choices. So where does he want to go to get the most out of his lane and his partnership with his Dark Willow?
Yeah, I mean, that's really going to be the question mark. And it feels like with an Invoker in the game, somebody that can both get active, get stuns, could be pretty important. So that way you can have at least somebody to play with. But then again, maybe you can go like a more greedy route if you want to play. Yeah, so this is what I was wondering, is if we're going to see like a return to Exort Sunstrike Invoker, particularly since you're playing against Kunkka. I feel like Quas Wex, I mean, I don't know. That matchup is so hard no matter what you do.
10 seconds.
At least here, you can do like Sunstrike combos with Duel to maybe try and accelerate your farm, if that's what he wants to do. He might still go Spirit Vessel, like, you know, Quas Wex.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have Bedlam, so the Duel should be okay. And oh my goodness, you know, okay, this was going to be my complaint, is that one of the issues with the fours for crit that he loves, like these Dark Willows and stuff, is that there's not a lot of great melee fives, and Fly traditionally also hasn't played that many of them. He tends to obviously just play the more like classic 5 mega supports, like, you know, Witch Doctors, Warlocks, Dazzles, those kind of heroes. So I love seeing this with the Clockwork. I think it's a great way to try and give a bit of space for the Dark Willow, a little bit of initiation in there as well. And it definitely opens up the carry pool for Arteezy, because he tends to gravitate towards a lot of those ranged heroes. Melee heroes can manage with melee 5s if it's like Clockwork in a lot of situations, but the ranged heroes really need them. So this can be quite helpful. But there's the big guy, the Chaos Knight. He has looked incredible all day today, and it can be a 3 or a 1. So have to cover a couple different options here during this banning stage.
I think if Saberlight pops off this game, like you're talking about, he got a pretty nice window of being able to pick a lot of different heroes. I think they are going to be in a really good position. And I want to see somebody that Arteezy plays that can get involved in fights. I think Spectre might be a pretty good pick here. It's not great against CK, but just let like Saberlight try and snowball a bunch and get a bunch of kills running around with Legion. I don't know. I just feel like they need to play more active.
Sounds so scary, though.
It does. You're not wrong. If it goes poorly, they're out, but you got to take a chance, man. Like,
that's a fair point.
You're playing into like Kunkka CK. Legion needs to be able to do damage.
I'm guessing they probably just ban Luna alongside this TB.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the other way to go, but Luna might be a bit much, honestly.
10 seconds remaining.
Might be a little excessive, but they also haven't shown all too much because we're so early in the group stage, so maybe they just go for some of the classics. They have a long time to decide here. Presumably, they probably have their other hero already set in stone, that they wanted to go with this Chaos Knight anyway. What are they looking for right now from Team Liquid anyway? Their team fight's pretty solid. Good initiation across the board. Yeah, let's ban Luna. Oh, the Razor. Oh, that's so good. That, because I'm thinking of all these other options. They're also shut down by Razor.
Yeah.
Ooh. Wow, you know what the worst carry-to-carry matchup is in the game statistically for Razor? It's Spectre.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't believe.
Wait, Spectre is the best matchup against Razor?
No, yeah.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
By just raw pub data. It's not actually that meaningful, but it's kind of funny because you were, going for the Spectre. They go for the Faceless Void. So works pretty well with the Dark Willow. Bit of a classic here. It's got some sauce. I don't hate it. I'm not in love with it though. But of course, you always have the never-ending classic combo of Aghanim's Invoker plus Faceless Void.
Yeah, I think that it at least gives you a way that if the game does go south, you can like maybe make a comeback happen. I mean, as much damage as Cataclysm is with Chronosphere, the other worry that I have is that you have a couple heroes that are giving it 4,500 HP. You know what I mean? Like, will it be enough to burst through them? Particularly when CK just like heals immediately back up to almost full with one swipe.
Yeah, and even though they're kind of like, I mean, we had this discussion earlier, they're kind of like semi-cores. Like they don't have this like crazy acceleration where it's just like, you know, it's not the big like ramp up like, whoa, we go crazy after being kind of bad. They just slowly get better, 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 and better. All three of them do the same thing. All three of them get pretty beefy. And then do they have damage issues again here for Shopify?
Maybe.
No, those earlier levels. It's they're going to be pretty precise with the spell casting there, and really hope they don't hit the rum buff.
Listen, just get crit Aghanim Scepter with Midas, okay? Get there. You know what you need to do. Job's done.
How hard could it be?
Well, some predictions here as the game gets into it. Number 1, number of ancient can't stacked by 30 minutes. Let's go 21 plus. You are muted. Oh, all right. That's good. I muted him too. Don't worry.
Did you really take 21 plus? It's not going to be 21 plus.
Oh, I believe 21 plus.
That's insanity.
I'm just
Who
picking
even
random
farms ancient
things.
stacks in this game?
All of them. Battle, fly. Get in there. Battle them. Rooted, controlled. Nisha in trouble. Nisha not in trouble. They walk away.
It's like one hero.
Could have been big. Can you imagine? I'm just going to get bashed right out of the gate. Do I have them all muted?
30 seconds to battle.
If I muted everybody? I might have, Trent.
Why are you so toxic?
I mean,
they just said good luck, have fun.
Did they really?
Yeah, and then Insania did the Dove line again, and then Arteezy said you are muted.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. And then Insania tipped him. It's a dramatic retelling of what happened. Down bottom, there's a bounty rune fight. Boxy, wow, he got it. Nice clicking, Boxy.
Doing good damage here onto him, but needs to back away. And oh my God, with crit coming in, can they do enough? Fly. Oh, he baited him in. Got him. Easy gets the first blood.
Even got the salve there too. And flies right back in it. Level 1 Clockwork. What to do is level 1 Clockwork in the lane, ladies and gentlemen. You run at them with Battery Assault. Does that still apply to a Razor and a Spirit Breaker? Kind of. Gotta watch the link though. As you already saw, that could end up being a little problematic, but he is immediately, there you go. All right, he didn't commit.
Gonna do it again. We'll have to see. Well, it's gonna be an interesting one to watch, that's for sure. I want to see how much. I feel like Zai should have a really good lane against this double melee with Clockwork. Like you're talking about, you can run at him a bit, but when Battery Assault is down, even when it's up to potentially in some fights, it might still be crazy strong. And in the mid lane, the thing to watch will be how much can Abed get done in this matchup that's traditionally been thought of as a super hard counter.
Yeah, plus the recent nerfs would specifically hurt in this matchup, as it's like non-stop constant damage spam, and you've lost it on these regen and lifesteal helps that you had before. So, bit annoying for Invoker to deal with.
Oh yeah.
Up top, though, we have a classic combo. We have Chaos Knight and Ancient Apparition. Ancient Apparition used to only be considered kind of viable in the pro scene if you had like Sven or Wraith King or CK, so they played together a lot, trying to make use of the cold feed in the lane. And it's still a super solid combo. Works quite well.
I don't think that you can get it off without using Reality Rift, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you can. But because the stun is so low now, all the stuns got nerfed. It takes longer for the latch to go through.
Yeah, they take quite a bit longer, like 4 seconds. You have the time, but it's basically a great way to force bad plays. Like if they try and go on you use the cold beam, they immediately have to decide like, oh, are we going for this kill or are we just backing off?
Right. Oh yeah, and mid already starting to show some of the problems. Nisha right now 14-2. Although actually Abed still keeping it somewhat close. We'll get a couple of denies here and there, and does have a whole wave that's still sitting while Abed doesn't. And actually, it looks like Abed might try and pull the wave to the side. Yeah, doesn't want to lane straight up against the Kunkka.
No, do not do it fairly.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, lanes. No. He just wants to take it somewhere safe. And now Spirit Breaker's charging. Dude. Oh, no. This is bad.
No, it's worth. You get the bounty room, guys.
Yo. Ghost Walk. They already have the sentry down. Abed is gone. You know, sometimes Spirit Breaker ganks your lane. Sometimes you gank the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, or you meet somewhere in between.
Yeah.
You know? All right. Well, they got a great kill bounty at the bounty rune. And up top, they are taking some. Look at these like full HP heroes here.
Yeah.
1 point in the Chaos Strike. Insanity is just hiding behind his big friend there, lobbing these ice balls at him.
They're winning all the lanes. This is pretty rough. Yeah, Shopify. I mean, we'll see how this goes. But this game is definitely feeling like it could be a tough one. Already, they're getting pulls off over to the side, and Nisha continuing to be dominant in the mid lane.
So definitely some core heroes that I don't really want to see when I'm playing Clockwork, you know? Like, I mean, they pick the Clockwork, I'm like, okay, that looks good. I like it for the support duo, seems fine. And then out comes a CK and a Razor, and it's just like, oh. Like, I don't want to hook either of those.
Right.
I mean, you got to hope that your teammates are really far ahead to the point where you guys are so strong and powerful that a mere catch is death for your opponents. There's a catch coming in mid, though.
Yeah, they got him onto Abed. Cold snap means that Boxy has to back out, trade over aggro to Nisha. And you can do this because Zai is pretty free in this lane. They don't have any pressure they can apply to him.
Is this really fair to counterpick mid this hard and then still have a Spirit Breaker ganking?
Yeah, dude. I don't know.
I guess it is Invoker.
Well, and again, the issue here too for Abed is that I feel like a lot of the ways that you could maybe catch back up with the other parts of his lineup, right? He's got like Legion Commander, so Sunstrike combos are really good, but you know, he's going Quas Wex. It's the way you play Invoker nowadays. And Boxy's just camping him, dude. He's literally...
The scan misses.
Yo. This is not fair. Zai?
He throws a ward.
They need this. They need to get Zai. Oh, 310 to 325 movement speed and fly.
Abed?
Now in no man's land as Abed goes down. Zai, he's just playing with them. Like, obviously, they're ensuring that Arteezy gets some farm, but they're not getting the kill. Ooh.
Oh, bro, that tower.
I think Fly's dead. Insania moves in, can't quite get him. A deny by Boxy, and Fly is also going to die himself. Okay.
Alrighty, everybody, head into the neutrals. Going home and try again. Arteezy, despite quite the space there, still kind of low on the old HP pool here. There's a courier coming in with the glove, though. Oh, there we go. Tread's done.
Good. Crit. Making the move over, but with Insania coming down, this might, if they go on him, can they get Zai? This would be a big kill. They do get him. And Arteezy able to back away. Boxy makes the move over. Now battery assault right onto him. Boxy's in trouble, giving over a couple of kills. Oh, don't bash him to death. Okay, they didn't get him. Oh my God, double kill for the Faceless Void. That was so needed.
Weren't you kind of hoping, though? I mean,
no.
For the memes.
What do you mean?
Come on. 7-minute mark here. Insania will get there. Saberlight has been chilling.